Douluo Dalu 4, Ultimate Fighting Chapter 307 to Chapter 382. Xianxia suddenly smiled. Little junior brother, seeing your current expression, I think of the original self. As a senior brother, I have to remind you, don't go overboard. You have to go through the Academy's review. Once it failed to pass the review, it would be a total loss. Your badge will not be returned. So, anything related to the Academy's secrets or goes against morality, don't try it. Looking at his gradually bitter smile, Lan Xuanyu realized that this senior brother must have suffered a loss before. Tang Zhenhua said faintly, yeah. Someone originally released an exchange item, the top 10 beauty dormitories in the outer court. The address of the dormitory. Then it was missed during the review. As a result, there were hundreds of people exchanging. He thought he had made a fortune, but the Academy confiscated all the badges he earned and doubled the fine. He didn't know how long it took. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. He looked at Tang Zhenhua, then looked at Xianxia and couldn't help but think, come on, senior brother, you are such a person. The smile on Xianxia's face couldn't be maintained, and he said with some embarrassment, teacher, you are good like this. Is it? You will lose me as a disciple. Tang Zhenhua looked up at the sky, no longer saying a word. Lan Xuanyu also hurriedly looked at the screen, pretending not to hear anything. Then he saw that the second exchange item on the screen was written, brief analysis of the main points of martial soul combination technique suitable for sword and saber martial soul combination, exchange price, 1 white badge. Can you also use your own cultivation insights to release an exchange item? Lan Xuanyu looked at Xianxia. At this time, his senior brother's face had returned to normal, and he nodded, saying, of course you can. DUI. The Exchange Center and the Mission Center itself are a communication platform. And the Academy encourages distribution according to work. If you want to learn from other people's experience, you have to pay the corresponding price. This exchange only needs to pay 1 white badge. The badge can be released. The premise is that there is no similar content on the existing list. Then I'll release one. Lan Xuanyu said excitedly. Ah? Xianxia was a bit stunned. This junior brother wanted to release an exchange item for the first time? Junior brother, let me hear it first and see if it's worth releasing. Exchange items. There would often be situations where no one would exchange for it. If no one exchanged for it for more than 10 days, it would be removed from the exchange list. Take it off the list. Xianxia did not attack him directly. He just told him the consequences. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, teacher, you can also give me some advice. I want to post an exchange. The content is, how to solve the problem of the conflict between twin martial spirits and use the life energy to cultivate. After saying this, he hesitated for a moment before adding, note, it doesn't apply to all twin martial spirits. The VIP room suddenly became strangely quiet. Tang Zhenhua and Xianxia both looked at Lan Xuanyu. It was filled with a strange expression. Lan Xuanyu felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by them. He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Can't I do it, eldest senior brother? Xianxia coughed and said, little junior brother, do you really want to release this? You're ready to hand out. What level is it on the list? Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment. Isn't it white? Can I do this? Xianxia said, little junior brother, what I want to tell you is that any cultivation method related to twin martial spirits is a soul master. Even soul masters with twin martial souls wouldn't be able to use it, but they would still be able to use it. Using this as a reference, no one would easily reveal their secrets. You need to think this through. This is not a question of whether you can or not, but a little precious. The premise is that your method is real. Lan Xuanyu quickly nodded and said, of course it's real. But it may be a little difficult for others to cultivate. If it can be used as a reference, then it's still meaningful. Xianxia looked at Tang Zhenhua. Tang Zhenhua said, it's possible that he has an innate affinity with life energy. Xianxia looked up to the sky and sighed. Why is God so unfair? Why don't I have an affinity with life energy? With this kind of physique? In other words, little junior brother's method can only be used by people with an affinity with life energy. is it? Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment and said, maybe. At least with an affinity with life energy, it will be easier to cultivate. In fact, Lan Xuanyu knew very well that his situation was unique. He was afraid that no one else could use his cultivation method. But if it was just a white badge, he could give it a try. It was also not bad. If there were more than 2 people exchanging, then he would make a profit. Qin Chanan said, little junior brother, I'll ask you again, are you sure this method can really be used to cultivate? It's for cultivation, right? At least you can use it for cultivation. I'm sure. Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation. Qin Chanan looked at him with deep meaning and said, that's good, then I think you can try it. Try it. However, it can't be white, it has to be yellow. Yellow? Will anyone exchange it? Lan Xuanyu said in surprise. Qin Chanan smiled. Some things, the price is more expensive so that others will believe you. It's too cheap. On the contrary, no one cares. Tang Zhenhua said, you should listen to him in this regard. In terms of the ability to fool people, he is number 1 in the whole academy. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Was this the number 1 in the academy that eldest senior brother mentioned before? Qin Chanan said with some shame and anger, teacher, if you continue like this, you can find someone else. I'm only the first one. This time when I meet little junior brother, you expose my background. How can I get along with him in the future? Tang Zhenhua no longer said anything and turned his head to the side. Lan Xuanyu said, eldest senior brother, what should I do now? Qin Chanan said, you write down the detailed cultivation method here and form a special text. I will help you send it to the review. Once it passes the review, it will appear on the yellow exchange list, and then you just have to wait. Okay. Lan Xuanyu began to fill in the specific exchange item registration form that Qin Chanan called out. Qin Chanan deliberately avoided the content and did not look at it. When you're done, click Save. The Soul Guidance Smart Brain had long been developed very well. There was no need to write by hand at all. It was done on the Smart Brain. After a while, Lan Xuanyu finished writing. This was what he realized yesterday, so it was naturally incomparably easy to write. It was easy. Little junior brother, are you sure? You need to pay a yellow badge before you can send it to the review. Qin Chanan reminded Lan Xuanyu again. He knew that the badges of new students were very precious. But how could he know that the current Lan Xuanyu could be regarded as rich and overbearing? Lan Xuanyu had more than 20 yellow badges, and this was the number after returning Qian Lei and Lu Feng's badges. After paying a yellow badge to Qin Chanan, Lan Xuanyu looked at the exchange list again. In addition to cultivation methods and some strange information, there were also some cultivation resources. Among them, there were rare metals, rare ingredients, various heaven and earth treasures that were more than 100 years old, and so on. White exchange list the best ones were the 1,000-year-old heaven and earth treasures, and each of them had a detailed description of their effects at the back. Flipping through the pages, Lan Xuanyu was a little dazzled. There were so many good things. Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu saw an exchange item. Exchange target, 1 liter of Sea God Lake water, exchange price grid, a white badge, remark, the water of Sea God Lake has been soaked in the life energy of the eternal tree for tens of thousands of years. Moist, with rich and pure life energy, almost liquefied life energy. Whether it was drunk or used to clean the body, it was of great benefit to the Soul Master's body. Recommended drinking, has the ability to clean the body impurities, has the magical effect of improving physical fitness. A liter of Sea God Lake water costs a white badge? This is too expensive. Sea God Lake can't be seen at a glance. The border, I don't know how deep it is. The water in it is more than 100 million tons, and a liter costs a white badge. It's simply too good at making money. Senior brother, is this Sea God Lake's water worth it? Sea God Lake is right next to the academy, go and get some yourself. Can't I? Lan Xuanyu asked Qin Chanan. Qin Chanan said, then go and try it. The Sea God's Lake is protected by an array of soul tools, but that thing doesn't know. After many improvements, even the protective barrier on the Federation Space Fleet's mothership may not be comparable. Without the Academy's permission, you can't get a drop of Sea God Lake's water. Moreover, this remark is not exaggerated at all. After tens of thousands of years, the life energy emitted by the eternal tree has already soaked Sea God Lake. Sea God Lake's water is called the water of life. Do you know how much this thing is worth outside? A liter of Sea God Lake's water is worth 10,000 Federation coins or 1,000 Douluo coins, and this is still priceless. Because the Academy doesn't allow it at all. The export of Sea God Lake's water is a benefit of our Academy. That's what I suggested you do. You should have. If you have an affinity with life energy, the benefits of drinking it will be even greater, because there is no waste at all. Anyway, I'm drinking this now, 1 liter a day, it will definitely help your body improve. Speaking of this, he said with some envy, those particularly rich seniors even use Sea God Lake's water bath, that's a real luxury. Lan Xuanxia blinked, glanced at Tang Zhenhua, and said, then I'll try exchanging for a liter? Don't do that. You exchange for the one on the yellow list and cultivate in Sea God Lake for an hour. Tang Zhenhua suddenly said. Huh? Qin Chanan was taken aback. Teacher, that's the yellow one that's known as the least worth exchanging. Change the program. You need 3 yellow emblems to cultivate for an hour. How much Sea God Lake water can you exchange for? Although it's not enough for a bath, it's enough for a month. What do you know, he has an affinity with life energy. Whether it's worth soaking in Sea God Lake to cultivate depends on himself. How much life energy can he absorb? If he can absorb enough, it's worth it. Tang Zhenhua said indifferently. He said. I'll exchange for this. Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation. Was it worth it for Lan Xuanyu to exchange for this? Of course it was worth it. No matter how bad his math was, he could still do the math. He had to come over. After last night's cultivation, it didn't take long for the life energy contained in a black badge to be absorbed. It was completely absorbed by him. He didn't think it was an hour. Although that does not represent the full value of a black badge, it is definitely far more than 3. That's the value of the yellow emblem. Moreover, if the life energy in the Sea God Lake is almost infinite, he can. If he completely let himself absorb, although it was not clear how much life energy he could absorb in an hour, it would definitely be enough. It would exceed the amount on the black badge. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to find enough life energy. Qin Chanan suddenly understood and said, I see. If junior brother's life energy affinity is high enough. In that case, it was indeed worth a try. Little junior brother, do you want to exchange for this? Let's exchange for this. Teacher was cultivating in the Sea God Lake and cultivating beside the black emblem. Is the difference in life energy concentration big? Lan Xuanyu asked Tang Zhenhua. The corners of Tang Zhenhua's mouth twitched. He glanced at Qin Chanan, whose eyes were wide open, and coughed. He said, it must be better in the Sea God Lake. The black badge is just a small root that fell from the eternal tree. A branch. The Sea God Lake is directly connected to the eternal tree. The water of life is not called for nothing. Qin Chanan now had the idea of strangling the junior brother in front of him. Black emblem? Where did he get the black emblem, a black emblem to assist in cultivation? How could a new student have this thing? There was no doubt that it was given by the teacher. Wasn't he also a disciple of the teacher? The difference in treatment was too big. Tang Zhenhua felt that he was about to be drowned by the resentful little eyes of his eldest disciple. He coughed again and said, I'll borrow your mecha later. But this time, if it's damaged again, you fix it and send it back. Otherwise. Humph. Yes, thank you, teacher. Qin Chanan was overjoyed and felt that Lan Xuanyu was much more pleasing to the eye. Tang Zhenhua turned his head to look at Lan Xuanyu and said, you have a physique with life energy affinity, so you don't need to exchange for it for the time being. Other heaven and earth treasures. If it's not a heaven and earth treasure that is more than 10,000 years old, in fact, it can only replenish energy. It's enough to affect the essence, so it doesn't mean much. You might as well just purely absorb life energy to assist in cultivation. You first try to cultivate in the Sea God Lake for an hour. If the effect is good, you can absorb the life energy of the life energy every once in a while. After all the life energy absorbed before is consumed, you can try again. Yes, thank you, teacher. Lan Xuanyu took out 2 yellow emblems and 4 white emblems without hesitation. Emblems. With the teacher here, he could get a 20% discount. He couldn't forget this. Qin Chanan helped him with the exchange procedures and gave him a blue crystal-like exchange badge. There were the words Sea God on it. With this, he could enter the Sea God Lake from a special entrance, provided that he could cultivate by the lakeside, but he couldn't swim into the lake. There was a special training ground by the lake. Lan Xuanyu carefully looked at the white exchange list and the yellow exchange list again before leaving with Tang Zhenhua. Leaving the exchange center. Teacher, what are we learning in the afternoon? Lan Xuanyu asked Tang Zhenhua. Tang Zhenhua said faintly, for you, the most important thing is to improve your cultivation and go directly to the Sea God Lake. Cultivate. I'll go with you and see the results of your cultivation to determine whether it's worth exchanging next time. Change. If there's a problem, I can also help you take a look. Thank you, teacher, for your care. Lan Xuanyu was really grateful to Tang Zhenhua from the bottom of his heart. Although he only acknowledged Tang Zhenhua as his teacher for a day, Tang Zhenhua was really good to him. Tang Zhenhua curled his lips and said, "Don't be happy too early. I'm asking for something in return for what I give you. Teacher's face is counting on you in the future. When the end of the year assessment comes, if you can't get first place, you don't recognize me as your teacher." Oh. Lan Xuanyu felt a little pressured, but pressure was also a motivation, especially after last night's cultivation. After that, he could be said to be full of motivation now. He felt that after last night's cultivation, his soul power should have increased by almost 1 level. If he could keep cultivating at this speed, it wouldn't take many days to reach rank 30. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that the surrounding light became dim. The next moment, the scenery around him whoosh. Whoosh. He didn't see what happened at all. 10 seconds later, he was brought to Tang Zhenhua. He was taken to another place. Rich life energy rushed to his face, and in front of him was a forest with a faint water vapor pervading. However, after the forest should be the Sea God Lake. Tang Zhenhua walked in front, and Lan Xuanyu hurriedly followed and passed through the forest. What appeared in front of them was a small wooden house. The wooden house had a yard, and then there was the endless Sea God Lake and the towering eternal tree. The clear water of the lake, the huge tree of eternity, and the simple wooden house combined together to create a strange feeling. Sense of beauty. The door of the wooden house opened, and a clear voice came from inside. "It's a pleasure to have friends from afar. Encounter Ghost, how do you have time to come here?" A person walked out of the wooden house, dressed in white, completely opposite to Tang Zhenhua's sloppy appearance. This person's clothes could be described as spotless. His long black hair was neatly combed behind his head. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a straight nose, and a square mouth. He seemed to be about the same age as Qin Chanan, but his pair of deep eyes were as deep as the ocean. Like a vast ocean, it was unforgettable. "Tang Yu, do you want to die?" Tang Zhenhua said coldly. Still so irritable, no wonder. At this point, the man called Tang Yu by Tang Zhenhua didn't continue to speak, because he had clearly felt that the person in front of him was about to explode. "Hey, brother Zhenhua, what are you doing here?" Tang Yu waved his hand. There was already a fan in his hand. He fanned himself with a leisurely look on his face. "He's my new disciple. Xian Yu, greets teacher Tang Yu." Tang Zhenhua pointed to Lan Xian beside him. "Xian Yu." Lan Xuanyu hurriedly took 2 steps forward and said, "Hello, teacher." Tang Yu looked at him and suddenly had a feeling that his eyes lit up. He thought to himself, this young man is good. Spirit. Tang Yu had always liked cleanliness and good-looking people, so when he saw Lan Xuanyu, he immediately had a good impression of him. Yu's favorable impression of him increased greatly, and he said, "Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you sloppy ghost to have such an eye. However, this child, I'm afraid it's a bit of a waste for him to be with you. How about transferring him to me?" Hearing his words, Tang Zhenhua surprisingly didn't get angry. Instead, he said in surprise, "What? Are you ready to go out and accept a disciple?" Tang Yu waved his fan and said, I'm just saying. I just feel that this child is a bit of a pity to be with you. Forget about accepting a disciple, don't you know my personality? I'm used to being lazy. How can I have the time to teach students? Drink a little wine every day, take care of Sea God Lake, and live a simple life. It's a life that even an immortal wouldn't change. Tang Zhenhua curled his lips and said, You're such an unambitious person. Okay, my disciple will take an hour of cultivation in Sea God Lake. Hurry up and lead the way, don't waste our time. Tang Yu looked at Lan Xuanyu in surprise. 3 yellow emblems? This child is a new student, right? Where did he get the emblems? You didn't give them to him, did you? The rules can't be broken. Tang Zhenhua said righteously, Am I that kind of person? I'm just afraid that a suspicious guy like you will mess around. That's why I brought him here personally. The emblems are all his own gains. My disciple is one of them. My disciple is this year's champion, so what if he gets 3 yellow emblems? Tang Yu glanced at him and said, The champion can go to your place? That person in your family also agreed? Tang Zhenhua seemed to be satisfied with the words, that person in your family, and his eyes eased a lot. He said, That's right. Although we're not together in name, our hearts are still together. How could he not listen to me and not side with me? Tang Yu curled his lips. If you have the ability to say the same thing when she's around, then I'll give in to you. Follow me. Okay. As he spoke, he turned around and walked into the wooden house. Tang Zhenhua also walked in with Lan Xuanyu. Walking into the wooden house, Lan Xuanyu discovered that the decorations in the wooden house were mainly made of wood, which was elegant and fresh. There were some flower arrangements and decorations on the table. The utensils on the table were all green porcelain. The faint aroma of wine wafted out. What surprised Lan Xuanyu the most was that when he walked into the wooden house, he suddenly felt as if he had entered another world. He felt as if everything in the outside world was different from here. It seemed to be soul power fluctuations, but he didn't feel them. Fa could feel it clearly. Don't feel it too carefully. Your level isn't high enough, so it's easy for you to be devoured. The shield here has energy. His level is too high. Tang Zhenhua raised his hand and patted Lan Xuanyu on the shoulder. Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a wave of pressure. A warm current flowed through his entire body, and the strange feeling from before weakened significantly. Tang Yu glanced back at them, but didn't say anything. He walked to the innermost part of the wooden house and raised his hand to push. Lan Xuanyu discovered that there was a door on the inside of the wooden house. The moment the wooden door opened, a strong wave of extremely melancholy, and even rich enough to make it difficult to breathe, rushed towards them. Lan Xuanyu was sluggish, and his body suddenly lit up with a layer of green light. The bloodline vortex in his chest seemed to have awakened. It trembled violently for a moment, and then began to greedily absorb this life energy. Tang Yu was really surprised this time, life energy affinity physique? As he spoke, he raised his head. As he spoke, he grabbed Lan Xuanyu with his hand. Tang Zhenhua immediately slapped his hand away. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. This is my disciple. What do you want? Tang Yu looked at Tang Zhenhua, and then looked at Lan Xuanyu. His originally gentle face suddenly became a little gloomy. Chen, how come I didn't know that there was a student with a life energy affinity physique among this batch of new students? The outer court. Why didn't you report it? Tang Zhenhua said somewhat proudly, There are a lot of things you don't know. The outer court didn't report that you were looking for them. Go. Hurry up and get out of the way, and do things according to the rules. Tang Yu didn't say much, just frowned and got out of the way. Tang Zhenhua pulled Lan Xuanyu and led him out of the wooden house. The moment Lan Xuanyu stepped out of the wooden house, he felt that the whole world seemed to have changed. Everything in front of him seemed to have turned jade green, even the jade blue water of the Sea God Lake. Here. In his line of sight, the surface of Sea God Lake was suspended with a layer of incomparably thick green light. This light was surging like a tide. Further away, the tree of eternity had also turned into a huge emerald green tree. The trunk of the tree was extremely clear, shining with a green light, as if it was carved out of top-grade jade. Yes. But in this world, how could there be such a huge jade? The rich life energy made it difficult for him to breathe, but his whole body seemed to be cheering. Yes. Just standing here, he had the same feeling as when he was cultivating last night. The life energy here. Although it was not as pure as the instantaneous eruption of the black emblem, the total amount was too huge. Before, senior brother said that the water of Sea God Lake was the water of life. This was the real water of life. Ah. Now Lan Xuanyu felt that a white emblem for a liter of water of life was definitely not expensive. When he returned home, he would suggest Qian Lei and Lu Feng to exchange for it. Tang Zhenhua no longer paid attention to Tang Yu, but pulled Lan Xuanyu to the lake. He pointed to the water of the lake. He pointed at the water lily leaves and said, "Choose one by yourself, don't worry about the leaf sinking, it will let you soak your body in the lake, and then quickly cultivate. I will watch you, don't worry about anything, as much as possible. Go and absorb the life energy, it doesn't matter if you eat too much, let's go back and digest it, understand?" As he spoke, he took out the blue emblem in Lan Xuanyu's hand and threw it to Tang Yu. Lan Xuanyu couldn't hold back for a long time. Hearing this, he immediately took a step forward and jumped directly onto a water lily leaf. The whole huge water lily leaf slowly sank, and a cold feeling instantly spread all over Lan Xuanyu's body. In an instant, Lan Xuanyu's whole body was dyed green, even his eyes were the same. He only felt that the extremely rich life energy instantly surrounded him. The feeling he had last night returned in an instant. Here it comes, the bloodline vortex in his chest began to operate frantically, swallowing the surrounding life energy. Lan Xuanyu's body also began to swell rapidly, which made him tremble unconsciously. Tang Yu cried out, "Not good, let him come up. This kid's affinity with life energy is too high. He can't absorb so much at once. He will explode." Tang Yu wasn't the only one who felt something was wrong. When Tang Zhenhua saw Lan Xuanyu's body swell up, he was also startled, and raised his hand to grab him. But the moment his palm touched Lan Xuanyu's head, suddenly, a low dragon roar sounded. The sound came out of Lan Xuanyu's body, and Tang Zhenhua and Tang Yu both felt a sudden palpitation in their hearts. Tang Zhenhua's palm paused for a moment. Then they found that Lan Xuanyu's body no longer continued to swell, and a faint gold and silver light appeared in his body. It emerged from his body, and at his chest, the gold and silver light swirled at high speed in the shape of a vortex. At the same time, wisps of white air began to emerge and were inhaled by him from the pores all over his body. His body had stabilized and was no longer trembling, and only now was the part below his chest completely immersed in the water of Sea God Lake. "Is this stabilized?" Tang Zhenhua turned his head to look at Tang Yu. Because Lan Xuanyu had a physique with life energy affinity, Tang Zhenhua guessed that cultivating in Sea God Lake would have great benefits for Lan Xuanyu. There would be great benefits, but he didn't expect the effects to be so good. Tang Yu came to Tang Zhenhua's side in a big stride, and without caring that he was dirty, he grabbed his collar. He grabbed his collar and roared, "What's this kid's life energy affinity?" Tang Zhenhua was taken aback for a moment. "I don't know. Shouldn't you know better than me in this regard?" Tang Yu's eyes widened. "You don't know? You dare to bring him to me if you don't know? You don't know. You don't know, you almost killed him just now. If he was directly blown up by life energy, you would be a sinner. My teacher won't let you go. Judging from the reaction just now, this child's life energy affinity is at least 90% and above. Do you know what this means? It means that his life energy affinity is even higher than mine. His compatibility level is even higher than mine. He might even reach the level of my teacher." "Huh? Can it reach the level of Master Shu? That's impossible, right?" Tang Zhenhua was also a little confused. "What's impossible about it?" "You keep an eye on him for me, don't let anything happen to him, I'll go now. Invite the teacher over." That's great, that's great. Our lineage finally has a successor." With that, he was about to leave. He was about to leave. Tang Zhenhua hurriedly grabbed Tang Yu and said anxiously, "Brother Yu, you can't. If you bring your teacher over, if Shering is here, then what should I do? This is my disciple, you can't snatch him. Where can I go to reason with you, go." Tang Yu said angrily, cut the crap. Do you know how big a life energy affinity of more than 90% is, meaning? Let me tell you, this is a big deal that can be discussed in the Sea God Pavilion. Even if you invite your teacher over, it won't matter. This child can only belong to our life school. After saying that, he slapped Tang Zhenhua's hand away, and soul rings lit up under his feet, 6 black and 3 red, 9 soul rings. His soul ring appeared, and in the next moment, he had already shot out like an arrow, heading straight for the eternal tree. He flew in the direction of the eternal tree. As he flew, layers of green light rose from below and surrounded his body. Surrounding him, a pair of green-gold wings loomed behind him. Looking at his departing figure, Tang Zhenhua suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did I do this to myself, shoot myself in the foot? I wanted to take advantage of him, but the loss outweighed the gain. What should I do? No. We can't let them take him away just like that. As he spoke, he quickly raised his left hand and pressed on his soul guidance communicator, dialing it. Letter. Soon, a cold voice came from the other side. What are you doing? Wifey. Hey, don't hang up. Tang Zhenhua had only said 2 words when the other side hung up. Lead communicator. He hurriedly dialed the number again, but it didn't go through. The call was hung up again. Tang Zhenhua was speechless, but this was a matter of great importance, so he could only call again and again. On the 7th time, the call finally got through. Tang Zhenhua, what are you doing? A roar came from the other side. In the office of the Dean of the Outer Court, Qian Lei, who was kneeling stiffly and his mind was already a little confused, was suddenly struck by a strange feeling. An angry roar woke him up. He shuddered and blurted out, I didn't do anything. I wasn't talking about you. Ying Luohong said snappily. On the other side, Tang Zhenhua said anxiously, Dean, this is bad. There is one thing you must help me with. This time he didn't dare to call her wifey. The anger on Ying Luohong's face disappeared, and she showed a suspicious look, because she knew Tang Zhenhua too well. Yes, this guy was very arrogant and rarely showed such a pleading posture. What's wrong? Tang Zhenhua said solemnly, there is a situation I want to tell you. You remember Lan Xuanyu, right? He has a physique with life energy affinity. Huh? Ying Luohong was stunned. Physique with life energy affinity? Are you sure? During the physical examination, he seemed to have who didn't notice this. Wait, his blood test does seem to have a very strange reaction to life energy. Yes, it seems to be able to devour life energy. What's wrong? Are you going to find the life school to test him? Is it the level of affinity? I suggest you don't. Students with a physique with life energy affinity are very rare now. If they find out, they will probably snatch him from you. Tang Zhenhua smiled bitterly. That's the problem. I didn't expect his life energy affinity to be so high. So I let him exchange for an hour of cultivation in the Sea God Lake. I originally planned to take advantage of him. Who knew that this kid changed as soon as he entered the Sea God Lake? Immediately, he explained the situation just now. Listening to his story, Ying Luohong's eyes became bigger and bigger, and finally, she exploded. Her voice could be heard almost throughout the entire teaching building. Are you a pig? You are a pig. Ying Luohong roared at her soul communicator. She couldn't control herself at all. I don't understand, how can a person's brain become like this? How can you do this kind of thing? Come. If he is snatched away, I won't let you off. You wait there, even if Master Shu comes, I won't let them take him away. I'm going now. Ying Luohong was really angered to death by Tang Zhenhua. Don't worry. Tang Zhenhua tried to keep his soul communicator as far away from his ear as possible. He said, I didn't expect it to be like this, but just now Tang Yu said that the person with such a high affinity will be taken away by the Sea God Pavilion conference. What should I do? Ying Luohong said angrily, bullshit, I'll see who can snatch my outer court student. I'll call the teacher. If so, wait for me over there. After saying that, she hung up the soul communicator and rushed out like a gust of wind. Qian Lei was still kneeling there. At this moment, he was a lot more sober and murmured, what they said just now, good. It's like Xianyu. Lan Xuanyu was completely unaware of everything that was happening in the outside world. At this moment, he was completely immersed in life. In the sea of energy. After last night's exploration, when his body began to be propped up, he immediately used yesterday's heaven's cultivation method, through the transformation of the seven-colored energy in his bloodline vortex, turned the excessive life energy into his own soul power, and then let the soul power circulate according to the method of the mysterious heaven skill to form a cycle. Soon, he felt that he was completely immersed in the incomparably rich life energy. He entered a wonderful state. His bloodline was greedily absorbing the life energy to replenish itself, but the speed of digestion was limited. The overflowing life energy was transformed into soul power. During this transformation process, although the effect was quite good, that's right, but the converted soul power is more basic and unstable. Under his control, it melted. His original soul power had to be compressed. Even so, it was still many times faster than when he was cultivating in the past. He deliberately focused his attention on the seven-colored light spot in the middle of his bloodline vortex. This time, he was finished. He was completely sure that he was subtly improving. Although the improvement was very slow, it was indeed accumulating. Ah! That was enough. The life energy in Sea God Lake was endless, and he didn't need to worry about there being no life energy to absorb. Collect. His self-created cultivation method had finally formed a cycle. This feeling was really wonderful. His strength was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a flash of light, there was one more person beside Tang Zhenhua. It was Ying Luohong. As soon as she arrived, Ying Luohong raised her foot and kicked Tang Zhenhua's butt. Are you stupid? Aren't you a fool? Don't you know that you are walking into a trap? Tang Zhenhua had a bitter face and didn't fight back, saying, how would I know? You are doing the body test. Why didn't you test his life energy affinity when you were testing him? Ying Luohong said angrily, that was tested after he entered the school. Who knew that you would get him to the Sea God Lake so quickly, cultivating in the Divine Lake? As she spoke, she looked at Lan Xuanyu. She immediately saw Lan Xuanyu sitting in the lake. His whole body was flickering with a dark green light, and standing on the shore, she could feel that this kid was swallowing and spitting life energy. Although this amount was nothing compared to their cultivation, it was still a touring soul master. Speaking of which, he had absorbed too much of it. The key point was that Lan Xuanyu had absorbed so much life energy, but his body hadn't been stretched open yet. It was simply a miracle. I really want to slice this kid up for research. Hurry up, get him out and take him away. Ying Luohong said. She said without hesitation. Take him away? It's not even an hour yet. Tang Zhenhua said. Ying Luohong said angrily, you are simply an idiot. What time is it? Do you have to wait for Master Shu to pass? Can't he come? Let's get him back first, then negotiate. He fell into their hands, and you still want him back? Tang Zhenhua suddenly realized, that's right. Let's go back first. This kid's lost emblems. Let's talk about it later. What did he lose? At his absorption speed, the life energy he absorbs in a minute is worth more than that. 3 yellow emblems. Ying Luohong said in a bad mood. Tang Zhenhua no longer hesitated, and stretched out his hand to make a grabbing motion towards Lan Xuanyu. At this moment, a green light suddenly surged in the water of Sea God Lake, and then a green light drilled out. The green light balls turned into a barrier, blocking Tang Zhenhua's palm. Don't touch him. An old voice sounded, and in the next moment, from the green light wall, 2 people walked out. Their figures turned from virtual to real, and quietly came to the shore. One of them was Tang Yu, while the other was wearing a dark green robe, with white hair and a white beard. His face was as delicate as a baby's, and his white eyebrows drooped from both sides, looking kind. Master Shu. Seeing this, Ying Luohong's face suddenly became ugly, but she still followed Tang Zhenhua. She bowed respectfully to the person in front of her. Master Shu said indifferently, long time no see, little Hong. I heard that you are already the dean of the outer court. Yes. Ying Luohong agreed. Master Shu didn't look at Lan Xuanyu, but smiled indifferently and said, you two go back. This kid is good. Just give him to this old man. Our life school hasn't had a newcomer join for a long time. I didn't expect this old man to years later. I met a successor with such a high affinity for life energy. In the future, he can be my successor. Someone's here. You need to read books to enter the Ultimate Douluo physical book group. 210121 Network Update Fastest Backup Group 7756577029 Ing Luohong and Tang Zhenhua's faces suddenly became extremely ugly. Tang Zhenhua couldn't help but say, "Tree, old man, how are you dying? With your cultivation, as long as nothing unexpected happens, it won't be a problem for you to live for another few thousand years. This is my disciple. Our Interstellar Command Department only has one student this year. Please don't fight with the younger generation." "Yes." Master Shu glanced at him. "You still know that you're a junior?" With just this sentence, Tang Zhenhua was left speechless. Master Shu's seniority in the Shrek Academy was extremely high. Not to mention him, almost everyone in the academy was his junior. Tang Yu was younger than Tang Zhenhua by more than 10 years, but he was not afraid of Tang Zhenhua at all. Because he was a teacher with a very high seniority, Master Shu was the head of the Shrek Academy's life school. This person had a particularly good discipline. He was used to overprotective. Therefore, there was no third generation in his school. According to his original words, as long as he was still alive, those who joined the life school were all his disciples. Therefore, all the descendants of the life school had frighteningly high seniority, which made the other sides of the academy criticize endlessly. Master Shu was such an existence who did things his own way. However, his importance in the Shrek Academy was unquestionable. There was no doubt. Tang Zhenhua glanced at Ing Luohong, and gave her an inquiring look. Ing Luohong returned his gaze, and then said in a gentle tone, "Master Shu, what do you think about this? Okay. Our academy has its rules. If you want someone, I can't object, but we have to go through the procedure. First, we have to remove him from the outer courts list. But this child is really a little too outstanding. He is. He is the champion of this batch of new students, and he is also recorded in the inner court. I can't make a decision on my own. I need to inform the inner court before I can assign him to your side. Look, can you give me a little time first, okay?" Master Shu looked at Ing Luohong with a smile that was not a smile, stroked his white beard with his hand, and said, "No need. All right. This old man will naturally talk to the inner court. That's it, you can go. Tang Yu, take your little Sher with you. Little brother, let's go back to the inner court." Tang Zhenhua was speechless. How did this Lan Xuanyu become Tang Yu's little junior brother? His own disciple and himself were of the same generation? He now felt that Ing Luohong's scolding of him before was not wrong at all. He was an idiot, especially stupid. At this moment, a low voice suddenly sounded, "Master Shu, wait." As the voice came, the surrounding green mist suddenly dispersed, and a thunderous roar sounded. Hearing this voice, even Master Shu's expression changed a little. In the next moment, a blue-purple light descended from the sky, and there was already one more person beside Ing Luohong. When this person came, whether it was Ing Luohong or Tang Zhenhua, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They secretly thought that a pillar of support had come. "Teacher." Ing Luohong bowed respectfully. Tang Zhenhua also hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, "Dean Wang." The person who came snorted coldly, glanced at Tang Zhenhua, and said, "Useless thing." Tang Zhenhua's expression stiffened, but he didn't dare to refute. The person who came was 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a broad back. His face was as resolute as a knife, and his eyebrows were sword-like. He looked to be about 40 years old, and his sturdy body stood there like a mountain. As soon as he came out, the surrounding life energy scattered in all directions as if it had collapsed, and only Lan Xuanyu's body still had obvious life energy remaining. Looking at the person who came, Master Shu snorted coldly, "Wang Tianyu, are you trying to show off your power to this old man?" Wang Tianyu said with a calm expression, "Old Shu, you are making a big fuss, your movements are too big. As the Vice Dean of the Inner Court of Shrek, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion, why can't I come and take a look?" Master Shu's expression changed. "Wang Tianyu, what do you mean?" Wang Tianyu said coldly, "The rules of the academy cannot be broken. Since this child is already an outer court student, even if he enters your life school, it will be after he graduates from the outer court. He still has to choose for himself. How can he be taken away just because you said so? Without basic learning, his foundation is not solid. How can he become a pillar in the future? Master Shu's expression turned ugly, and he said, "You mean that this old man can't teach a good disciple?" "I didn't say that, don't admit it yourself," Wang Tianyu said in an incomparably domineering manner. Ying Luohong stood obediently behind her teacher. Where was the strong model she had when she scolded Tang Zhenhua earlier? How? She secretly gave her teacher a thumbs up in her heart. Her teacher was really mighty and domineering. In the academy, there weren't many people who dared to not give Master Shu face, and her teacher was one of them. Right. Who asked the two of them to have opposite attributes? Master Shu's wood attribute was most afraid of her teacher's kind. Heh. Heh. Of course she wouldn't come unprepared. She also knew very well that she couldn't convince Master Shu by herself. So she had already called for reinforcements. Master Shu narrowed his eyes slightly. Wang Tianyu, do you still know how to respect the elderly and respect the wise? Wang Tianyu said indifferently, ever since someone cheated me of my things, I haven't treated someone as an old man. No one saw it. Master Shu was furious. He raised his hand, and his finger almost touched Wang Tianyu's nose. He scolded, "Stinking brat, even your teacher doesn't dare to talk to me like this. Do you believe that I won't beat you up?" "I don't believe that you dare to do it." Wang Tianyu nodded and said, "Yes, of course I can't fight back. You are an elder, but what if there's a bit of self-rebound damage and so on? You should also be careful, don't hurt your old arms and legs." Master Shu was so angry that his beard was crooked. He turned his head to Tang Yu and said, look at these young people now. Are they not decent? Poor me, I have worked hard for Shrek for thousands of years, and I have cultivated these heartless people. I want to propose a Sea God Pavilion meeting. Wang Tianyu, just you wait. After saying that, a green light flashed under his feet, and he disappeared in an instant. Wang Tianyu was also slightly taken aback by Master Shu's sudden departure. This person was usually very difficult to deal with. He didn't seem to be easy to talk to just because he was older, but he didn't expect him to compromise so quickly. Wang Tianyu was ready for further argument. Master Shu left, but Tang Yu stayed behind. Tang Yu's expression was a little awkward, and he smiled apologetically. Dean, look at this mess. Get lost. Wang Tianyu said in annoyance. Okay. Tang Yu turned around and flew straight in the direction of the eternal tree. Seeing that they were all gone, Ying Luohong breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, Teacher, when did Master Shu become so easy to talk to? Wang Tianyu said angrily, it would be strange if he was easy to talk to, there must be some conspiracy. Also, your outer court, what's going on? You can't reduce the investigation just because the possibility of special circumstances is low. I'll add the life energy affinity. It's my mistake, I'm sorry, teacher. Ying Luohong said with shame. Forget it, it's not a big deal. With me here, I'll see who dares to snatch him. Wang Tianyu said. Tang Zhenhua hesitated for a moment, and asked, Dean Wang, if we hold a Sea God Pavilion meeting? Wang Tianyu glanced at him, what does it have to do with you? Sea God Pavilion meeting, do you really think that someone will complain to him? He's often indecent, how many people has he offended? As for his high life energy affinity, that will have to wait. This child will have to graduate from the outer court first. If he graduates from the outer court, you still can't keep this child's heart. Get the hell out of here. Also, Tang Zhenhua, do you still remember what I said to you last time? Hearing his words, Tang Zhenhua's expression changed drastically, and he turned around and ran without hesitation. Wang Tianyu waved his hand, and the surrounding air suddenly became violent, and a blue-purple cage appeared out of thin air. Tang Zhenhua was put inside, and in the next moment, he disappeared with the cage, leaving only Ying Luohong alone. A hint of worry flashed in Ying Luohong's eyes, but it was soon replaced by anger. She said angrily, alive. He deserves a beating. Teacher said last time that I should beat him up every time I see him. After thinking for a moment, she muttered, will I beat him up too hard? After an unknown amount of time, Lan Xuanyu only felt that the meridians in his entire body were somewhat swollen and painful. He woke up from his meditation state. Looking inside, he was shocked to find that the bloodline vortex in his chest had already stagnated. No, it's not that it's not moving, but it's moving very slowly. How can I describe that feeling? He had eaten too much. No, it was the feeling of eating too much. Not only that, but the soul power in his body was also abnormally full, and his meridians were completely opened, as if they were being torn apart. The pain kept coming, and it was obvious that his body couldn't hold on any longer. Even so, his body was still absorbing the life energy around him. With a thought, Lan Xuanyu hurriedly cut off his communication with the external life force and opened his eyes. It was pitch black outside, scaring Lan Xuanyu. He almost thought that he had gone blind. Fortunately, he saw it. Only when he saw the eternal tree in the distance emitting a dark green light did he come back to his senses. Is it already dark? Is it already night time? He remembered that he came here right after noon. It's been more than an hour. He hurriedly jumped up and landed on the shore amidst the splashing sound of water. You're finally awake. A somewhat plaintive voice faintly sounded. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly turned around and was immediately shocked. He shouted, "Ghost!" Pa! A slap landed on his head, knocking him to the ground. Who's the ghost? Who's the ghost? Why, if it weren't for you, you little bastard, would I have become like this? Tang Zhenhua was not only unkempt now, but also had a bloody nose and a swollen face. His hair was burnt black, and there were wounds all over his body. Not to mention, even her clothes were torn in many places. She looked like she couldn't be more miserable. But the one who beat him said that if he dared to find a healing-type soul master to treat his external injuries, then beat him up. That person was in existence who would do what he said. Tang Zhenhua didn't dare to treat his injuries. Teacher, I was wrong, I really didn't see it. Lan Xuanyu had also reacted at this time. Yes. Tang Zhenhua pulled him up and felt the changes in his body. His eyes suddenly became surprised. Good fellow, your soul overflowed. You said at Qin Chanan's place. Really, can you really do it? Yes. It's possible. I can convert the excess life energy into soul through the twin martial souls. Soul power. Teacher, what's wrong with me? Why do I feel bloated and painful? Lan Xuanyu asked. Tang Zhenhua said, this is because your soul power increased too much, causing your meridians to be unable to bear it. However, life energy itself can strengthen our physical fitness. It's just that you increased too much at once, so there's this. It was a decent question. After you go back, don't cultivate anymore, let your body digest it first. Wait until your soul power can recultivate according to the method of the mysterious heaven skill, then compress it according to the cultivation method, and become your normal soul power. This energy will be stable. You kid, you've earned a lot this time, cultivating in the lake for 5 hours. If it weren't for today's special situation, you definitely wouldn't have been able to take such a big advantage. I estimate that today I've collected enough for you to digest for a month. After you've digested it, I estimate that you won't be far from thriring. Let's go. Okay. As he spoke, he quickly left the lake with Lan Xuanyu. And Lan Xuanyu didn't see Lan Xuanyu since he came out. He didn't see Tang Yu again. Because of his appearance, after Tang Zhenhua left the lake, he left Lan Xuanyu alone. Okay. Looking at the teacher's quickly leaving figure, Lan Xuanyu was actually a little confused at this time. What's going on? Who beat the teacher like this, and he said that he was beaten for him? Look, come, the teacher's personal combat power is actually not very strong. However, he was still very happy. Just as Tang Zhenhua said, his harvest this time was really two-hound. The life energy and soul power in his body had reached a saturated state. This kind of cultivation speed was simply a pleasant surprise. After absorbing all the life energy, he wouldn't be far from thriring. Lan Xuanyu secretly clenched his fist. And on the other side, Jian Lei finally couldn't hold on anymore. From the time he came to Ying Luohong's place to kneel until now, it had already been 36 hours. Qianlei's spirit blurred several times, and he almost fell to the ground several times, but was forcibly controlled by his remaining consciousness. Stopped. Every time he felt that he was about to reach his limit, a voice seemed to appear in his mind, calling him, making him feel as if he had returned to the time of the comprehensive assessment, making him remember that he wanted to help his companions, but couldn't do anything for them. This feeling was simply too unbearable. It stimulated him again and again, and that was why he was so excited. Persist until now. Luohong didn't sleep, sitting on the sofa not far away. 24 hours was actually just a joke. Her array here was mainly to stimulate the spirit power, thus promoting the growth of spiritual power. This array, even for a soul master of her cultivation level, had a certain helping effect. Originally, she only wanted to see what the limits of this little fatty were. Judging from all the previous tests, she could tell. But in this way, it would inevitably cause physical overdraft. This kind of overdraft would undoubtedly be good for his spiritual level, digging out his potential deeply, but at the same time, it would also cause some damage to his body. If he didn't properly make up for it, it would even leave behind sequelae. In this regard, Luohong just let it be. She just wanted to see how long this little fatty could last in the end. After 36 hours, Qianlei's body was already on the verge of collapse. His hands had touched the ground several times, but he persevered and propped his body up again. After not ingesting any food or water for a day and a half, his load was already close to the limit. But Qianlei himself was a little clear-headed. He suddenly felt that it didn't seem so uncomfortable anymore. On the contrary, his obsession became stronger and stronger, giving him an unprecedented persistence and perseverance. He kind of liked himself in this state. At least, at this time, he felt that he wasn't a waste. Madman could pass the test of willpower, but could he? When Lu Feng came back that day, Qianlei asked himself in his heart. His answer was no, he felt that he couldn't do it. But, could he really not do it? He didn't know that he had persisted for 36 hours, but he was completely sure that it had definitely exceeded 24 hours. I can do it. I can also achieve the test of willpower. I'm not worse than Madman in this respect. His inner obsession combined with his sense of accomplishment made his heart become more and more resolute at this time. That's enough. Luohong's voice suddenly sounded. And Qianlei, who suddenly heard these 3 words, was like a deflated ball, his whole body instantly slumping to the ground. Idiot. Luohong was instantly shocked and angry. A moment ago, this fatty was still showing extraordinary perseverance. How come he couldn't do it all of a sudden? She felt that Qianlei's spiritual sea seemed to be about to collapse in an instant. Stimulated by the formation, the spiritual power gathered and attacked his spiritual sea like a ferocious tiger. He felt that his spiritual sea was showing signs of collapsing. How could this be? Of course, Luohong couldn't just watch him have problems, but the changes on the spiritual level were really too fast. Moreover, it wasn't something that could be stopped with spiritual power. Now, she had no time to find someone to rescue Qianlei. Helplessly, she flipped her wrist and a small crystal bottle appeared in her hand. There was some liquid in the crystal bottle, but not a lot. The bottle was very exquisite, like a water droplet. Luohong's face was full of reluctance, but in the end, she still pinched Qianlei's round cheeks and carefully dripped a drop of liquid from the bottle into his mouth. Then she quickly covered his mouth. This little fatty has really suffered a huge loss. I'm just squabbling with that sloppy ghost. Why am I squabbling with this fatty? This is really a loss, a loss. Luohong's face was full of heartache, but it was obviously not Qianlei who was feeling heartache. Qianlei's collapse was indeed beyond his control. When he heard Luohong's voice, he felt completely relaxed and then lost consciousness. In fact, Luohong was indeed careless. Although Qianlei already had the mental power of the spiritual sea realm, he had just broken through after all, and was not stable enough. She should have first found the medical staff to prepare, and then ended Qianlei's state. Cool, Qianlei only felt an indescribable cool feeling lingering in his consciousness. It was indescribably comfortable, really comfortable. On the second day of school, at Shrek Academy, no one was late. Only one person asked for leave. Fatty asked for leave again? Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng looked at each other with strange expressions. Since the day they moved into the dormitory, they had never seen Xianlei again. They went to knock on the door, but no one opened it. They didn't know where he went at all. If Xiaoqi hadn't said that someone had asked for leave for him, they would have really thought that Qianlei had disappeared. Lu Feng looked at Xiaoqi on the podium again, and no longer had the original hostility. Yesterday afternoon, Xiaoqi taught him a lot of things. The most important thing was that he had a goal and direction. Any ability that reaches the pinnacle can have extraordinary achievements. Speed and strength are directly proportional. When your speed reaches the extreme, you can also create miracles. Just like why the emerald demon bird can kill soul beasts that are stronger than it. But the problem is that you have to be able to control your speed first. Speed that you can't control is completely useless. So, the first lesson I want to teach you is control. If a soul master can't even control himself, then he isn't a real soul master at all. Xiaoqi's words touched Lu Feng a lot. Control, absolute speed, and a physique that could match the speed. Lan Xuanyu's feeling at this time was also very special. In his perception, there were countless tiny green light spots lingering around his body. It seemed that only he could see these light spots. They were naturally attracted by his bloodline aura, and naturally integrated into his body. This morning, he tested his soul power in his cultivation room. Rank 25. Yes, in these 2 days, his soul power had increased by 2 whole ranks, and this was under the condition that he hadn't completely controlled the absorbed soul power. If he could completely compress all the soul power, he would definitely go one step further, at least rank 26, or even rank 27, cultivating in Sea God Lake. He still had to exchange. And more importantly, how to earn more emblems. He also didn't know if the cultivation method exchange he proposed yesterday would be approved. Shrek Academy was really a magical place. After coming here, Lan Xuanyu clearly felt how different the continent's #1 academy was. Watching coldly from the sidelines, he found that every student around him was listening to the class very seriously and attentively. A sense of urgency existed in almost everyone's heart. In such an environment, who dared not to work hard? If they didn't work hard, there was the possibility of being eliminated. Lan Xuanyu now understood in his heart what kind of students could develop in Shrek Academy. Before being admitted here, it was a competition of comprehensive strength in all aspects. After truly entering Shrek Academy, it was a competition of perseverance, persistence, and more importantly, potential. In a situation where everyone worked equally hard, who could stand out, what was more important was potential. Just like Yuan and Hui and Lan Mengqin. Yuan and Hui was now at the 5-ring cultivation base, #1 in the class, and was undoubtedly a proud child of heaven. But Lan Xuanyu was more optimistic about Lan Mengqin. Lan Mengqin had twin martial souls, and under normal circumstances, her potential was definitely stronger, not to mention that her second martial soul had 4 black soul rings, and she also had a self-martial soul fusion skill. In terms of overall strength, he was afraid that she was really #1 in the class. But if it was one-on-one, Lan Xuanyu felt that the current Lan Mengqin was still not Yuan and Hui's opponent, because Yuan and Hui's purple star spirit bow had a considerable restraining effect on her 2 martial souls. Compared to them, there was still a big gap between them. However, Lan Xuanyu was now very confident in his potential. His martial soul was originally a mutation, and after another mutation, it produced a positive change. At the same time, he had no doubts about the diversity of his abilities. The first 2 abilities of the silver-patterned blue-silver grass were the control of the water and fire elements, while the golden-patterned blue-silver grass increased his own strength, giving him a feeling of dual elemental and strength cultivation. The 2 complemented each other. If it was only compared to a touring soul master, Lan Xuanyu was confident that he was invincible. The biggest problem that had troubled him before was actually his soul power, but after coming to Shrek Academy, relying on his life affinity and physique, this problem could now be solved. As long as his soul power could catch up, he believed that he would not be worse than anyone. Now he was full of energy, and without thinking about anything else, he just planned to catch up with his soul power first. After reaching rank 30, he would be able to determine the characteristics of his martial soul by looking at the changes. The most important thing was whether the color of the soul ring would change. And what was the third soul skill of the silver-patterned blue-silver grass? Relatively speaking, he didn't care too much about the third soul skill of the golden-patterned blue-silver grass. It should be an improvement in strength and body. In the previous comprehensive assessment, for the entire team, his most important ability was actually support. But who really only wanted to be a support soul master? A problem that could be solved with strength. He really didn't want to use his brain. There were 2 classes this morning, one on battle armors, and the other on basic mecha knowledge. Both belonged to the Duo Mecha Master class. The basic mecha knowledge mainly talked about the components of modern mechas, and Lan Xuanyu was also quite interested in this aspect. The most memorable thing in this class was the teacher's words, the best. Mecha should be built like a battle armor, the most suitable for oneself was the best. After the mecha teacher finished the class, before school ended at noon, Xiaoqi walked back into the classroom. This afternoon is the simulation cabin combat class. Everyone will log in according to the class schedule. When you use your account to log into Shrek for the first time, the account authority will be unblocked. Then you can get all the authority of an adult. I will arrange the content of today's combat class. In the next week, remember, you only have 1 week. You can use Douluo coins in Douluo World to exchange for Academy emblems. This is a benefit for freshmen. The exchange rate is 100 Douluo coins for a white emblem. 1500 Douluo coins for a yellow emblem. The exchange of purple emblems is not open. After a week, this exchange will be cancelled. Using Douluo coins to exchange for Shrek emblems? Upon hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. There was no doubt that everyone had entered the Douluo world, and different people had accumulated different amounts of Douluo coins. However, Lan Xuanyu had no advantage in this regard. He, Qian Lei, and Lu Feng didn't have many Douluo coins. It would be good if he could exchange them for a few white emblems. In a week, how can I earn more Douluo coins to exchange for emblems? Lan Xuanyu was worried that there was no place to earn Douluo coins. He didn't know how much noise he had caused when he was cultivating in Sea God Lake. Now he just wanted to get more yellow emblems to exchange for cultivation time in Sea God Lake. Lan Xuanyu. Just after class, Lan Xuanyu was called. The person who called him was Lan Mengqin. She was holding Dong Qianxia's hand, and the 2 women walked over together. Everyone was wearing a green Shrek school uniform. One of the 2 women was beautiful and the other was cold. Their long dark blue and white hair set off their delicate faces. They were indeed the most eye-catching scenery in the class. What's the matter? Lan Xuanyu asked with a smile. Lan Mengqin said, I know there is a special place in Douluo World for Douluo coins. Do you want to go back together? And? What do you need me to do? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Lan Mengqin said, you command. With your little soul power, what else can you do besides command? He was despised. Lan Xuanyu said calmly, okay. Then I'll take 30%. The rest is shared by everyone. Bah, you wish. That place needs strength more. Letting you command is just to let everyone gain more overall. Everyone will share it equally. Lan Mengqin said in a bad mood. Oh. Then I won't go. You guys go ahead. Lan Xuanyu didn't give any face at all and turned to leave. Lan Xuanyu, don't you have the awareness of a class leader? Isn't it your job to lead your classmates to prosperity? Lan Mengqin said. Lan Xuanyu said, no, I'm only the class leader for a month. I'm weak and can't help you much. You should find someone else. You see, the vice class leader is not bad. He's strong. Brother Xianyu, I'll follow you. Yuan and Hui walked over with a smile and directly grabbed Lan Xuanyu's sleeve. Dong Qianxiu frowned slightly. She didn't know why, but when she saw Yuan and Hui grabbing Lan Xuanyu's sleeve, she suddenly felt a little awkward. She unconsciously recalled how he turned into a girl at night. Lan Xuanyu said, okay, then let's log into Douluo World together in the afternoon and explore it to find a way to make money. That's easy. Let's go to the soul fighting tournament. The soul fighting tournament has accumulated rewards, and you can bet on yourself. It's the fastest way to make money. There are 2 ways to group the soul fighting tournament. One is by age, and the other is by cultivation base. Let's choose the age group, under the age of 20. We can definitely make money. Yuan and Hui Hui said as if she was familiar with it. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. He really didn't know much about the adult Douluo world, but obviously, Yuan and Hui Hui and Lan Mingqin knew about it. Lan Mingqin's face suddenly darkened. Little Hui Hui, are you trying to steal my business? Yuan and Hui Hui blinked and said with an innocent face, no. Aren't you unwilling to give 30% to Brother Xianyu? I'm willing. Brother Xianyu, the soul fighting tournament is divided into individual, duo, trio, 5-person, and 7-person groups. With you, me, and Lu Feng, we can join the 3-man team. At that time, you can take half, and Lu Feng and I will share the rest. How about it? According to the Federation's regulations, those above the age of 18 were adults, so the soul fighting tournament was the lowest age group, and there was no such thing as 12 to 18 years old. But even if they were under the age of 20, how many people could reach the 5-ring cultivation base of Yuan and Hui Hui? The probability of winning was bound to be extremely high. Okay, no problem. Lan Xuanyu said with a smile. Lan Mingqin put her hands on her hips. Yuan and Hui Hui, just you wait. Humph. Xianxia, let's go, we'll be invincible in the duo. Yuan and Hui Hui said faintly, but the more people in the competition, the more attention it will receive, the more rewards it will receive, and the more generous it will be. Why are some people so stubborn? Lan Mingqin narrowed her eyes, and a cold aura suddenly erupted. Yuan and Hui Hui also didn't show any weakness. In his different colored eyes, there was a faint brilliance that made people feel as if their souls were being sucked in when they looked into his eyes. Okay. Mingqin, let's do it together. Let's split it equally. Everyone will share 20% of the profits. Lan Xuanyu suddenly said. Lan Mingqin was taken aback. Just now, this guy insisted on 30%, and if he didn't give it, he would leave. Why did he compromise now? Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly and said, however, I have a condition. Lan Mingqin snorted, and Dong Qianqiu said, what condition? Lan Xuanyu said, all of our gains will definitely be exchanged for academy emblems. After the final settlement, I hope to borrow these emblems and return them to you within 3 months. Borrow? Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, you all know that my soul power is weak. Recently, I have a way to exchange for some things that can speed up the increase of my soul power. I want to enter 3-ring as soon as possible. Lan Mingqin curled her lips and didn't say anything. In fact, she had already forgotten that this guy who got first place in the freshman exam only had 2 soul rings. If he had 3 soul rings, he would definitely become stronger. His amplification ability was indeed very good. I have no problem. Yuan and Hui Hui nodded. Lu Feng didn't say anything. He and Qian Lei were definitely of one mind with Lan Xuanyu. Dong Qianqiu nodded and said, I have no problem either. My cultivation has been very good recently, so I don't need to exchange anything for the time being. Lan Mingqin looked at them and said, okay. Then it's settled. We'll sign up for the 5-man team competition in the afternoon. If Fatty Qian comes back, we'll pull Bing Tianliang and sign up for the 7-man team. Lan Xuanyu said. Lan Mingqin said, I have to remind you. The more people there are in the soul dueling tournament, the harder it is, and the requirements for cooperation are very high. Every time he won a match, his next opponent would be even stronger. Our cooperation is definitely not as good as those long-term teams. Lan Xuanyu smiled indifferently, won't we get better after some practice? He was still very confident in their team. Not to mention other things, they had 2 martial soul fusion skills, a combination of long-range and close-range. Except for the lack of a healing-type soul master, their team combination was quite perfect. As for the Bing Tianliang trio, it overlapped with them a little. Bing Tianliang was fine. Yu Tian and Lin Donghui's roles were actually not too big. And the 3 of them were also one. If he really pulled Bing Tianliang over, should he call Yu Tian and Lin Donghui? If he called them over, there would be too many people, and there would be no way to distribute them. On the contrary, the current situation was better. After leaving the teaching building, Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng were about to return to the dormitory when the Shrek communicator on their wrist rang. Picking up the call, Lan Xuanyu said, hello, senior brother. It was Jin Chanan who called. Little junior brother, congratulations. Your cultivation experience exchange has been approved. I didn't expect it to be approved so quickly. It seems to be directly approved by the higher-ups. It will depend on whether anyone will buy it later. Would it be meaningful for you to tell your senior apprentice brother the truth? How likely is it that others can cultivate? Ahem. Lan Xuanyu hesitated for a moment. I understand. Who was Qin Chanan? He immediately understood. Then eldest senior brother won't sponsor you for the first exchange. Good luck. Oh right, in order to protect your privacy, I'll let you exchange anonymously. Even if someone else did, they wouldn't know who it was. Lan Xuanyu's eyes brightened. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. If there's really a good harvest, I'll treat eldest senior brother to the water of life. Ha ha ha, no need, no need. Although I, your eldest senior brother, love money, but I also have a way of obtaining it. And you've already helped me a lot. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to borrow teacher's mecha. I'll be leaving in a little while. If you have anything you want to exchange, bring it to me within a month. There's a discount. If I'm not around, the discount will be a little difficult. After all, this is not the official way. I understand. Thank you, eldest senior brother. This was really good news. He could start selling his exchange items now. As long as one person bought it, they would be able to break even. If only a few more people bought it. Thinking about Lan Xuanyu, his heart was a little hot. Qin Chanan said, Little junior brother, I'll teach you another lesson. The exchange you propose will be closely related to yourself. You're a newcomer now, so it's most suitable for you to exchange anonymously. Because no one knows who you are anyway. But in the future, if you have enough fame and strength in the academy, then, the exchange you propose will be more likely to attract others to exchange. Therefore, the top priority is to improve yourself. When you have enough influence, use your real name to propose the exchange items, then you'll get the greatest benefits. Also, your Shrek communicator has a special exchange inquiry option. You can check at any time whether the exchange items you've issued have been exchanged. As long as someone has exchanged, you can come to the exchange center to get them at any time. Lan Xuanyu's eyes brightened, and he immediately understood Qin Chanan's meaning. This was all based on experience. After thanking eldest senior brother, he hung up the communication. Lan Xuanyu had begun to ponder in his heart what else he could propose. The more attractive it was, the better it would be. There was no doubt that this was definitely easier than completing missions to exchange for emblems. It was just that it had to attract people. Back in the dormitory, he simply ate the lunch he had previously ordered. Because the life energy in his body was really abundant, his love for food had obviously decreased a lot. The black emblem in the meditation room had recovered some life energy, but there was still a lot of time before it was fully recovered. Judging from the previous cultivation situation, after the black emblem was full of life energy, it was about equivalent to cultivating in Sea God Lake for an hour. Last time, because he didn't have any experience, he had triggered it all at once, so he wasted a lot. The black emblem that the teacher gave him was really good. If it could be recharged in 10 days, it was equivalent to having 3 more yellow emblems to cultivate every 10 days. His economy was limited, so he couldn't waste it in the future. He had to make the best use of everything. Lan Xuanyu had already made up his mind that this time, he must completely absorb his life energy before exchanging for Sea God Lake to cultivate. With his previous experience, when he cultivated in Sea God Lake this time, he must absorb a lot. As long as his body could bear it, he would store as much as possible. At noon, he meditated and rested for a while. At the appointed time, Lan Xuanyu came to his room with the simulation pod. Looking at the 2 different but most advanced simulation pods, he couldn't help but sigh again at the beauty of Shrek. It was really too convenient. He could have such a good cultivation place in the dormitory without leaving the house. He entered the ordinary simulation pod and closed the door. The darkness quickly turned into light, and with a flash of light, he had arrived at a strange place. Identity detection, the electronic voice sounded, and Lan Xuanyu relaxed. His vital signs had long been recorded in the Douluo world's main computer. It didn't take long for the detection to be completed, and his Douluo world Account was converted from the limited version to the normal version. He was no longer on Heaven Luo planet. He didn't know how the Shrek Academy cooperated with the Douluo world, but he was surprised to find that he was in a quaint city. Everything around him was unfamiliar, and the streets were bustling with people, bustling with noise and excitement. After asking around, Lan Xuanyu discovered that in this Douluo world, he was also in Shrek City. However, this Shrek City was completely different from where he was in reality. What's going on? It didn't take long for the communication device to ring, and Yuan and Hui Hui's voice came through. Lan Xuanyu described to her some of the characteristics of the buildings around his location, and Yuan and Hui Hui immediately indicated that she knew where he was. It didn't take long for Yuan and Hui Hui, who looked no different from in reality, to come to his side. Xianyu Gij, this is your first time in our Douluo world Shrek City. Yuan and Hui Hui looked at Lan Xuanyu's constantly looking around, and immediately understood his state. It's my first time here, and this is also Shrek City? Why is it different from the Shrek City we're in? Yuan and Hui Hui giggled and said, of course it's different. The Shrek City we're in is the modern Shrek City, which was rebuilt later. As early as 10,000 years ago, Shrek City wasn't like this, and the Sea God Lake was far from being this big. Because of a great calamity, Shrek City was once destroyed. Later, with the efforts of the Academy's ancestors, the Shrek Academy was rebuilt on the original ruins. The Sea God Lake we're in now was formed by the underground water that surfaced from the huge crater that was blown out when Shrek City was destroyed. Later on, the ancestors planted the seed of eternity, which resulted in the current scale. Lan Xuanyu sucked in a breath of cold air. He was very clear about how big the Sea God Lake was. It was actually blown out by the explosion? What kind of terrifying destructive power could do that? He knew a little about this history, but before he really saw the Shrek Academy, he didn't know what the situation was like at that time. At this time, after listening to Yuan and Hui Hui's words, coupled with his impression of the current Shrek Academy, he had some enlightenment and understanding. Yuan and Hui Hui said, there are many main cities in the Douluo world, and Shrek City is one of the important main cities. There is a special Great Soul Arena. The history of this Great Soul Arena is even longer, and can be traced back to tens of thousands of years ago. Later, after the establishment of the Douluo world, this virtual world was preserved. It is used to stimulate soul masters to learn from each other and improve their combat ability. While they were talking, the others also logged into the Douluo world one after another, and soon gathered together. Let's go register and sign up first. Yuan and Hui Hui was most familiar with this place. Under his leadership, everyone walked along the street, turned a few corners, and saw a huge building. The whole building was oval, surrounded by a large area of open space, and many shops were built here. Lan Xuanyu found that most of these shops sold soul devices and disposable drugs. Of course, these could only be used in the Douluo world. These shops appeared because of the existence of the Great Soul Arena. In the Great Soul Arena, there are many benefits. One of the biggest sources of profit was gambling. Many contestants did it for the sake of gambling. But there is a rule: if contestants bet, they can only bet on themselves. This is to prevent cheating. Pros and cons. In addition, all the matches are randomly selected, so it is very fair. Lan Mengqin continued Yuan and Hui Hui's words, the rules are very simple. Just defeat the opponent. For every victory, there will be a corresponding point, but the next match will definitely draw a stronger opponent. If you win in a row, there will be extra points and Douluo coins as a reward. We want to earn more in a short time. Luo coins, participating in the soul dueling tournament is the most convenient way, provided that we can win. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, then let's go sign up first. Yuan and Hui Hui smiled and said, Brother Xianyu, then you should think of a name for our team first. I'll report it later. We need to use the name when we register, and it will be our code name in the future. But because we don't know how many teams have already registered, the name must be a little strange, otherwise there will be no way to register if the name is the same. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, then let's call it the Strange and Strange Team. Dong Qianqiu couldn't help but complain, you are too lazy. Lan Xuanyu shrugged and said, how am I lazy? You see, we are Shrek Academy students. Doesn't Shrek Academy only accept monsters? Moreover, our team, at least the current 5 people, is tyrannical. We have 2 rings, 3 rings, 4 rings, and 5 rings, which is equivalent to a sole grandmaster to a sole king. Isn't this strange and strange? Yuan Xianxia smiled and said, that makes sense. And it's not a bad thing to have a 2-ring soul master. In the beginning, opponents will be randomly selected according to strength. I will pull up our average cultivation and draw a stronger opponents, but having 2 rings would lower the average cultivation level. So, all things considered, our opponents should be he wouldn't be too strong. Lu Feng said, the odd and fantastic battle team sounds quite interesting. Lan Mengqin said, I don't care, as long as I can register, the name is just a code. Just like the food of the past. Did the famous Shrek 7 monsters of York Academy have a nice name? Because of the Shrek 7. They were all incredibly powerful and had won great glory for the Academy, making them famous throughout the entire continent. Yes. Lan Xuanyu said, then let's try registering first. Needless to say, no one had registered this name before. When they were registering in the Great Soul Arena, they were actually surprised. The registration was successful in an instant. After paying a total of 100 Douluo coins, the odd and fantastic battle team was established. Yes. The 5 of them weren't rich, so after pooling together, they managed to gather an additional 1,000 Douluo coins. On the register after the official said that they could immediately line up for the competition, they bet 1,000 Douluo coins on themselves. On the team. No matter what the strength of the opponent was, the odds were 1 to 2. If they lost, they would lose everything, and if they won, they could only win the same amount of Douluo coins as they bet. There were quite a lot of people who came to the Great Soul Arena to participate. The biggest advantage of the virtual world was that no matter how few people came here, as long as if the Lord can cultivate to receive love, there will be no problem. On the team. In addition to betting, do we have any other income? Lan Xuanyu asked Yuan and Hui and Lan Mengqin. Yuan and Hui said, I don't know, I've never cared about this. Lan Mengqin nodded and said, there are still some, but it's difficult to get at first. Come to the Great Soul Arena. To watch the competition, you naturally have to buy tickets. They are all purchased by users of the Douluo world, and everyone will generally buy tickets for the more interesting matches. If we win the first game, we will be qualified to give the second game a name for our game and see if it can attract people to watch. But the most important thing is the winning rate. The higher the winning rate, the more likely it is to be watched. The winning team can get 100% of the total ticket revenue. 10% is an additional benefit. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly and said, 10%? Lan Mengqin said, how can Douluo coins be so easy to earn? But if the people who watch our game are very many, the profit is still not small. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and said, then we'll have to work a little harder this week and train in other areas. We will control the time first, participate here as much as possible, and accumulate Douluo coins to exchange for emblems. Hearing what he said, everyone suddenly felt that time was even more pressing, and they were already a little impatient. They wanted to participate in the competition. Lu Feng said, if some teams can keep winning in the Great Soul Arena, won't the academy go bankrupt? Yuan and Hui said, what good things are you thinking about? Let's not talk about how difficult it is to keep winning. If we keep winning, when we become the first in our age group, unless someone challenges us or we challenge our opponents in the higher age group, otherwise we can't continue to fight. The academy doesn't care about this little thing. If we can become the overall champion of our age group, it means that in the entire federation, we are the strongest in our age group. This is a great honor. This is a great honor. But it's very difficult, don't forget. Let's not talk about other places, just all the students in the outer court of our academy. They are all under the age of 20. We are the first years, and if our winning rate reaches a certain level, we will meet. That's right, it could be those seniors with battle armor. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and said, I understand, no wonder the academy is so generous. No matter how strong we are, Hua is only about 10 years old. There are still many people in the age group under the age of 20 who are stronger than us. Yes. So, even if we participate in the soul dueling tournament, we won't be able to get a lot of Douluo coins. In this way, the overall situation is still within the control of the academy. Hui, have you participated in the soul dueling tournament? How many times have you won in a row? Yuan and Hui said, I have participated in the individual competition. I am better at single combat and won 7 games. Then just lost to a 4-ring soul master with a 1-word battle armor. Lan Xuanyu was shocked and said, 1 level lower than you? Is a battle armor so powerful? Yuan and Hui said with some grievance, yes. Battle armor can greatly enhance the defense of a person. It is an all-around banner, no different from a mecha. In the soul dueling tournament, there is a special mecha tournament, but there is no special battle armor tournament, so soul masters can wear battle armors during the tournament. If we encounter a battle armor masters team, it will be very difficult to win. Generally speaking, most soul masters, when they reach my soul power level at that time, he already had battle armor. Because I am young, I haven't gotten one yet. When we learn more about battle armors, I want to get a battle armor as soon as possible. If the 5 of us are 1-word battle armor masters, and even if we have a 2-word battle armor master, we should be able to win a lot more matches in a row. Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he said, Hui met a battle armor master in the 8th round. He became a battle armor master. In order to maximize the benefits, we have to calculate. Let's be conservative, according to the first 5 matches, we won't meet a battle armor master. Hui, you have already participated in many individual competitions. If you participate in the next round, you will definitely meet a strong opponent, so don't participate in the one-on-one matches anymore. I have a question. After participating in the one-on-one matches, will the strength of the contestants be recorded? When you participate in the 2-on-2 matches, will it affect the contestants to draw opponents? Yuan and Hui thought for a while and said, it should still have an impact. His calculation method should be, if it is a 2-on-2 match, and there is a person who has participated in a 1-on-1 match, then his strength is calculated according to half of the ratio, and the other half is counted as the other person. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, I understand, then let's go through the calculation formula first. Oh, by the way, there is one more question, will the amount of bets affect the strength of the opponent? Yuan and Hui was taken aback, I don't know about this. Lan Xuanyu looked at Lan Mengqin, and Lan Mengqin said, as far as I know, it shouldn't. But it can't be ruled out that it will have an impact when the amount of bets is huge. Lan Xuanyu asked, how much does this huge amount refer to? Lan Mengqin said impatiently, I don't know. Maybe 100,000, maybe 1 million. Why are you asking so many messy questions? Let's just fight. Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly and said, do you think I asked you for 30% of the profit in vain? If we calculate carefully, maybe in these 7 days, we can have gains far beyond your imagination. Odd and Fantastic Battle Team, please get ready. Odd and Fantastic Battle Team, please get ready. The electronic voice suddenly sounded at this moment, and Lan Xuanyu's first match in the Great Soul Arena was about to begin. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes slightly and said solemnly, let's go. When the electronic voice sounded, the metal door in front of them slowly opened, revealing a path leading to the inside. The red carpet was laid on the ground, there were no cheers or noise, everything seemed very quiet. The 5 of them strode in. Inside was a huge square, at least visually, it was as huge as the entire Great Soul Arena. The huge field with a diameter of at least 500 meters, the ground was made of stone, and there was no one in the audience, looking exceptionally deserted. And in another passage in the distance opposite them, 5 people walked out. They all looked 17 or 18 years old, dressed in fancy clothes, with a bit of a hip-hop style. They bounced into the arena. Odd and Fantastic Battle Team against Fancy Battle Team. 5 against 5. One side is completely wiped out, the match is over. Start in 10 seconds. Counting down, 10, 9, 8. A Fancy Battle Team is still alright, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but ridicule in his heart. You don't say, it does rhyme quite well. The 5 members of the Gaudy Battle Team saw them as well, and they were surprised. The leader of the group, a young man with short rainbow-colored hair, laughed and said, a group of little brats also came to participate in the competition. Do you have too much money to burn? Quickly admit defeat. Big Brother will treat you to ice cream. We bet 100 soul coins. 3, 2, 1. Let the match begin. Following the announcement of the electronic voice, the fancy squad immediately cheered. The 5 of them unexpectedly rushed towards Lan Xuanyu and the others without any order. As they ran, they also released their martial souls. 4 of them had 2 soul rings, and 1 had 3 soul rings. The leader had 3 soul rings, and all of them were yellow soul rings. There wasn't a single purple soul ring. How dare they mock us? I'll teach them a lesson. So what if they're young? Yuan and Hui said, and was about to make a move, but was stopped by Lan Xuanyu. Frenzy, let's go. The 3 of you, don't make a move. I suspect that the calculation method of this great soul arena is related to our own soul ring cultivation. But our data won't be collected during registration, which means that it will be collected during the match. Let's try not to expose too much. In the next round, we'll see if the opponent will be able to control their enhancement. While talking, Lan Xuanyu threw out a golden-patterned blue-silver grass from his right hand, and directly wrapped it around Lu Feng's waist. The 2 rushed out together, each releasing their soul rings. Although only 2 people rushed out, when the fancy team saw that Lu Feng actually had 2 purple soul rings on his body, they were still startled. The 3-ring soul master in the middle let out a strange cry, and a layer of scales suddenly appeared on his body. His eyes protruded, and his pupils were vertical. He opened his mouth fiercely, and his tongue shot out, shooting straight at Lu Feng. At the same time, his legs became thick, and he jumped up, increasing his speed sharply. This was a toad-type martial soul. It was quite rare, but it was definitely not strong. Lan Xuanyu raised his left hand, and his second soul ring flashed slightly, and a fireball shot out. In the next moment, his first soul ring flashed, and 4 icicles shot out, intercepting the other 4 people. The target of the fireball was the tongue of the Toad Soul Master. The Soul Master let out a gua sound, and his legs suddenly kicked out in the air. He actually accelerated a second time and avoided the fireball. His tongue was about to reach Lu Feng. The White Dragon spear shot out, and his first soul ring lit up. Rise of the White Dragon, the spear light flickered, and the incomparably sharp White Dragon spear rose up. It collided with the front end of the toad's tongue, making a puff sound. The tongue was actually incomparably tough and was not cut by the spear light, but the floating effect of the rise of the White Dragon still appeared. It caused the Toad Soul Master, along with his tongue, to suddenly float in the air, temporarily losing control of his body. At this moment, the fireball that the Toad Soul Master thought he had dodged suddenly exploded not far behind him. Small fireballs swarmed forward, bombarding his temporarily out-of-control body like a string of cannons. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng had been working together for a long time, and their tacit understanding was definitely very good. This combination was extraordinary. Not to mention, Lu Feng's fighting strength was not inferior to that of a 3-ring soul master under the buff of his golden-patterned blue-silver grass. The other 4 soul masters of the fancy squad displayed their abilities and released their martial souls to intercept Lan Xuanyu's icicles. However, the strange thing was that when the icicle was 3 meters away from them, it suddenly dropped and stabbed into the ground. Following the sounds of ice cones exploding, a layer of ice suddenly appeared on the ground. The attacks of the 4 two-ringed soul grandmasters landed on empty air, but because their bodies rushed forward onto the layer of ice, their feet slipped, and they immediately lost control of their bodies to varying degrees. How could they still support the Toad Soul Grandmaster? Lu Feng's body followed the spear, and in an instant, his speed had burst to the extreme. The White Dragon spear in his hand let out a dragon roar, and a silver moon spear light more than a foot long spewed out. The Toad Soul Master, who was screaming miserably from the explosion of the fireball, had no time to make a move. He didn't even have time to release his second and third soul skills. The White Dragon spear pierced through his chest, and he turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the Great Soul Arena. There was nothing left for the rest of the battle. Lu Feng went forward alone, and relying on his super-fast speed, he finished the battle in almost a dozen breaths. He killed all his opponents. Odd and Fantastic Squad wins. At the end of the match, there was no audience, so naturally, there was no cheering. Yuan and Hui, Lan Mengqin, and Dong Qianqiu didn't feel anything about the combat power displayed by Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng. They came from Shrek, and it was normal for them to have such combat power. There was nothing to be proud of. The most important thing was that 1,000 Douluo coins became 2,000. Continue? I think we can also win 7 consecutive matches without any problem. Lu Feng said eagerly. Lan Xuanyu waved his hand and said, this match is just a test, there's no need to continue. Listen to me next. Lu Feng, you're the first. You'll take a one-on-one match. Lu Feng was taken aback, myself? Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, yes, yourself. From the previous matches, it can be seen that most of the soul masters under the age of 20 are around touring. As your first one-on-one match, the opponent you have to face is almost certainly a touring soul master, because you are also a touring soul master. So, in this match, you will definitely win. Lan Mengqin frowned and said, what's the point of this? His battle won't bring us more viewers. Ah. The corner of Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. Dong Xianxia, who was at the side, couldn't stand it anymore. He gently touched Lan Mengqin and whispered, if we win the competition for sure, won't our Douluo coins double? We have never participated in the soul dueling tournament before. If we participate in the individual competition, we will definitely win the first few rounds. Every match that we win will double our Douluo coins. This way, we can continue to double our equipment and earn the most. Lan Mengqin came to a realization. She looked at Lan Xuanzhou and said, so you asked me just now, how much money will cause the difficulty of our competition to increase? Lan Xuanyu sighed softly. Everyone's surname is Lan, but why is your brain different? Mengqin, you should be more careful. Stop. Lan Yixuan, you. Lan Mengqin was furious and was about to rush up, but was grabbed by Dong Qianqiu. Dong Qianqiu held back his laughter and said, don't provoke Sister Mengqin. Lan Xuanyu looked at her deeply, smiled, and said, okay. Dong Qianqiu was stunned. When did this guy become so obedient? Yuan and Hui Hui looked at Lan Xuanyu, then looked at Dong Qianqiu, and muttered to himself, is there a situation? Lan Xuanyu coughed and said, there's no time to lose, let's start immediately. Frenzy, you go first. Dong Qianqiu glared at Lan Xuanyu. For some reason, looking at this guy's expression, he wanted to beat him up. Lu Feng went to accept the individual competition, and 2,000 Douluo coins were all bet on him. Just as Lan Xuanyu judged, Lu Feng won easily, and 2,000 Douluo coins became 4,000. And this verification caused everyone's eyes to light up. Lu Feng won 3 matches in a row, and his Douluo coins increased from the initial 1,000 to 16,000. Along with the increase in his winning streak, he also received 50 Douluo coins as a reward. However, this was just a small profit. It could be ignored. Lan Xuanyu announced that the rewards for winning streaks would belong to the individual and would not be given to the team. Lu Feng, on the other hand, clearly felt the pressure after winning the 3rd match. However, he felt that he should have a chance to win 5 matches in a row. At this time, Lan Xuanyu called for a halt. The reason was very simple. He had bet too much Douluo coins, and in a situation where there was uncertainty, he had to stop. The most important thing about his method was that he couldn't lose. In this battle, all of their previous efforts were in vain. Lan Xuanyu was the second to go on stage. This time, he made some slight adjustments. They kept 1,000 Douluo coins, which meant that they had kept their initial investment and arranged for a total of 15,000 Douluo coins. Sure enough, the opponent in the first match was still a 3-ring cultivator. Lan Xuanyu had twin martial souls, and at the 2-ring level, he was invincible. He won easily and won 30,000 Douluo coins. In the second match, his opponent directly became a 3-ring soul master. Perhaps it was because he had twin martial souls. Lan Xuanyu won again, and the 30,000 Douluo coins became 60,000. At this time, everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts beating faster. Lan Xuanyu took out 10,000 Douluo coins and kept it. In his 3rd match, he only bet 50,000 Douluo coins. He didn't put all his eggs in one basket again, just in case. With 11,000 Douluo coins as a base, even if he lost, he still had a chance to make a comeback. As it turned out, Lan Xuanyu's judgment was correct. When he entered the Great Soul Arena again, he was surprised. He found that his opponent had directly become a 4-ring soul master. Previously, Lu Feng only met a 3-ring opponent in the third match. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, and he suddenly understood that the opponent he drew was related to the amount of bet. Yes. The Douluo world's mastermind was undoubtedly very smart. On the opposite side was a young man, at least 17 or 18 years old. When the opponent's 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, appeared, Lan Xuanyu was startled, but he immediately calmed himself down. Fortunately, the opponent did not have 4 purple soul rings, or a 10,000-year soul ring. If that was the case, Lan Xuanyu's chances of winning would be really slim. In this kind of competition venue, if Lan Xuanyu faced a powerhouse at the level of Bing Tianliang, he had almost no chance of winning with only 2 rings. And if the opponent was just an ordinary 4-ring soul master, Lan Xuanyu could definitely fight. When the young man saw Lan Xuanyu, he was stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect that he would randomly draw such a young opponent. Lan Xuanyu released the blue-silver grass with both hands, and scales covered his palms. Twin martial souls? The young man on the opposite side narrowed his eyes and smiled, interesting. Little brother, don't tell me you think that just because you have twin martial souls, you can surpass 2 levels to fight me? Lan Xuanyu said with a smile, Big brother, I'm just trying. Can you let me fight a little longer? My teacher said that fighting for a longer time helps to stimulate potential. I definitely can't win, just let me hold on a little longer. Okay. The young man agreed very quickly. It had to be said that this was a world that looked at the face. Lan Xuanyu was good-looking, and had a pair of innocent eyes. Evil's big eyes, at least, made people feel that he was innocent and without evil. You are about the same age as my brother, and you can participate in the soul dueling tournament. You are really amazing. Twin martial soul. She already had 2 rings. Not bad. However, generally speaking, there is no rush to add a soul ring to your second martial soul. You can discuss this with your teacher when you go back. The young man was very kind, and even gave him some pointers. Lan Xuanyu only had 2 rings, and the young man didn't feel threatened at all. Okay, thank you big brother. Then I'm coming. Lan Xuanyu said as he strode towards the young man. The young man ran in his direction. By now advertisement view application. The young man smiled slightly, and with one hand behind his back, he extended his other hand and gestured to Lan Xuanyu. The pleased gesture was indeed a little handsome. The young man's martial soul was a long sword. The long sword floated beside him, but he didn't raise his hand to grab it. The sword only looked at Lan Xuanyu with a smile, thinking in his heart that the mainframe was treating him well. He felt that he would win very easily. If he won this match, he would have a 5-match winning streak. The reward for a 5-match winning streak was 100 Douluo coins, not bad, not bad. While he was pondering, Lan Xuanyu had already rushed to a distance of 20 meters from him. Little brother, be careful. The young man reminded, and with a point of his right hand, the long sword beside him shot towards Lan Xuanyu, but its speed wasn't too fast. Lan Xuanyu noticed that the young man's long sword had star patterns on it. His martial soul was the 7-star sword, his was a flying sword. The 7-star sword martial soul, Lan Xuanyu had heard of it before. The most powerful part of the 7-star sword was in terms of changes, it could at most create a full illusion, and its power was extraordinary. This was a martial soul that pursued the pinnacle. Every time it added a soul ring, the 7-star sword could split into another sword. There were no other special effects, but as the number of swords increased, its attack power would increase. As for how much power it could unleash, it depended on the commander's personal control. Soul masters with this kind of martial soul generally had strong spiritual power. With 4 rings, he should be able to split out a 4th sword. The first soul skill of a 7-star sword soul master was levitation, which allowed the 7-star sword to attack in the air. From the second soul skill onwards, it increased the number of swords. With every additional sword, the attack power doubled. This was a very powerful lineage of sword-type martial souls, but because it was too strong, it was similar to the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Martial souls were the same. After reaching 7 rings, it would be very difficult to continue improving. Seeing the seven-star sword slashing towards him, Lan Xuanyu seemed to be startled, and wanted to jump to dodge. At the same time, he threw out the silver-patterned blue-silver grass with his left hand, and made a gesture of entangling the seven-star sword. In fact, Lan Xuanyu was relieved at this moment, because he only recognized the young man when he was close to him. This was the seven-star sword martial soul. This was clearly a martial soul that was good at mid-range combat. If he was within 50 meters outside, the other party would attack, and with 4 swords, he would have almost no chance. Even if he used his martial soul fusion skill, it would be useless because the distance was too far, and he couldn't reach the opponent. The youth was obviously a little careless, which gave Lan Xuanyu a chance to get close. 20 meters was not far. The silver-patterned blue-silver grass was about to hit the seven-star sword, but the sword suddenly paused in the air, and then skillfully flipped. It actually drilled through the gap, and then pierced towards Lan Xuanyu's left arm. The youth's right hand moved freely, and the seven-star sword seemed to be one with his body. The gorge was solid. This opponent seemed to be stronger than he imagined. Lan Xuanyu was taken aback. This feeling of being one with the sword couldn't be wrong. No matter what, he couldn't let the other party attack with all his strength. Aya! Lan Xuanyu seemed to have lost his head out of fear. He suddenly turned around and slapped the seven-star sword with his right hand. Go! The palm and the sword collided and made a dang sound. Lan Xuanyu shouted as if he was seriously injured. His body bounced in the direction of the youth like an electric shock. The youth was stunned and thought to himself, I didn't use all my strength. I didn't even activate the seven-star sword's star power. He shouldn't be injured too badly, right? While he was in a daze, Lan Xuanyu had already fallen to the ground and rolled twice. With this roll, Lan Xuanyu had already moved forward 7 or 8 meters, and was only 12 or 13 meters away from the youth. Xianyu placed his hand on the ground and ran towards the youth as he shouted, Big brother! You're so powerful! How can your sword fly? The youth smiled and pointed to the right. The seven-star sword instantly flew back, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. After the arc, it slashed 8 meters in front of him. The youth did this not to hurt Lan Xuanyu, but to stop Lan Xuanyu from getting closer. After all, the youth's seven-star sword couldn't let the opponent get too close. However, something unexpected happened. The first yellow soul ring on Lan Xuanyu's right hand suddenly lit up. A layer of pale golden light suddenly emerged from the surface of Lan Xuanyu's skin, with faint dragon patterns. The golden scales on his hand also became clearer, shining with golden light. Lan Xuanyu suddenly slapped 7 stars with his palm. The young man finally felt that something was wrong. His eyes flashed, and his right index finger was in the air. With a light tap, the first star pattern on the Big Dipper sword lit up in a flash. The sword light swallowed and spat out, and Lan Xuanyu's right hand collide with each other. The dragon claw popped out. With the buff from Jinlong's body and the power of the dragon claw, Lan Xian was able to dodge the attack. Yu firmly grasped the seven-star sword in his hand. At the same time, the 2 yellow marks on Lan Xuanyu's left hand, his soul rings appeared at the same time, and there was a faint light surging in his palms. Lan Xuanyu held the Big Dipper sword in his hand and exerted all his strength with his feet. With a single stride, he arrived within 5 meters of the youth. At this moment, the young man finally reacted. His feet slipped and he quickly retreated. At the same time he turned around. The second soul ring on Lan Xuanyu's Big Dipper sword released a clang from its hilt. With a crisp sound, another Big Dipper sword suddenly appeared. As soon as this separated seven-star sword appeared, it brought a ray of light in the air. Under the circumstances of the short distance, the distance was very short, and it slashed towards Lan Xuanyu. At this moment, Lan Xian's true combat strength erupted. He suddenly swung his right hand. And the seven-star sword in his hand smashed towards the Big Dipper sword that was slashing towards him. At the same time, he waved his left hand, and a sparkling and translucent crystal ball appeared. A cloud-like ice ball flew towards the young man. That ice ball emitted a strange light, blue and red intertwined. Because the two of them were very close, the young man's Big Dipper sword was attacking Lan Xuanyu. The young man could only change his footsteps, and his speed suddenly increased. Suddenly, he became somewhat illusory and tried to dodge. However, Lan Xuanyu didn't throw this ice ball to attack the young man at all. Although Lan Xuanyu was young, he had a lot of combat experience. He knew very well that it was difficult to hit a four-ring hand, but hitting the ground wasn't difficult. The ice ball instantly fell to the ground and smashed directly on the ground near the young man. Boom, the ice ball instantly exploded, and a mass of blue and red light suddenly exploded. Self-created soul skill, Ice Fire Yin Yang Pearl. Almost in an instant, a mass of blue and red light exploded under the young man's feet. What kind of feeling was that? Sometimes cold and sometimes hot, two completely opposite elements were wreaking havoc because of the conflict between each other. The range of the explosion was extremely large, and the young man couldn't dodge at all. A layer of frost spread under his feet, and his whole body stiffened, but it was the fire element that invaded his body. Stimulated by the ice element, the fire element that drilled into his body was incomparably violent, causing his skin to turn red. What is this? Outside the water gate at this moment, the young man clearly realized that he had been fooled. His Big Dipper sword needed to be commanded, but he suddenly suffered such an impact. How could he have time to command it? The Ice Fire Yin Yang Pearl was essentially a combination soul skill, and not an existence like a martial soul fusion skill. But even if it was only a combination of energy, it was enough to shock people. Ice and fire were opposites. When they were together, they would either be destroyed at the same time or find a balance, and their power would increase greatly. Under Ji Hongbin's guidance, Lan Xuanyu didn't know how many times he tried before he found that subtle balance. Once the Ice Fire Yin Yang Pearl was detonated, the power that erupted would greatly exceed the fighting strength that he could display with his own cultivation. This was the power of the two opposing elements. This was the first time he used the Ice Fire Yin Yang Pearl on the battlefield, and it had an exceptionally good effect. Lan Xianing held a 7-star sword and sent the other 7-star sword flying. When the other party was hit by ice and fire, he was like a pearl on guard. When he was vigilant, he was already in front of the other party. Lan Xuanyu didn't hesitate, and suddenly slapped his palms with golden and silver scales. Lan Xuanyu's first soul ring shone on his left hand, and a glaring blue and golden light combined. Rise Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Jin Long Ice Spear. With a low dragon roar, a long spear instantly pierced out. The young man only felt an incomparably violent intent. In an instant, the intent rushed into his brain, causing his spiritual power to be in chaos. In the next moment, that incomparably sharp ice spear had already pierced his boiling hot body. As a four-ring soul master, how could that young man not have any means to protect himself? But Jin Long Ice Spear in front of him, it wasn't only his body that was affected, but also his spiritual power. That intent exploded too suddenly. The young man's eyes were wide open. Until now, he still didn't dare to believe that he had actually lost to a two-ring soul master. He actually lost just like that. With a flash of light, his body disappeared into thin air. The match was over. Lan Xuanyu landed on the ground, holding Jin Long Ice Spear in his hand. This martial soul fusion skill was a kind of materialized existence. With his current cultivation, he could use it for about 10 seconds. Lan Xuanyu silently felt the changes in his body. The bloodline vortex in his chest had obviously weakened a little. It separated, but there was a 7-colored light that contracted inwardly. When he released Jin Long Ice Spear, he did his best to control his bloodline vortex, causing it to retract, so that he wouldn't waste too much of the released energy. After silently feeling it for a moment, the Jin Long Ice Spear in his hand disappeared. Four-ring battle, victory. Lan Xuanyu could definitely be proud of defeating someone who was 2 levels higher than him. This was strength and strategy. This combination was also the display of his true strength. Douluo coins had increased from 50,000 to 100,000. In addition to the 10,000 Douluo coins that they had originally obtained, the current Douluo coins that the Odd and Fantastic team had obtained had increased to 110,000 Douluo coins. After leaving the arena, Lan Xuanyu's expression became a little serious. According to his plan, everyone would naturally have a few individual matches first, and bet all or most of their Douluo coins on each match. If they continued to double, their harvest would definitely be huge. But after these few matches, he found that the Douluo world system was extremely good. The strength of the opponents he faced in the individual competition was obviously different from that of Lu Feng's opponents. They couldn't afford to lose. With this kind of betting method, losing one match was likely to cause them to lose everything. The 5 people gathered together, and Lan Xuanyu told them that the opponent he faced just now was already a 4-ring, and it should be considered a strong 4-ring. What should we do next? Yuan and Hui Hui asked. Lu Feng said, our harvest is already quite a lot. 110,000 Douluo coins can be exchanged for 110 white emblems. Xianxia, you go next. Lan Xuanyu looked at Dong Xianxia. Dong Xianxia nodded, she had never participated in a competition before. Lan Mengqin said, how much? Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes slightly, 10,000. So little? Lan Mengqin looked puzzled. Lan Xuanyu said, let's give it a try first. Don't we still have you behind us? We have to test the level of analysis of the Douluo world system first. After all, this is Xianxia's first time participating in an individual competition. Will she face a particularly strong opponent? If she is like me, directly skipping levels, or even 2 levels, then we can go back and sleep. Okay, I'll try. Dong Xianxia entered the arena. Bet, 10,000 Douluo coins. This time, Lan Xuanyu specially bought tickets to watch the battle. With a flash of light, Dong Xianxia and her opponent appeared on the battlefield at the same time. When both sides released their martial souls, the pupils of Lan Xuanyu, who was sitting in the stands, suddenly contracted. 4-ring, Dong Xianxia's first opponent turned out to be a 4-ring. Fortunately, it's not a 5-ring. Lan Xuanyu thought to himself. Could Dong Xianxia win? Both parties released their martial souls, and 3 soul rings appeared beneath Dong Xianxia's feet. The 3 purple soul rings caused her opponent to be stunned for a moment. Her opponent had 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. This was also the reason why Lan Xuanyu was relieved. From the color of his soul rings, it was clear that he wasn't a particularly powerful 4-ringed soul ancestor. His opponent's martial soul was a saber, and he was an assault-type soul master. His attack power was not weak. However, Dong Xianxia's figure was nimble, and he didn't clash head-on with his opponent. Instead, he relied on his second soul skill, Ice Tide, to control the battlefield and gradually weaken his opponent. In the end, she exchanged a wound for a life and succeeded in defeating her opponent. 10,000 Douluo coins became 20,000. After the match ended, Dong Xianxia came out with a frown. Although she had won this battle, her opponent was still a 4-ring soul armature, so she still felt a lot of pressure. 120,000. Xianxia will not continue. Mengqin, you're up. This time, we'll stake everything on you. We'll bet all 120,000 yuan on you. You have to be mentally prepared. Your opponent will definitely be a 5-ring soul master, but it shouldn't be a particularly powerful one. It's just that it might target your martial soul. From Xianxia's battle, although the mainframe will strengthen the opponent because of our bet, it will still control it within a certain range, especially since it's your first time participating. Lan Mengqin looked at Lan Xuanyu in surprise. You trust me that much? Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, wealth comes from danger, after all. You have twin martial souls, and both martial souls are mainly control type. Relatively speaking, control-type soul masters are the most well-rounded. With your control power, your opponent will definitely be an assault-type soul master, and it's more likely that he's good at long-range attacks. I suggest you directly use your martial soul fusion technique and find a good opportunity. Win in one fell swoop. Whether we turn a bicycle into a motorcycle or a plane into a motorcycle, it's all up to you. Lan Mengqin rolled her eyes. I will definitely win. After saying that, she went to place her bet. 120,000 Douluo coins were all bet on Lan Mengqin. This time, Lan Xuanyu and the other 3 were all spectators. When the 4 of them saw Lan Mengqin's opponent in the competition venue, the other 3's eyes almost immediately turned to Lan Xuanyu. His judgment was too accurate. Lan Mengqin's opponent was a 5-ring assault-type soul king who was good at long-range attacks. This person's martial soul was related to the fire element. It was a fire staff that summoned all kinds of fire elements to fight. It also had a certain degree of controllability. Especially when he released the fire cloud at the beginning, it greatly weakened the range of control of Lan Mingqing's heavenly snow woman martial soul, Ice Mist. In the fire cloud, there were constantly fire meteors falling, and the opponent's control was not weak. But Lan Mingqing did not disappoint her teammates. She fully displayed her fighting wisdom. She did not release her second martial soul as soon as she came up, but instead showed a look of being suppressed by her opponent. She pitifully shrank into a corner, only relying on the ice mist to barely maintain herself. When the opponent thought that victory was in his grasp, the martial soul fusion skill Ice Phoenix Dance appeared. At the same time, the first soul skill of the Jade Phoenix Guqin, the terrifying noise of the Guqin interfered with the opponent's spiritual power, preventing him from going all out. He was instantly frozen by the Ice Phoenix Dance. How could Lan Mingqing let go of such an opportunity? The Heavenly Snow Woman's fourth soul skill, Deep Blue Frost Sword, was destroyed in one slash. She won the battle. 12 became 240,000, a bicycle became a motorcycle. When Lan Mingqing came out, Dong Qianxiu immediately rushed up and gave her a big hug. Sister Mingqing, you're amazing, Dong Qianxiu said excitedly. At this moment, everyone was a little excited. What did 240,000 Douluo coins mean? Even yellow emblems could be exchanged for more than 10. White emblems could be exchanged for 240. If this was a mission, how many missions would they have to complete to obtain it? Lan Mingqing looked at Lan Xuanyu with a little pride. Her eyes seemed to be asking, isn't it amazing? But Lan Xuanyu's face didn't look too good at this moment. Xianyu, what's wrong? Lu Feng couldn't help but ask when he saw his expression. They had already reaped a huge harvest, Lan Xuanyu said somewhat helplessly. It's a little worse than I expected, it seems that there's no chance. Lan Mingqing didn't go against him this time, and I wasn't absolutely sure just now. That guy's fifth soul skill was extremely powerful. If it weren't for my interference and its power dropping, I might not have been able to win against him. If the opponent was stronger, I definitely wouldn't have been able to win. Dong Qianxiu said, 240,000, that's not a small amount. And in 7 days, we can still try to do something else to earn some Douluo coins. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and said, one last match, then we'll stop. Again? Dong Qianxiu looked at him in surprise. Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly, we only fought one match of the 5 versus 5 team battle. Because Lu Feng and I are 2-ring, even if the mainframe strengthens our opponents, the opponents we're going to face shouldn't have 6-ring strength. At most, there will be 1 or 2 5-ring soul masters. As for the other 4-ring soul masters, we still have a chance. Moreover, our chances should be higher. Okay, I agree. At most, we'll start all over again. Yuan and Hui said eagerly. Shut your crow's mouth. Lan Mingqing said in annoyance. Lan Xuanyu said, if we win this match, we'll have 480,000 Douluo coins. We'll think of other ways to earn more in the remaining time. Let's win first. Lan Mingqing said. In fact, she was a little worried. After all, from the opponents she faced just now, they must have been noticed by the mainframe. If they bet another 240,000, their opponents would definitely be very strong. It wouldn't be so easy to win. But she also admitted that Lan Xuanyu was right, they didn't have no chance. Not to mention Tang Yuga, they already had 3 martial soul fusion skills. Their team also had Yuan and Hui's purple star spirit bow, so the actual combat power of the 5 of them was quite strong. Place your bets. Lu Feng clenched his fists. Lan Xuanyu said, no hurry, in order to ensure victory, let's discuss tactics first. Lan Xuanyu was taught by Yin Tianfan to be good at taking risks, but he would never take risks rashly, and would only take risks when he had great confidence. After discussing tactics, they simply practiced cooperation. After a full half an hour, they went to sign up again. 240,000 Douluo coins were all bet on their team. After waiting for a while, they were informed that the competition could start. Stepping through the door, light flickered, and they had arrived at the venue. However, this time, it seemed to be different. In an instant, the surroundings lit up, and the noise of the equipment echoed in the audience. Lan Xuanyu and the other 4 looked around and were surprised to find that the audience seats were full. One must know that the venue of the Great Seoul Arena could accommodate 80,000 spectators at the same time. What did it mean that the audience seats were all full? It meant that even the ticket dividends were not a small number. Lan Xuanyu's face was filled with danger. What did it mean to have so many spectators? This was the case. Of course, the audience couldn't have come for them. If it wasn't for them, it would naturally be for their opponents. There was no doubt that the opponents they were about to face would be very famous in the 5-on-5 competition. This team. Being famous meant having a high winning rate and being strong. The system is really cheating us. Yuan and Hui Hui retracted his mouth, but his eyes, which were of different colors, were filled with excitement. Yuan Renhui didn't care about winning or losing. He gave him a lot of cultivation resources, so he didn't care about the history books. His demand for lake emblems wasn't that great. But he still liked to do this kind of challenging thing, especially with so many teammates. Lan Xuanyu said solemnly, "Tisk, let's do it according to the plan. Keep calm, we can win. We must. If you lose, I won't let you off." Lan Mengqin gritted her teeth and said. Lan Xuanyu looked at her with some surprise, and said, "Why is your miser appearance so familiar?" Lu Feng said, "Same as Fatty Qian." "Who's like that damn fatty?" Lan Mengqin said in annoyance. "Get ready. This will definitely be a difficult battle," Lan Xuanyu said calmly. They couldn't afford to lose this battle. On the other side, the figures of their opponents had already appeared. To their surprise, above their opponent's head, there was a line of golden words, which were completely formed by energy. Golden Soul Battle Team. It was a prize for winning 100 games, and the winning percentage had to be over 100. 70% was enough. We've hit the jackpot. Yuan and Hui Hui said in surprise. Golden Soul Battle teams were of the same level. Battle teams of this level had their battle team name above their heads, and it was golden in color. Like the name of Lan Xuanyu's odd and fantastic squadron would not appear above their heads. Want a team name? Okay, let's win 10 games first. The name that appeared in golden words was Sunshine After Rain Battle Team. What surprised them even more was that the 5 people who appeared on the other side were not very old. They looked not much older than Lan Xuanyu and the others. At most, they were 2 or 3 years older on average. There were 4 men and 1 woman. Among the 5, the youngest should be the girl. She even looked about the same age as Lan Xuanyu and the others. She was very beautiful, with a little baby fat on her face. She was rosy and very cute. Her long hair was tied into a bun on the top of her head, revealing her slender white neck. She was all smiles and looked very innocent. Although she was young, she was standing in the middle of the 5 people on the opposite side. The other 4 teenagers who were older than her stood on both sides of her, with 2 on each side. It was like a moon surrounded by stars. Seeing this girl, Yuan and Hui Hui's expression suddenly froze, and she said, "Why is it her?" Lan Xuanyu said doubtfully, "You know her? Yes, she's also from our academy. She's an old enemy. She's a direct disciple of the Tangmen. She's the permanent class monitor of the 3rd years of our academy's outer court. Her name is Tang Yuga." When she said the girl's name, Yuan and Hui Hui's expression was obviously a little unnatural. Tang Yuga? It was the first time Lan Xuanyu heard this name. But when he heard Yuan and Hui Hui's introduction, Lan Xuanyu's heart felt a little cold. She was the class monitor of the 3rd years, which meant that they were now facing a team composed of the 3rd years of Shrek Academy's outer court. Moreover, this was very likely the strongest team among the 3rd years of Shrek Academy's outer court. Lan Xuanyu's previous confidence was almost swept away in an instant. The reason was very simple. After coming to Shrek Academy, he deeply understood how fast one could improve by cultivating here. And their opponents at this time had already cultivated in Shrek Academy for 2 whole years. There was still a problem with Lan Xuanyu's judgment regarding the mainframe's reaction. He didn't expect that the mainframe would actually match them with such a strong team. He was afraid that this was at least a full 5-ring team. Also, Lan Xuanyu thought of something. What was the standard for graduating from the 2nd year? Battle armor, one word: battle armor. In other words, the 5 opponents in front of them all had battle armor. How were they going to fight? Lan Xuanyu and the others probably didn't have a chance at all. Yo, isn't this Yuan and Hui Hui? Yuan and Hui Hui recognized the girl, and the girl also recognized him. Tang Yuga smiled. She took a step forward and sized up Yuan and Hui Hui. You just entered the first year, right? What, wasn't it enough for me to teach you a lesson last time? You want to fight me on the field? Not bad, you have experience. I support you. I didn't expect the mainframe to be so good to me. You gave me such a hopeful opponent. How do you want to die later? Hurry up and tell sister. Tang Yuga, don't go. Too far. If I didn't have my battle armor, I wouldn't be afraid of you. Yuan and Hui Hui said through gritted teeth. Tang Yuga curled his lips and said, who asked you to not have your battle armor? That's because you're not strong enough. Don't say it. Since we're from the same school, hurry up and admit defeat to avoid physical pain. Our Shrek Academy's model is in the cabin, the pain is set to 30%. Yuan and Hui Hui wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu took 2 steps forward with a smile on his face. Hello, senior. I'm Lan Xuanyu, a first-year student. Tang Yuga looked at Lan Xuanyu and his eyes lit up. Lan Xuanyu? I think I've heard of your name. You're the first place in this year's exam? I heard that you only have 2 rings. The quality of your batch is really bad. Tang Yuga, don't be too arrogant. Yuan and Hui Hui was greatly enlightened. Lan Mingqin's face was also as cold as frost. Dong Qianxiu frowned slightly, while Lu Feng's eyes were filled with coldness. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, yeah, we're so weak. Senior, can you show mercy and let us win this round? We're willing to pay some compensation. Tang Yuga was stunned for a moment and said, you guys must have bet a lot for this round, right? Tell me about it. How much did we bet? Lan Xuanyu said awkwardly, Senior, we bet 50,000 yuan. You also know that it's not easy to be a freshman. Ah. Can you please make an exception for me? 50,000 yuan? You guys are very rich. Tang Yuga said with a smile, it's not that Senior doesn't want to make an exception. Look, there are so many of my fans watching this match. If I lose to you guys on purpose, I will be reported. I really want to help, but I can't. It's not easy for freshmen, but what does it have to do with me if it's not easy for you guys? With Yuan and Hui Hui here, I can't go easy on you guys. Lan Xuanyu said with a wry smile, Senior sister, if you can let us have this match, we will exchange all the 50,000 Douluo coins we won for emblems. That's 50 white emblems for you and your partners. What do you think? We just need to break even. Tang Yuga rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Junior brother is quite sincere. However, this is not very good. After all, I have to be responsible for my fans. How about this, I have the best of both worlds. Lan Xuanyu was already prepared to be ripped off by her. After all, he also concealed the actual bet amount. Who would have thought that they actually bet a huge amount of 240,000 Douluo coins in this match? Senior sister, please say it. Tang Yuga said, there is a rule in the Great Soul Arena. If both sides agree, you can raise the stakes. How about this, on our side, I'll tell you the truth, 3 5-ring and 2 4-ring, all one-word battle armor masters. You definitely don't have a chance at all. However, isn't Yuan and Hui Hui a 5-ring battle armor master? With him here, if we don't use our battle armor, you may have a chance of survival. We can double the bet for this match, and then our Sunshine After Rain battle armor master team won't use our battle armor. This way, we'll give you a chance, and it won't hurt the hearts of our fans. As for whether you can win against us without our battle armor, it will depend on your ability. Tang Yuga, don't go too far. Yuan and Hui Hui said indignantly. Tang Yuga snorted coldly, too far? When your dad bullied my mom, why didn't you say it was too far? Let me ask you, do you dare or not? Big brother Xianxia, agree to her. Even if I have to risk my life, I must win against her. Yuan and Hui Hui's eyes were a little red, and there was a faint special light flickering in her 2 different colored eyes. Her eyes that became cold in an instant made Lan Xuanyu's heart palpitate. Lan Xuanyu said solemnly, but, we don't have double the bet, how can we raise the stakes with you? Tang Yuga smiled. It's alright. You can owe me. You can sign an IOU under the fairness of the soul fighting arena. I'm not afraid of you going back on your word. Lan Xuanyu turned his head to look at his other three companions. Lan Mengqin couldn't help but say, she's too arrogant. Promise her, I don't believe it. Isn't it just 3 5-ring and 2 4-ring? Dong Qianqiu's furrowed brows relaxed at this time. He looked deeply at Lan Xuanyu and said, I can. Lu Feng clenched his fists tightly. Among the 5 of them, he was the weakest. He couldn't say anything with confidence, but at this moment, the suppressed feeling in his heart was about to explode. He kept shouting in the depths of his heart, I want to become stronger. Feeling the atmosphere brought about by his teammates, Lan Xuanyu smiled and looked at Tang Yuge. Alright, we agree. Let's just sign the contract. Whoever loses, the other party's bet will be doubled, and the doubled part will be paid by the other party. Tang Yuge looked at him in surprise and said with a smile, okay, it's a deal. She had absolute confidence in her and her companion's strength. For her, winning 100,000 Douluo coins was not important. What was important was to humiliate Yuan and Hui Hui. The 4 teammates standing behind her also had different expressions. They had never seen their class leader act like this before. Tang Yuge was not like this usually. The fairness was very simple. A piece of paper, signed by both parties. It took effect immediately and was recorded in the mainframe. Both sides retreated and distanced themselves from each other. Yuan and Hui Hui suddenly came to Lan Xuanyu's side, hugged his neck, and whispered a few words in his ear. Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment and looked at him doubtfully. Will you be okay? Yuan and Hui Hui shook his head, and there was a faint inexplicable light in his eyes. Okay. Lan Xuanyu nodded hard. They couldn't afford to lose this match either. Their only chance was that their opponents were not familiar with them. And in this battle, the most important person was not the strongest Yuan and Hui Hui and Lan Mengqin, but in fact, Lan Xuanyu. His support would play the greatest role in this battle. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down as much as possible. He narrowed his eyes slightly and adjusted his state. At this time, the news of both sides raising stakes had spread throughout the audience, and all the audience already knew. But all the noise around them was swept away, which was the system's isolation. They would fight in an absolutely quiet environment to avoid being affected by the audience's tendencies. This was the fairness of the Great Soul Arena. Lan Xuanyu's group of 5 stood still. In front were Dong Qianqiu and Yuan and Hui Hui. Lan Xuanyu was in the middle, and behind him were Lan Mengqin and Lu Feng. A comparison of strength, Lan Mengqin and Yuan and Hui Hui both had 5-ring or equivalent combat power. Dong Qianqiu had 3-ring and could compete with 4-ring. And the ones who won were Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng. If the other party didn't use their battle armor, they didn't have no chance at all. What did doubling the bet mean? It meant that their original bet of 240,000 became 480,000. If they win, they can get a compensation of 480,000. When signing the contract, Lan Xuanyu clearly felt that Tang Yuge wasn't in the right state of mind, so he just wrote double the bet and didn't write the specific amount. Tang Yuge didn't care too much, after all, there was the system's confirmation. So, she didn't know that if she lost this battle, the system would pay 240,000 to Lan Xuanyu and the others, and they would have to pay an additional 480,000. Wealth comes from danger, take a risk, and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. This was Lan Xuanyu's mentality at this moment. Furthermore, he also enjoyed this feeling. It was precisely because the pressure brought by the opponent was great that it could stimulate their own potential. It would help him digest and absorb the gains from his previous cultivation in the Sea God Lake. Let the match begin. With the electronic sound, the battle between the first and third years of the Shrek Academy's outer court began in full swing. In fact, Tang Yuge's previous ridicule wasn't correct. In her world, or rather, among the freshmen of many worlds, 4-ring was already the strongest, and there were no 5-ring students at all. In Lan Xuanyu's cohort, there was an anomaly like Yuan and Hui Hui. Lan Mengqin was the same, a 4-ring twin martial soul. Within the academy, their evaluation of this cohort was actually quite high. Why did Tang Yuge and the others, who had just entered the third year, only have 3 5-ring and 2 4-ring. It was because the production of their battle armors took up a lot of their time, and at the same time, they needed to accumulate more. In modern society, the strength of a soul master was no longer just evaluated by soul power. Their overall strength was very important. Combat techniques, mechas, battle armors, and actual combat experience. These external factors would determine their overall strength. Therefore, Tang Yuga definitely didn't think that their opponents, who had just entered the academy and had 2 rings at that, could pose any threat to them. Therefore, when she heard that the other party was really willing to raise the stakes, her heart was filled with disdain. Soul rings rose from all 10 soul masters on both sides at the same time. Tang Yuga wasn't lying. On her side, including her, the 3 people standing in front all had 5 soul rings, while the 2 people at the back had 4 rings. Their respective martial souls also underwent different changes. The most eye-catching one was Tang Yuga herself. Girls developed early. Although she was only 2 years older than Lan Xuanyu and the others, she looked taller by more than half a head. Her long hair was originally black, but with the release of her martial soul, 5 strands of hair on the left side of her hair changed color. They were green, red, yellow, gold, and blue. They looked exceptionally dazzling. At the same time, her delicate body also grew a little taller. She was originally only about 1.6 meters tall, but now she was more than 1.75 meters tall. She had a slender figure, long legs, and a slender waist. Even her eyes were faintly shining. 2 purple and 3 black soul rings appeared on her body, displaying a more powerful soul ring combination than Yuan and Hui Hui. The 2 male students on either side of Tang Yuga were also extraordinary. They each released 5 soul rings, 4 purple and 1 black. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu and the others noticed that these 2 looked very similar. They were actually twins. With the release of their soul rings, a fruit-colored shield appeared in each of their hands. The shield was circular with tortoiseshell patterns on it. In the center, there was a relief sculpture of a winged snake. A pair of snake eyes were in the center of the shield, emitting a red light. Black tortoise shield. This was a top-notch defense-type martial soul, and there were 2 of them at once. There was no doubt that the cooperation between the twins was very good. These 2 were undoubtedly top-notch defense-type soul masters. The black tortoise shield was known for its offense and defense. The 2 soul masters behind the 3 of them displayed offensive abilities. The person on the left was holding a crystal ball in his hand. The crystal ball emitted a faint white light, making him look very holy. His martial soul, Holy Crystal, was good at all kinds of holy summoning. It was a half auxiliary and half offensive martial soul. It was a very special and rare martial soul. The other person's martial soul was also very special. With the release of his martial soul, his whole body became dark. Then, a dark red cloak enveloped his whole body. A black aura fluctuated, and a dark red light faintly surged, emitting an incomparably cold aura. This martial soul was actually a darkness-type martial soul, forming a sharp contrast with the light-type martial soul beside him. Damn, seeing these 5 people release their martial souls, Lan Xuanyu's expression became more and more dignified. Damn it, the other 5 people's martial souls were all extremely rare and top-notch. It was very likely that the entire 3 teams would be the strongest team. And this was under the condition that they didn't use their battle armors. Shrek Academy was indeed worthy of being the Shrek Academy, however, at this time, there was no chance for regrets. The huge amount of Douluo coins had been exhausted. They had to do their best to win this match. They were observing each other, and the other party was also observing them. Tang Yuga's gaze first fell on Lan Xuanyu. She knew Yuan and Hui Hui very well. She was defeated by her. It was said that Lan Xuanyu only had 2 rings. How did he stand out from the rest of the candidates? She was actually very curious about who would come in first. It was precisely because she knew that Lan Xuanyu had won first place by relying on his own strength that she learned from him. The juniors were filled with disdain. That's right, Lan Xuanyu really had 2 rings. On the other side, Lan Xuanyu released his martial soul. Blue-silver grass sprouted from his left and right hands, each with different veined patterns. There were also 2 soul rings on each of his arms. Twin martial souls, but only 2 rings. In other places, many people would be surprised to see a soul master with twin martial souls, but in the Shrek Academy, it wasn't rare to see someone with twin martial souls. There's never a shortage here. There were very few soul masters with twin martial souls. Even if he had 2 martial spirits, it would depend on his cultivation level. It wasn't like 10,000 years ago, when a soul master could only cultivate to rank 99 at most. At rank 99, a soul master with twin martial souls would naturally be stronger than a soul master with only 1 martial soul. However, after the entire mother planet was upgraded, a soul master could break through this barrier and reach rank 99. Whether he had twin martial souls or not wasn't that important anymore. What was more important were some other things. He really only had 2 rings, and Tang Yuge didn't feel any strong aura from Lan Xuanyu. How could he become first place among the first years with such a level? Were the freshmen this year very bad? That's not right. She knew Yuan and Hui Hui's strength. Although she was never willing to admit it, she knew that with her first year's level, she was definitely not this little guy's opponent. Collect the bookmark, remember this site, and ask for the latest chapters in the library. He had 5 rings in his first year. This was extremely rare in the history of the Shrek Academy. Even Yuan and Hui Hui wasn't as good as this Lan Xuanyu. And it seemed that Yuan and Hui Hui still followed Lan Xuanyu's lead. Although Tang Yuge disdained Lan Xuanyu and the others' overall strength, she wouldn't be careless at all. They have fought many times in this great soul arena and became the Golden Soul Battle team. They have experienced countless big and small battles. Although this wasn't a real battle, it allowed them to accumulate extremely rich experience. As a student of the Shrek Academy, what kind of strange soul master hasn't she seen? Even if she hasn't seen them, she has heard of them. In addition to Lan Xuanyu, she paid more attention to Lan Mengqin, the 4-ring soul master. 5-ring, 1 4-ring, 1 3-ring, and 2 2-ring. Such a team dares to fight with us? Tang Yuge felt disdain in her heart and suddenly waved her hand forward. The 2 black tortoise shield brothers on both sides of her immediately rushed out. They had worked together with Tang Yuge for a long time and had a tacit understanding with each other. The 2 brothers were both taciturn and unusually calm. In their team, there was no doubt that Tang Yuge was the absolute core and leader. However, the 2 of them were like mainstays. Even if Tang Yuge overplayed sometimes, they could still pull the situation back. Many times, an instantaneous burst of power was nothing. What was truly powerful was an extremely stable and powerful strength. And these 2 were exactly like that. On the left was the elder brotherly Siki, and on the right was the younger brotherly Siming. The black tortoise shield in their hands emitted a faint black light, as if the shield had become bigger. They rushed over with incomparable strength. Lan Xuanyu and the others were naturally prepared. Although Lan Mengqin was in the back row, her body instantly floated up. And a layer of ice mist was released from her body. It spread outwards, enveloping the 5 of them. All of them were enveloped. At the same time, an arrow was shot, drawing a parabola in the air, passing over Li Ti in front. Qi Siming went straight to the soul master with the holy crystal martial soul in the back row. Yuan and Hui Hui made her move. Under the cover of the ice mist, Lan Xuanyu's left hand single silver-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around Lan Mengqin's body first. At this time, Lan Xuanyu did not let the blue-silver grass wrap around the others. Instead, the 5 of them did not rush forward, but quickly retreated to the side. The ice mist was extremely thick, blocking the vision of Tang Yuge and the others. Tang Yuge flashed and arrived in front of the Holy Crystal Soul Master. Her right hand slapped out, and her palm turned into a golden palm that slapped away the arrow. Want to fly a kite? She saw the purpose of Lan Xuanyu and the others at a glance. In Lan Xuanyu's team, only Yuan and Hui Hui was a 5-ring soul master and was good at ultra-long-range attacks. Widening the distance was undoubtedly the most advantageous for Yuan and Hui Hui and the others. The 2 brothers Li Siki and Li Siming were both strong in offense and defense, and the only thing they lacked was speed. If the other party was fast enough, it would not be so easy for them to catch up with the other party. Using one's strength attacking the enemy's weakness was indeed a very correct tactic. However, Lan Xuanyu and the others thought that this was enough. Tang Yuga raised the corner of her mouth and made a gesture. Qin, the Holy Crystal Soul Master, stroked the crystal ball with both hands, and the first of the 4 purple soul rings on his body lit up. Suddenly, a ball of holy light bloomed outwards and fell on Tang Yuga's body in an instant. Holy Crystal's first soul skill, Holy. This ability was both offensive and defensive. If it was used on an evil opponent, it would have a dispelling and purifying effect. If it was used on one's own side, it would add a holy attribute, which could increase the overall strength of teammates by 5% in an instant, and had a certain self-healing ability. At the same time, it was immune to most control-type soul skills, especially evil control-type soul skills. On the other side, the Dark Cloak Soul Master made a gesture with his hands in front of his chest, and the first and second soul rings on his body lit up at the same time. Immediately, dark shadows began to emerge from the Dark Cloaked Soul Master's body one after another. When the shadows first appeared, they were very illusory, but they soon became clear. They turned into shadow warriors and one archer. Shadow archers quickly rushed towards Lan Xianbao. Those shadow archers directly shot into the sky. Arrows shot out from the sky, covering a large area. In just a few breaths, 12 shadow warriors and 12 shadow archers were summoned. The Black Cloak Soul Master was good at darkness summoning. He also had an extremely rare soul. Being surrounded by those shadow warriors, there was no doubt that Lan Xuanyu and the others' speed would be limited, creating opportunities for the Li Siki and Li Siming brothers who were chasing after them. Tang Yuga wasn't in a hurry to make a move. She was shrouded in holiness as she observed silently. But just by standing there, the aura on her body, she was constantly climbing. This was undoubtedly an ability similar to storing power. Which student from the Shrek Academy was simple? In the ice fog, snowflakes danced. Those sharp snowflakes quietly shot into the ice fog. The shadow arrows swallowed them. These shadow arrows had a strong penetrating power, but under the cover of the ice fog, they couldn't be able to lock on to the 5 of them. In addition, with Lan Xuanyu's buff, Lan Mingqin's strength wasn't the slightest bit weaker than a 5-ring Soul Master. This was Lan Xuanyu's biggest trump card. However, the 12 shadow warriors were 2 meters tall. Outside, the shadow warriors, whose bodies flickered between illusion and reality, quickly surrounded them. The entire competition venue was about 100 meters in diameter, which was already very large. Even so, the place was still limited. These shadow warriors were all holding long sabers and were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived. Lan Xuanyu and the others were nearby. Yuan and Huihui's attack didn't stop. Arrows flew out continuously with incomparable accuracy. One by one, the shadow warriors relied on their first soul skill, spirit focus, and their arrows didn't miss. The suppression of a 5-ringed soul master against a 4-ringed soul master was still very obvious. The 12 shadow warriors were instantly killed, unable to continue approaching. Even the 12 shadow archers in the distance gradually disappeared. They used their bodies to block the arrows for their masters. At this time, the sound of the audience that was isolated outside had made a noise. There was no doubt that they were all cheering for the Sunshine After Rain battle team. But looking at the current situation, the audience couldn't help but be a little surprised. For a team with a 2-ringed Soul Master to be able to advance and retreat at the same time and not be defeated as soon as they came up was already not easy. However, the Dark-Cloaked Soul Master seemed to be able to summon an endless number of shadow warriors. Every time a shadow warrior died, a new one would be summoned. Furthermore, his 3rd soul ring started to shine. Shadow Knights appeared one by one. These Shadow Knights held long spears in their hands. They were much faster and stronger than the shadow warriors. Although the Dark-Cloaked Soul Master could only summon 4 Shadow Knights at a time, the collective charge of the Shadow Knights still posed a great threat to Lan Xuanyu's group. The speed of Lan Xuanyu's entire team suddenly slowed down because of the restriction. The most important thing was that Tang Yuga hadn't made a move yet. The Holy Crystal Soul Master seemed to be afraid of affecting the Dark-Cloaked Soul Master, so he also didn't continue to make a move, but just added Holy to Tang Yuga. It seemed that under the addition of Holy, the aura of Tang Yuga's body was becoming stronger and stronger. In the ice fog, Xian issued one order after another, and the whole team was under his command. Suddenly, the arrows shot out of the ice fog paused for a moment, seemingly because of the large number of continuous shots. Yuan and Hui Hui also had to take a breath. It was also at this moment that the 4 shadow knights that were rushing over suddenly accelerated, at least 30% faster than before. In an instant, they rushed into the ice fog. Suddenly, a series of shadows sounded in the ice fog. Of course, the two sides had already made contact. The second soul rings of the two brothers Li Siki and Li Siming flickered at the same time. They were 5 meters away from Lan Xuanyu. They were getting closer and closer. How could they let go of such an opportunity? They didn't think about the impact of the ice fog blocking their line of sight at all, because they were confident in their own strength. They had absolute confidence. As 5-ring defense-type soul masters, even in the face of a 6-ring soul master, they could withstand the attack of a 6-ring soul master for a short period of time. Only a top 6-ring soul master could do this. A group of 6-ring soul masters couldn't even break their defense. Chang Tsung, therefore, brazenly rushed into the ice fog. They were confident that even if there were only the two of them, they would be able to destroy their opponents. Yuan and Hui Hui's bow and arrows were not a big threat to them at all. With a shield, they could restrain an archer like Yuan and Hui Hui the most. At this moment, Tang Yuga in the distance and the 2 light and dark soul masters beside her also moved at the same time. Due to the constant movement of Lan Xuanyu and the others, Tang Yuga and the 2 light and dark soul masters were a little far from the battlefield, more than 50 meters away. But with their cultivation, more than 50 meters was nothing at all. They could rush to their opponents in just a few breaths. The 2 light and dark soul masters suddenly raised a hand each. The Holy Crystal Soul Master raised his left hand. The Black-Cloaked Soul Master raised his right hand, but the Black-Cloaked Soul Master raised his right hand. These 2 soul masters of completely opposite attributes actually held each other's hands. In an instant, a golden and red crimson light flashed. A dark red light suddenly erupted, and the 2 of them simultaneously revealed a pained expression. It was also at this moment that a strange ball of light rose behind them. The third years didn't only have 3 5-ring soul masters, Tang Yuga and the others, there were other 5-ring soul masters, but why could these 2 4-ring soul masters join this team? They relied only on their strength. An illusory figure emerged from behind the 2 of them. It was an extremely strange humanoid figure, about 4 meters tall, with a pair of huge wings spread out behind it, but the strange thing was that one of the wings was golden and the other was black. The blend of good and evil, the collision of light and darkness. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Angel of Judgment. What Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't know was that this Martial Soul Fusion Skill was known as the most powerful Martial Soul Fusion Skill in the outer court. With the fusion of light and darkness, the fusion of the 2 most conflicting martial souls, they can burst out a powerful force that is far beyond their own strength. Even a 7-ring soul sage would be intimidated by this. Attack from the Angel of Judgment. Tang Yuga never underestimated her enemy. She was waiting for this moment. She wanted to destroy Lan Xuanyu's entire team with an absolute advantage in an instant. Remember to bookmark this site and read the latest chapters. Of course, she could guess that Lan Xuanyu's team must also have a trump card. Otherwise, how could they dare to accept her raise? However, no matter what trump card they had, it was futile in the face of true absolute strength. What Tang Yuga wanted to do now was to completely crush them. All their trump cards would be annihilated under the Angel of Judgment. Although the Angel of Judgment was only used by 2 4-ring soul masters, in fact, if they wore 1-word battle armors, in the entire outer court, including the 6th grade students, there were only a handful of people who could block this blow. This martial soul fusion skill was known as the existence with the most potential for growth in the future. Therefore, although these 2 people were only 4-ring, they were very likely to enter the inner court in the future. The possibility of entering the inner court was greater than the Li Siki and Li Siming brothers. A distance of more than 50 meters was nothing for the Angel of Judgment. A single strike of judgment could destroy the heavens and earth. A sweet smile had already appeared on Tang Yuga's face. She had rushed out, but it was actually also she didn't want to do anything, she just wanted to see the desperate eyes of these juniors up close. In her heart, she thought, except for Yuan and Yanji, the other juniors would be treated as an actual combat lesson for them. Let them understand what the gap is. At this moment, the brothers Li Siki and Li Siming had already rushed into the ice mist. the ice mist was surging, and it was even collapsing. In the distance, the Angel of Judgment was rapidly taking shape, and the situation was set. However, at this moment, Tang Yuga suddenly saw something strange. It was a pair of big eyes, a pair of dark blue eyes with no emotional color. They emerged from the ice mist and stared into the distance. It was also at this moment that a harsh sonorous sound rang out, which seemed to be the sound of strings being plucked. But why was the sound of strings being plucked so unpleasant? The Angel of Judgment, who was in the process of fusion, suddenly stopped when it heard the sound of the zither. Both the Holy Crystal Soul Master and the Dark Cloak Soul Master struggled for a moment, and the same thought came to their minds at the same time: it was too unpleasant to hear. In the next instant, they saw a dark blue color. In an instant, their bodies and minds almost stagnated at the same time. The Angel of Judgment that was gradually taking shape also stopped completely. An extremely dangerous aura suddenly burst out between the Holy Crystal Soul Master and the Dark Cloak Soul Master. Tang Yuga, who was rushing forward, the smile on her face froze in an instant, and she suddenly turned back. She was horrified to see that in the distance, the Angel of Judgment that was fusing and taking shape suddenly froze in midair, and fine cracks suddenly appeared between the two different bodies of gold and black. It was extremely strange. Strange two-color electric light flowed in it. At the same time, the entire competition stage suddenly darkened. Not good, a deafening roar sounded in an instant. The Angel of Judgment that was in the process of fusion suddenly exploded. The terrible black and gold merged together and turned into a powerful shock wave, shooting in all directions at the same time. The first to be swallowed were the Holy Crystal Soul Master and the Dark Cloak Soul Master. They disappeared in an instant. Without a trace. Along with them, the surrounding summoned Umbra Earth and Umbra Bow also disappeared. Archers. And that terrible shock wave also spread to the whole arena in an instant. No one expected this scene, not even Lan Xuanyu, who had been trying to control the situation on the field. Unexpectedly. From the very beginning, they had used the ice mist to conceal their own status in order to find an opportunity. Just like how Tang Yuga was waiting for an opportunity, Lan Xuanyu was also waiting for an opportunity. Just now, Yuan and Hui Hui's arrow had stopped. In fact, it was Lan Xuanyu who had controlled it. At that moment, his golden-patterned blue silver grass instantly wrapped around Yuan and Hui Hui's body. At the same time, the other two golden-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around Lu Feng and Dong Qianqiu's bodies respectively. According to Lan Xuanyu's plan, with his golden-patterned blue-silver grass, Dong Qianqiu's combat strength was at least equivalent to a four-ring soul master, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against the four Shadow Knights. He deliberately let the two brothers, Li Siki and Li Siming, come over. The reason he had dodged for so long was mainly to distance himself from the two brothers and Tang Yuga's group. It was just a matter of distance. At this moment, they had opened up a sufficient distance between them. As defense-type soul masters, these two brothers definitely had some distance to cover. Du was confident that he could block the enemy's attack and disrupt the enemy's formation. Then let them come over. And with Lan Xuanyu's buff, the strength of their entire team was undoubtedly far beyond the opponent's judgment. Under such circumstances, the wrong judgment would definitely cause the two brothers, Li Siki and Li Siming, to fall into a bitter battle. Lan Xuanyu had already thought it through. They would concentrate all their strength, including Lan Mingqin's Ice Phoenix dance. They must defeat or severely injure the two brothers, Li Siki and Li Siming, in the shortest time possible. And Lu Feng only had one mission, which was to use his white dragon to block Tang Yuga under the buff of Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass, creating an opportunity for Lan Xuanyu, Yuan and Hui Hui, and Lan Mingqin to defeat Li Siki and Li Siming. Everything was going according to plan. The two brothers, Li Siki and Li Siming, must have a joint defensive soul skill. But Lan Xuanyu was very clear about how powerful Ice Phoenix dance was under the buff of Lan Xuanyu, not to mention that there was also the martial soul fusion skill, Jin Lan Ice Spear. As for the martial soul fusion skill of the Dark Cloak Soul Master and the Holy Crystal Soul, Lan Xuanyu had already guessed it. Because he himself had two elements, ice and fire, and could fuse them into one, light and darkness were undoubtedly more terrifying than ice and fire, so they must not be allowed to fuse successfully. With his own martial soul fusion experience, Lan Xuanyu's judgment of the time to stop the other party's successful fusion was very good. He could not control it at the beginning, nor could he wait for the other party to complete the fusion. Instead, he could perfectly destroy the fusion process when the other party's fusion was just about to complete. Deep blue gaze appeared at this moment, not aimed at Tang Yuga, but at the two light and dark soul masters in the distance. As long as their martial soul fusion skill was interrupted, Lan Xuanyu believed that light and darkness would definitely cause a certain backlash, at least making these two soul masters unable to use their martial soul fusion skill for a short time, and also unable to interfere with their besieging of Li Siki and Li Siming. As long as Li Siki and Li Siming were dealt with Yuan and Hui Hui's long-range attack, there should still be a chance to at least temporarily contain Tang Yuga. Dong Xianxia would lose most of his combat power because of deep blue gaze, but Lan Xuanyu still had another trump card for Tang Yuga, which would only be used as a last resort. The strength of the opponent was too strong, so Lan Xuanyu had no confidence in this game. However, he had to use it. Without confidence, he could only fight, because if he didn't fight, there would be no chance at all. Lan Xuanyu and the others must be dealt with first. However, the plan really couldn't keep up with the changes. No one expected that when Deep Blue Gaze interrupted the Angel of Judgment, 2 defense-type soul masters would be enough. Such a terrifying scene would play out during the fusion. The delicate balance between light and darkness was broken, bringing about Lan Xuanyu's ice and fire yin-yang pearl. The effect of the explosion. Moreover, the power was many times greater than his ice and fire yin-yang pearl. This was a terrifying explosion that affected the entire battlefield and could threaten everyone present. At critical moments, calmness was often the best way to save oneself. As soon as the roar in the distance appeared, and the moment the madness of dark light appeared, Lan Xuanyu felt that something was wrong. Although his cultivation was not low, his spiritual power was not low. He didn't hesitate at all and instantly made the best choice. He suddenly clasped his hands inwards and held on to the blue-silver grass that had wrapped around his test partners, and then pulled them back with all his strength. Xianxia was in front of him, and was directly pulled into his arms. Lan Mengqin, who was playing the zither and cooperating with Deep Blue Gaze to interrupt the opponent's fusion, was also pulled over by him. Lu Feng and Yuan and Hui Hui were the same. The 4 of them were instantly pulled together by him. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu reminded the 2 brothers Li Siki and Li Siming with good intentions and shouted, "Be careful." Li Siki and Li Siming were both powerful soul kings with 5-ring cultivation, and their perception of danger was not inferior to Lan Xuanyu's. They felt the big explosion behind them as soon as it appeared. While they were shocked, their movements did not slow down. The 2 brothers turned around at the same time. The 2 shields that were coming over instantly turned around and faced outwards. At the same time, black light surged from their bodies. The light spread like black water, and the 2 shields suddenly collided, turning into a thick and pitch-black shield. The shield blocked in front of them. This shield was like an iron wall. Black water flowed, and 2 flying snakes swam in the black water. The black water turned into energy and continuously poured into the shield. The terrifying defense layer was as thick as a mountain. Seeing this defense, Lan Xuanyu's expression suddenly stiffened. This was clearly a martial soul combination skill. Although it was not a martial soul fusion skill, the tacit understanding between the twin brothers was too high. A combination skill was better than a fusion skill. Could Ice Phoenix Dance break through this defense? With Lan Mingqin's 4-ring cultivation base, could her martial soul fusion skill break through the martial soul combination skill of a 5-ring soul king? Even with Yuan and Hui Hui's outburst and his own buff. Could they break through this iron bastion? Maybe there was a chance. But there was no doubt that they would never be able to defeat the 2 brothers in a short period of time. Their defensive prowess was actually so terrifying. Boom! Even with Tang Yuga's cultivation base, when she was hit by the light and darkness storm, her whole body was instantly sent flying. A 5-colored light bloomed on her body, and her 5 soul rings actually shone at the same time. A strange scene appeared. When her 5 soul rings were released, 5 beads condensed around her body, matching the 5 colors on her hair. Each of the 5 beads bloomed with light, and the 5 colors merged with each other, forming a light shield that enveloped her. And under her deliberate control, her body flew straight towards Li Siki and Li Siming. She just happened to hit the Iron Bastion. The Iron Bastion became soft at that moment, as if a black water vortex had appeared and swallowed Tang Yuga. In the next moment, the light and darkness storm hit the defense fiercely. Boom, the two-colored light burst out, bloomed, and expanded in all directions. At the moment of collision, the two brothers Li Siki and Li Siming, who were originally standing firm, instantly slid back 5 meters. Both of their faces had blue veins popping out, and they were obviously under tremendous pressure. However, even under such circumstances, they still managed to hold on to their impregnable defense. It was just that there were constantly harsh cutting sounds coming from above. If one could see the front, they would find that on the Iron Bastion, there were small cracks appearing. These cracks were constantly twisting and expanding, trying to destroy everything. Tang Yuga's body drilled out from behind the Iron Bastion. She looked extremely embarrassed at this time, her hair was disheveled, and the 5-colored light on her body was flowing, but it seemed a little unstable. He was gasping for breath in large mouthfuls. Then her eyes widened. What did she see? She saw 5 people. He saw 5 guys gathered together, squatting behind the iron wall propped up by the two brothers Li Siki and Li Siming. Other than Dong Qianxia's pale face, the other 4 looked at her with unfriendly eyes. There was even a hint of mockery in his tone. At the same time, she saw the white-haired girl suddenly burst forth with a strong aura. Her 4 soul rings, 3 purple and 1 black, suddenly turned into 4 black soul rings. Then, the 2 soul rings intersected and shone. A loud buzzing sound rang out, and a huge ice phoenix appeared just like that, flying straight towards her. They were so close, and everything happened so suddenly that they were caught off guard. Behind him was an iron bastion, but that iron bastion was for the outside. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Tang Yuga's mind. Fortresses were usually breached from the inside. At this time, the strongest storm of light and darkness had passed, but the attack from behind had already arrived. Before the start of this battle, Tang Yuga could never have imagined that he and his team would face such a situation. A loud shout came from behind her, "Yuga, defend!" Immediately afterward, Lan Xuanyu and the others were surprised to see a black light suddenly fall on Tang Yuga. Then, there was a blur in front of them, and it suddenly changed. Tang Yuga disappeared. Instead, it was the two brothers Li Siki and Li Siming. The Iron Bastion actually appeared in front of them as if it had teleported by magic. Boom! Ice Phoenix dance slammed into the Iron Bastion that was already riddled with holes. In an instant, the entire Iron Bastion shattered instantly, turning into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Li Siki and Li Siming let out muffled groans and fell back. It was equivalent to them first bearing the impact of the Angel of Judgment's self-destruction, and then bearing the attack of the martial soul fusion skill, Ice Phoenix Dance, enhanced by Lan Xuanyu. No matter how strong the defense was, there was a limit. How could they withstand it? 2 arrows flashed and arrived in front of them in an instant. Yuan and Hui Hui had been waiting for a long time. It was the arrow shot by the most ordinary god spirit focus. But from the beginning of drawing the longbow, and under the buff of Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass, he had been accumulating power for more than 10 seconds. This was an all-out attack from him, who had a 5-ring cultivation base. Although it was not as explosive as the Thunder Spirit War Drum, it was extremely condensed and compressed. It was specially designed to deal with the two brothers with amazing defense. Without the Black Tortoise shield, they had no strength left to block it. In the midst of Tang Yuga's scream, the throats of the two were penetrated at the same time. Puff, puff, they turned into 2 white lights and disappeared from the competition platform. Everything happened too fast, so fast that even the audience couldn't take it all in. Who would have thought that such a battle, which they thought was supposed to be a crushing victory, would suddenly become like this? In this short collision time, among the 5 members of the Sunshine After Rain battle team, 4 of them had fallen. Was this an accident? Or could it be that the strength of the odd and fantastic squadron was really that strong? At this moment, Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, Lan Mengqin, and Dong Qianxia were already ecstatic. The god of luck was watching over them. After the real collision, they understood how strong the other party was. If it weren't for the unexpected explosion of the Angel of Judgment, Tang Yuga wanted to finish the battle in one fell swoop. It was just that they let Li Siki and his brother rush into their ice fog. They were afraid that they were in imminent danger now, and their defeat was only a matter of time. The opponent was really too strong. Especially the terrifying defense of the two brothers, Li Siki and Li Siming. It was far beyond their expectations. However, now that 4 of the 5 opponents were gone, and the dawn of victory was right in front of them, how could they not be excited? Happiness came too suddenly. Lan Xuanyu pulled them all to his side at the critical moment and hid behind the iron wall formed by the black tortoise shield. It could be said that they were not baptized by the light and darkness storm. Then he took advantage of the situation to kill the 2 brothers in one fell swoop. It could simply be described as perfect. Although Dong Qianxiu had consumed too much energy and had no power to fight again for the time being. But on their side, there was still Lan Mengqin, who had consumed nearly half of her energy, Yuan and Hui Hui, who was almost in perfect condition, Lan Xuanyu, who had consumed little energy, and Lu Feng, who was in perfect condition. It was equivalent to having the combat power of 3.5 people. Yuan and Hui Hui was still a 5-ring. There was only one Tang Yuga left. Victory was right in front of them. And in this round, if they won with the additional stakes, their total Douluo coins would be increased to 960,000 Douluo coins. This was far beyond their expectations. How many emblems could they exchange for? Big brother Xianyu. At this moment, Yuan and Hui Hui's voice suddenly sounded beside them. Lan Xuanyu turned his head to look at him. He was surprised to see that Yuan and Hui Hui's face did not relax, but was very cautious. Tang Yuga is very strong. Yuan and Hui Hui said solemnly. Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled, and he immediately looked forward. At this time, Tang Yuga was standing more than 10 meters away from them, having just defended against the aftermath of the light and darkness storm. Her pretty face was full of frustration, her clothes were torn in many places, and her hair was very messy. Her embarrassed appearance was simply distressing. She was even a little absent-minded, as if she couldn't believe what had just happened. Could she still pose a threat to them in this state? Even Lan Xuanyu, who had always been meticulous, couldn't help but disagree with Yuan and Hui Hui's judgment at this moment. And at this moment, Tang Yuga slowly raised his head and looked at them. She felt like a failure. Of course, her teammates weren't really dead. This was just the Douluo world. However, as the captain of the Sunshine After Rain Squadron, the undisputed class monitor of the 3rd years, the #1 person. In such a situation where she was facing an opponent who was obviously much weaker than her, she actually failed like this. She really didn't want to admit her failure, but the truth was right in front of her. She was already alone. No matter what the final result of this match was, she had failed. A very, very failure. Her commanding was incompetent, it should have been a crushing victory. How did it become like this? You guys. Tang Yuga gritted her teeth as she looked at Lan Xuanyu's team. She hated this feeling of failure. This was a disgrace. And there were so many spectators watching. She knew that after today, many fans would definitely leave her. Yuan and Hui Hui curled his lips, brainless. You played a good hand badly. You think you've won? Tang Yuga suddenly tilted her head and looked at him. Surprisingly, Yuan and Hui Hui didn't admit it. Instead, he said, "No, before I defeat you, I won't think so. I won't be like someone, blindly arrogant." He formulated such a strategy without understanding his opponent at all. Fortunately, I don't have such a captain. This time, Tang Yuga wasn't angry. Instead, she turned her gaze to Lan Xuanyu. She didn't know what Lan Xuanyu had done in the ice fog, but the result in front of her had already represented everything. This guy who only had 2 rings but obtained first place in the freshman assessment was really extraordinary. Dong Qianxiu supported herself as she stood beside Lan Xuanyu. At this moment, her body was only wrapped in silver-patterned blue-silver grass. Under the enhancement of the silver-patterned blue-silver grass, her combat strength was slowly recovering. All of you must die. Tang Yuga's voice became cold, and the 5 soul rings on her body became clear. And it was also at this moment that Yuan and Hui Hui's 4th soul ring suddenly lit up. The purple star spirit bow in his hand was instantly drawn, and the bowstring trembled like a phantom. Arrows shot out like rain hitting banana leaves. It was the spirit rain tide, at such a close distance, Tang Yuga did not even have a chance to dodge. However, her eyes had become calm, and there was no longer any strong emotional fluctuation from before. His hands turned golden, and his fourth soul ring lit up. Tang Yuga took a step forward and swiped his palms in front of him. Amidst the ear-piercing sounds, the arrows shattered one after another, bursting into balls of light in the air. From a visual point of view, it was as if a strong rain of light had suddenly bloomed around Tang Yuga's body. It was extremely dazzling. Lan Xuanyu pulled the other three, and the four of them quickly retreated, leaving the battlefield to Yuan and Hui and Tang Yuga. Under the buff of his golden-patterned blue-silver grass, Yuan and Hui's strength would increase by at least 30%. Both sides were 5-ring, so how could they not suppress Tang Yuga? If you want to defeat your opponent, you must first understand your opponent. He wanted to observe how Tang Yuga would deal with Yuan and Hui. Yuan and Hui tiptoed lightly on the ground, and quickly retreated while shooting arrows. He was good at long-range combat, so the most important thing was to increase the distance between them. At the same time, the other soul rings on his body also began to flicker. Except for his fifth soul ring, the other 4 soul rings shone together. Fire arrows, poison arrows, and sword rain, under the guidance of spirit attention, flew crazily towards Tang Yuga. Tang Yuga's soul rings were also constantly switching, and the light on his body was also changing strangely. When facing the poison arrows, her fifth soul ring would light up, and a blue halo would surge out, instantly sweeping away the poison arrows, so that they could not even release the poison mist. When facing the fire arrows, flames would surge in her hands, instantly swallowing the fire arrows, making the flames on her body even stronger. Most of the time, her hands were golden, and clanging sounds could be heard as they constantly changed. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu realized that there was an additional layer of scales on her hands. They were similar to his dragon scales, but he could clearly feel that they were not dragon scales. Because if it was a dragon-type martial soul, it would more or less be affected by him, but Tang Yuga was not. What exactly was her martial soul? She had used water and fire, but what was that golden ability? Tang Yuga blocked Yuan and Hui's arrows as she stepped forward. She also noticed that Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around Yuan and Hui's waist, and at the same time, she felt that the power of the arrows was different from before. Yuan and Hui did not retreat too far, because he could not go beyond the range of the golden-patterned blue-silver grass. It's useless. Even if I'm alone, all of you will still die. Tang Yuga said coldly. Suddenly, she took a step forward, and the 5 soul rings on her body lit up at the same time. The 5-colored hair on her head flickered with a halo of light, and the 5 balls of light that had appeared when she was defending herself appeared once again. The 5 balls of light formed by the 5 soul rings revolved around her body, and the 5-colored light fused together to form an intense 5-colored halo. The light condensed towards her palm, and she pressed her palm in the air. In an instant, Lan Xuanyu felt that the various elements in the air seemed to have encountered a huge vortex, and all of them condensed towards Tang Yuga's palm. Immediately after, a vibration force burst forth. It was a very strange energy fluctuation. Lan Xuanyu could control the water and fire elements, so he was very sensitive to the elements. As far as he knew, different elements had their own characteristics. The water element was gentle and inclusive, while the fire element was hot and violent. However, at this moment, Tang Yuga was releasing a strong elemental fluctuation, but he could not find any characteristics in this elemental fluctuation. It was as if it was one, since there were no characteristics, it meant that there were no flaws. Moreover, it was so vast, all the arrows collapsed in an instant. In the 5-colored light, Yuan and Hui retreated quickly, but she was still swept up a little. Suddenly, the soul power on her body was greatly weakened, as if a lot of it had been devoured. What kind of ability is this? 5 soul skills fused into one? How is this possible? Lan Xuanyu's heart was full of shock. At this time, the others also realized that they had to make a move. The harsh sound of the guqin sounded, and Lan Mengqin took out her Jade Phoenix guqin again. Her first soul skill, Strong Interference. Affected by the sound of the guqin, Tang Yuga's 5-colored light fluctuated a little, but it only fluctuated for a moment before it became stable again. She took a step forward, and her speed was extremely fast, and she went straight to Lan Mengqin. It was you just now. Previously, it was under the influence of Lan Mingqin's strong interference that the fusion of the Angel of Judgment stagnated, giving Lan Xuanyu and the others a chance. Lan Mingqin didn't move, and behind her, a figure emerged. It was the third soul skill of the Heavenly Snow Woman Martial Soul, Descent of the Snow Woman. At the same time, Lu Feng held the white dragon spear and rushed out from the side like lightning. Under the buff of Lan Xuanyu, his second soul skill, Rise of the White Dragon, was launched. Tang Yuga snorted coldly, clapped her left hand, and a five-colored halo surged, colliding with the silver moon spear of the white dragon spear. A strange scene appeared. When the silver moon spear light came into contact with the multicolored halo, it disappeared. It was as if the colors of a painting had been erased. In the next moment, Tang Yuga's left hand grabbed his white dragon spear, and her right hand suddenly made a pulling motion, pulling Lu Feng in front of her and spitting out her palm. Bang! The five-colored halo erupted, and Lu Feng turned into a white light and was instantly killed. From the beginning of the battle until now, it was the first time that someone from the odd and fantastic battle team died. What is her martial soul? Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but ask Yuan and Hui Hui, who had just caught her breath. 5 elements Qilin, her martial soul is the 5 elements Qilin. These are her 5 attributes of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. After the attributes are gathered, they fuse together to form the great 5 elements divine light, which can destroy all energy and is especially terrifying. En Huijia's expression was also very ugly, with a hint of fear. 1 minute, she can only last for 2 minutes at most. This also consumes a lot of energy. Yuan and Hui Hui followed up. Thunder Spirit War Drum, power up. Lan Xuanyu shouted, then suddenly pulled the silver-patterned blue-silver grass in his hand and pulled Lan Mingqin, who was sitting there playing the zither, towards him. 2 minutes? The key was that even though they were 4 against 1 now, according to the current situation, it was a big problem whether he could last for 2 minutes. The ability of the great 5 elements divine light to eliminate all energy was really too terrifying. Did the 5 soul skills fuse into one? To be able to become the number 1 among the 3rd years in the Shrek Academy's outer court, she was indeed extraordinary. In fact, Tang Yuga's strength came from her 5 elements attributes. Her lineage's 5 elements Qilin martial soul was a top-notch martial soul passed down. As early as 10,000 years ago, the entire Douluo continent plane had not yet evolved. When it evolved, an ultimate Douluo had appeared in her lineage. With the continuation and research of her family for 10,000 years, they discovered a special cultivation method, and it was to combine the first 5 soul skills with one of the 5 elements. Once he had all 5 soul skills, he would combine the 5 elements into one, complementing and restraining one another. From there, he would cultivate the complete great 5 elements divine light. It sounded simple, but in reality, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Not to mention other things, Tang Yuga already had 5 spirit souls. At her level of cultivation, such a situation could be said to be unprecedented. In order to be able to withstand the spiritual power impact brought by the spirit souls, she couldn't choose a particularly powerful spirit soul, and had to pay special attention to improving her own spiritual power. In her generation, she was the only one who persisted and succeeded in cultivating the great 5 elements divine light, thus awakening the 5 elements Qilin a second time. This was how she became the leader of her year in the Shrek Academy, where there were many talents. She had to put in a lot of effort. Even now, she had to endure the effects of having 5 spirits in her body at the same time. This caused her soul power to increase very slowly after she became a 5-ringed soul master. She had no choice but to focus more on her spiritual power. At the very least, she would have to wait for her spiritual power to make another breakthrough and enter the next spiritual level before she could cultivate in a more demonic manner. Even so, her great interactive divine light was almost invincible among those of the same level. This was also why Yuan and Hui Hui was so afraid of her despite having such a powerful purple star spirit bow. After Tang Yuga slapped Lu Feng to death, he directly pounced on Lan Mingqin. Lan Mingqin naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Blue light flickered behind her, and the Snow Lady descended with a cold sword in her hand. It was her 4th soul skill, Deep Blue Frost Sword. Tang Yuga snorted coldly and didn't dodge. He turned his palm into a fist and punched out. The five-colored light seemed to form a boxing glove on the surface of his fist, brazenly bombarding the deep blue frost sword. With a crisp clang, the deep blue frost sword instantly stopped in the air. Tang Yuge was also stunned for a moment in the air by the slash, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. However, even this trace of surprise only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, a five-colored dent appeared on the surface of the deep blue frost sword. Immediately after, some fine cracks began to spread rapidly with the dent as the center. Finally, amidst the roaring sound, the deep blue frost sword turned into fragments that filled the sky and scattered in all directions. Lan Mingqing's face turned pale. If it weren't for Lan Xuanyu pulling her, she would have been shrouded in those sharp five-colored lights spewed out from Tang Yuge's back, and his speed increased again. In a flash, he caught up with Lan Mingqing. Amidst the fragments, Lan Mingqing picked up the jade phoenix guqin in her hand, plucked all the strings, and the low phoenix cry became loud and clear. Her eyes were in a trance for a moment. Lan Mingqing had previously used the martial soul fusion skill Ice Phoenix Dance to severely injure Li Siki and Li Siming, and then used her powerful soul skill. Even with Lan Xuanyu's buff, Lan Mingqing couldn't hold on any longer. She couldn't. But at this time, Lan Mingqing fully displayed her strength as a twin martial soul master. She actually activated the fourth soul skill of her Jade Phoenix Guqin, Descent of the Jade Phoenix. The phoenix had drilled out of the Jade Phoenix Guqin and was about to spread its wings and fly high, but at this moment, a five-colored slender hand his palm pressed over and actually forcefully pushed the Jade Phoenix back. Yes, pressed back. And that five-colored palm pressed directly on the Jade Phoenix Guqin. With a muffled sound, the Jade Phoenix Guqin was pressed to Lan Mingqing's chest by Tang Yuge. Lan Mingqing felt heavy and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Jade Phoenix Guqin instantly exploded into a vase. From the time Tang Yuge began to use the Great Five Elements Divine Light until now, only half a minute had passed. Lu Yuge was slapped to death by her. Even Lan Mingqing, who had continuously used her powerful soul skills, couldn't resist at all after being weakened by the Ice Phoenix Dance. Boom! Terrifying lightning erupted at this moment, and thick thunderbolts rushed out like giant dragons, brazenly blasting towards Tang Yuge. Tang Yuge's eyes were cold, and she suddenly raised her head. Her right hand was still pressing towards Lan Mingqing, and she raised her left hand. The Great Five Elements Divine Light bloomed and directly slapped towards the thunderbolt with terrifying explosive power. Boom! Tang Yuge's body shook, but the thunderbolt was blocked by the five-colored light, and her right hand had already slapped Lan Mingqing's chest. Sister Mingqing! Dong Qianxiu exclaimed. With a boom, Lan Mingqing turned into a white light and disappeared without a trace. She was the second to withdraw from the competition. All of this happened too quickly. Tang Yuge, who had erupted, completely displayed an invincible posture. They were both five-ring, but the strength she displayed was much stronger than Yuan and Hui Hui. What Lan Xuanyu didn't know was that Tang Yuge had the title of Invincible among the same level, #1 five-ring in the Shrek Academy. She was known as the #1 Soul King in the Shrek Academy because of the powerful might of her Great Five Elements Divine Light. The bombardment of the Thunder Spirit War Drum caused the five-colored light on Tang Yuge's body to dim a lot, but she forcefully endured the attack of the Thunder Spirit War Drum and defeated Mingqing. Lan Xuanyu was originally heading towards this side, preparing to assist in the battle, but when he saw the Jade Phoenix being pushed back, he stopped in his tracks. Because he understood that if he rushed forward, he wouldn't be able to do anything other than die. The gap between the two sides was really too big. Who would have thought that when 4 of the 5 people on the other side were killed and their lineup was intact, their team would actually be beaten to such a state by Tang Yuge? Now he understood why Tang Yuge, a girl, could lead the team and make the 2 powerful Black Tortoise Shield Soul Masters like Li Siki and Li Siming willing to follow her lead. What she relied on was absolute strength. At this moment, only Dong Qianxiu, who had not recovered much of his combat strength, Lan Xuanyu, and Yuan and Hui Hui, who had just used the Thunder Spirit War Drum and was obviously a little timid. There are still 20 seconds left. It's enough to kill you. Tang Yuge looked coldly at Lan Xuanyu and the other 2. She took a step forward and went straight for Yuan and Hui Hui. As for the touring Lan Xuanyu, she didn't even look at him. From the continuous battles just now, she could already tell that Lan Xuanyu's biggest role in this team was to support. Under his buff, these first years were able to erupt with combat strength that far exceeded their own cultivation. But what was the use of this? It didn't change anything at all. Even if her combat strength increased by 30%. Even with 30%, they were still no match for her. One had to know that when she used the Great Five Elements Divine Light, she had even fought head-on with a Soul Sage and was not at a disadvantage before the Great Five Elements Divine Light dissipated. Tang Yuga never thought that he would lose this bet, but he also didn't expect it to be so difficult to win. Yuan and Hui Hui, who had just used the Thunder Spirit War Drum, didn't have much combat power left. Did Tang Yuga need 20 seconds to kill these three people? More than 10 seconds. The only thing that made Tang Yuga a little suspicious was that Lan Xuanyu, who was originally pulling Lan Mengqin and was planning to rush over to rescue her, suddenly turned around and ran after seeing him press the Jade Phoenix back, and rushed towards Yuan and Hui Hui. What was the use of him meeting up with Yuan and Hui Hui? Let's fight it out. Either win or die. Lan Xuanyu had already rushed in front of Yuan and Hui Hui and shouted at him. At the same time, he appeared behind him in a flash. On Lan Xuanyu's hands, the golden scales and silver scales shone brightly at the same time, and his palms brazenly slapped towards Yuan and Hui Hui's back. Before Yuan and Hui Hui could understand what was going on, he suddenly felt two extremely strange forces coming from behind him. One was the familiar force that continuously stimulated his bloodline and made it boil, while the other gave him a strange feeling of ever-changing changes, as if everything in the surrounding air could be decomposed by this force. The moment these two forces merged into his body at the same time, his entire body stiffened. His ears instantly lengthened, and two vortex-shaped lights appeared in his eyes at the same time. He only felt that his soul was in so much pain that it was about to be crushed. His entire brain seemed to have exploded at this moment. Ah! Yuan and Hui Hui screamed miserably, his hair fluttering in the air. At this moment, he was like a furnace. The purple star spirit bow in his hand trembled violently, and then cracks quickly appeared. Tang Yuga, who was rushing towards him, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene, and his speed slowed down slightly. Su. Then, she was surprised to see that with a violent boom, the purple star bow in Yuan and Hui Hui's hand actually exploded and shattered. Boom. The purple star spirit bow exploded and turned into a purple light that filled the sky. Yuan and Hui Hui's back seemed to be burning with alpha and silver intertwined flames. Under the intense pain, his entire body began to swell. In an instant, he had grown to 1.9 meters, and even his face had matured. Yuan and Hui Hui was originally very good-looking, and his appearance was not inferior to Lan Xuanyu's. He suddenly became incomparably handsome, and his entire body gave off an indescribable strange feeling. Gu was slightly stunned. A pair of sharp ears as hair, and behind him, a pair of light's hair's hair, and a pair of translucent wings spread out. The wings were light golden in color, and one could vaguely see strange patterns on them. They were sparkling and translucent, and one could see through the shoulders to the back. When this pair of wings spread out, Yuan and Hui Hui's body floated up from the ground. And at this moment, the painful expression on his face disappeared. A sense of uneasiness rose in Tang Yuga's heart in an instant. She didn't hesitate to activate her Great Five Elements Divine Light, and strong flames spewed out from her back. She raised her speed to the extreme and rushed straight at the mutated Yuan Hui Hui. The moment Yuan and Hui Hui closed his eyes, his entire body had a sacred feeling. His light golden wings flapped gently, and he raised his right hand silently, blocking Tang Yuga's punch. 5 colored light spewed out and bloomed in the palm of his hand. Tang Yuga only felt that Yuan and Kun, who was hit by her attack, did not produce any energy fluctuations at all. In the next moment, a brilliant light golden light suddenly spewed out from Yuan and Hui Hui's body. Tang Yuga was immediately knocked back and was thrown away. Yuan and Hui Hui waved his hand in the air, and a huge 2-meter-long longbow appeared in his hand. The longbow was green, and it seemed to be made of a kind of crystal-clear rattan. Many emeralds were inlaid on it. The beautiful longbow exuded a faint light. The moment the longbow was lifted, before the Great Five Elements Divine Light dissipated, Tang Yuga suddenly found herself unable to move. She was extremely shocked. Second awakening? Could it be that this guy had awakened a second time? But even if it was a second awakening, it shouldn't be this powerful. What did he do? Or rather, what did Lan Xuanyu do to him? There was no sound of the bowstring. Yuan and Hui Hui seemed to have only raised his hand and pulled lightly. In the next moment, Tang Yuga felt her whole body tremble. In an instant, it was as if everything had been sucked away. Her great five elements divine light only defended for a moment. It seemed that the arrow's power did not even decrease by 1/10. She didn't even see the arrow's appearance clearly before everything disappeared. A white light rose from the competition stage. Tang Yuga, dead. At this moment, there was no sound isolation, and the audience around the entire competition venue was silent. In addition to shock, there were no other words to describe their feelings at this time. What kind of game was this? From the beginning, when they saw that the Golden Soul Stage Sunshine After Rain battle team met a team with a touring Soul Master, they were very disappointed. The ticket price was not cheap. This was destined to be a one-sided battle. However, after the battle began, what surprised them was that they didn't know what method the Odd and Fantastic battle team used, but it actually caused two members of the Sunshine After Rain battle team to self-destruct, leading to another one-sided situation. Even the two brothers Li Siki and Li Siming, who had such strong defense, were defeated, causing the entire team to fall into a predicament where only Tang Yuga was left. Just when they thought that the Sunshine After Rain battle team would not be able to hold on, Tang Yuga broke out. With her great five elements divine light, she turned the tide and killed two people in a row. The situation of the battle was reversed again. The final winner would obviously be the Sunshine After Rain battle team. However, no one expected that such a scene would play out in the end. Another martial artist. When the fusion skill appeared, Yuan and Hui Hui, who changed in an instant, seemed to have descended like a god, and sent Tang Yuga flying. The arrow set the heaven and earth, and killed Tang Yuga before the great five elements divine light dissipated. Such a battle full of ups and downs was simply too exciting and exciting. The final winner, Q, was the Odd and Fantastic battle team with no fame at all, and their level was also the lowest level. In this tournament, there were at least 4 soul fusion skills, right? 4 of them. When did martial soul fusion skills become so common? The Fantastic and Odd Squadron actually displayed as many as 3 martial soul fusion skills. This was simply the most abnormal of abnormal, a monster among monsters, with a flash of light. Lan Xuanyu, Yuan and Hui Hui, and Dong Qianxiu also came out of the competition venue. Lu Feng and Lan Mingqin, who had been defeated before, were waiting outside. Seeing them, Lan Mingqin's face was extremely ugly, and she said, "Lost, right? It's too big, that team is so strong." En Hui was completely stunned at this time. He stood there, his eyes absent-minded, and his body kept twitching and trembling. Lan Xuanyu did not answer Lan Mingqin's words, but touched Yuan and Hui Hui, and said, "Are you okay?" Yuan and Hui Hui opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but didn't say anything. The next moment, her body suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared. This scene suddenly scared the other 4 people. Suddenly disappeared? Disconnected? Such a situation could only happen if you were unconscious in reality. But how could you be unconscious in the simulation cabin? Not good, get out quickly. Lan Xuanyu immediately took the initiative to go offline. He knew that the previous martial soul fusion skill caused Yuan and Hui Hui to have a problem. Even if it was used in the virtual world, it still affected the real world. He was in the real world. After going offline and opening the simulation cabin, Lan Xuanyu quickly jumped out of the simulation cabin. He was really a little panicked now. He never thought that the situation in the virtual world of the simulation cabin would affect the situation in the real world again. He himself had almost become a vegetable because of this situation, and later woke up with great difficulty. But he was facing a fierce spiritual attack at that time. Yuan and Hui Hui used the martial soul fusion skill with his double assistance. Logically speaking, this was at the soul power level. How could it affect the main body? Please don't have an accident. Lan Xuanyu panicked and hurriedly dialed his homeroom teacher Xiaoqi's communication. "Teacher Xiao, just now when we were participating in the soul dueling tournament in Luo World, Yuan and Hui Hui used the martial soul fusion skill with my assistance. Then after the match, he suddenly went offline and disappeared. Please take a look at him quickly, he should be in the dormitory. Maybe the impact in Douluo world was too fierce, causing him to suffer a backlash. As soon as the communication was connected, Lan Xuanyu explained the situation like a firing machine gun. Xiaoqi on the other side was stunned. What's the situation? You assisted Yuan and Hui Hui to use the martial soul fusion skill? His martial soul fusion skill had even affected him in the real world? Okay, I'll go immediately. Are you in Shigong? Lan Xuanyu said. I'm in my dormitory. Xiaoqi said in a deep voice, don't move in the dormitory, I'll go see Yuan and Hui Hui first. You. After saying that, he hung up the communication. Lan Xuanyu only felt that his breathing was a little rapid, and even felt a little panicked. After all, he was still just an 11-year-old child. Yuan and Hui Hui must not have an accident. If Hui Hui became strong because of him, it would be irreversible. He would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. At this time, the doorbell of the dormitory rang. Lan Xuanyu hurried down to open the door. Lu Feng rushed in from outside. Xianyu, what's going on? Lu Feng didn't see what happened later. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly told him what happened. You mean you can use a martial soul fusion skill with others, not just freeze, Xiao? Lu Feng looked at him in surprise. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Didn't I try it with you before? And then you. Lu Feng's body trembled. Yes, they had tried it before, and then Lu Feng exploded. Reality had proven that not everyone was able to unleash a martial soul fusion technique with Lan Xuanyu. From his previous experience, it seemed that as long as he was strong enough, he would have a chance. Lan Xuanyu originally wanted to try it with Yuan and Hui Hui, but today he faced such a powerful Tang Yuga. At that time, he had already signed that there was no other way. He could only hope that he and Yuan and Hui Hui could successfully use their martial arts skill. If they didn't succeed, then they would die trying. As it turned out, they really succeeded. However, the situation of this success was a little different. At that time, Lan Xuanyu was assisting Yuan and Hui Hui. When the two of them used their martial soul fusion skill, Lan Xuanyu understood. He felt that there seemed to be something in Yuan and Hui Hui's body that resonated with the seven-colored light in the core of his bloodline. 8 resonated. Then, Lan Xuanyu's bloodline power swarmed out and poured into Yuan and Hui Hui's body. This was in the Douluo world, so naturally, it was a situation simulated by the system. As soon as he came out, he felt that his bloodline power had recovered. But at that time on the tournament stage, his own bloodline power seemed to have been drained by Yuan and Hui Hui in an instant. His entire body went limp on the ground, extremely weak. After Yuan and Hui Hui underwent that strange change, it was as if he had become a different person. He only sent out a single attack to defeat Tang Yuga. But it seemed that at that time, Yuan and Hui Hui could only send out that one attack. Already. After that, the match ended. But why did Yuan and Hui Hui disconnect? Did something happen to him? Lan Xuanyu was really afraid of him. Just like himself, he almost became a vegetable. It'll be fine. Hui Hui is a 5-ring soul king after all. He'll definitely be fine. Lu Feng comforted Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu calmed down and nodded gently. Yes, Yuan and Hui Hui was a 5-ring soul king after all. His resistance was much stronger than Lan Xuanyu's back then. Even if his spirit was broken for a moment, it should be much easier for him to recover than it was for him back then. He had at least the spiritual power of the Spirit Sea realm, and what level was his spiritual power at that time? The difference was too big. Under this kind of anxious waiting, not long after, Shrek's communicator rang again. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly answered, Teacher Xiao, how is Hui Hui? Xiaoqi's tone was a little heavy. Wait for me in the dormitory, I'll come to pick you up now. Hui Hui is unconscious in the simulation cabin, and I've already informed his family. I'm going to pick you up and explain the situation in detail. Say it again. Don't worry, if it's an accident, even if there's anything, the academy will bear the responsibility. Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu was dumbfounded. Yuan and Hui Hui was unconscious, really unconscious. And Teacher Xiao must have checked Yuan and Hui Hui's condition and couldn't wake him up, so he informed the academy and Hui Hui's family. This time, I'm afraid they're really in trouble. Xianyu, don't panic. Didn't you say that you have to stay calm at all times? Let's first see what's going on with Hui Hui first. Lan Xuanyu nodded silently, and a wry smile appeared on his face. He secretly prayed in his heart, Hui Hui, nothing must happen to you. After a while, Xiaoqi had already driven outside, and Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng were waiting at the door. At this time, Lu Feng naturally had to accompany Lan Xuanyu, not to mention that Lu Feng was also one of the participants at that time. After getting in the car, Xiaoqi said in a deep voice, Xianyu, tell me the details of the situation at that time. When you get there, don't say anything unless I ask you. The academy has already invited the inner courts doctor. The healing teacher is here, so it should be fine. Lan Xuanyu said, Teacher Xiao, this is what happened. Doesn't the academy have a reward? He recounted everything that had happened that day in detail. He did not hide anything, no matter how big or small. When Xiaoqi heard that they had actually earned hundreds of thousands of Douluo coins, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. Especially when he heard that Lan Xuanyu and the others had actually chosen to raise the stakes to challenge Tang Yuga's Sunshine after Rain Squadron. The situation had become strange. Of course he knew about Tang Yuga. She was a famous figure among the third years, and even in the entire outer court. She was also in existence that no one didn't know. It was almost certain that she would enter the inner court in the future. Tang Yuga's great five elements divine light was extraordinary. In the past 200 years, she was the only one who had successfully cultivated the great five elements divine light. The five elements divine light. These little guys were really newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. They actually dared to challenge Tang Yuga and the others. The more he listened, the more interesting Xiaoqi's expression became. At that time, I thought, since I could stimulate Xianxia to use the martial soul fusion technique deep blue gaze with dual assistance, then can Xia Hui do it too? His martial soul is very strong, and his strength is stronger than Xianxia's, so he should have a chance to succeed. Without any other way, I decided to take the risk and give it a try. At that time, I thought, after all, the Douluo world is a virtual world. Even if we don't succeed, we will just lose all our Douluo coins, and we can start again. Coincidentally, I also planned to try it with Hui Hui. And then it failed, causing him to fall into a coma? Xiaoqi frowned. At that time, the martial soul fusion skill was successful, and Hui Hui seemed to have become another person. Xianyu continued to talk about how Yuan and Hui Hui transformed and then killed Tang Yuga. Squeak, Xiaoqi suddenly stepped on the brakes, and Lan Xuanyu almost hit the windshield. Xiaoqi turned his head and looked at Lan Xuanyu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, in shock, and said, What did you say, really? You guys won? You guys beat Tang Yuga and the others? Yes. Lan Xuanyu nodded. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu didn't care about winning or losing at all. The key was that Yuan and Hui Hui was fine. Xiaoqi didn't know what to say anymore. What kind of place was Shrek Academy? This was a gathering place for geniuses, a gathering place for monsters. A difference of one academic year was definitely heaven and earth apart. Everyone was a top-notch genius. Now, Lan Xuanyu told him that they had defeated the third years, and it was the number one team of the third years in the Shrek Academy's outer court. This was almost subversive. In the history of Shrek Academy, this was an extremely rare situation. It was this successful martial soul fusion skill that caused Yuan and Hui Hui to fall into a coma. Teacher, will Hui Hui be okay? Lan Xuanyu asked anxiously. The corner of Xiaoqi's mouth twitched, and he said, In my experience, the probability of him having a big problem is very low. It is more likely that this martial soul fusion skill, in his own martial soul or bloodline, something hidden in him has been stimulated. The possibility of it being a benign mutation is much higher. Moreover, you don't need to worry about his safety. In Shrek Academy, as long as one was still breathing, they couldn't die even if they wanted to. This was also why Xiaoqi was more surprised than happy when he heard that they had defeated Tang Yuga's Sunshine after Rain team. It was an easy thing. The reason? Yes, in the Shrek Academy, it wasn't that easy to die. Although Yuan and Hui Hui was unconscious and her vital signs were not stable, her vitality was still very strong. It was almost impossible for there to be too big of a problem. One had to know that the Shrek Academy even had a spiritual sea. There was no way to fix it. Moreover, judging from the current situation, Yuan and Hui Hui might not be in trouble. Instead, it was very likely that something good would happen. His own students had defeated the third year's ace team. After Xiaoqi recovered from his shock, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. A smile appeared on his face. He turned his head to Lan Xuanyu and said, "Go back and seal up the video of this match, then hand it over to me. Me. I will put it in the exchange center to sell. If you sell it under my name, more people will believe you. I'll take the profits. Half, and the rest will be divided among the 5 of you." Ah? Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Could it be done like this? Xiaoqi said in annoyance. Do you think that teachers don't need the Shrek badge? Lu Feng, this kid still owes me, and this time, he should have a chance to pay it back. Hehe, a first year defeating a third year. The video of the number 1 team in the grade can sell for a lot of money. Lan Xuanyu said, but, in Douluo world, many viewers have already watched it. They won't record it. Does it look like it? And, can we seal the video? Xiaoqi said, if you have time, learn more about the rules of Douluo world. The video of the soul dueling tournament can only be obtained. Only the winner has the right to own it. If you win, the video is yours. Not only can we sell it to the academy first, but we can also sell it in Douluo world again and earn some Douluo coins. But there's no hurry. We'll sell it in the academy for 3 days, and there will definitely be many people who want to see it. Even if teachers want to see it, they have to buy it. They have a business mind, otherwise, your cultivation resources will never be enough. Don't look at how little money you have now. Speaking of this, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. No, these little guys have just won against Tang Yuga and the others, and the Douluo coins they earned added up to nearly 1 million. How many emblems could they exchange for? At the thought of this, Xiaoqi suddenly felt a little jealous. Thinking back, when he first started, it was so difficult to earn some Douluo coins, but okay, I'll listen to you. I'll share half with you. Lan Xuanyu agreed without hesitation. Firstly, he didn't have so much time to pay attention to these things now, and secondly, his senior brother once told him that famous people would be more likely to be believed by others if they released an exchange item. What's more, if this video was released, Tang Yuga and the others would definitely hold a grudge. If it was released by a teacher, there would naturally be no problem. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu immediately agreed. Xiaoqi's words also made Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng more aware of the importance of the Shrek emblem. Although they didn't know what Xiaoqi's cultivation was, since he could become a teacher of Shrek Academy, his strength was definitely not bad. Compared with teacher Ji Hongbin, Lan Xuanyu knew the strength of Ji Hongbin, an 8-ring soul Douluo. Teacher Ji regretfully couldn't stay in Shrek Academy, so teacher Xiao shouldn't be worse than teacher Ji, right? And at teacher Xiao's level of cultivation, he still needed the Shrek emblem, and it seemed that he needed it very much. This made Lan Xuanyu even more motivated to earn emblems. Xiaoqi started the soul car again, took 2 turns, and arrived at Yuan and Hui Hui's dormitory. Yuan and Hui Hui was in the dormitory bedroom. When Xiaoqi brought Lu Feng and Lan Xuanyu here, there were already a lot of people gathered here. Lan Xuanyu only knew Ying Luohong, the dean of the outer court, and he didn't know anyone else. Dong Qianxiu and Lan Mengqin were also called over, and when Ying Luohong saw Lan Xuanyu walk in, she couldn't help but say, "It's you again, kid, you're too good at causing trouble. How many times has it been?" Ah? Lan Xuanyu looked at the dean in a daze. I caused trouble? When did I? Yuan and Hui Hui was lying on the bed, her beautiful little face was a little pale. At this time an old man was sitting on the bed. What happened? Beside him, a hand was pressed on Yuan and Hui Hui's forehead. From Lan Xuanyu's point of view, he could only see that the old man had a white beard and white hair, and was obviously very old. There were a few people standing beside the bed, among them was a man with a dignified appearance, a tall and sturdy figure, and a facial profile that looked like Yuan and Hui Hui was obviously somewhat similar, and should be related by blood. The man was frowning at this time, but his expression was still calm. At this moment, the old man stood up, and the man who looked like Yuan and Hui Hui asked in a low voice, "Master Shu, how is the situation? The one with the white beard and white hair was Master Shu. He said with a smile, it's okay, the little guy just used up a bit of his energy. He just needs to replenish his vitality, and there should be no problem after a few days. His spiritual sea was attacked, and the attack was quite strong. I wanted to help him sort it out, but I encountered resistance. It's very interesting. His martial soul, the second awakening, seems to be accompanied by the second awakening of his bloodline, which is a rare good thing. His overall ability will evolve. The second evolution of his entire body? The man was a little stunned. Master Shu nodded and said, it's a very rare situation. I want to know how he was touched. Moved? It was indeed much safer to carry out such an awakening in the Douluo world. If it was in the real world, his life might really be in danger. Once he couldn't bear it, his body might collapse. But, after passing this stage, he would be fine. This child's future is limitless. He has the conical shape of a god seed. As soon as this was said, everyone present was shocked. The man showed a happy expression for the first time and said, thank you, Master Shu. Master Shu said with a smile, your Yuan and family's luck is really good. At this moment, he saw Lan Xuanyu standing not far away from him from the corner of his eye, and immediately turned around. He said with a smile. Little friend, what's your name? Seeing him notice Lan Xuanyu, Ying Luohong's complexion suddenly changed. My name is Lan Xuanyu. Hello, teacher. Lan Xuanyu naturally hurriedly saluted this kind-looking old man. At this moment, he suddenly felt his knees go slightly numb. His knees immediately went soft, and with a plop, he knelt down in front of Master Shu. Master Shu seemed a little surprised. Little Xianyu, why are you kneeling in front of me? Lan Xuanyu stared blankly, and hurriedly tried to stand up, but found that he couldn't use any strength in his knees. He said blankly, I don't know. Master Shu had a look of sudden realization. Could this be the legendary fate? You called me teacher, and then knelt down in front of me. It seems that the heavens want to give this old man a disciple. Alright, this old man has always followed the will of the heavens, so I'll accept you. Master Shu. Ying Luohong really couldn't stand this shameless old man. She rushed over in a flash, and pulled Lan Xuanyu up from the ground. What are you making a fuss for? This old man isn't deaf. Master Shu glanced at her, and said unhappily. Ying Luohong's complexion was really a little ugly. She didn't expect that the Yuan family would directly invite Master Shu. There was no doubt that Master Shu was indeed the #1 person in the entire school in terms of treatment. Only, this person was extremely coveting Lan Xuanyu. Previously, she had relied on her teacher with great difficulty to dispel his thoughts, but she didn't expect to meet him here. Ying Luohong said with a gloomy face, Xianyu is now a first-year student in the outer court. You are in the inner court, so it's not convenient for you to accept a disciple. Last time, my teacher said that he should at least wait until he graduates from the outer court. Alright, I got it. Master Shu still had a beaming smile on his face. It had to be said that his appearance still had a bit of an immortal aura. The matter of accepting a disciple isn't urgent. Xianyu. Since we're fated to meet, I'll give you a gift. As he spoke, he flipped his wrist, and something appeared in his hand as if he was performing a magic trick. It was a jade-green rui scepter. The palm-sized, jade-green rui scepter was sparkling and translucent. It was directly stuffed into Lan Xuanyu's hand. Go back and put it in your meditation room. Master Shu chuckled as he patted Lan Xuanyu's head. Strangely enough, Lan Xuanyu felt a warm sensation enter his body from the top of his head and spread throughout his body in an instant. It was indescribably comfortable. Even the previous anxiety caused by Yuan and Hui's matter disappeared. After saying this, Master Shu's body suddenly flashed with a green light and he disappeared into thin air. Ying Luohong's complexion became even more unsightly. Master Shu's scheme was overt. Giving something, and giving such a good thing to Lan Xuanyu, this was clearly to buy his heart. However, she couldn't let Lan Xuanyu refuse to accept this kind of gift. What's more, this rui scepter was indeed of great benefit to Lan Xuanyu. No, she had to report this matter to her teacher. Hello, little friend. I am Yuan and Hui's father. Just now, your companion gave a brief account of the situation. But you should be the one who helped him evolve. Can you tell me what you felt at that time? The middle-aged man looked at Lan Xuanyu with a smile. Master Shu said that Yuan and Hui Hui wouldn't be in danger, so naturally he wouldn't be. So he wasn't in a hurry. Lan Xuanyu recounted the situation again. Ying Luohong listened to his account, and her complexion gradually recovered. Then she found that she regretted it. She regretted being soft-hearted and giving this kid to that sloppy ghost. Not to mention his own potential, just the fact that he could cooperate with many people to display a martial soul fusion skill made him the most worthy person to cultivate. He and Don Xianxia were able to display a martial soul fusion skill, stimulating the bright moon above the sea into a martial soul fusion skill. This time, he did it again with Yuan and Hui Hui, and even caused Yuan and Hui Hui's martial soul to mutate. This was the first time she had encountered such a little monster. This was simply a martial soul fusion skill creator. When did martial soul fusion skills become so worthless? Moreover, he only had 2 rings now. If his strength was raised to a higher level, who knew what kind of changes would occur? This was the situation that Ying Luohong was most looking forward to. This child had to be paid special attention to. Thinking of this, Ying Luohong narrowed her eyes, and a faint light circulated in her eyes. She had to talk to that sloppy ghost again. It was too wasteful to give this child to him in the Interstellar Command Department. Lan Xuanyu's strength was not strong enough, but his biggest feature was his all-roundness, whether it was his commanding ability, auxiliary ability, control ability, amplification ability, plus his ability to create martial soul fusion skills. He could definitely become the core figure of a top team. Under his leadership, the first years defeated the third year's #1 team, which already proved a lot. When he had a battle armor in the future and learned how to use mechas, how amazing would that be? Xianyu, go back to the dormitory first, pull up the video of this battle and show it to me. Ying Luohong said solemnly. Lan Xuanyu glanced at Xiaoqi next to him and was about to speak, but Xiaoqi hurriedly said, Dean, it's like this. The video of the Douluo World's Great Soul Arena belongs to the winner. In a sense, this is the private property of the children. This video should be able to be posted in the exchange center, and many people will be interested. They have just entered the school and are in urgent need of resources. Do you think? Lan Xuanyu said with a look of shame, Dean, I wanted to do this. I used to exchange for Sea God Lake to cultivate in, but it was too expensive. I wanted to take the opportunity to earn some emblems. Hearing what he said, Xiaoqi was stunned. He was worried that this kid would say that he wanted half of the profits, but who knew that not only did he not say it, he even took all the responsibility. He was a 12-year-old child, and it was a reasonable request, so Ying Luohong naturally wouldn't blame him. This child not only had a high IQ, but his EQ was also quite good. Suddenly, Xiaoqi had a new level of respect for him, and his impression of him was very good. Little did he know that this was all taught by Yin Tianfan. Weighing the pros and cons, sizing up the situation. Okay. I'll buy one later. Ying Luohong nodded and said, then go to the exchange center to post it as soon as possible. Xiaoqi said, I'll drive him there. I'll let you know later? Okay. Yuan and Fingyu, since Hui Hui is fine, I'll leave first. Ying Luohong said to Yuan and Hui Hui's father. Yuan and Fingyu said, I'll have to trouble Dining. I'll stay here and wait for him to wake up. With Master Shu's treatment, there shouldn't be any problems. That's good. Hui Hui's bloodline should be related to his mother's. I suggest that you invite his mother to examine him in case there are any sequelae. After all, it's better to be careful of martial soul mutations. Ying Luohong said. Okay. Yuan and Fingyu's expression was slightly unnatural. Okay, I'll leave first. Ying Luohong left, and Lan Xuanyu and the others also left the dormitory. As soon as they went out, Lan Mengqin suddenly grabbed Lan Xuanyu's sleeve. We won? 960,000 Douluo coins? Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, it should be. With the Douluo world system as a witness, we should have won. Moreover, we can probably get some of the audience tickets, but I don't know how much we can get. Lan Mingqin's eyes lit up. Divide. Let's divide it now. Directly transfer it to my Douluo World account. Lan Xuanyu said, okay, I'll log into the Douluo World when I go back. By the way, it just so happens that you're all here. You've heard what Teacher Xiao said before. This time, our battle video should be able to sell at a high price in the academy. Put up a mission in Teacher Xiao's name, Teacher Xiao will get half, and we'll split the rest equally. No problem, right? Lan Mengqin looked at Dong Qianqiu, and then said, no problem. Although it was only one day, today's harvest was really too big. Of course, in the next few days in Douluo World, they would not be able to replicate today's results. But this added up to more than 1 million Douluo coins, which was still huge enough. What did 1 million Douluo coins mean during the discount period? It meant that they could exchange for a whole 1,000 white emblems. Or about 70 yellow emblems. For these freshmen, it was definitely a huge amount of wealth. After distributing it to each person, there were as many as 200 white emblems. For these freshmen, the roll of white and yellow emblems was undoubtedly great enough. Only Lan Xuanyu felt that this harvest was actually not too much. If everyone divided it equally, he would only be able to get a dozen yellow emblems. Every time he cultivated in Sea God Lake for an hour, he would get 3 yellow emblems, which would be gone after a few times. Even if he cultivated and digested it for half a month to a month, it would only be enough for him for 2 or 3 months. Earning money? No, earning emblems was really a long way to go. Teacher Xiao was already so powerful, and he was still very eager to earn emblems. Returning to Douluo World, when Lan Xuanyu saw that the team account had an extra 980,000 Douluo coins, he was extremely excited. At the same time, he also got the ticket share. There were more than 40,000 Douluo coins in total, which was quite a lot. It could be seen how many spectators watched the game at that time. Their total assets exceeded 1.02 million Douluo coins. Lan Xuanyu kept more than 20,000 Douluo coins, and the remaining 1 million Douluo coins were evenly distributed, with each person getting 200,000. The only thing he felt a little pity was that Fatty didn't come. If Qianlei was also here, he could get an extra share. This was 200 white emblems, more than 10 yellow emblems. Even if it was Lan Xuanyu, it was equivalent to the total harvest of the previous assessment. And this was not the end, they still had 6 days to continue earning Douluo coins. From nothing to having 200,000 Douluo coins, the speed of earning money was definitely different. The Douluo world was very complete, and there was also a loan system. Even if it was released for a short period of time, there would be some profit. Although it was not much, it was better than nothing. He didn't think about how to make money in the future. He first sealed the video, then re-exited the simulation pod and sent the video to Xiaoqi through Shrek's communicator. Xiaoqi told him that he would look at it first, and then put it up for sale in the exchange center. The cost of each viewing was set at 3 white emblems. The reason why the price was set this way was to attract more people to buy it. For outer court students, yellow emblems were absolutely scarce and precious. Correspondingly, white emblems were much better, and many jobs could be earned from them. Students like Lan Xuanyu and the others who earned money through driving were all at the bottom of the academy. They were relatively weak and didn't have any other means to complete missions. Most of the students would still have some money to spare. Although 3 white emblems weren't too cheap, they weren't too expensive either. If the price was set to 1 yellow emblem, then the only one who would buy it would be a teacher. The number of teachers was always less than the number of students. After weighing the pros and cons, small profits and quick turnover were the best. Xiaoqi patiently explained his thoughts to Lan Xuanyu, and also had the intention of teaching him, making Lan Xuanyu clear in his heart. Only then did he understand that the reason why no one had bought the twin martial soul cultivation method that he had put up for sale before was probably because of the high price. He himself had obtained quite a lot of resources as soon as he came up, and he still had more than a dozen yellow emblems in his hands. However, there were actually very few people in the outer court who had as many yellow emblems as him. Even if everyone earned emblems, they would use them to buy cultivation resources, and very few would have accumulated them. After learning from Xiaoqi, Lan Xuanyu felt that giving half to Teacher Xiao this time was not a waste. The rest was to wait for the goods. This day could be said to be really intense and exciting, but the harvest was also extremely rich. But at the same time, that battle also made him fully feel his own shortcomings. The gap in strength was still too big. Although they won in the end, the strength of Tang Yuge and her team was, in fact, overwhelming the few people on their side. At that time, if it weren't for the coincidence that the two light and dark soul masters didn't self-destruct, they probably wouldn't have had the slightest chance. Yuan and Huihui's explosion only had the power of that one blow. If the two Black Tortoise Shield soul masters on the other side were here and defended with all their strength, they might be able to resist it. After all, Tang Yuge wasn't good at defense. The most important thing was that she had a battle armor. They won against Tang Yuge's team of 5 who didn't wear their battle armor. What if she had put on her battle armor? They would have been completely crushed. As the core of the team, he didn't do anything other than amplify. It wasn't that he didn't want to do it, but his strength was too weak. When it came to a fight at the level of 5 ring, even if he wanted to intervene, he couldn't. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but clench his fists. In any case, he had to quickly enter the 3 ring level. When he reached the level of a 3 ring soul elder, his strength should be able to be reborn. While thinking, he had already arrived at his meditation room. In the meditation room, the aura of life was still strong. The black emblem was lying there quietly, still absorbing the life energy in the air to restore itself. What could a black emblem be exchanged for? This thing should be very precious and rare. Lan Xuanyu picked up the black emblem and closed the lid. Suddenly, the aura of life in the meditation room became a bit stronger. Suddenly, a warm air came from his arms. He subconsciously raised his hand and touched it. Suddenly, his heart moved, and he hurriedly took out the thing in his pocket. A small emerald green rui appeared in his palm. The moment this rui was taken out, Lan Xuanyu suddenly found that the whole meditation room seemed to light up, and the degree of brightness obviously increased. Looking down, he saw that the magewests on the floor of the meditation room were beginning to emit an even more intense halo. Then, he was surprised to see that specks of life aura were almost crowding in from outside the meditation room, scrambling to be the first, as if they were afraid of missing something if they were late. Lan Xuanyu looked at the green rui in his hand in surprise. In his feeling, even when the black emblem was in its peak state, the attraction of life energy was not as intense as this little thing. Stimulated by the aura of life, the green rui itself also emitted a softer green halo. The incoming aura of life, with it as the center, quietly coiled around the meditation room. The bloodline vortex in Lan Xuanyu's body suddenly showed signs of restlessness, and even his soul power seemed to be attracted by the rich life energy of the outside world, slowly operating on its own. This effect was almost comparable to soaking in the sea god's lake to cultivate. What kind of material was this rui made of? Lan Xuanyu looked at it in surprise, and then carefully placed this green rui in the place where the black emblem was previously, which was the center of the entire meditation room. Suddenly, in the middle of the array on the floor of the meditation room, a faint green halo was faintly discernible, giving people a strange texture. Sitting cross-legged, Lan Xuanyu silently felt the changes in his body. The soul power in his body was now very abundant. What he needed more was to compress this soul power, thoroughly absorb it, and transform it into his own soul power to improve himself. At this time, he really didn't dare to absorb more of this life energy for transformation. However, he soon discovered that the life aura emitted by this green rui was different. In the past, the life energy that Lan Xuanyu faced, including the life energy that he absorbed from Sea God Lake, was like a grain of rice. But this time, the life energy that appeared, after coming into contact with the green rui, would quietly turn into powder, turning into extremely fine powder. The biggest advantage of this kind of change was that it was beneficial for absorption. Therefore, when this life energy came into contact with Lan Xuanyu's body, it would first drill into his clothes with difficulty, then moisten his skin, and slowly integrate into his bones and flesh, making his whole body feel warm. When a master cultivates, one of the biggest problems he faces is whether or not his body can withstand the cultivated soul power. The same is true for spiritual power. Therefore, a soul master must always pay attention to the strength of the body. This needs to be done when cultivating the soul power. Body refinement, to make one's muscles and bones tough, to be able to withstand the impact of more energy. In this aspect, Lan Xuanzi was Definitely one of the best among his peers and had been nurtured by the bloodline vortex. The strength of his body was much stronger than that of an ordinary person, otherwise, when he absorbed a large amount of life energy for the first time, his body would very likely have exploded. However, who would complain that their body was too strong? The strength of the body was stronger, and the endurance of the body was stronger. The stronger it was, the more soul power he could absorb and transform, and under this situation, the speed of his cultivation would definitely increase. Moreover, he had now figured out the method of cultivating his own soul power through the power of his bloodline. In a situation where there was enough energy, his cultivation speed would definitely be extremely fast. His body's strength would increase again. Otherwise, this speed would naturally be even faster. With this discovery, Lan Xuanyu's mood suddenly became very good, and he concentrated on continuing to compress his soul power. At the same time, the life energy in the meditation room was also imperceptibly transforming his body. What was the origin of the green rui that the old man gave him? The effect was actually so good. But why did Dining seem to be very wary of that old man at that time? This thought flashed through Lan Xuanzhou's mind, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. Without mentioning anything else, the benefits that this green rui brought were really too great. It filtered the life energy, so that it wouldn't be wasted, and could be absorbed better. This was definitely a good thing. By the time Lan Xuanyu woke up from his meditation, it was already completely dark outside. He stretched his body, and a series of bone-cracking sounds came from all over his body. He even saw a layer of faint green mist emitting from his body. That was because the life energy attached to his body was too dense. After this meditation, the large amount of soul power that he had absorbed and transformed before had been compressed by more than a fifth. Perhaps it was because the green rui guided the life energy to help him stabilize his body, but the speed at which he absorbed the soul power was faster than expected. Lan Xuanyu opened Shrek's communicator and found that he had received quite a few messages. Qianlei was the one who sent the most messages. Qianlei sent over a dozen messages, most of which were tearful complaints. Qianlei came back, and then, he learned from Lu Feng that Lan Xuanyu and the others had obtained a large amount of Douluo coins, which could be exchanged for a large number of emblems. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Lan Xuanyu somewhat helplessly replied to Qianlei, promising to lend him 5 yellow emblems first. He would let him use them first. If there were any opportunities to earn Douluo coins in the future, he would pull him in. Among the other messages, the one that surprised Lan Xuanyu the most was the message from Xiaoqi. The message was only a few words, selling like hotcakes. To be able to make teacher Xiao say that selling like hotcakes, it must be selling very well. How could Lan Xuanyu not wear headgear? If one person bought 3 white emblems, if dozens of people bought them, the harvest would be quite big. He had just replied to Qianlei's message when Qianlei called. "Boss, Qianlei's voice was very loud, almost crying. Okay, don't cry. Where have you been these days?" Lan Xuanyu hurriedly comforted him. Qianlei said, "I was taken by teacher to her place to cultivate. I knelt for more than a day, and almost died. Phew. I only just came back and I already knew about the exhaustion. I missed it. So painful. I missed a great opportunity just like that. What should I do? I'll lend you 5 yellow emblems first, you use them first. Isn't there still time later? If there's a chance, I'll call you." Lan Xuanyu said somewhat helplessly. Qianlei said with righteous indignation, "You don't know, that guy Frenzy got a bargain and still sold his mask, he wantonly showed off in front of me. I'm so angry. Don't bring him next time." "Okay. Tell me first, why did you kneel for so long? Did you become a disciple?" Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Qianlei recounted how he was called by Ying Luohong and the process of becoming a disciple. "Actually, I came back a long time ago, but I was too tired and fell asleep as soon as I came back. When I woke up, I heard the news. It was really a bolt from the blue. I missed such a good opportunity just like that. I'm not reconciled. Lan Xuanyu said, "Then how did your spiritual power grow after cultivating like this?" Qianlei was stunned, and said, "I don't know. I haven't tested it yet. I fell asleep as soon as I came back, and when I woke up, look at you, hurry up and test it to see if you suffered in vain. Deaning is very good. You are a great thing. You should work hard to improve your spiritual power. Teacher said the same thing. She said that my martial soul and spiritual power have a great relationship, so I have to lift it up. Strength is the main thing, spiritual power will help improve soul power. But cultivating spiritual power is really painful. Ah. Boss, I'll test it first, and then go to your dormitory to find you. Then let's think about what other ways to earn Douluo coins. With enough resources, cultivation will definitely be much easier. Okay. After a while, Xianxia came. He looked very embarrassed, with heavy dark circles under his eyes a little red, and he seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Just he was grinning from ear to ear, his face beaming with joy. Haha, it increased by more than 100 points. It's never been so fast. It's worth it, worth it. My spiritual power directly increased by more than 100 points. Boss, is this speed okay? More than 100 points? Lan Xuanyu was also shocked. In 2 days, his spiritual power had increased by so much. If it can keep growing like this, it won't be long before I can break through the spirit sea realm and enter a higher level. Xianxia said proudly. Lan Xuanyu said, okay, don't think about it yourself, the first time should be the best. It's hard. Copy. But I estimate that Deaning should have other ways to help you improve your spiritual power. Just follow her and cultivate well. As he spoke, he took out 5 yellow emblems and handed them to Xianxia. You use them first. By the way, if you want to go to the exchange center to exchange for resources later, go to Deaning first. Boss, the teachers should be able to get a discount, and let Deaning guide you on what to buy. Don't spend it recklessly, and maximize the benefits as much as possible. Looking at the 5 yellow emblems in front of him, and then looking at Lan Xuanyu, Xianxia gritted his teeth, and said, Boss. Boss, this is what I borrowed from you, I will definitely return it in the future. After Xianxia put these yellow emblems into his pocket, he suddenly beamed with joy. Boss, is there any other way to earn Douluo coins quickly? Xianxia looked at Lan Xuanyu hopefully. Lan Xuanyu said with a wry smile, how can there be so many loopholes to find? The Douluo world's mastermind is very powerful. If it weren't for Hui's unexpected outbreak, we would have lost everything. And I estimate that we will be blocked by the mastermind. We've already been targeted by the mainframe, so we have to be careful. Xianxia was disappointed. Is there no other way? Lan Xuanyu said, I don't know, I'll go in later and see if I can find any opportunities. You can go in and take a look yourself. Okay. Fortunately, my spiritual power has improved a lot, so it's not too bad. Then I'll go back first, let's contact each other in Douluo world. Xianxia turned into a man like the wind and quickly left. He was a little impatient. He wanted to tell Luohong about the improvement of his spiritual power, and at the same time ask her what was suitable for him to exchange with emblems. 5 yellow emblems were really a lot of wealth. After Xianxia left, Lan Xuanyu was not in a hurry to enter Douluo world. Instead, he thought silently and summarized his gains after coming to the academy in his heart. His most obvious improvement was his soul power and bloodline power. The environment of Shrek Academy was too suitable for him to cultivate. Cultivation would also be the most important thing for him for a period of time in the future. After all, if his strength was not enough, no matter how good he was in other aspects, it was useless. At least he had to let his soul power reach rank 31st, and then he had to prepare for making battle armor. He and his teammates hadn't discussed what everyone would choose to do. This had to be done under the guidance of the teacher first. He had to try and see which aspect of battle armor he had talent in before making a decision. The rest was to study. He really had a very busy feeling. However, Lan Xuanyu was still quite used to this kind of life. When he was at Tianluo College, he was the busiest in the entire elite junior class. He had to study with Yin Tianfan and Ji Hongbin at the same time. What free time? Here, he was still busy. The only difference was that he cultivated and studied. It was more led by himself. Next, what he had to do was to work hard to cultivate his soul power and learn from his teacher at the same time. He had to work hard to improve himself. Facts proved that Lan Xuanyu's judgment was correct. The flaws that could be found in the Douluo world there were really not many. In the next few days, although they were trying their best to find ways to earn Douluo coins, they couldn't find any opportunities to make huge profits. But what made Lan Xuanyu and the others pleasantly surprised was that the videos sold in the exchange center had only been sold for 3 days. In just 3 days, the videos had been bought more than 100 times, bringing them more than 300 white emblems. Even if Xiaoqi wanted to take half of it, the remaining half could give each of them dozens of white emblems, which could be considered a supplement. In the end, after 7 days, everyone exchanged their Douluo coins for the academy. Lan Xuanyu's 5 people. Lan Xuanyu, everyone had 200 white emblems. Lan Xuanyu replaced 150 white emblems with yellow emblems. Yuan and Hui Hui slept for 3 days before waking up, and then went into closed-door cultivation. Lan Xuanyu and the others were not around either. Know what situation Yuan and situation Xuanyu's was. The academy approved Xuanyu's leave, without a specific leave. In Shrek Academy, it was common to ask for leave. Leave could be applied for closed-door cultivation and the like. As for it, Xuanyu know how it if you can't keep up, you have to find a way to keep up, otherwise you will be eliminated sooner or later. The study time here was very flexible, but in fact, it was also the most pressing. After 7 days, Lan Xuanyu finally condensed the soul power he had accumulated during his first cultivation in Sea God Lake. After the compression and transformation, it integrated into his body. When he tested his soul power again, he gained a lot. He was pleasantly surprised. Rank 28. Yes, in a short period of time, his soul power had a breakthrough, rising to rank 28. At this speed, if he did it again, he would have a chance to hit rank 30. He didn't expect that after coming to Shrek Academy, his soul power, which was the slowest to cultivate in the past, instead, it became the ability that he improved the fastest. Soul power was the foundation of everything, and the improvement of soul power was naturally great. Originally, he thought that 5 would be enough, but the green Rui brought more and more surprises. The life energy it guided constantly infiltrated Lan Xuanyu's body, so that while compressing his soul power, he also had to guide the life energy and bloodline power to melt his body, so it took more time. But even so, the speed of his soul power's improvement was still quite fast. During this week, everyone seemed to be very busy. As soon as class ended, they would enter Soul World to look for opportunities to earn soul coins. Even if they were classmates, in fact, they rarely had the chance to communicate. Everyone didn't have enough time to cultivate. Xianyu, how about we go out for a stroll after school today? I can't stand it anymore. Xianlei nudged Lan Xuanyu, who was sitting in front of him, and said in a low voice. Go out? Where are we going? Lan Xuanyu turned his head and asked in a low voice while they were in class. Xianlei said, Teacher said to strike a balance between work and rest, and told me to relax today. Let's go to Shrek City. Let's walk around and see if there's anything fun, and then eat some delicious food. Frenzy said he didn't want to go. This person is really boring. Are you going? Lan Xuanyu immediately wanted to refuse. He had just finished absorbing soul power, and it was just the right time to start cultivating. It was his turn to cultivate. He was prepared to buy another chance to cultivate in Sea God Lake and see if he could cultivate in the sea. He could obtain the same benefits as before in the Sea God Lake. Although this was very expensive, if there was this level of promotion every time, it was worth it no matter how expensive it was. He still had a lot of yellow emblems, so he didn't have to worry about it for a short period of time. When he released the first item in the exchange center, 3 people bought it, and he received 3 yellow emblems. These emblems allowed him to buy another chance to cultivate in Sea God Lake. Boss, go, you can't be so tense every day. Moreover, we can get to know each other. Shrek City. Shrek City has not only our academy, but also Tangmen, and many other good places, Qianlei said. Okay. Lan Xuanyu thought about it and felt that it was true. He was indeed a little tired recently. Every minute, his schedule was full, making him feel a little tired. It might really be necessary to relax appropriately. Do you want to call Dong Qianqiu and Lan Mengqin? Qianlei laughed softly. Okay. Lan Xuanyu turned his head and looked at Dong Qianqiu and Lan Mengqin, who were sitting far away. They were all listening to the class attentively. The two girls sitting together were indeed a beautiful scene. They were the two most beautiful girls in the grade. Especially Dong Qianqiu, with her long dark blue hair and beautiful face, was particularly eye-catching. In the past few days, Lan Xuanyu hadn't seen Dong Qianqiu much. She and Lan Mengqin seemed to have been carrying out missions in Douluo world. After the morning class, Lan Xuanyu took the initiative to come to Dong Qianqiu and the other seats and said, Qianlei and I are going out tonight. Are you guys coming? No, I'm not free. Lan Mengqin said without hesitation. So heartless. Qianlei poked his head out from behind Lan Xuanyu and said with a smile. Lan Mengqin glanced at him unhappily and said, You're so weak, and you still have the nerve to go out and play, aren't you afraid of being eliminated? Qianlei said, I've been working very hard recently. The teacher said that we have to strike a balance between work and rest. Cultivate properly. Especially on the spiritual level, if we keep cultivating tightly, once a nervous breakdown occurs in addition, it will have side effects on our spiritual power. Why don't we go out for a walk? I heard from the seniors that there will be an auction in the city every month. There would be an auction at this time. Our Shrek students can go in for free and take a look. If we participate in the auction, we can pay with emblems. There are often good things at the auction. It seems that we can get better things at a cheaper price. Lan Xuanyu said, Qianlei is right, strike a balance between work and rest. Do you want to go and take a look? Dong Qianqiu nudged Lan Mengqin beside him. Let's go. Lan Mengqin snorted and said, I don't want to go, I just want to cultivate. But I'm worried about letting you go with them alone. Lan Xuanyu isn't a good person, he's best at bewitching people. I'm afraid you'll be abducted by him. I'll go with you. Dong Qianqiu said, He's also my teacher's disciple, he's considered my junior brother. I treat him like a younger brother. Lan Mengqin smiled and looked at Lan Xuanyu provocatively. Did you hear that? Qianqiu treats you like a younger brother, don't try to get close to me. Lan Xuanyu said with a smile, Why can't a younger brother try to get close to his elder sister? Then it's settled, we'll gather after the elective class in the afternoon. On the way back to the dormitory, Lan Xuanyu's expression was very calm, but he was a little absent-minded from time to time. He didn't know why, but when Dong Qianqiu said that he treated him like a younger brother, he felt a little uncomfortable. In the afternoon, Lan Xuanyu naturally went to the Interstellar Center to learn space warship piloting from Tang Zhenhua. Tang Zhenhua's teaching method was a little similar to Yin Tianfan's, it was more about improving him through actual combat. The difference was that Tang Zhenhua's teaching was more intense, and he would adjust Lan Xuanyu's piloting method from the minute details. Lan Xuanyu asked Tang Zhenhua when he could learn other knowledge about space command. Tang Zhenhua told him to pilot a space warship well first. When he was outstanding in this aspect, he could consider learning other things. In fact, a warship was just an enlarged warship. How to fight against warships on the interstellar battlefield and how to command a warship were all the same. Therefore, to pilot a space warship well, he could lay the foundation for learning other things. Even with Lan Xuanyu's current level, he was still dizzy after an afternoon of practice. But every time he finished learning from Tang Zhenhua, he could feel that he had made significant progress. When he returned to his dormitory, Qianlei was already waiting for him at the door with an excited look on his face. There was still some time before the appointed time. Lan Xuanyu took a shower and changed into clean clothes before going out with Qianlei. They met up with Lan Mengqin and Dong Qianqiu at the gate of the academy. All four of them were wearing Shrek Academy uniforms. In Shrek City, the students of Shrek Academy had a huge advantage. They represented not only themselves, but also Shrek Academy. Lan Mengqin and Dong Qianqiu's long hair was really eye-catching. Both of them had their hair down. Dong Qianqiu's dark blue hair was elegant and smooth, while Lan Mengqin's white hair was very shiny. Qianlei's eyes stared straight at Lan Mengqin. Lan Xuanyu greeted the two of them, then looked at the Shrek communicator on his wrist and said, From the GPS, it will take about 40 minutes to reach the auction house. Should we find a car or walk there? Dong Xianxia said, let's walk there. Didn't you want to take a look around the city? If there's a place to eat on the way, we can also eat while we're at it. Okay. Lan Xuanyu nodded and took the lead to walk out. Looking at Lan Xuanyu's back, Dong Xianxia was a little puzzled. Most girls were sensitive. Although Lan Xuanyu looked normal, for some reason, she felt that he was a little different today. This was the first time they had gone out since they came to Shrek Academy. After exiting the academy gate, the four of them felt a special sense of novelty. After all, they were still young. When they looked around, they felt that their eyes weren't enough to take in everything. The buildings in Shrek City were simple and unadorned. They were all built in the ancient style. The ground was paved with long stones that were polished extremely smooth. There was a special lane for vehicles, and the sidewalks on both sides were wider than the lane. All the buildings in Shrek City were built around Sea God Lake. Only the Shrek Academy's best ally had the right to build in the circle closest to Sea God Lake. Even a large organization like the Spirit Pagoda didn't have such a territory in Shrek City. It was said that the Spirit Pagoda and Shrek Academy were enemies 10,000 years ago. As for the current relationship between Shrek Academy and the Spirit Pagoda, Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't know. The four of them followed the navigation route. On the way, they saw many buildings. Some of the buildings were even strange. For example, there was a building that looked like a large clock. Only after looking at the navigation symbol did they realize that it was actually the headquarters of the Federation Bank. The Federation Bank was the head of the Federation's financial institutions. Even the Federation Space Fleet had to be approved by the Federation Bank before they could get funding. There were many other headquarters like this. For example, the Blacksmiths Association's headquarters and the Mecha Master Association's headquarters were all in Shrek City. One could imagine what kind of status this magical city had in the entire Federation. The design of these headquarters buildings was very unique, and one could tell at a glance that they were very old. There was no doubt that walking around Shrek City and looking at these buildings was a very good tourist attraction. I'm hungry. What do we eat? Qianlei looked around excitedly as he nudged Lan Xuanyu. I'm fine with anything, Lan Xuanyu said. Ever since Shrek City's rich and abundant life energy replenished his body, he didn't get hungry so easily. The replenishment of life energy was more direct than the replenishment of food. Qianlei said, the food street is up ahead. I've studied the route before. We just happened to pass by, so let's go in and take a look. Okay. The four of them walked into the food street. There weren't any particularly large hotels on either side of the road. Instead, there were small shops next to each other. The decorations of each shop were unique. Although they weren't big, they were all very clean and tidy. At a glance, there were probably 200 to 300 shops on both sides of the road. Bursts of fragrance wafted over. Almost every few steps forward, the aroma of different food would waft around the tip of their nose. Even if they weren't hungry, they would definitely be tempted to eat here. Which shop are we going to eat? They all looked delicious. Qianlei looked around. Dong Qianxiu and Lan Mingqin's eyes also lit up. Lan Xuanyu said, why don't we find a shop that looks good and go in to eat a signature dish? Then we'll go to another shop and eat a signature dish. That way, we can eat a few more types. Dong Qianxiu smiled and said, that's a good idea. You're really a foodie. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. When did I have such a nickname? Teacher Nana said it. She said that you might have eaten it, Dong Qianxiu said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu scratched his head and said, maybe it's because I always felt that I didn't have enough energy to replenish my energy in the past. After coming here, there's no such problem. The life energy here is rich, so my need for food isn't as big as before. Don't say so much. Let's hurry up and eat. Let's go to that shop first. What does the roasted bird shop eat? It seems to be roasted chicken or something. It smells so good. With that, Qianlei took the lead and rushed into a small restaurant not far away. It was still early, so there weren't many customers. As soon as they entered, the aroma of barbecue assaulted their noses. A waiter came up to them and led them to a 4-person table to sit down. Then, he asked them what they wanted to eat. The waiter had clearly noticed the Shrek Academy uniform they were wearing, so he was very polite. Do you have any delicious signature dishes here? Give us some. Lan Xuanyu asked. The waiter said, our roasted bird restaurant mainly roasts all kinds of chicken, such as gizzards, hearts, breasts, drumsticks, and so on. If you want to talk about signature dishes, I recommend you try the chicken skin. Our roasted chicken skin is very popular here. We use the best butter spring chicken produced in Heavendo City. This kind of chicken grows up eating sunflower seeds. The meat is very fresh and tender, and its skin is fat. If you squeeze it with your hands, the chicken fat in the skin will be squeezed out in a transparent and salty manner. It is both nutritious and especially delicious. Stop talking, I can't take it anymore. Come on. Give us 20 skewers first, 5 each. Xianlei couldn't take it anymore after hearing the waiter's description. Lan Xuanyu said, give us 4 more chicken drumsticks. We also want some fruit juice. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter went to make the arrangements. Lan Xuanyu and Xianlei sat on one side, while Dong Qianqiu and Lan Mengqin sat on the other side. Lan Mengqin smiled and said, this waiter uncle is really amazing. After hearing his description, I immediately had a great appetite. Xianlei stretched his neck and looked in the direction of the kitchen. He couldn't wait to eat. Not long after, a metal tray was brought over. There were 4 cups of fruit juice, plus a plate of roasted chicken skin and roasted drumsticks. Suddenly, a rich aroma assaulted their nostrils. The roasted chicken skin that had just been served was still glistening with oil. The golden skin was slightly charred in a few places, but it increased the temptation. Hearing the slight stinging sound from the chicken skin and smelling the rich aroma, the 4 of them couldn't hold back anymore. They reached out almost at the same time and each grabbed a skewer to eat. With a bite, the scalding chicken skin made them gasp. Soon, a rich aroma mixed with the smell of roasted meat filled their mouths. The chicken skin was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The crispy texture and rich aroma made the 4 of them light up. Like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, the plate of roasted chicken skin and drumsticks was eaten by the 4 of them. The meat of the drumsticks was tender, juicy, and very delicious. It mixed with the rich aroma of the chicken skin, and the 2 complemented each other. You still want to eat? Do you want to go somewhere else? Xianlei looked at Lan Xuanyu eagerly. Lan Xuanyu said, listen to everyone. I'm fine with anything. Then let's eat some more here, and then go to another restaurant. Dong Qianqiu said with a smile. In fact, none of them had eaten enough. By the time they left the roasted bird shop, they had already eaten all the dishes in the roasted bird shop. Haha, I don't think we need to go to the second store. The auction is about to start. Let's come back next time, Qianlei said awkwardly. The 4 of them looked at each other and smiled. They ate until their mouths were full of oil. They were really satisfied. After the meal, everyone's relationship had obviously become closer. Lan Mengqin suddenly pointed to the sky and said, I suggest that we come to the food street to eat once a week in the future. Next time, he would never eat so much in the same restaurant. Ah, that grilled fish in front looks so tempting. Look at that promotional picture. There are so many chili peppers. I love spicy food the most. Unfortunately, I can't eat anymore. Agreed, once a week. Dong Qianqiu also smiled. Okay. Lan Xuanyu licked the oil on his lips. Today's meal was really blissful. Passing through the food street should have been a very wonderful thing, but for the 4 of them who were already full, it was not so wonderful. It was not easy for them to rush out of the encirclement of delicacies. The sky was already dark, and there was not much time left before the auction began. The 4 of them no longer cared to admire the surrounding buildings. They sped up according to the navigation and went straight to the auction house. 10 minutes later, after hurrying for a while, they finally saw the destination of their trip. From a distance, Shrek Auction House looked like a huge theater. The exterior was completely built with jade-like stone. There were human-shaped statues outside. Each statue was a human, but they were all different. Just on the front side, there were more than 50 statues, each of which was more than 10 meters tall. The auction house's main entrance was wide, and a red carpet extended from the door, following more than 30 steps to the ground below. There were people at the door in charge of checking the auction qualifications. From their auras and eyes, one could feel that they were all quite strong soul masters. The four of them arrived at the bottom of the steps and looked at the time. They were not late. They quickly walked up the steps. When the person at the door in charge of checking the auction qualifications saw their uniforms, his expression immediately became very gentle. "Students, we need to check your Shrek communicators." The four of them stretched out their hands. The person scanned them with an unknown device and immediately confirmed their identities. He said to them, "Please come in. Your seats are in the Shrek Academy area in the front row. You can sit as you wish." Lan Xuanyu asked, "Uncle, how many areas is the auction house divided into?" "It's our first time here, so we're not too familiar with each other." The person smiled and said, "The auction house is very large and is divided into many areas. The ordinary area is the largest and can accommodate 3,000 people at the same time. Everyone needs to pay a certain amount of deposit to receive a number plate and enter. In addition to the ordinary area, the second and third floors each have a circle of VIP rooms. Those auctioneers who are unwilling to reveal their identities or those who have strong strength will choose the VIP rooms, but the deposit they need to pay is very high. Your Shrek Academy has a special area in front of the ordinary area. Then do we need to pay a deposit to receive a number plate?" Dong Xianxia asked. The person said, "You don't need to pay a deposit to enter the Shrek Academy area and the ordinary area. You can directly receive a number plate. After all, you have the Academy's guarantee. Of course, you can also choose a VIP room, but if you choose a private room, you need to pay a deposit. The deposit for Shrek Academy students and teachers can be replaced with a purple emblem, which will be returned to you after the auction." Oh, thank you." Lan Xuanyu immediately understood the general rules here. Not to mention anything else, if the Shrek Academy students and teachers were to participate in the auction here, they would certainly be given preferential treatment. The person continued, "Our auction house has many kinds of auctions. Today's auction is the most common one, held once a month, and also the largest. Therefore, there will be a lot of people participating, and there will also be a lot of auction items. The auction will go on until late at night. The prices of the auction items go from low to high, and the later the auction items, the higher the price. Usually, we also have some basic auctions here, as well as guessing the base price and other interesting auctions. You can use your Shrek emblem to pay. Emblems are absolute hard currency here, and there will be a certain degree of premium." Qianlei said with some excitement, "What is the exchange rate between emblems and Federation coins?" "A white emblem can be exchanged for 10,000 Federation coins, a yellow emblem can be exchanged for 200,000 Federation coins, and a purple emblem can be exchanged for 2 million Federation coins. I'm not too sure about the higher levels." The exchange rate between yellow emblems and purple emblems was so high. Moreover, the most common white emblem could be exchanged for a full 10,000 Federation coins. The purchasing power of Federation coins was quite good. Lan Xuanyu vaguely remembered that his father, Lan Xiao, had a monthly salary of 70,000 to 80,000 Federation coins, which was already considered a high salary. His mother, Nanqing, seemed to only have a salary of 30,000 to 40,000. Without counting the black emblem that his teacher had lent him, and counting the number of emblems on his body, Lan Xuanyu had a huge sum of money equivalent to several million Federation coins. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to imagine this. The person said patiently, "We welcome emblems the most, because Shrek Academy has a lot of good things, and the amount is even more than what our auction house has. And those good things can't be bought even if you have money, so you can only use Shrek emblems to exchange for them. Use emblems to exchange for Federation coins. You can do it at any time, but Federation coins can't buy emblems. We can only exchange with your students. If you want to exchange, the private exchange rate should be higher than what I said." After clarifying this, the four of them felt more confident. Together, they had quite a lot of emblems. The emblems exchanged for 1 million Douluo coins were enough for them to use for a while. Even Fatty had 7 or 8 yellow emblems on him. Lan Xuanyu even had more than 20 yellow emblems. Walking into the auction house, they followed the people in front of them all the way in, and soon they entered a huge auditorium. The entire auditorium was semicircular, with a tall stage at the front, and then divided into many areas. They soon found the Shrek Academy's special area, right at the front, where there were about 100 green seats. At this time, 30 to 40% of the people in the ordinary area were already seated, and there were not many people in the Shrek Academy's special area. When the bidders saw them walk in wearing the Shrek Academy uniform, they couldn't help but cast their gazes on them, but when they saw their age, their expressions became calm. What Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't know was that there was an unwritten rule in this Shrek's auction house, that was, if people from Shrek Academy participated in the auction, they would have priority. No matter the origin of the other bidders, if it wasn't necessary, they would give the teachers and students of Shrek Academy a certain amount of modesty. Of course, in this case, each teacher and student of Shrek Academy could not have more than 3 auction items. When Lan Xuanyu and the others reached a higher grade, the academy would actually tell them. They were only freshmen now, and the academy's teachers wouldn't expect them to participate in the auction so early. Walking into the Shrek Academy's special area, the 4 of them couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in their hearts. This position was very good. At the center and the most front, they could clearly see everything on the stage. This was a place that belonged to Shrek Academy, and it was also Shrek's glory. This was the first time they realized how glorious it was to be a member of Shrek Academy. From the time they ate until they arrived at the auction house, the school uniforms they were wearing made everyone unconsciously take care of them. This was Shrek. The 4 of them chose a spot near the front and sat down in the center. Anyway, there was no one around. The chairs in the designated area were very comfortable to sit on. They were soft and elastic, and were basically genuine leather sofas. Sitting on them, one's waist and buttocks were well supported. Even if one sat for a long time, it would not be easy to feel tired. It was almost time for the auction to begin. The lights in the auction hall were dim, and other than the Shrek Academy's exclusive area, the other areas were already packed with people. "Why are you here?" At this moment, a slightly familiar and somewhat surprised voice sounded, causing the 4 of them to turn their heads to look. Tang Yuga, who was also wearing a green school uniform, was looking at them in surprise. Due to the dim lighting and the fact that they were in a different location, they had only seen other students from Shrek Academy, but had not noticed that it was her. The 4 of them had a very deep impression of Tang Yuga. This third-year senior sister had really shown a powerful strength that shocked them in the battle in the Great Soul Arena. The Great 5 Elements Divine Light was invincible. If it weren't for Lan Xuanyu taking the risk to give Yuan and Hui Hui double support in the end, causing Yuan and Hui Hui to mutate, they would have lost without a doubt. And this was under the condition that Tang Yuga did not use her battle armor. Otherwise, they definitely would not have had a chance at all. That battle also made them fully aware of the gap between different grades. Yuan and Hui Hui, who was so talented, didn't even have the chance to show off in front of Tang Yuga. How big was the gap? At this time, when the 4 of them saw this senior again, they were somewhat embarrassed. In any case, they had obtained a large number of Douluo coins from her, which was why they could exchange for so many Shrek badges. It could be said that they had earned their first bucket of gold. Without those Shrek badges, they wouldn't even be able to sit here and participate in the auction. "Hello senior sister, we are also here to participate in the auction," Lan Xuanyu said with a smile, looking harmless to humans and animals. Tang Yuga frowned slightly and said, "Where is Yuan and Hui Hui? How is he now? I heard that he fell into a coma after the end of the previous game. Is he awake now?" Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment. He thought of all kinds of possible reactions from Tang Yuga, and most of his guesses were not kind, but he didn't expect her to ask about Yuan and Hui Hui first. And from her eyes, Lan Xuanyu vaguely saw a trace of worry. Was she worried about Hui Hui? But wasn't she very malicious towards Hui Hui? With doubts in his heart, Lan Xuanyu said, "He has woken up and is cultivating in seclusion." After that, his martial soul seemed to have undergone some changes, so there shouldn't be any big problems. Regarding the mutation of Yuan and Hui Hui's martial soul, it was Hui Hui's secret, so he naturally wouldn't say it easily. After listening to his words, Tang Yuga's face relaxed a little. She nodded and didn't say anything else, turned around and left. She didn't mention the fact that they had won hundreds of thousands of Douluo coins from her. She's a little generous, Xianlei whispered in Lan Xuanyu's ear. Lan Xuanyu said, after all, she is our senior sister. She seems to care a little about Hui Hui. At this moment, the light in the entire venue suddenly became darker, and the slightly noisy venue, which was originally full of conversations, instantly quieted down. A bright beam of light fell from the dome and landed on the stage in front of them. Unknowingly, there was an extra woman on the stage. When Lan Xuanyu and the other three saw the woman standing on the stage, they couldn't help but be stunned. The woman was wearing a white dress, which was simple and elegant with almost no decorations. Her long hair was coiled on top of her head, revealing her slender neck. Her beautiful face had a smile on it, and her every movement was graceful and proper, giving people a sense of intimacy that would unconsciously appear. The most important thing was that they all knew Lan Xuanyu. She was the counselor, Ling Yi, when they participated in the entrance examination. They didn't know if she was a teacher or a student in Shrek Academy. When Lan Xuanyu saw her, his expression was particularly strange, and he found that Ling Yi had already seen him. Her eyes were on him, and there was a deep meaning in her eyes. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly smiled at her, revealing his white teeth. Welcome everyone to Shrek's Great Auction House. The monthly large-scale auction will welcome the support of many bidders. Here, on behalf of the auction house, I would like to thank all the bidders for their love. Ling Yi said with a smile. She was graceful, generous, and amiable, which made it easy for people to have a good impression of her. In an instant, there was a thunderous applause, and the bidders responded one after another. Ling Yi smiled and said, "Then, I won't waste everyone's time. Next, let's start today's auction. I'd like to disclose in advance that we have a lot of items and a lot of varieties today. Naturally, there will be a lot of good things. So, please prepare your number plates." When they heard her mention number plates, Lan Xuanyu and the others remembered that they didn't seem to have one. They looked around and found it next to their seats. In Shrek Academy's special area, there was a number plate next to each seat. What a special treatment. They didn't need to register, and they didn't need a corresponding number plate. But thinking about it, it wasn't a big deal. Shrek Academy had a small number of students, and it was too easy to recognize people. Not to mention, Shrek Academy was the biggest guarantee. Even the auctioneer was Shrek's person. Lan Xuanyu guessed that this auction house probably belonged to Shrek's students. Next, the auction will begin. Please look at the big screen. Ling Yi's voice sounded again. She walked to the side of the stage, and the originally dark background behind her suddenly lit up. It was accompanied by a pleasant voice. Lot 1, 10-100-year Tianluo fruits. As we all know, Tianluo fruits are one of the best heaven and earth treasures to prolong one's life. Function: remove impurities from the body and cleanse the bloodline. 100-year Tianluo fruits are rare. Whether it is consumed by soul masters or ordinary people, it is quite beneficial to the body and can dispel diseases and evil spirits. These 10 Tianluo fruits come from Shrek Academy's exclusive orchard and are of top quality. Starting price, 100,000 Federation coins. Each bid is in the tens of thousands. On the big screen, 10 bright green fruits appeared. Each one looked crystal clear, and there seemed to be light flowing inside. It was very strange. Lan Xuanyu and the other three looked at the screen and were a little confused. Tianluo fruit? They had never heard of it and didn't know what it was. Listening to the introduction, it was quite magical. You don't even know what kind of heaven and earth treasures are used for, right? Then what are you doing here? Tang Yuga's voice came unhurriedly. Only then did Lan Xuanyu realize that this person had sat next to them at some point. Lan Mengqin was a little unconvinced, you know? Tang Yuga said indifferently, of course I know. If you have time, you can spend a white emblem to exchange for a complete collection of heaven and earth treasures and study it well. Thank you. Lan Xuanyu said sincerely. Tang Yuga's suggestion was very useful. On the Shrek Academy's exchange list, he saw many things, especially the heaven and earth treasures. He didn't know what most of them were used for, but he still felt that they were very powerful. But if he didn't know their specific use, he didn't know whether they were suitable for him, so there was no way to buy them for cultivation. After coming to Shrek Academy, Lan Xuanyu really felt the benefits of external objects to assist his cultivation. The cultivation in Sea God Lake, the assistance of the Black Emblem, and the special meditation room in the Shrek Academy dormitory, all of these were of great help to him. He had been here for such a short time, but he felt that the effect of his cultivation was better than the previous half a year. He wasn't sure what benefits these heaven and earth treasures would have for his cultivation, but the Tianluo fruit in front of him sounded very good. Regulating the body and removing impurities was undoubtedly beneficial to cultivation. It was time to learn more about heaven and earth treasures. The more he knew, the more useful it would be for his future exchanges in the academy or the auction before him. At this moment, the auction had already begun. Ling Yi stood on the stage and looked down at the audience with a smile on her face. She was constantly calling out numbers, and the corresponding numbers also appeared on the big screen. Alright, VIP number 398, 170,000 yuan. VIP number 124, 180,000. Guest in VIP room 7 on the second floor, 190,000. In just a short while, the price of 100-year Tianluo fruits had risen to more than 300,000 Federation coins. From this, it could be seen that the starting price of the Shrek auction house was definitely not high. Tang Yuga's voice was heard again. I'll give you a suggestion. If you see something you like, bid for it immediately. Don't wait until later. Our Shrek Academy students usually don't have too many competitors after they participate in the auction. This was experience. Lan Xuanyu was moved and said, "Thank you, senior sister." Tang Yuga glanced at him and didn't say anything else. In the end, 10 Tianluo fruits were auctioned at a price of 390,000 Federation coins. If measured by emblems, it was close to 2 yellow emblems. There was no delay in the middle, and the auction of the second item immediately began. The second item was still a fruit-type heaven and earth treasure, which Lan Xuanyu and the others had never heard of. The starting price was a little higher than the previous Tianluo fruit, and it was quickly sold. The items were auctioned off one by one. Lan Xuanyu and the others, who were participating in the auction for the first time, felt dazzled, but it was also an eye-opener. Unknowingly, their mood became excited. When the seventh item appeared, Tang Yuga made her move. After Ling Yi announced the starting price, she immediately raised the number plate in her hand. Lan Xuanyu and the others also saw how much of an advantage the students of the Shrek Academy had. When her number plate was raised, the bidders behind her who had already raised their plates consciously put them down. Ling Yi smiled and said, "Shrek Academy area, number 36, 180,000, going once." When other people were bidding, Ling Yi would usually call out the number of bids when there were no more bidders raising the price. However, as soon as Tang Yuga started bidding, Ling Yi directly called out the number of bids. It could be seen that this was already the norm. It was a pear-shaped fruit, 1,000 years old, and its effect was to enhance one's sensitivity to life energy. Lan Xuanyu deliberately looked back at the bidders behind him. Many people's eyes were very fiery. Obviously, this kind of heaven and earth treasure was very popular. But for Lan Xuanyu, this kind of heaven and earth treasure was useless. His affinity with life energy was high enough, and he didn't need any heaven and earth treasure to enhance himself. He was almost unable to digest it now. Going twice, going thrice, sold. Without any competitors, Tang Yuga successfully won the auction item he wanted. The eyes of Lan Xuanyu and the others lit up. This was a little cool. He won the item he wanted at the starting price. The price should not be higher than the exchange price of the academy, and it was even possible that it was lower. No wonder Tang Yuga chose to come here. Lan Xuanyu was a little regretful that he didn't have enough knowledge. There were so many heaven and earth treasures, but he didn't know most of them. This was a little awkward. Good things, the price was right, but he didn't know which one was really suitable for him. Moreover, even if it was relatively cheap, it was still expensive for him. He couldn't just buy it randomly. It seemed that when he went back, he would have to make up for it. Not only did he have to look at the information, but he also had to ask the teacher for advice and see if the teacher had any suggestions. The next auction item is a little special. The big screen darkened. Ling Yi walked to the center of the stage and said with a smile, "This auction item's origin is unknown, and its function is unknown, but it is very strange. There is no specific introduction, so I can only describe it briefly. Everyone, please look at the big screen." The big screen lit up again, and a jewel in the shape of a water droplet appeared. This jewel was very beautiful. It could be seen on the big screen that it was emitting a faint colorful light, but it was impossible to tell how big it was. There was a crystal bead inside the jewel, and it was this crystal bead that was emitting a faint colorful light. If one looked carefully, they would find that the crystal bead itself had 9 colors: blue, red, yellow, cyan, gold, black, silver, green, and purple. Among them, green and purple were in the center, and the other 7 colors were distributed in the area outside the center. It was very strange. Ling Yi smiled and said, "As everyone can see, this jewel in the shape of a water droplet is very beautiful. I believe that as long as one is a woman, it would be very difficult to resist its temptation. Moreover, it is very strange. No matter where it touches the body, it will automatically produce a thin chain that wraps around that area. No matter how you examine it, you can't find the origin of this thin chain. What's even more strange is that this jewel doesn't have any energy fluctuations. At least with our current technology, we can't detect the existence of energy fluctuations. It looks like a beautiful jewel. But from its gorgeous appearance, it doesn't seem that ordinary. Therefore, we call it the mysterious 9-colored jewel. Even if it's only used as a decoration, it's still very beautiful. Moreover, maybe there's something strange inside. It comes from the extreme north of the mother planet, and was discovered by an expedition team in the ice and snow. We can't detect how many years it has existed, and there's no energy in it. What I can tell you is that it has already been tested by the Federation's top research institute, and the results are as I said before. Therefore, I think it's most suitable to exist as a collector's item. Because of its uniqueness, we'll show you the real thing first, and then we'll start the auction." While she was speaking, a small cart had been pushed out. The girl in a long dress pushed the cart to the center of the stage. There was a display table on the cart, covered by a red cloth. The moment the cart was pushed out, Lan Xuanyu, who was originally just curiously looking at the dazzling jewel on the screen, suddenly tensed up. Everyone else was looking at the stage, and no one noticed the change in him. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's handsome face suddenly flushed red, and he had a feeling of difficulty breathing. He only felt his heartbeat suddenly accelerate, and the originally stable blood vortex in his body suddenly became violent, rapidly spinning. An unprecedented desire lingered in his heart, and there seemed to be a voice in his body calling out, expressing a strong desire. What was that? Why did he have such a huge reaction when it was so far away? It was difficult to breathe and his entire body began to heat up. Lan Xuanyu could even feel his hands trembling slightly. The golden-patterned and silver-patterned blue-silver grass even had the urge to come out of his body. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Why do I have such a feeling? Lan Xuanyu was greatly shocked. It was a feeling that all the pores on his body had opened up. What surprised him the most was the desire that suddenly appeared in his heart. It was an unprecedented desire. It was as if his entire body had become extremely hungry in an instant. What was this mysterious 9-colored gem? Why did it cause such a drastic change in him? Even when he was in the Sea God Lake and was immersed in the rich life energy, Lan Xuanyu had never had such a strong desire. On the stage, Ling Yi slowly lifted the red cloth and revealed the black neck brace below. The neck brace was made to imitate the shape of a human's neck and chest. A colorful gem was embedded in it and emitted a faint colorful halo. The gem wasn't big and the light wasn't too strong. It didn't look as strong as the magnification effect on the screen. Alright, that's all for the introduction. Let's start the bidding. The starting price is 200,000 Federation coins. Each increment must not be less than 10,000. Ling Yi said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and adjusted his soul power and bloodline power. He tried his best to calm his emotions. At the same time, he quickly looked back. There didn't seem to be many people who were willing to bid. Indeed, the purchasing power of Federation coins was quite strong. If it was just a decorative gem, 200,000 Federation coins was too expensive. Lan Xuanyu stared at the mysterious nine-colored gem. The moment Ling Yi finished speaking, he raised the number plate in his hand. Number 33, 200,000 Federation coins. Ling Yi looked at Lan Xuanyu with some surprise. In her opinion, although this gem was very beautiful, its value was a little too high. 200,000 Federation coins was enough to buy a rather good heaven and earth treasure to aid in cultivation. To the students of Shrek Academy, was there anything more important than cultivation? To spend money on a useless ornament at this time, he was either very rich or had a problem with his brain. From Lan Xuanyu's previous situation, she knew that he wasn't a particularly rich child. So what was he trying to do? I've already made myself very clear. This mysterious nine-colored gem had already gone through the Federation's most precise tests, but they still couldn't find any practical use for it. In fact, whether it was metals or gems, as long as there was no energy inside, they could only be used for decoration. Not only Ling Yi, but Lan Xuanyu's companions were also shocked by his sudden action. Qianlei blinked, and then looked at the gem carefully. He knew Lan Xuanyu the best. Lan Xuanyu's actions were extremely fast, and he was right beside Lan Xuanyu, so he could clearly see Lan Xuanyu's somewhat anxious expression at this time. In Qianlei's memory, Lan Xuanyu would never do anything that was meaningless. Whatever he wanted, there would definitely be a reason for it. Lan Mengqin gently touched Dong Qianqiu and whispered, "He bought it for you?" Dong Qianqiu's pretty face blushed. "Don't talk nonsense. Maybe he knows what this gem is for." Lan Mengqin curled her lips and said, "The most sophisticated instruments can't detect it, what can he know? 200,000, 20 white emblems. He's really generous." Dong Qianqiu didn't say anything, but the way he looked at the gem changed slightly. He thought to himself, "I don't really like colorful things. What I like are white and blue. Should I tell him not to spend money recklessly, but if I say that he didn't buy it for me, how embarrassing would that be?" She hesitated, but still didn't say anything. But, suddenly, Dong Qianqiu's body stiffened, and a memory that originated from the depths of his soul suddenly emerged. In an instant, her whole body trembled slightly, and her eyes suddenly froze, staring at the colorful teardrop-shaped gem on the stage. Colorful, teardrop-shaped, she had seen it before, she seemed to have seen it before. A long, long time ago, she quickly turned her gaze to Lan Xuanyu in the next moment. At this time, Lan Xuanyu's eyes were fixed on the gem on the stage, and he didn't notice her attention at all. On his right hand that was holding the number plate high, golden diamond-shaped scales were faintly discernible. Golden scales, colorful teardrop-shaped gems, and his face that seemed familiar from the first time they met. He had grown up a little, his childishness had faded a little, and the sense of familiarity she felt when they first met seemed to have become stronger. Who is he? Who is he? In an instant, Dong Qianqiu's trembling heart was in a mess. Lan Mengqin was right beside her and immediately noticed her sudden change. She couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "It's just a gem of unknown origin, Qianqiu, you don't have to be so touched, right?" Dong Qianqiu didn't say anything, but she bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth. She suddenly felt a splitting headache, and some things that had been hidden deep in her mind seemed to have begun to churn. Those memories that she had long buried seemed to be breaking out of the ground. Her face suddenly became a little pale, and she just shook her head gently. 200,000, number 33 bids 200,000, going once. Ling Yi habitually reported the number of bids. This colorful gem didn't attract much attention from the bidders, and the back was quiet. Lan Xuanyu's heart was nervous. He had to get it. He knew that he had to get this gem no matter what. This was what the voice in the depths of his heart that had been anxiously shouting at him was telling him. No matter what, he couldn't let it go. He should be able to get it directly like Tang Yuge's previous auction. Lan Xuanyu was secretly looking forward to it in his heart. Things didn't go as he wished. At this moment, a voice came from the side. 210,000. Lan Xuanyu suddenly turned his head to look. In the Shrek Academy area, sitting in the other corner, a number plate was raised. Ling Yi raised her eyebrows slightly. Number 43, 210,000, going once. Shrek Civil War? The bidders who didn't participate in the auction at the back were also suddenly interested. Such a seemingly useless multicolored gem had actually caused 2 Shrek Academy students to fight over it? Did that mean that this gem was a good thing? For a moment, there were some low discussions in the auction seats at the back. Lan Xuanyu looked over. The owner of the number 43 number plate was also looking in his direction. It was a young man who looked 16 or 17 years old. He looked at him with a smile and said, "My girlfriend likes these colorful things. Junior brother, how about you give it to me?" Sitting next to him was a female student of the same age as him. Because his body was blocking the view, Lan Xuanyu couldn't see her face clearly from where he was. "Sorry senior brother, I'm a little interested in this gem. My girlfriend also likes it." As he said this, he pointed in the direction of Dong Xianxia with his mouth. At this time, he definitely wouldn't say how important this gem was to him. The discussion behind him had already begun. If he showed too much anxiety at this time, everyone would feel the importance of this gem. Even with the Shrek Academy's hidden rules, it would easily attract other people to participate in the auction. How much money did Lan Xuanyu have? How could he face so many rich and overbearing bidders? That young man couldn't help but laugh. "Junior brother, how old are you? Puppy love isn't good." Tang Yuga, who was sitting not far from Lan Xuanyu, snorted coldly. The young man didn't get angry, and said with a smile, "I was wondering who it was." "So you came with Junior Yuga? No wonder you're so willing to spend money. You must be from a big family." Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly, but still raised the number plate in his hand. At this time, Dong Qianqiu didn't react to Lan Xuanyu's expression. He just looked at him, and then cast his gaze on the rainbow-colored gem again. Number 33, 220,000, going once. Ling Yi also frowned slightly. Shrek Academy was very united, so normally speaking, there were very few cases of students competing with each other. The young man raised the number plate again, and said with a smile, 300,000. "Junior, if you bid a little higher, I'll let you have it. But I can't not express anything, or else my friend will be unhappy." Lan Xuanyu's expression suddenly became unsightly. He slowly took a deep breath, and no longer suppressed the bloodline vortex in his body that was violently fluctuating due to the stimulation. He slowly stood up. As he stood up, a faint stream of air rushed out from his body. Without suppressing it, golden and silver scales appeared on his hands, and a deep dragon's roar reverberated in his chest. For a moment, a blazing bloodline aura suddenly burst forth. Lan Xuanyu's cultivation wasn't high, but when he released his bloodline aura, the surrounding air trembled. Especially with the deep dragon's roar, the martial souls of all the soul masters present changed to different degrees due to the stimulation. Lan Xuanyu didn't release his martial soul, and only released his bloodline aura. But under the surging of the gold and silver streams of air, Lan Xuanyu gave people a feeling of awe. The young man who shouted 300,000 also had a slight change in expression. As a member of Shrek Academy, he was naturally very sensitive to bloodline aura. He could clearly feel that the bloodline aura emanating from this very young junior brother was exceptionally powerful. He knew that his martial soul was not weak, but at this moment, he actually felt a kind of trembling feeling. With his strength, of course he wasn't afraid of the current Lan Xuanyu, but the problem was that there were too many monsters among Shrek's students. He wasn't afraid now, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be afraid in the future. Tang Yuga looked a little antisocial, but his personality was not too tyrannical. Moreover, the reason why he participated in the auction was actually related to Tang Yuga. He did not expect that this junior who looked so young actually had so much potential. 310,000. Lan Xuanyu slowly raised his number plate, allowing his bloodline aura to burst forth without restraint. His eyes flickered with gold and silver light. When he said these words, none of the bidders present looked down on him because of his age. The reason why Lan Xuanyu stood up was not because of the young man, but because of the bidders behind him who were already ready to make a move. He was telling the others present that if they wanted to compete with him, they had to consider whether or not they would offend a very promising student of Shrek Academy. Sure enough, when he raised his number plate again, no one, including the young man, competed with him for the gem. Number 33, 310,000, going once. Going twice. Going thrice, sold. The auction hammer fell with a paw sound, and the auction of this auction item was completed. Lan Xuanyu slowly withdrew the number plate in his hand, turned his head to look at the young man from before, and slightly nodded his head in greeting. It looked like he was thanking the other party for not continuing to compete with him. But the young man understood the meaning in Lan Xuanyu's eyes. Because of you, I spent an extra 110,000 Federation coins. The young man also had some regrets in his heart at this time. If Lan Xuanyu was really one of the best of the younger generation, then it was really unwise for him to offend the other party. Although the lives of the two might not necessarily intersect, it was completely unnecessary. Lan Xuanyu sat back in his seat. In fact, he was also a little distressed. He only had a few dozen white emblems. If he spent all of them, he really couldn't bear it. Lan Xuanyu secretly decided to use 1 yellow emblem and 11 white emblems to pay for the auction item just now. However, he finally won it. This allowed him to heave a sigh of relief. Dong Qianqiu's tense body gradually relaxed, but her mind was still filled with all kinds of memory fragments. She whispered to Lan Mengqin, "Sister Mengqin, I have a headache, I want to go back first. You can continue to participate in the auction here." Lan Mengqin was taken aback. "What's wrong with you? Are you angry with that guy? He's actually just looking for an excuse, there's no need to be angry." Although Lan Mengqin would occasionally provoke Lan Xuanyu, she didn't really want to target him. Dong Qianqiu shook her head. "No, I'm just a little uncomfortable." "Xianyu, Qianlei, I'm leaving first." Lan Xuanyu said, "Then I'll go with you. I just spent so much money, I probably won't bid for anything else." "Qianlei, what about you?" Qianlei said excitedly, "I want to look around again." "Mengqin, let them go first, how about we watch for a while more?" Lan Mengqin hesitated for a moment, looked at Dong Qianqiu, then looked at Lan Xuanyu, and finally nodded, "Okay then." "Lan Xuanyu, you have to protect Qianqiu well." Lan Xuanyu rolled his eyes. "Who am I supposed to protect who?" In terms of real combat strength, he was really not Dong Qianqiu's opponent. What's more, they were in Shrek City, how could there be any danger? Especially since they were students of the Shrek Academy. Dong Qianqiu didn't say anything else, and directly turned around and walked out. Lan Xuanyu gave the emblems he needed to pay to Qianlei, let him settle the bill and collect the auction items for him, and then followed Dong Qianqiu out. Tang Yuge and the young man who bid with Lan Xuanyu didn't leave. They just looked at the backs of Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu as they left. The young man took the initiative to sit down beside Tang Yuge and whispered, "Who was that person just now? What year is he? Why haven't I seen him before?" "Freshman," Tang Yuge said indifferently. "He's just a freshman." The young man was a little embarrassed. He was actually frightened by a freshman just now. "He's the leader of the team that defeated me in the video." Tang Yuge glanced at him and added, "What?" the young man exclaimed. His voice was a little loud, and even the bidders behind him heard it. At this moment, his expression really changed. "Leader?" The kid who looked like he only had 2 rings, but led a group of freshmen to defeat the strongest team among the third years. This young man wouldn't look down on Lan Xuanyu just because he only had 2 rings. On the contrary, he was actually able to get into the Shrek Academy with a 2-ring soul power, and his results were first in the year. This was the real monster. If nothing unexpected happened, such a person would definitely be able to enter the inner court in the future. He had actually unintentionally offended a person with unlimited potential. After leaving the auction house, Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu walked side by side. Dong Qianqiu lowered her head and didn't say anything. Lan Xuanyu looked at her from time to time, but he could only see her long dark blue hair and couldn't see her face. "Qianqiu, are you okay?" Dong Qianqiu shook her head and suddenly stopped. She turned to look at Lan Xuanyu. Are you really called Lan Xuanyu?" "Ah?" Lan Xuanyu was stunned. "If I'm not called Lan Xuanyu, then what am I called?" Dong Qianqiu paused for a moment and asked again, "Not surname Tang?" Lan Xuanyu was baffled. "Surname Tang? Why would my surname be Tang?" Dong Qianqiu shook her head. "It's okay, maybe I'm thinking too much. Let's go back quickly, I really have a headache." Memory surged, causing her bloodline to change as well. Waves of intense stimulation seemed to want to destroy her spiritual sea, and waves of pain kept coming from her head. Lan Xuanyu sent her all the way to the door of the dormitory. After confirming that she didn't need any help, he returned to his own dormitory. When he arrived at the door of the dormitory, he was surprised to find a person sitting by the roadside outside his dormitory. Looking closely, it was Lu Feng. "Frenzy? What are you doing here?" Lan Xuanyu walked forward curiously. "Waiting for you." Lu Feng jumped up and looked at Lan Xuanyu with a complicated gaze. Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully, "Waiting for me? Then why didn't you call me?" Lu Feng's expression changed and he smiled bitterly. "Maybe I didn't make up my mind before. But I decided now. Xianyu, I want to ask you for a favor." Come in first." Lan Xuanyu opened the dormitory door and brought Lu Feng to the living room of his dormitory. He poured a glass of water for Lu Feng. "Frenzy, what's wrong with you? Tell me if there's anything I can help you with." Lu Feng sighed softly. "I don't know if it'll work, but I want to try. You know, my talent is probably the worst among all the students in our class. Back then, in Heaven Luo, I was the worst in the elite junior class. Although Fatty wasn't strong at that time, at least his martial soul was special enough. As for me, my martial soul can only be considered slightly better than an ordinary assault-type martial soul. This is enough in an ordinary academy. With my hard work, I can also become an outstanding student. But after coming to Shrek, I realized how big the gap is between us. What I lack is not hard work, but potential. My White Dragon Spear martial soul is really too far away from you in terms of potential. Even if I've done my best to squeeze myself and have one more soul bone than you, there's still a huge gap between us. You and Fatty, your martial souls are actually constantly evolving because you have enough potential. I can almost see that in the near future, I won't be able to catch up to you. When that time comes, how can I still be your teammate? Fatty is working a lot harder than before. You should be able to tell." Although he didn't say it, I understood how he felt. "You tried your best to turn the impossible into possible by bringing us into Shrek. We all want to work hard to be worthy of Shrek's identity." With his own efforts and the development of his martial soul, Fatty finally found a path that belonged to him. I'm also trying my best, but all I see is confusion. My White Dragon Spear martial spirit, I really can't think of anything that can be developed. Lan Xuanyu didn't interrupt and just let him continue. He knew that Lu Feng was talking about a very realistic situation. His White Dragon Spear martial soul was indeed the weakest in the entire freshman class. He had really worked very hard, but in Shrek, it wasn't just hard work. One also needed monstrous talent. This was why Shrek had such a motto: only monsters, not normal people. Lu Feng could be said to be the top among ordinary people, but here, he was really weak. However, with this kind of talent problem, not to mention Lan Xuanyu, even the teachers of Shrek Academy couldn't do anything. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly. "Then what are your plans now?" With his understanding of Lu Feng, he knew that Lu Feng wasn't a person who would retreat when faced with setbacks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to persist until now. Lu Feng's eyes slightly congealed. "I want you to help me." "Help me try." "Xianyu, I met Hui Hui when I was having dinner tonight." "Hui Hui? He came out?" Lan Xuanyu asked with some surprise. Lu Feng nodded. "He came out of seclusion. He told me that his martial soul had mutated and had clearly evolved. It's stronger than before. It's because of the double assistance you gave him that day. It stimulated some of the most fundamental things in the depths of his bloodline and promoted the fusion of the bloodline passed down from his father and mother. As a result, there was a benign mutation." Lan Xuanyu heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. I was worried that he had hurt his source. It's good that he's fine. That day, I took too much of a risk and was too competitive." Lu Feng shook his head. "I came to find you because I want you to try the double assistance on me again and see if I can mutate like him." "Ah?" Only then did Lan Xuanyu understand the purpose of Lu Feng's trip. He was clearly provoked by Yuan and Hui Hui. That's right. Yuan and Hui Hui was originally the strongest among the first years, and his martial soul had undergone a benign mutation. It would undoubtedly widen the gap between him and the others. Lu Feng, who was originally the weakest, how could he not be provoked? Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly and said, "But we've already tried. It doesn't seem to work. Your body doesn't seem to be able to bear it. Lu Feng took a deep breath and said with a determined look in his eyes, if I can't bear it once, I'll try it twice. If I can't bear it twice, I'll try it 3 times. As long as it can stimulate me, I don't have his talent, but maybe I can stimulate it a few more times. Moreover, we've already tested it, and I don't have any sequelae. Xianyu, this is the only chance I see now. Help me, okay? Lan Xuanyu looked at Lu Feng's scorching gaze, the look of someone who was willing to do anything to become stronger. He understood that Lu Feng was under too much pressure. After all, they were only 12 years old, but in the face of a group of proud sons of heaven, how could he, who had entered the academy with great difficulty, not feel any pressure? In the great soul arena, he could only play a small role. This was also a stimulus for him. He had harvested as many emblems as the others. Even if no one said anything, did Lu Feng really feel comfortable in his heart? He wanted to become stronger, he wanted to be a useful person in the team. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and said, I have no problem helping you, but Frenzy, you have to be mentally prepared, because the probability of no effect is most likely. I don't want you to have problems with your mentality because of your pursuit of becoming stronger. If that's the case, you may go astray. Lu Feng said, don't worry, even if it doesn't work, I won't regret it. But I still have to try. Teacher accepted me because I'm tough enough like him. If this path doesn't work, I'll think of another way and put in more effort than you guys. Moreover, I'm a lot stronger now than when I first tried. Xianyu, I'm level 30. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Lu Feng broke through level 30? This was really a pleasant surprise. He didn't expect it to be so fast. After coming to Shrek Academy, he was not the only one who was working hard and reaping rewards, everyone was also growing rapidly. When do we start? Lan Xuanyu asked. Lu Feng said, now, I'll go back to the dormitory, and we'll meet in Douluo world. Of course, he wasn't crazy enough to try it in the real world. That would really be courting death. He just wanted to become stronger, not courting death. Lu Feng left, and Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but sigh. Everyone's sense of crisis was really strong. Shrek Academy said that it was free cultivation, but in such an atmosphere, who would dare to slack off? They really had to work hard. The following process was cruel. Entering Douluo world, individual battle simulation training ground. Gold and silver dual blue-silver grass support, Lu Feng had indeed become stronger. When they tried it, Lu Feng's body was almost like a firecracker that was ignited, exploding in an instant. That almost left him with a shadow. But this time, he persisted for no less than 3 seconds, yes, it was only 3 seconds. Under the buff of the 2 kinds of blue-silver grass, his body was like a balloon that was inflated, and then with a bang, he exploded into a bloody light. Not to mention Lu Feng, even Lan Xuanyu was a little stimulated. Moreover, he suddenly understood one thing, Lu Feng had become stronger, but he had also become stronger. Currently, the bloodline vortex in his body was many times stronger than before. Especially after absorbing so much life energy, the bloodline vortex had really become much stronger. Therefore, the dual support he provided to Lu Feng was also different from before. If one were to use this to measure the martial souls of his companions, there was no doubt that Yuan and Hui Hui and Dong Qianqiu's martial souls were much stronger than Lu Feng's. Moreover, judging from the reactions of Yuan and Hui Hui and Dong Qianqiu at that time, it seemed that Dong Qianqiu's martial soul was even stronger than Yuan and Hui Hui's martial soul. After all, Dong Qianqiu directly used the martial soul fusion technique with his assistants, while Yuan and Hui Hui's martial soul mutated due to the stimulation. Looking at it this way, Dong Qianqiu should be stronger. But in terms of actual combat strength, Dong Qianqiu was not as good as Yuan and Hui Hui. What was the reason for this? The world of martial souls really had too many mysterious places. Lu Feng's attempt was undoubtedly unsuccessful, but he used his actions to prove his tenacity to Lan Xuanyu. After failing the first time, he came out with a pale face. However, after relying on the Douluo world system to recover, he immediately requested to start a second attempt. The result, of course, did not change. Inflation, expansion, explosion. Seeing Lu Feng explode in front of him again and again, Lan Xuanyu began to become numb, and Lu Feng's expression became more and more unsightly. In the Douluo world, they could feel pain, especially in the Shrek Academy. Everyone's pain was adjusted to be much higher than in the normal Douluo world. It was easy to imagine the kind of stimulation that Lu Feng felt every time he blew himself up. But even under such circumstances, he still persevered, and continued to ask Lan Xuanyu to continue. Until the 12th time, when Lan Xuanyu saw Lu Feng again, even in the soul world, Lu Feng's mouth couldn't close. Saliva flowed down the corner of his mouth, and all the muscles in his body were twitching. This was obviously to the extent that his spirit could no longer control his nervous system. "Madman, you can't continue. If you continue, you'll have a mental breakdown. This is not something that the Douluo world system can restore," Lan Xuanyu said firmly. He would not help Lu Feng continue to try. I can still." Lu Feng's voice was a little unclear. "No, you definitely can't continue. Rest well first. If you still want to continue, wait for next time," Lan Xuanyu said resolutely, and then directly chose to go offline. Lu Feng looked at the empty space in front of him. His eyes were a little sluggish, and he was at a loss. Then, he subconsciously chose to go offline. Lu Feng's consciousness slowly recovered, and his surroundings were dark. At this time, he only needed to move his fingers to open his simulation pod. But he didn't, he just lay quietly in this dark world. He could feel his mouth open, saliva flowing out, and his body constantly twitching. Just as Lan Xuanyu said, his body had reached its limit. If this continued, he would definitely collapse. Still didn't succeed? His spiritual sea was about to break, and his body was like a broken sack, but his martial soul still didn't have any reaction. Why? Why is it like this? Why is my talent inferior to others? I worked so hard, so desperately, just to be able to keep up with my companions. I only have this one request. Unwillingness spread in his heart, and the weak state of his body caused his voice to be raised to the maximum. He only felt that his chest was choking, and his whole body was about to explode. His right arm started to heat up, and a faint silver light lingered around it. This was the silver moon wolf's right arm soul bone automatically protecting its owner. It emitted the aura of a soul bone, and slowly released the accumulated depression in his heart. "No, I don't want to be released. I want to become stronger, I only want to become stronger." Lu Feng's eyes had unknowingly turned blood red. He suddenly grabbed his right arm and pulled with all his strength. At this moment, his mind was already somewhat unclear. The pain from his right arm made him feel better, but his spiritual sea was about to shatter from the impact of his crazy thoughts. Become stronger. How on earth can I become stronger? Lu Feng crazily shouted in his heart, and tears flowed uncontrollably. At this moment, a voice appeared in his heart, asking him a question. Why do you want to become stronger? That's right. Why do I want to become stronger? Lu Feng was stunned, and his thoughts seemed to stop for a moment. Why? In his mind, scenes appeared one after another. The first scene that appeared was when he, Lan Xuanyu, and Qianlei had just started taking the Shrek Academy's test, and the scene where they faced the ground fire scarlet dragon in the valley. At that time, the three of them had turned danger into safety several times, and finally obtained first place. They supported and protected each other. In times of danger, they did not show any cowardice or compromise, and gave it their all. I want to become stronger to protect my companions, to accompany them, and to grow together with them. Because I am happy when I am with them. I don't want to be left behind. I want to always be with them. At this moment, Lu Feng suddenly understood why he wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become stronger not just for himself, but to be able to always be with them. He would never forget how Lan Xuanyu firmly told him and Qianlei that they would be admitted to the Shrek Academy together. At that moment, his heart had been set ablaze. They were companions, and also brothers. They had to support each other, and even more so, they had to accompany each other. No matter what, he had to keep up with the other two. At this moment, Lu Feng's crazy emotion suddenly disappeared, and his left hand that was pulling his right arm stopped. Although his body and mind were still in pain, Lu Feng found that his mind had become extremely clear at this moment. He forced himself to press the button, and the simulation pod slowly opened. The light from outside shone in and fell on his body. It was the light in the room, and at this moment, the light seemed to illuminate his chest. At that moment, all the depression in his body seemed to have found an outlet. It surged and rotated in his body, turning into a clear chi. I don't want to become stronger selfishly for myself. I want to become stronger so that I can accompany my companions, protect them, and grow together with them. I want to become a useful person to my companions and the Federation. Buzz. A white light suddenly rose from Lu Feng's body and brought his body out of the simulation pod. Lu Feng staggered and almost fell. He subconsciously raised his hand to grab the white light. Wasn't it his white dragon spear? The white dragon spear supported his body, and his entire body trembled slightly due to weakness. At this moment, the clear chi in his body was constantly flowing into every part of his body, causing him to tremble. He subconsciously recalled the feeling when Lan Xuanyu used the golden-patterned blue-silver grass to buff him. His blood boiled, and something in the depths of his blood seemed to be ignited. The feeling at that time was really wonderful. At this moment, as the clear chi spread in his body, he seemed to have that feeling again. He subconsciously looked at the white dragon spear in his hand. The light on the white dragon spear flowed, and a layer of fine and dense lines appeared. When he was enhanced by Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass, he had seen this pattern before. It was a scale-like existence. It was as small as a fish's scale. Layers of semicircular scales were white, delicate, and glossy. Every time it appeared, Lu Feng could clearly feel that he had become much stronger. However, at this time, without Lan Xuanyu's enhancement, the pattern was gradually becoming clearer. Was it because of the sudden clear chi in his chest? Was it because he understood the meaning of cultivation? Subconsciously, Lu Feng's thoughts wanted this mass of clear chi to flow towards the white dragon spear. His brain suddenly became very calm, the kind of calmness that was independent of his spiritual si. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if he had become another person outside of his body, simply controlling his body to do what he wanted to do. Wang. As the clear chi flowed in, the white dragon spear suddenly trembled. Violently as if it was alive. With a so sound, it suddenly jumped out of his hand. Lu Feng's body was previously completely supported by the white dragon spear. Now that the white dragon spear suddenly left his hand, he suddenly fell to the ground uncontrollably. The entire room was suddenly filled with a violent wind. Fortunately, there was nothing else in the simulation cabin. In the violent wind, Lu Feng only saw a white light constantly flying and spiraling in the room, but he couldn't see it clearly. The white light was faintly discernible, suddenly flashing and disappearing. Lu Feng's body seemed to be twisting along with it, and the bones in his body were twisting with a pa-pa sound. What's wrong with me? Lu Feng was shocked. He was very clear-headed at this time and realized that his entire body was changing. He wanted to concentrate and look inside, but all he saw was white. Suddenly, the dancing white light in the air stagnated. Lu Feng was suddenly in a trance. He realized that there were actually two perspectives in his mind. One perspective was in the air, looking down at his body lying on the ground. He was distorted to the point that he didn't look like a human anymore. His mouth was crooked, he was drooling, and his face was pale. On the other hand, he looked up and saw a clear white figure in the sky. What was that? Its body was over 4 meters long, slender and well-proportioned. It had a pair of wings on its back and sharp claws under its abdomen. Its entire body was covered in semicircular white scales that were sparkling and translucent. A pair of eyes that flickered with a silver halo was staring at him. It was a dragon, a white dragon that was 4 meters long. However, the white dragon's gaze was so familiar. It was scorching and persistent, firm and unyielding. Is that me? In the next moment, the two images suddenly overlapped. The white dragon in the sky let out a low dragon roar. In the next moment, it suddenly descended from the sky and drilled into Lu Feng's chest. Lu Feng's body instantly stiffened, and he turned into a huge ball of white light. Not far next door, Lan Xuanyu had already arrived at his meditation room. It only took him a little more than an hour to assist Lu Feng 12 times. He was really worried about his good brother now. He was too eager to become stronger. He was indeed very tenacious, but going too far was as bad as falling short. He was really worried about Lu Feng's psychological problems. He turned on the soul communicator and tried to dial Lu Feng's number, but no one answered on the other side. Will he be okay? Lan Xuanyu thought in his heart. He should be fine. When he left, although Lu Feng's state was not good, he was different from Yuan and Hui Hui, who was directly disconnected. He was still conscious, but his body could not bear it. In this case, he should be able to recover as long as he rested more. Lan Xuanyu sighed softly, hoping that he could find his own path. Frenzy is really hard-working. While thinking, his gaze shifted to the green rui and the black badge in the center of his meditation room. With the green rui, the black badge's charging speed was significantly faster, and it was about to recover to its peak state. And with the green rui, Lan Xuanyu actually didn't need it to help with cultivation. The rich life energy lingered, and it was really indescribably comfortable. Lan Xuanyu felt that even if he didn't go to see God Lake, it was actually enough. Or he could go to see God Lake to absorb a large amount, and come back with the help of the green rui, he could digest it for a longer time and save more energy. Just as he was about to start meditating, suddenly, the soul communicator rang. Lan Xuanyu thought it was Lu Feng calling, but when he looked down, he found that the number was Qianlei's. "Fatty, you're back? Where are you?" Lan Xuanyu asked. "I'm at your door, open the door quickly, I'll bring your things to you." "Let me tell you, I also bought something, waha. Have you heard of picking up scraps?" Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He suspected that Qianlei's scraps were actually greedy for small gains, right? He hurriedly went downstairs to open the door, and sure enough, the excited Qianlei was already outside. Lan Xuanyu let him in, and Qianlei casually handed him a black box, saying, "This is the gem you bought. I really don't know what you want this for, is it really for Dong Qianxiao? I see that she seems to be a little cold to you recently. It's so expensive, 310,000 Federation coins. And that guy who bid with you is really annoying, making us spend so much money." Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel a little helpless. "Can you not talk like a machine gun as soon as you come in? Why are you so excited?" Qianlei laughed mischievously, and took out a red velvet box from his bosom, as if he had just found a treasure. The box was only the size of a palm, and he looked at the box with a proud expression. "Take a look, I bought this." As he spoke, he handed the box to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu took the box and asked doubtfully, "You bought it? Did Lan Mengqin buy something?" Qianlei said, "She didn't, she even made fun of me for only recognizing money. What does she know? Her hair is long and her knowledge is short. Let me tell you, I bought something good." Lan Xuanyu opened the red velvet box in his hand with some doubt and looked down. Inside the box, a gold coin lay quietly. This gold coin didn't look big, about the size of some commemorative gold coins of the Federation. The style was very simple, and there were some traces of dirt and time around the patterns. One could vaguely tell that the patterns on the gold coin were very complicated, a bit like a soul array. But perhaps because it was very old, there were no soul power fluctuations on it. "This is your auction item? This is an antique gold coin?" Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully. Qianlei chuckled and said excitedly, "That's right, it's an antique gold coin. You don't understand. Let me tell you, my surname is Qian, not Bai. My father is a famous archaeologist who specializes in ancient coins. The auction house judged that this gold coin came from about 10,000 years ago, but in fact, according to the knowledge I learned from my father, it should be even older. It can be traced back to the era of the Martial Spirit Hall, which is about 30,000 years ago. Look at the pattern on it, it's very complicated. But the array inscribed on this pattern is very different from the modern soul array, and the principles are also very different. My father has seen this pattern before, and they are all incomplete. But although this gold coin is a little mottled, it is very complete. This pattern is the key of the key." Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, "What is this pattern? You can recognize the pattern from 30,000 years ago?" Qianlei said proudly, "First of all, I only used 30,000 Federation coins to buy this gold coin. Because it was based on the price of an antique from 10,000 years ago. But if it can be traced back to 30,000 years ago, its value will be at least 10 times or even 100 times. When I go back, I will sell it to my father, and he will make a lot of money." Furthermore, if I'm not wrong, my father said that this ancient soul tool formation isn't the same as the one we use in soul tools today. It has another purpose. Lan Xuanyu became even more curious. What is it used for? Qianlei said, storage. 30,000 years ago, in the era of the martial spirit hall, soul storage devices weren't as developed as they are now. At that time, the capacity of soul storage devices was very small. 1 cubic meter was already very good. Furthermore, storage-type soul tools all relied on a soul master's own soul power and martial soul to carve a special formation array to create them. The cost of creating them was very high, so very few aristocrats had them. Furthermore, most of them were powerful soul masters. If this gold coin is a soul storage device from that era, let's not talk about whether there's anything valuable inside. Even if it's just a daily item, it's still very valuable. How much do you think an antique from 30,000 years ago is worth? Hee, we're rich. Lan Xuanyu looked at Qianlei, then looked at the gold coin. He suddenly had a whole new level of respect for Qianlei. This guy is really reliable when it comes to money. Qianlei didn't notice Lan Xuanyu's gaze, and was still muttering, although we can't directly use Federation coins to buy emblems in the academy, we can use Federation coins at the Shrek auction house. Let's exchange all our gains for Federation coins. I estimate that it's possible to exchange for millions of Federation coins. If our luck explodes and there's some treasure inside, then we won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. At that time, you, me, and Frenzy will have more cultivation resources than others, and we'll definitely surpass them. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but say, Fatty, you bought this, it's your own stuff. You don't have to share it with us. Qianlei was stunned, and suddenly raised his head to look at Lan Xuanyu. His expression suddenly became somewhat aggrieved. Xianyu, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? When you gave me the emblem, did I say that? We brothers are of the same mind, what's mine is yours. Although I love money, how can money be more important than brothers? Without you, I wouldn't even be able to enter Shrek Academy. My harvest is everyone's harvest. Let me tell you, if you say that again, we can't be brothers anymore. Fatty is very angry. Looking at Qianlei's appearance, Lan Xuanyu smiled. His smile was very bright. Okay, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I apologize to you. Lan Xuanyu was really happy, and he was especially touched. That's right, there was no distinction between brothers. That. Qianlei suddenly looked at Lan Xuanyu suspiciously, even a little wary. What's wrong? Did this guy go back on his word? Lan Xuanyu looked at him with some confusion. Qianlei said in a low voice, money is just a worldly possession, but Xianyu, there's something you have to promise me. You already have Xianxia, you can't snatch Mengqin from me. I've got my eye on her. Her white hair was so beautiful and elegant. When I grow up, I will definitely chase after her. You're so good-looking, if you fight with me, I definitely won't be able to win against you. You have to give in to me. Lan Xuanyu rolled his eyes. How old are you? In my dad's words, you haven't even grown hair yet. You're thinking too much. Qianlei snorted. Xianyu, promise me, okay? You can't chase after Mengqin when you grow up. Okay. The most important thing for you now is to open this antique gold coin and see if it's a real soul storage device. If you want to chase after Lan Mengqin, you have to work hard to become stronger. She's proud to the bone. If you're not strong enough, she probably won't like you. I'm a future summoning master, I'll definitely be able to catch up to her. Let me think, my dad told me that this kind of antique is actually very easy to open, but most people can't think of a way to open it. There's a universal way to open it, let me try. As Qianlei spoke, he took out the antique gold coin. After playing with it a few times in his hand, he muttered, let me think, it should be like this. As he spoke, he pinched the center of the two sides of the gold coin with his thumb and index finger, then brought it in front of him and blew hard on the edge of the gold coin. With a clang, Qianlei quickly poured his soul power into the gold coin. Suddenly, the antique gold coin flashed with a golden light, and a strange scene appeared. The patterns on the gold coin seemed to come to life and moved rhythmically. Qianlei was overjoyed. It's done. He shook his hand and threw the gold coin to the ground. Then, a golden light drilled out of the gold coin, and a lump of something fell to the ground. Haha, I'm rich, I'm rich. Xianyu, do you know that just this antique soul storage device that can still be used is worth more than 1,000,000 Federation coins? It's worth at least a few million. Haha, let me see what good stuff is inside. As he spoke, Qianlei excitedly looked at the object on the ground. Lan Xuanyu was the same. The two of them looked at the object on the ground at the same time. It was a bag, and it wasn't small. The bag seemed to be woven out of thin vines. The vines were very green, and even after many years, there was still a strong aura of life lingering on it. This bag seemed to be worth a lot. The bag's mouth was closed, and there were two straps hanging off to the side. Qianlei hurriedly squatted down, pulled the bag open, and undid the strap. The bag was bulging, so there was definitely something on the back. This bag looked so beautiful, so there was a high chance that the things inside were valuable. At this moment, even Lan Xuanyu's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Could it be that they were really going to be rich? Qianlei opened the bag, and the two of them immediately looked inside. When they saw it, they were immediately stunned. There was only one thing in the emerald green rattan bag, or rather, a body. Its entire body was curled up, and it didn't look very big. Its body was covered in light yellow, sparse hair. It seemed to be an animal, or perhaps a soul beast. How many years had it been? How could there be such a thing in the bag? In that moment, Qianlei had countless guesses in his heart, but he couldn't have guessed that he had actually made such a thing. He subconsciously reached out to touch the thing, and then his entire body bounced up as if he had been electrocuted. Lan Xuanyu was startled by him, and hurriedly jumped back. What are you doing? Qianlei pointed at the bag with a frightened expression. Hot. Hot? It can't still be alive, right? Lan Xuanyu was also shocked. Hot? That thing didn't move. The two of them looked at each other, and then squatted down again. Lan Xuanyu tried to touch it lightly. Just as Qianlei said, it really was warm. Therefore, this wasn't a corpse, nor was it a specimen. It was very likely a living creature. However, this storage gold coin was probably tens of thousands of years old. Could it be that this was a creature from tens of thousands of years ago? After tens of thousands of years, it was actually still alive in a storage gold coin? How was this possible? Qianlei was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Lan Xuanyu. Xianyu, I think we're rich. Lan Xuanyu was puzzled. You recognize this creature? I've read many ancient soul beast books with my father since I was young, but I don't have any impression of it. At this moment, they could basically see the creature's appearance. It was a gorilla, but there were no soul power fluctuations on its body, which meant that it wasn't a soul beast. Its hair was sparse and dull. To be honest, it was a little ugly. Its eyes were tightly closed, and its body was curled up. It was skinny and didn't look very good. Lan Xuanyu was almost certain that there wasn't such a thing in the ancient soul beast records that he had read. Qianlei said, No, I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about this storage coin and this bag. Think about it, these two things can preserve a living creature for at least 10,000 years, or even tens of thousands of years. How incredible are these treasures? How much do you think they're worth? Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Yes. Qianlei was right. Today's storage-type soul tools might be able to preserve freshness, but they couldn't store living creatures. In other words, these ancient soul tools were even more advanced and scientific than modern soul tools. In other words, they were more precious. If its existence could allow modern storage-type soul tools to evolve, then its value couldn't be measured by money. Fatty, I'm not convinced by anyone, but I'm convinced by your economic brain. That makes sense. Then what about this little beast? Lan Xuanyu asked. Qianlei said, Let's get it out first. Then we have to figure out what it is. The Shrek Academy's history can be traced back to 30,000 years ago, so there might be some relevant records. We'll go find a teacher tomorrow. Lan Xuanyu waved his hand and said, Don't get it out first. It's lived for so many years because of these two treasures. If it dies after getting it out, how can you prove that these two treasures can preserve living creatures for so many years? Let's put it back as it is. We'll find a teacher tomorrow to verify it. Go find your teacher. The dean should be experienced and knowledgeable. Yes, yes, yes. You're so thoughtful. We'll go tomorrow morning and skip class. Qianlei was really impatient now. Today's auction had stimulated them quite a bit. There were so many natural treasures that were useful for cultivation. But their money was limited, so they didn't dare to blindly buy. If they had enough Federation coins, they could eat natural treasures to nourish their bodies every day. It would be impossible for their cultivation not to be fast. After resealing the bag and putting it back into the storage coin, Qianlei carefully put it away. Then, he bid farewell to Lan Xuanyu and went back to his dorm. However, he felt that he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. He was too excited. After sending off Qianlei, Lan Xuanyu was also happy for him. Really, everyone had different opportunities. Qianlei couldn't catch up with them to earn emblems in the Douluo world, but picked up a big bargain in the auction house. Who could say that this wasn't fate? Just as he was about to return to the meditation room to practice, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that he seemed to have something he hadn't done yet. He subconsciously stopped his footsteps and unconsciously looked at the table. The black box was calmly lying on the table. The box seemed to isolate all the aura inside. Lan Xuanyu didn't have the same throbbing as he did in the auction house. Gemstones, colorful droplets of gemstones. A gem that had never appeared in his bloodline before. Lan Xuanyu slowly picked up the box. His heart couldn't help but surge. Just what was it? Why did it make his emotions fluctuate so violently? Open it and take a look. Perhaps it could also bring him some surprises. Dong Qianxiu returned to the dorm and went straight into the meditation room. Closing the door of the meditation room, she staggered to the center and sat down cross-legged. Feeling the life aura in the meditation room, she felt a little better. She felt as if there were hundreds of small hammers hammering in her head. All kinds of memory fragments kept surging out, accompanied by the same fluctuations in her martial soul. Behind her back, a dark blue light was always faintly discernible. Within that dark blue light, there was a dense white halo surging. Hue, hue. After several deep breaths, Dong Qianxiu barely managed to sit down, but the surrounding air temperature began to drop uncontrollably, adding a layer of frost to the meditation room. A faint blue halo surged out from her body, like a cold wave sweeping outwards. The life energy in the meditation room was almost instantly shrouded by the cold wave. Dong Qianxiu's face showed a painful expression. She wanted to reduce her headache through meditation, but at this moment, the headache suddenly rose to the extreme, making her feel like her spirit was about to collapse. The memory fragments that had previously appeared in her mind suddenly became clear. Every scene was so clear. That memory caused her body to tremble unconsciously. The familiar figure, as well as the scenes that caused her to be overwhelmed by grief, constantly attacked her heart. No, no, don't, Mom, Dad, a painful cry bloomed from the bottom of her heart. Dong Qianxiu's beautiful dark blue hair fluttered in an instant. Her skin at this moment became more sparkling and translucent. Wisps of white mist surged out, making her whole body seem like an ice sculpture. Her soul power fluctuated in an extremely unstable manner. A strong soul power aura scattered in all directions. Behind her, a huge illusory figure slowly emerged. The first thing that appeared was a pair of dark blue eyes. The huge dark blue eyes carried coldness and despair. If Lan Xuanyu was here, he would definitely recognize that these dark blue eyes were actually very similar to the martial soul fusion skill he and Dong Qianxiu used together, but it had more color of emotion and a touch of despair. And following this pair of dark blue eyes was a huge body that almost filled the entire meditation room. It was a huge shark, and its dark blue eyes were its eyes. The huge white jade-like body spread throughout the meditation room. With its appearance, Dong Qianxiu's body suddenly began to become illusory. No, don't. I want to be a human, I don't want to go back. I don't want to. My enemy is already dead, I already have no target for revenge. I don't want to live in pain and struggle, don't want to live in an aimless world. I want to be a human. A persistent thought suddenly rushed out from the deepest part of her soul. Dong Qianxiu's violently trembling body stiffened, and the frost mist on her body also stopped spreading at this moment. Her body became clear again, and the huge white shark behind her gradually became illusory. Only the pair of dark blue eyes were still solid. Coming to the human world, what do I want to do? No more hatred, only kindness. A golden figure was faintly discernible in her blurred vision. It was him. He helped her kill her enemy and gave her this opportunity to be reborn. And why was he so similar to that person? Was he his descendant? Bang! The ice mist on her body suddenly exploded, turning into a strong white halo that expanded outwards. The great white shark behind her disappeared in an instant, only. The pair of huge dark blue eyes were still clear. A touch of dark blue was released from Dong Qianxiu's body and condensed behind her. The deep blue eyes behind her gradually became smaller and smaller. In the end, it merged with the deep blue halo and turned into a shadow that looked exactly like her but stood behind her. It was like her shadow, quietly floating there. Dong Qianxiu murmured, "Not only is there ice, there is also a demonic soul. Has my martial soul finally truly awakened? Is it because I found the real reason and purpose of entering the human world? I can really become a human? I came here to repay the kindness." The dark blue figure behind her slowly stepped forward and quietly integrated into her body. At this moment, the aura on Dong Qianxiu's body suddenly soared, and a strong dark blue halo rose like a flame with her body as the center, and soul rings emerged from her body. Purple, 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 black, yes, at this moment, her fourth soul ring had appeared. Rank 40, breakthrough. From this moment on, she was a four-ringed soul ancestor. The pitch-black soul ring quietly condensed on her body. Dong Qianxiu slowly closed his eyes. Gradually, everything around him became calm, and all the coldness quietly faded away. Only the life energy attracted by the meditation room from all directions was still abundant. Sitting in the middle of the meditation room, Lan Xuanyu put the green rui in front of him, letting the surrounding rich life energy wrap around his body. His expression was slightly perturbed. He didn't know what he was going to face next, but in his subconscious, he deeply understood that the seven-colored gem must be very important to him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have aroused that kind of desire after he appeared. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down his mood, and adjusted the bloodline power in his body to the most stable state. Only then did he slowly open the box in front of him. The box slowly opened, and Lan Xuanyu's eyes instantly became solid. The next moment, the nine-colored gem flickering with a seven-colored halo slowly appeared in front of him. The teardrop-shaped gem, in the dim light of the meditation room, automatically emitted a colorful halo, giving people a kind of intoxicating feeling. The soft multicolored light illuminated Lan Xuanyu's face, making his whole person shrouded in a layer of color. He didn't know why, but at this moment, Lan Xuanyu's heart didn't have the kind of desire he had when he first saw it. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of intimacy and familiarity, as if this gem itself was a part of his body. That kind of familiar feeling was so comfortable, like the feeling of finding a loved one, and couldn't wait to integrate into the other's embrace. He carefully picked up the multicolored gem from the box. The gem wasn't big, only slightly smaller than his knuckle. When he picked up the gem, suddenly, his whole person was in a trance for a moment. In an instant, in Lan Xuanyu's ears, there were suddenly countless dragon roars. It was as if he had entered a world of dragons at this moment. Beside him, there were tens of thousands of dragons roaring, thousands of dragons dancing. His whole person had entered an indescribable world. The gold and silver dual-colored vortex in his chest suddenly trembled violently, but there was no violent eruption. Instead, it was slightly trembling in the tremor. The next moment, Lan Xuanyu found that the seven-colored specks of light in his gold and silver dual-colored vortex suddenly became bright. He finally understood why he had such a strong sense of familiarity when he looked at this gem before. This color, wasn't it very similar to the color in the center of his bloodline vortex? It's just that its origin seemed to be nine-colored, and the core of his bloodline was seven-colored, but it was exactly the same as the seven-colored gem that bloomed outward. The color spread in a flash, and Lan Xuanyu only felt a strong buzzing sound in his brain. The next moment, everything around him changed. The scenery in front of him completely, everything was somewhat illusory, but it was incomparably clearly presented in his field of vision. Lan Xuanyu found that he had come to a valley. This was a very barren valley, surrounded by a forest of tall mountains. The huge stone mountains were rugged with strange rocks, full of desolation and bleakness. In the huge valley, there was nothing. He looked around and found that he could actually move, but when he lowered his head to look at himself, he saw a seven-colored transparent body lingering around. At this moment, a huge roar shook the sky. The whole valley shook violently. Lan Xuanyu suddenly looked up at the sky, and the originally clear sky suddenly changed. The whole sky was dyed with 9 colors. In the center of the 9 colors, there was a green and purple vortex, and the other 7 colors spread outwards. Then, lumps of unknown things fell from the sky, falling into the valley. Those lumps of figures fell one after another, falling to the ground. In the beginning, they were only small black dots, but gradually, the black dots became bigger, until they fell to the ground. Boom, the first huge figure fell, fiercely smashing into the ground. More than half of its body was imprinted on the ground, and blood burst out, dyeing a large area of the ground red in an instant. That figure, which was more than 100 meters long, was actually a body, and the red scales scattered due to the huge impact. What was that? That was a dragon. A huge red dragon with a body more than 100 meters long, and the aura on its body was so strong and terrifying. However, after falling to the ground, it only slightly raised its head, and its eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. In the next moment, the huge head slowly fell to the ground, and it lost its breath. Boom, boom, boom. Figures fell from the sky, continuously smashing into the valley, and the mountains in the valley collapsed, and the ground cracked. Countless amounts of blood dyed the world red. Those were huge dragons. When they fell, some of them were already corpses, but some were still alive. As for those who were still alive, they gradually lost their life force after crashing to the ground. White, red, yellow, blue, green, gold, and silver dragons fell one after another. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu only felt that he was having difficulty breathing, and he couldn't imagine what kind of scene this was. Huge dragons fell in front of him, and an indescribable grief and indignation spread in his chest along with the fall of these huge dragons. Why? Why would such a powerful dragon fall like this? Who was it? Who could be so powerful that they could bring so many dragons to the end of their lives? In such a short time, the whole valley was already covered with dragon corpses, and the aura of sadness and death spread to every corner of the valley. This place had clearly become a dragon race graveyard. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes in pain, and he didn't dare to look at everything in front of him. However, he couldn't help but look at the strong impact. Even if he closed his eyes, the scene still kept appearing in front of him. Suddenly, the world shook violently. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously opened his eyes again and looked at the sky. In the sky, the 9 colors gradually converged, and a huge figure slowly emerged. A bloody light swept across the sky, and an incomparably angry roar resounded through the world. Even those huge dragons who had already fallen couldn't help but raise their heads and look in one direction after this roar. In the sky, the 9 colors gradually converged, and 2 light figures, one gold and one silver, suddenly dissipated to the sides. And a huge figure more than 10,000 meters long fell from the sky. It was falling towards the center of the valley. It was a huge dragon, a dragon more than 10,000 meters long, covered with scales shining with 9 colors. Its body wasn't complete, and its head had been split into 2. As its huge body fell, the world turned into 9 colors. In an instant, all the huge dragons, even those that had already died, all let out sorrowful cries. Amidst the sorrowful cries of 10,000 dragons, the huge figure smashed into the ground in the middle of the valley with a bang. The terrifying sound echoed in the valley, and the whole valley was instantly dyed with colors. Lan Xuanyu was stunned, and his whole person was already stunned. What was that huge figure? He had never seen such a huge dragon, even in the ancient books. A dragon's body could be as long as 10,000 meters? It could make 10,000 dragons cry out sorrowfully. Then what was it? A dragon king? No, not just a dragon king. This was probably the dragon gods, and when the huge dragon gods fell, Lan Xuanyu only felt as if his heart was torn apart, and an indescribable grief spread in his heart, causing his whole body to tremble violently. And on the huge corpse of the dragon gods, the colorful light seemed to be echoing with him, as if it wanted to tell him something. The colorful sky gradually faded, and there was only a desolate world around him. But the huge nine-colored corpse of the dragon gods deeply shocked Lan Xuanyu's heart. Everything gradually dimmed, including Lan Xuanyu's heart. Everything around him turned pitch black. His body shook slightly, and Lan Xuanyu woke up. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself still sitting in the meditation room of the dormitory. However, the grief and indignation in his heart didn't reduce at all because of the return of his consciousness. Lan Xuanyu sat there blankly. Just now, was that a dream? Was that really a dream? Subconsciously, he lowered his head and looked at his right hand, but was surprised to find that the colorful gem in his hand had disappeared without a trace. Gone, Lan Xuanyu was shocked, and hurriedly looked around. He was now completely sure that all the illusions just now were because of this nine-colored gem. But how could the gem suddenly disappear? No, there was nothing around. The gem seemed to have disappeared into thin air. All instruments couldn't detect anything special about the gem, but in fact, it held the secret of the dragon race, and was even related to the existence of the dragon gods. How could it just disappear into thin air? But at this time, Lan Xuanyu only felt that he seemed to have some changes, because he suddenly found that the bloodline fluctuations in his chest seemed to have become different. Usually, the gold and silver vortex, because it was always rotating, would always bring some bloodline fluctuations to him, so that he could clearly feel whether the fluctuations were stable or not. Once there was an unstable situation, he needed to quickly adjust himself, and let the bloodline become stable again. But at this moment, he was surprised to find that his bloodline fluctuations had disappeared, and that vortex also seemed to have disappeared. He hurriedly looked inside himself, and when he saw his bloodline vortex again, he couldn't help but be surprised. Did the gold and silver vortex disappear? No, it still existed. However, there was an earth-shattering change compared to before. In the original gold and silver vortex, the bloodline powers of the two colors were clearly separated. With the help of Nana and the centrifugal force of the vortex's rotation, the two colors were able to coexist peacefully. However, what Lan Xuanyu was looking at now was a whirlpool of the two completely blending together. The gold and silver colors were actually indistinguishable from each other. What was even more bizarre was that there was no longer any conflict between the two. It was as if they were originally one. What was going on? Why was there no conflict between them? What surprised him even more was that at the core of the vortex, the seven-colored light that was originally just a little bit had expanded by 10 times. It was already the size of a fingernail, and it was no longer 7-colored, but 9-colored. Without a doubt, it was this change in the core that caused the entire vortex to become like this. What did this mean? Lan Xuanyu understood almost instantly. This meant that his two dragon race bloodlines would no longer conflict with each other. He no longer needed to worry about them clashing when he was breaking through and causing him to be injured. Was this all brought about by the teardrop-shaped gem? Had it already merged into his body? 310,000 Federation coins. Lan Xuanyu was originally a little distressed, but at this moment, he was completely relieved. How could a gem that was related to the mystery of the dragon race be compared to 310,000 Federation coins? This was simply a priceless treasure. The dream just now had a huge impact on him. At least he was clear about one thing, and that was that his twin blue-silver grass martial soul must be inextricably linked to the dragon race. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have happened. 9 colors, his bloodline vortex was related to 9 colors. Didn't this mean that the power of his bloodline had already been linked to the dragon gods because of the appearance of the gem? A part of the bloodline of the dragon gods, Lan Xuanyu's heart suddenly became a little scorching hot. He subconsciously probed his spiritual power into the 9-colored core. With the addition of 2 colors, it seemed that his bloodline had become stable. But why was green and purple the core of the 9 colors of the dragon gods? His spiritual power slowly probed in, surrounded by a bizarre colorful halo. When his consciousness sank into the core, the grief and indignation that had been slightly weakened just now reappeared, and it was so strong. Lan Xuanyu only felt a burst of heat in his chest, which came from the explosion of his emotions. He subconsciously opened his eyes and suddenly found that a 9-colored halo was spreading out from his chest. He was startled and hurriedly pulled open his lapel, only to find that there was an extra scale in the middle of his chest. It was a strange scale that looked like a rhombus, but had 9 sides. Its 9 sides just happened to show 9 different colors. To be precise, there should be 7 sides on the periphery, and 2 ridges directly above. The ridges were purple and green. The scale was only the size of a fingernail, but the strong emotional fluctuations were released from it. 9-colored scale, he subconsciously recalled the 10,000-meter-tall figure that had descended from the sky. Yes, the scale of the dragon gods, wasn't it like this? Lan Xuanyu's heartbeat suddenly sped up. Was this the scale of the dragon gods? Was it also the scale that the droplet gem turned into? Subconsciously, his spiritual power probed directly into the scale. Just as his spiritual power probed into the scale, an indescribable strong sense of anger and coldness suddenly filled his spiritual sea. With the scale on Lan Xuanyu's chest as the center, a 7-colored light bloomed outward, covering his whole body in an instant. The gold and silver vortex in his body was also instantly rendered into 7 colors. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that the life energy in the meditation room was frantically gathering toward his body in an instant. It was crazily absorbed by his body. Moreover, it was transforming at an astonishing speed. His body slowly floated up from the ground, and his eyes condensed. What he couldn't see was that at this moment, in the depths of his eyes, there were ripples of 7-colored light. His right hand began to tremble slightly, and the dark blue ring that he had been wearing on his thumb suddenly shook. The dark blue halberd that he had used many times appeared out of thin air and fell into his hand. Lan Xuanyu was only 12 years old, and his figure was not tall. Compared with this halberd, he was really a bit small. He had used this halberd several times before, but he couldn't even hold it. But this time it was different. The moment his hand grasped the halberd, the scale on his chest emitted a blazing heat. A majesty that bloomed from the depths of his heart instantly covered the halberd. The halberd trembled slightly, and its weight suddenly became light. Lan Xuanyu could now hold it. Lan Xuanyu's eyes congealed, and he subconsciously waved the dark blue halberd in his hand. A dark blue halo swept past in front of him and a scene that shocked him appeared. A pitch-black crack silently appeared at the place where the great halberd swept past. At the same time, 4 words involuntarily appeared in Lan Xuanyu's mind. Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss. Its name, Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss Halberd. What a domineering name. The black crack in the air slowly closed, but the terrifying aura at that moment still made Lan Xuanyu's heart tremble a little. When the black crack appeared, he was surprised to find that everything around him was being swallowed. The loss of life energy was extremely fast. This was just the product of a casual wave of his hand. And it was a wave of anger. His emotions seemed to have been affected by the 9-colored scale. And in this state, what other abilities did he have? Just as he was about to give it a try, the colorful light on his body suddenly faded, and the Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss halberd in his hand instantly turned into a dark blue light and returned to his thumb. A strong sense of weakness spread throughout his body in an instant, and Lan Xuanyu fell to the ground with a plop. In his chest, the gold and silver vortex that had turned colorful had completely disappeared, leaving only the colorful core. A strong sense of weakness almost hollowed out his entire body, but strangely, his soul power didn't seem to be affected. His 28th rank soul power was still there, and it seemed that only his bloodline power was consumed. Waves of weakness came, and his hands and feet went soft. He hurriedly urged his soul power to run through his whole body, and only then did he get up from the ground. When he looked down, the 9-colored scale on his chest had disappeared, and the colorful water droplet gem turned into a pendant suspended in front of his chest, and a colorful thin chain hung around his neck. Lan Xuanyu was dumbfounded at his changes. How long has it been? Calm down. He felt that he needed to calm down. The weakness of his body made his brain a little dizzy, and the surrounding life energy was injected into his body, slowly replenishing his previous consumption. However, this time it seemed that the deficit was too great, and it couldn't be replenished in a short period of time. Lan Xuanyu tried hard to calm himself down, and the only thing that made him feel better was that with the weakening of his bloodline power, the previous anger also disappeared, and his spirit returned to normal. After calming down, he tried hard to recall the previous changes carefully. The appearance of the 9-colored gem allowed him to enter a dreamlike world. However, this dream felt very real. In the dream, he felt the sorrow from the dragon race and saw the fall of the dragon gods. After waking up from the dream, he found that his bloodline vortex had become harmonious, and there were no more conflicting problems. And these were all brought about by this water droplet gem. Then, the water droplet gem disappeared and turned into a scale that stuck to his chest. When his spirit entered it, his whole body would be bathed in colorful light, and then the scene just now would appear. He could barely use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in that state. It was just that the time was too short, and he didn't feel the other changes in his body clearly. Obviously, this was directly related to the fact that his bloodline power was not strong enough. Could soul power nourish one's bloodline? From the looks of it, the current state of the bloodline seemed to be unable to reverse nurture. The two of them could be considered to be doing their own thing. How long had it been since he triggered the 9-colored scales and caused the changes in his body until everything ended and his body became weak? About 10 seconds. Yes, only 10 seconds. In other words, he could maintain that state for 10 seconds. What was this? Was it a bloodline mutation or a martial soul fusion technique? Something didn't seem right. Those 9-colored scales should be the same as the scales of the dragon gods. Then shouldn't this transformation be called the dragon god's transformation? Although the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was only used for a moment, Lan Xuanyu had a very deep impression of that terrifying aura. Although he didn't know the exact function of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, he was sure that even in the face of Tang Yuga's great 5 elements divine light, it didn't seem to be able to neutralize such an attack, right? Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu was excited. He seemed to finally have a way to attack. Then, the next question was, under what circumstances could he use this dragon god's transformation? At least until his bloodline vortex recovered. Just now, he actually exhausted all the energy of the vortex. He was still too weak. If he wanted to recover his bloodline vortex, he needed the support of life energy. This seemed to be a kind of cultivation for the bloodline vortex itself. Subconsciously, he looked at the green rui of life on the ground and picked it up. Gentle life energy was quietly injected into his body. With the filtration of the green rui of life, his absorption of life energy was much faster. Previously, he had already found a way to convert life energy into soul power. He had absorbed too much life energy in Sea God Lake, so much so that his body almost exploded. Only by relying on the green rui of life could he absorb it faster. From the looks of it, if he cultivated in Sea God Lake, the recovery speed of his bloodline vortex would definitely be faster. Could he recover directly? It seemed that he still had to go to Sea God Lake to cultivate. However, cultivating in Sea God Lake was really too expensive. 3 yellow emblems were equivalent to 600,000 Federation coins. Originally, he didn't have much of an idea, but when it was linked to Federation coins, Lan Xuanyu realized how extravagant it was for him to cultivate in Sea God Lake. But no matter how extravagant it was, he still had to try. This was the only way to speed up his growth. Gently touching the rainbow-colored water droplet gem, Lan Xuanyu muttered to himself, "I'll call you the Dragon God's gem. I don't know if my bloodline can become the bloodline of the Dragon Gods with your help. It's just that, why can my blue-silver grass martial soul attract you?" As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu suddenly thought of something, and a strange smile appeared on his face as he picked up a box next to him. He really had to let it down. The black emblem seemed to be full of life energy. Early morning. When the first ray of sunlight shone through the window into the meditation room, Lan Xuanyu slowly woke up from his meditation. He clearly felt the changes in his body. After a night of cultivation, with the Dragon God's gem, his body seemed to be subtly influenced. The reconciliation of his bloodline power had significantly increased the nourishment of his body. The bloodline vortex in his chest had partially recovered, about 1/3 of its original size. And this was the result of the absorption of all the life energy of the black emblem. According to this situation, if he didn't soak in the Sea God Lake, Lan Xuanyu felt that it would take at least 3 days for his bloodline vortex to fully recover, and this was still under the condition that he had the Shrek Academy's meditation room. In other words, his Dragon God's transformation could only be used once every 3 days. Obviously, it couldn't be used as a regular combat method. However, he still planned to wait until his bloodline vortex recovered, and then try again when he was fully prepared. He had to know what kind of abilities he could have under the dragon god's transformation. It shouldn't be as simple as using the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. Moreover, activating the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd should have sped up the consumption of his dragon god's transformation. If he didn't use it, would he be able to last longer? All of these needed to be tried, and trying required his bloodline vortex to recover, which meant that he needed a lot of life energy. It seemed that the second trip to the Sea God Lake could not be delayed. Dee dee. Lan Xuanyu's soul communicator suddenly rang. He didn't need to look to know who was calling. "You're up so early?" Lan Xuanyu said helplessly. "It's urgent. Boss, this is a good opportunity for us to make a fortune, aren't you anxious?" "I was so excited that I didn't sleep all night." Xianlei's excited voice came. He really didn't sleep all night, just looking at the storage coin, and the more he looked at it, the better his mood became. How much money could this be exchanged for? Having money meant having more cultivation resources, and it would be easier to become stronger. This wasn't money from his family, but something he picked up himself. This opportunity was really too big. Therefore, early in the morning, he couldn't wait to contact Lan Xuanyu, ready to find Luohong together and let his teacher take a look. "Okay, wait for me to wash my face and then I'll come out," Lan Xuanyu said and hung up. Coming to the bathroom, just as he was about to wash up, he saw himself in the mirror. Staring blankly, Lan Xuanyu rubbed his eyes. His reflection in the mirror seemed to have undergone some changes. His skin had become a bit fairer, especially his eyes, which had become deep and lustrous. In the depths of his black eyes, there was a faint multicolored halo circulating. When he looked at it with rapt attention, he could clearly see that the multicolored light in the depths of his eyes was blooming outwards. Multicolored light? Wasn't this too exaggerated? Lan Xuanyu hurriedly calmed his mind, and the multicolored light in his eyes faded away. Taking a deep breath, Lan Xuanyu's expression also recovered a bit. He hurriedly washed up, changed into a clean school uniform, and then went out of the dormitory. Xianlei had been waiting outside for a long time. He looked in high spirits, and didn't look like he hadn't slept at all last night. "Where's Frenzy?" "You didn't call him?" Lan Xuanyu asked. Xianlei said, "I called him. He said he was very tired and wouldn't be coming with us." "Oh." Lan Xuanyu remembered that Lu Feng had consumed too much energy last night, then let him rest first. "After we verify it, we'll come back and tell him the good news. We'll talk about it in class." "Okay. Let's go." Xianlei couldn't wait to pull Lan Xuanyu away. At this time, his attention was all on his storage coin, and he didn't notice the subtle changes in Lan Xuanyu. The two went all the way to the outer court's main teaching building. Luohong's office and residence were together. Quickly going upstairs, Xianlei excitedly rang Luohong's doorbell. Not long after, Luohong's voice came from inside. "Little fatty, you better have something important to do. Otherwise, disturbing a beauty's sleep so early in the morning will have serious consequences." Xianlei's face fell. Only then did he remember that his teacher wasn't easy to get along with. He suddenly felt that it would be more correct to look for Xiaoqizai. At least Xiaoqizai was easier to talk to. The door opened, and Luo, dressed in white pajamas, appeared in front of them with messy red hair. Where was the majestic domineering aura of an outer court dean? "You two come in." Luohong beckoned to them. When Xianlei saw her, he immediately changed like a mouse seeing a cat. His previous excitement was gone, and he walked in obediently. Luohong casually sat down on the sofa in the office's living room, and looked at Xianlei with unkind eyes. "Little fatty, your reason better convince me. Waking me up so early in the morning." Xianlei hurriedly said, "Teacher, we do have something important to do. Yesterday, we picked up a good item at Shrek's auction house. Please take a look at it. We don't know what's going on." Luohong said doubtfully, "Pick up scraps? Let me take a look." Xianlei hurriedly took out his storage gold coin and handed it to Luohong. Luohong looked at him as if he was presenting a treasure. She took the gold coin in her hand and looked it up and down. An antique coin? She tried to probe it with her soul power, but didn't feel any difference. There is an ancient soul array engraved on it, but it seems to be broken, and soul power is ineffective. Ying Luohong said, "Is this the thing you want me to see?" Qianlei smiled mischievously, "Teacher, it's not broken, your method is wrong. Look at mine." While talking, he took back the storage gold coin and activated it using yesterday's method. Accompanied by a buzzing clang, the storage gold coin bloomed with light, and with a swing, the bag was immediately thrown out. Ying Luohong's originally somewhat sleepy eyes suddenly became bright. Interesting. It can actually be used, and it's even a storage soul tool? An ancient storage soul tool? The next moment, her eyes froze on the bag. She rubbed her eyes, and then looked at it again, and said involuntarily, this is. Ying Luohong quickly squatted down, put her hand on the emerald green bag made of rattan, and gently hooked up the rattan on it with her fingers, her eyes a little red. This is the ivy of life? Heavens! Who is so prodigal, using the ivy of life to weave a bag? So much, so much. Ying Luohong was so excited that she was dancing with joy. Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei looked at each other. From Ying Luohong's emotional changes, they could see that this bag was probably a really extraordinary existence, much more precious than the storage gold coin. Qianlei hurriedly said, "Teacher, what is this thing? What is the ivy of life?" Ying Luohong's breathing was a little rapid, and she didn't look at him. She just lowered her head and fiddled with the bag. "Little fatty, do you know, I want to rob you now." "Ah? Teacher, you won't. How can a super beauty like you, who is both beautiful and intelligent, with unparalleled strength and appearance, steal your own disciple?" Qianlei's flattery made Lan Xuanyu have a whole new level of respect for him. "Humph." Ying Luohong snorted, "What's in the bag? Have you seen it?" Qianlei smiled and said, "I've seen it, teacher. It's precisely because I've seen it that I feel this bag is extraordinary. There's a little gorilla inside, and its body is warm, it seems to be alive. According to the age of this storage gold coin, I don't think it's from 10,000 years ago, but from the era of the martial spirit hall 30,000 years ago. Only in that era did this kind of thing exist, so it's not as simple as an antique. There are no storage soul devices that can store living things even now. Teacher, isn't this particularly valuable for research? It must be very expensive." "Living thing?" Ying Luohong's body shook, she looked up at him, and then suddenly said with a look of realization, "I understand, no wonder it's a bag made of ivy of life, it's actually to maintain the vitality inside?" "Extravagant, too extravagant." Qianlei asked curiously, "Teacher, what exactly is the ivy of life? Isn't this particularly valuable for research?" "It can promote our research on storage soul devices." "Won't this kind of scientific research result be particularly valuable?" The corner of Ying Luohong's mouth twitched. "Research value my ass. There's no research value at all. There's a living thing inside not because of the storage value at all, but because of the ivy of life." As she spoke, she carefully untied the bag, and took out the little yellow-haired gorilla that Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei had already seen yesterday. Seeing this little gorilla, Ying Luohong couldn't help but frown. With her cultivation, she could naturally see at a glance that this little gorilla had no soul power at all, it was definitely not a soul beast. A creature that could be stored in a bag made of ivy of life, she originally thought that it would be at least 100,000-year soul beast, or even a descendant of a vicious beast. But things didn't go as she wished, this seemed to be just an ordinary animal. And it looked ugly and unlikable. "Teacher, do you recognize it?" "What is this?" Qianlei asked. Ying Luohong shook her head, "I don't recognize it, it should be an ancient creature, an ordinary animal or something like that. It's not a soul beast." Qianlei said with some disappointment, "It's really not a soul beast." "Then isn't it worthless? Do you only care about money?" "You only care about money," Ying Luohong said angrily. Qianlei said with an aggrieved face, "Isn't this for the sake of having money to buy cultivation resources to cultivate properly?" "Teacher, how much do you think my storage coin and this ivy of life bag can be sold for?" Ying Luohong looked at him with a strange expression, and said, "A storage soul device from 30,000 years ago, the array has a certain research value. And it's a rare antique, it's very valuable for some collectors. I think the price can be around 5 million Federation coins. At least. 5 million? Lan Xuanyu and Qian Lei exclaimed at the same time, their breathing becoming a little rapid at this moment. 5 million Federation coins, that was 500 white emblems. Buying 100-year-old heaven and earth treasure fruits could fill one's stomach. Ying Luohong looked at the Ivy of Life bag on the ground again, and said, as for this. There's no price. Qian Lei was taken aback, no price? Is it worthless? Your reaction just now was quite big. Ying Luohong said angrily, what do you know? I said there's no price because this is a priceless treasure. Don't you understand priceless treasures? Ivy of Life, this thing is also available in our academy. It's a top-level treasure. And it's only a small part. This bag of yours is at least dozens of times more than that. How do you value it? Qian Lei said dumbfounded, but if there's no price, it can't be exchanged for money, and it can't be exchanged for resources? What's the use of this? Ying Luohong said, are you really going to sell it? Qian Lei said without hesitation, if it's useless for our cultivation, we'll sell it. Sell it for resources for our cultivation. Ying Luohong took a deep breath, I can't judge its value. Leave it with me first, I have to go to the inner court to ask a senior to appraise it, and first determine if it's the Ivy of Life. Lan Xuanyu knew this, so he interjected, Dean, what exactly is the Ivy of Life? Ying Luohong said with deep eyes, do you see the eternal tree in the academy? The eternal tree is the mother tree of Douluo planet, which is the core of life. But it didn't exist that long ago. Its predecessor was the ancient golden tree of the academy, which existed 10,000 years ago. And going back further, it goes back to the ancient times of 30,000 years ago. At that time, Douluo planet's vitality was actually stronger than it is now. You should have heard of the Great Star Do Forest. Lan Xuanyu and Qian Lei both nodded. There were many legends about the Great Star Do Forest. It was said that the most powerful soul beasts came from there. The original site of the Great Star Do Forest was not far from the Shrek Academy. The Ivy of Life grew in the core of the Great Star Do Forest in ancient times, where there was originally a lake of life. Life crystals were condensed under the lake of life. It was the condensation of the life energy of the entire mother planet. The ivy vine grew on the life crystal and only grew an inch every 1,000 years. It's extremely valuable. At that time, the strongest savage beasts in the Great Star Do Forest lived around the Lake of Life. Every time they broke through 100,000 years, they would encounter a heavenly tribulation. After the heavenly tribulation, one's life essence will definitely be damaged. The Ivy of Life's function is that after their life essence is damaged, they only need to fuse a small part of it into their bodies to repair their life essence and prolong their lifespan. Lan Xuanyu said in surprise, so you're saying that this is used by vicious beasts to transcend their tribulations? What use is that to us? Ying Luohong glanced at him and said, the Ivy of Life has a saying that an inch is 100 years. For us humans, if we take an inch of it, we can live for another 100 years. This was true even for ordinary humans. How do you think it's worth? 1 inch for 100 years? Lan Xuanyu and Qian Lei were both stunned. This thing was indeed useless for cultivation, but could a treasure that could prolong one's lifespan be measured by its value? Such a woven bag, if it was unfolded, not to mention more, it should be at least 10 meters long, right? 1 meter and 30 inches, 10 meters and 300 inches. Prolong lifespan by 30,000 years, this, Ying Luohong snorted coldly, awakening the two guys whose eyes were already shining with golden light. Don't be happy too early. Although this bag has all the characteristics of the Ivy of Life, the only difference is that it is thinner than the Ivy of Life in the Academy. It is only about 1/3 of the thickness. So I can't tell whether it is the real Ivy of Life or not. I need the Academy seniors to identify it. Don't go, you two, I'll go now. I'll take this little ape with me, and ask the teachers of the inner court to see if anyone knows it. While talking, Ying Luohong stuffed the little ape back into the Ivy of Life bag, got up and was about to leave. Qian Lei said with some hesitation, Teacher, you won't really rob me, right? Ying Luohong glanced at him with a smile, what do you think? Qian Lei said without hesitation, you are both beautiful and wise, Ying Luohong kicked his butt angrily, kicking back the rest of his words. Her figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Qianlei fell on the sofa with a look of grief and indignation. Xianyu, do you think it was a mistake for us to come to the teacher? Lan Xuanyu said with a smile, you think too much. How could the dean covet our things? What's more, even if it's only that gold coin, it's still 5 million Federation coins, you should be satisfied. Let's wait and see. I'm so sleepy, then I'll sleep for a while. Qianlei simply didn't get up from the sofa. He had been excited all night, and now that his things were taken away, his tiredness also surged up. Lan Xuanyu also sat down on the sofa, subconsciously raised his hand and pressed it on his chest, feeling the real existence of the colorful water droplet gem, and his heart felt a little more at ease. Everything he experienced last night really made him feel like he was in a dream. But it was also last night's dream that made him vaguely understand a lot of things. First of all, the existence in the dream was very likely real, and was simply an image or memory left in the colorful gem. This memory was full of sad emotions, and also full of the sorrow of the dragon race. So, why was he attracted to this gem? At that time, the feeling of longing was really too strong. This gem itself emitted such a special color, and looked so dazzling. After the Federation got it, they must have done a lot of research, and must have invited all kinds of soul masters to try to probe it, but in the end, there was no result. What did this mean? It meant that this gem itself must contain a great mystery, and it was hidden very deeply. His martial soul was blue-silver grass, a mutated blue-silver grass. For a long time, Lan Xuanyu had a lot of guesses about the mutation of blue-silver grass. After this experience, he was almost completely sure that his 2 types of blue-silver grass mutations were related to the dragon race. If not, how could it attract the approval of this colorful gem? Not only was it a dragon race, but it must be a very top dragon race. Otherwise, there were many soul masters with dragon-type martial souls. The Federation government definitely had one, but it still hadn't received its approval. This gem must have been tested countless times, and after confirming that it had no effect, it was sold to the auction house. Perhaps this time was quite a long time, 10 years, 20 years, or even longer was possible. After confirming that it was useless, it was disposed of as a waste, and was auctioned off by the auction house. But he didn't expect that it would cause such a huge change in his hands. The feeling of the fusion of gold and silver in the bloodline vortex in his chest was really too wonderful. After there was no conflict, Lan Xuanyu clearly felt that his abilities in all aspects had increased, whether it was strength or control of the elements. The gold and silver bloodline powers seemed to have truly reached a degree of complementing each other. At the same time, the fusion of the bloodlines allowed his mind to relax greatly, and he could put more attention on his soul power. This undoubtedly imperceptibly helped his soul power increase. Lan Xuanyu had already thought it through. After school today, he would once again go to the Sea God's Lake to cultivate. His bloodline vortex was empty, so it should be the best time to absorb life energy. He didn't know if he could absorb it to turn his colorful gem back into a scale. This was his trump card. If it was said that he had always been somewhat confused in his cultivation in the past, then the current him had just begun to find his own path. The fact that his bloodline power was no longer a restriction was really too important. Lan Xuanyu silently felt the changes in his body, including the changes in his bloodline. Although he didn't really practice it, it was quite a wonderful process to train his spiritual power. Qianlei fell asleep, and Lan Xuanyu was immersed in his own world. After an unknown amount of time, the energy fluctuations in the room suddenly changed, awakening Lan Xuanyu from his thoughts. When he looked up, he saw Ying Luohong and Master Shu standing in front of him with a strange expression. Master Shu looked at Lan Xuanyu and couldn't help but reveal a smile. The number of times I've come out in the past few days has almost caught up with the number of times I left the Eternal City in the past year. You little guys really don't let people have peace of mind. Ying Luohong said with a smile, if all the students in the outer court are like this, I'll admit it. Hello, Master Shu. Lan Xuanyu respectfully saluted Master Shu. He had a very good impression of this person, and that green Rui was the reason for this favorable impression. Master Shu said with a smile, not bad, you've made progress again. Child, you've progressed quite quickly. Later, When you go to the sea god lake to cultivate, this old man will personally protect you, there won't be any risks. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Really? I'm preparing to go tonight. Master Shu, I'm going to exchange for an hour, I'll go after school. What else is there to exchange? Go, this old man will give you special approval. However, only this time, if your cultivation results satisfy this old man, there may be a next time. Listening to Master Shu's words, the smile on Ing Luohong's face suddenly faded a bit, and then she couldn't help but cough. Little Hong Hong, why are you coughing? Don't tell me this old man doesn't even have this little power? Don't forget, in a sense, this old man and the eternal tree are one, I'm the guardian of the eternal tree. This old man can still make decisions about the sea god lake. Ing Luohong really had no way to deal with this. Old guy. Obviously, she couldn't afford to offend her own teacher. Master Shu was really resourceful. He used the thing that Lan Xuanyu needed the most to attract him, making it impossible for him to refuse. And he couldn't interfere. Otherwise, wouldn't it affect Lan Xuanyu's cultivation? Master Shu was an existence that had lived for over 1,000 years. How deep were the foundations of the life school of thought's foundation? If he really intended to nurture a child at all costs, the outer court would not be able to match up to him even if they gave everything they had. Although Ing Luohong was somewhat unwilling in her heart, there was really nothing she could do. She said helplessly, let's talk about the ivy of life. Hearing her words, Master Shu's expression suddenly became serious. Ing Luohong raised her foot and kicked Xianlei, who was sleeping soundly awake. Did this little fatty find it? Master Shu asked. Ing Luohong nodded, my disciple. Master Shu smiled. Not bad, you've got a good disciple. You have a good eye, little Hong Hong. Ing Luohong wanted to roll her eyes. Being called like this in front of her disciple was really shameful. He hasn't even reached 3ring yet, what good eye can he have? Master Shu shook his head, and said, it's not the same. Little Hong Hong, in this world, there is heaven's will in the unseen world. Why can't others see that the gold coin is an ancient soul storage device, but he can see it? There was fate involved in this, and being chosen by fate meant that he was blessed by luck. Just like this little Xianyu, he came here and was close to the life energy. He has an innately strong physique with life energy. This in itself is the care of the heavens for our life school. Ing Luohong watched him go around in circles and back again. She didn't answer and let him speak. Master Shu looked at Ing Luohong's gloomy face, as if he didn't see it, and continued, little fatty, this ivy of life woven bag you found is very good. This thing is of great use to our life school. However, you don't have to be too happy. This is not the kind of ivy of life that can prolong one's life, but only the roots of the ivy of life, so its thickness is different from the real ivy of life. This root also contains a huge amount of life energy. The most important thing is that the ivy of life itself absorbs life energy by sticking it into the life crystal. Therefore, it has great benefits for the transfer and storage of life energy. The ancients were really smart, they actually thought of using this root to weave a bag to preserve life. Therefore, this old man can tell you directly that the little ape is indeed alive, and that the little ape should not be from our Douluo continent, because it doesn't have any life signs of the Douluo continent. There is no doubt about this. The eternal tree is the life core of Douluo planet. This old man felt the life signs of this little ape through the eternal tree. I can be sure that it comes from another plane, and it is definitely in its infancy. Although it has no soul power, it has a very special place. Its life strength is very high, even this old man was surprised. It exceeds the level of the 100,000-year soul beasts this old man has ever seen. Of course, its life signs are still in its infancy, and it needs enough time to grow before it can truly become strong. This old man can help you wake up this little guy and ensure that it can survive, so that it can grow with you. I don't know if you need it. Its life strength is higher than that of a 100,000-year soul beast? Qianlei's eyes suddenly lit up. His summoning coin could summon all kinds of soul beasts, so he was naturally very interested in controlling soul beasts. If this little gorilla could grow into a powerful creature and listen to him, then wouldn't he become very powerful? Master Shu, how powerful will it be when it grows up? Can this be known? Qianlei asked curiously. Old Shu said solemnly, I don't know about this yet, but based on my research on life, a creature with such a high life force, from the infancy stage to the adult stage, must have undergone several transformations. Each time it transforms, there will be earth-shaking changes. Therefore, the appearance you see now is definitely not what it will look like when it grows up. There is no doubt that it will be very strong in the future, but it's not clear which direction it will evolve in. Xianlei's eyes burned as he said, "You mean, if it recognizes me as its master, I will have a creature that is even stronger than 100,000-year soul beast by my side in the future? It's possible to evolve in any direction. It could be fighting, healing, or defense, right?" Master Shu said with a smile, "You're right, that's what I mean. How about it? Are you interested in waking it up? This old man can also guarantee that there is a way to make it recognize you as its master." There is. There is. Master Shu, then I'll have to trouble you. Xianlei said excitedly. Master Shu waved his hand and said, "No trouble, no trouble. However, it will take a lot of resources to hold this awakening ceremony. After all, this little thing has existed for tens of thousands of years, and it has always lived in the ivy of life woven bag, sealed and sleeping. In fact, its life aura has been lost very quickly. If you want to wake it up without affecting its foundation and growth, you will need to consume a lot of resources and heaven and earth treasures. Conservatively speaking, you will need 7 or 8 kinds of 10,000-year heaven and earth treasures. Little fatty, you have to pay for this yourself. There's also this old man's labor fee. It's not much, just a few black emblems will do." Ah? Xianlei looked at Master Shu, dumbfounded, and didn't know what to say for a while. Do I need money? Or do I need emblems? Black emblems? And that's not including the money to buy heaven and earth treasures. How could he have that? Lan Xuanyu watched from the side and didn't interrupt. Even Ying Luohong, as Qianlei's teacher, didn't say anything, so what else could he say? Master Shu sighed, and said, "What this old man said is true. If you don't believe me, you can ask your teacher." This is the conclusion we came to after discussing it with a few old guys. Of course, the gains may not make up for the losses. After all, the consumption is too great. So, whether you want to carry it out or not depends on your decision. This old man won't force you. Qianlei was also somewhat at a loss, and looked at Ying Luohong as if asking for help. Ying Luohong shook her head at him, and said, "I don't know if I should wake that little guy up. But Master Shu said you can make it recognize you as its master, so there's no problem with that. To be able to be stored in the ivy of life woven bag, according to the judgment of the seniors of the inner court, this little guy's origin should be extraordinary. Maybe it may be of great help to you. But I'm not sure about the specifics. There's one more thing, your judgment isn't completely accurate. If it develops in a certain direction, it will become very strong, but this direction may also be outside of its strength. For example, eating. Maybe it's a big eater that can eat a lot." Qianlei said blankly, "Then what if I don't wake it up? What does the academy plan to do?" Ying Luohong said, "The price of waking it up is indeed not small. If you don't want it, then you can provide it to the Federation. If the Federation is willing to spend resources to wake it up, then you can wake it up. Or it's very possible to make it into a specimen." Specimen? Qianlei's expression changed. Master Shu said, "Yes. Making it into a specimen is also very valuable for research. Think about it, it has such a powerful life source. If we dissect it and conduct a certain degree of research on its life source, it should still be helpful for life sciences. This is also what we're currently in a dilemma about, so I specifically came here." Qianlei said with a wry smile, "Of course I want to wake it up. After all, this is a life. But, what if I don't have so many resources?" Master Shu laughed mischievously, "Who said you don't? Wasn't the bag woven from the roots of the ivy of life? Although this was only the root of the ivy of life, if it was modified to a certain extent, it would still be a rare treasure. For example, if one made it into a praying mat and sat on it to cultivate, it would definitely prolong one's life. At the same time, it could also protect life. If it was used to store all kinds of heaven and earth treasures, not only would it not cause the medicinal efficacy of the heaven and earth treasures to dissipate, it could even continue to nourish them and allow them to continue to grow. That's why I've discussed this with the others in the inner court. If you're willing to give this to the academy will provide the resources needed to awaken that little fellow. You can treat it as an exchange. Lan Xuanyu, who was standing to the side, had a look of realization on his face. Master Shu had said so much because he was waiting for Qianlei. The value of the Ivy of Life bag, even if it was woven with roots, must be very high. Qianlei showed a struggling expression and looked at Lan Xuanyu for help. Lan Xuanyu was just about to speak, but found that his body could not move, nor could he speak. There seemed to be a special force adjusting his facial expression, squeezing the corners of his mouth up slightly, revealing a smile. Then this force controlled his head and nodded towards Qianlei. Lan Xuanyu wanted to struggle, but he felt that he couldn't use any strength and couldn't resist at all. Qianlei undoubtedly trusted Lan Xuanyu very much. Seeing him nod towards him with a smile, Qianlei immediately said without hesitation, "Okay, then I'll change." Master Shu immediately gave him a thumbs up, "Great, a wise choice. Little Hong Hong, since your precious disciple has chosen, I'll go back and prepare. Tomorrow, bring him to Eternal Sky City tomorrow. I'll personally preside over it and help him awaken that little fellow and recognize him as his master." With a flash of green light, Master Shu disappeared without a trace. Ying Luohong looked at Qianlei in surprise, and then looked at Lan Xuanyu, who was still nodding there, with a look of disbelief. Why did you agree? How can you agree? Huh? Qianlei stared at the teacher with wide eyes. Why can't I agree? You didn't stop me just now. Ying Luohong said angrily, Nonsense, I'm the dean of the outer court of Shrek Academy. Although Master Shu is fooling you, it's also for the benefit of the academy. From the perspective of the academy, what can I say? But his exchange is so unfair, with such obvious flaws, can't you see it? Even if you can't see it, Lan Xuanyu, what are you doing? Lan Xuanyu's head stopped nodding at this time, and he said with a sad face, I just couldn't control myself, as if there was a special force controlling me to nod. Fatty, you've been fooled. Master Shu said that he wants a few black emblems as his labor fee, and so many 10,000-year-old heaven and earth treasures. This means that we can also exchange for so many good things with the Ivy of Life bag, and the value will even be higher. Master Shu came in person, which shows how much importance he attached to the bag. As long as you don't agree, we can exchange for a lot of good things, this is inevitable. Qianlei also understood at this time. But obviously, it was too late. He had just agreed, how could he go back on his word? I was still asleep, and Master Shu said that the little guy was so pitiful, I couldn't bear it. Then you nodded. For the first time, Qianlei experienced what it meant to want to cry but have no tears. He didn't expect that a person of Master Shu's status would fool him. Ying Luohong had already sat down holding her forehead, she didn't know what to say. Master Shu was really amazing. The key was that she didn't expect Master Shu to control Lan Xuanyu, this was too, no wonder he had no friends in the inner court, and only the people of the life school listened to him. Teacher, what should I do now? Qianlei said with an aggrieved face. Get lost. Don't let me see you again today. We'll go to Eternal Sky City tomorrow. You've already agreed, what else can I do? Ying Luohong grabbed him, walked out of the door, and threw him out. Lan Xuanyu didn't need her to say anything, and quickly ran out after her. With a bang, the door closed, leaving the two brothers looking at each other in dismay. Boss, I'm in so much pain. Qianlei wailed, The opportunity to make a fortune was right in front of me, but I missed it. I'm in so much pain. Well, it's already like this, what's the use of being in pain? This thing was picked up by you anyway, don't think so much. Moreover, although Master Shu is fooling you, there are some things he shouldn't be talking nonsense. That little ape should really have a very strong life fluctuation, maybe it will be good for you after waking up. Moreover, didn't Master Shu say that you should go to Eternal Sky City? You've obviously suffered a loss in this matter. Tomorrow when you go, pretend to be pitiful and agreed, you'll always get some benefits. I believe that Master Shu won't refuse to give it to you. Qianlei couldn't listen to anything now, the black emblem. The black emblem was missed by him just like that. It was too late for him to regret it, It was almost time for class. They didn't even have time to eat breakfast and hurried to the classroom. Big brother Xianyu. As soon as he entered the classroom, Lan Xuanyu heard a familiar voice calling him. He looked intently. Wasn't it Yuan and Hui Hui? Yuan and Hui Hui seemed to have grown a little taller than before, but there was no change in other places, only his two different colored eyes seemed to have become clearer and deeper. As soon as Yuan and Hui Hui saw Lan Xuanyu, he rushed up. Lan Xuanyu only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and the next moment, he was hugged by Yuan and Hui Hui. Thank you, big brother Xianyu. My martial soul has evolved. It should be considered a second awakening. It's mainly related to my bloodline. I don't have to be afraid of the Tang Yuga anymore. Hee. I'm happy. Lan Xuanyu had already heard about his changes from Lu Feng yesterday and smiled. That's great. You scared all of us that day. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken such a risk. The simulated world isn't completely safe. I've experienced it myself before. I really shouldn't have taken the risk on you. It's fine, aren't I fine now? If it wasn't for your stimulation, I'm afraid my second awakening might not have happened in my entire life. That's what my mother said. She said that my second awakening bloodline is an extremely pure bloodline of the Elf King, and no one has awakened it for over 1,000 years. My father and mother aren't of the same race, so logically speaking, my bloodline should be thinner than my clansmen in this aspect, but I didn't expect it to be awakened by you. My mother even said that she wanted to invite you to our elven planet as a guest and see if you can help my clansmen awaken as well. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly said, it's better not. After all, there are still dangers. It wouldn't be good if your clansmen are hurt. Yuan and Hui Hui smiled. No rush, no rush. We can go after we graduate. Shrek won't let us go so easily. Alright, get ready for class. Right at this moment, Xiaoqi's voice sounded from the podium. Lan Xuanyu patted Yuan and Hui Hui's shoulder and hurriedly returned to his seat. He was the class leader and had a monthly allowance, so he had to set an example. When he sat down in his seat, he looked around and was surprised to find that although Yuan and Hui Hui had returned today, there were two people missing from the class, and they were two people he was very familiar with. Dong Qianxiu and Lu Feng didn't come either. Wasn't Frenzy fine? Why didn't he come to class? He was so hard-working. That shouldn't be the case. Lan Xuanyu furrowed his brows and hurriedly dialed Lu Feng's number. As for Dong Qianxiu, he had mixed feelings and chose to contact the second person. Before he could make the call, a familiar voice came from the door. Sorry, I'm late. Lan Xuanyu raised his head and saw Lu Feng, who was in a sorry state, rushing in. His appearance was really unflattering. Not to mention that his clothes were full of wrinkles, his hair was also messy. Some parts of his hair were stuck to his forehead, which seemed to be caused by a lot of sweat earlier. As soon as they entered the door, a fishy smell assaulted their noses. The students couldn't help but frown. Lu Feng walked to his seat and sat down next to Lan Xuanyu. After sitting down, he let out a long breath. Lan Xuanyu was about to speak to him, but his expression suddenly changed. He clearly felt that with Lu Feng's arrival, the bloodline vortex in his chest actually fluctuated. The fluctuation was very obvious, and it seemed to be a tremor of joy. Lu Feng's arrival caused the emotions in his bloodline to change? What's going on? At the same time, Lu Feng also raised his head. His messy hair almost covered his eyes, but Lan Xuanyu, who was close at hand, could clearly see that the moment Lu Feng raised his head, his eyes were so bright, as if they were real. Lan Xuanyu saw it, and so did Xiaoqi on the stage. His expression changed slightly as he looked at Lu Feng and said, Triering? Yes, teacher. Lu Feng nodded hurriedly. Let's continue the lesson. Xiaoqi didn't ask. It was class time now, and he began. To teach everyone. Lan Xuanyu gently touched him and whispered, Are you okay? Lu Feng glanced at him with a smile in his eyes, and then stretched out his right hand in front of Lan Xuanyu. With the table in the way, only Lan Xuanyu could see it. As Lu Feng's palm was in front of him, semicircular scales quickly appeared on the back of his hand. The white scales covered his entire palm in an instant, and his palm became crystal clear as if it was transparent. Lu Feng shook his palm gently, and suddenly, a series of afterimages appeared in front of Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu stared blankly at her. This is, damn, it can't be. The white semicircular scales, layer upon layer, extended on Lu Feng's palm and disappeared into his sleeve. If it was before today, Lan Xuanyu might not be able to determine what scale this was, but after experiencing last night's dream, he recognized it at a glance. It was a dragon scale. In last night's dream, he saw a huge white dragon with this kind of scale on its body. Because when it fell, the scales on its body changed, making it look faintly discernible, so this kind of scale left a deep impression on him. When he thought of Lu Feng's original martial soul, the white dragon spear, this was undoubtedly a dragon scale. Moreover, if Lan Xuanyu remembered correctly, among all the dragons that fell from the sky at that time, the white dragon was one of the most powerful. Whether it was its size or aura, it was stronger than the average dragon. If the huge 10,000-meter colorful figure at the end was the dragon gods, then the white dragon should be the dragon king, the white dragon king. It was definitely not an ordinary white dragon. The scales on an ordinary white dragon did not have this kind of faintly discernible effect. It's done. Lu Feng clenched his fist and punched Lan Xuanyu on the shoulder. There was a bit of fanaticism and deep gratitude in his eyes. It's done. Lan Xuanyu's expression became more and more strange. If once was luck, then what about twice? Yuan and Hui Hui's martial soul was deeply awakened with his double assistance, awakening a more powerful bloodline. There was no doubt that Lu Feng was the same. He also had a deeper bloodline awakening. The White Dragon King bloodline, he only had the White Dragon Spear as his martial soul. Even if he had the White Dragon King bloodline, how thin was it? Just like Hui Hui said before that his Elf King bloodline was very thin. But they all awakened under his stimulation. Didn't that mean that he could have the same effect by stimulating other soul masters? How much could this be sold for? If Lu Feng knew what Lan Xuanyu was thinking now, he would probably be amused. This guy was thinking about how to exchange it for money. The corners of Lan Xuanyu's mouth gradually curled up, and he turned his gaze to Qianlei on the other side. If he stimulated Qianlei a little, what would happen to him? In this class, Lan Xuanyu really didn't pay attention to the lecture, so much so that Lan Xuanyu looked at him with dissatisfaction several times, but every time, Lan Xuanyu's eyes were dull and he looked like he was in a trance. Lu Feng, whose hair was messy, seemed to be very tired and fell asleep directly on the table. These two brats. It wasn't until the bell rang that Lan Xuanyu stood up subconsciously, then walked directly to Qianlei and whispered a few words in his ear. Qianlei suddenly stood up and looked at Lu Feng with excitement. Really, madman? Lu Feng stood up in a daze, combed his hair back proudly, pointed to Qianlei, and then shook his finger at him with a look of disdain. Boss, I want it too. Qianlei suddenly hugged Lan Xuanyu with a pleading look. His strange cry immediately attracted the attention of all the students in the class. Immediately, all kinds of strange gazes were cast in their direction. Lan Xuanyu pushed his fat face to the side angrily. What do you want? Class is over. Lu Feng, come here. Xiaoqi's cold voice came, making Lu Feng shudder. The complacent look on his face suddenly disappeared, and he hurried over obediently. Boss, let's go back to the dorm. Hurry up, I'm not afraid of pain or hardship. Let's go in the simulation pod. Qianlei pulled Lan Xuanyu and ran outside. Madman's martial soul had awakened a second time? What about himself? What kind of changes would happen to him after his second awakening? He simply couldn't wait. At this moment, a figure blocked their way. Lan Mengqin said with an unkind expression, Lan Xuanyu, Xianxia didn't come to class today, and I can't get through to her. I'm going to see her, are you coming? Boss. Qianlei pleaded. Lan Xuanyu said helplessly, don't be in a hurry, there are still classes later. You can wait until after school today. Xianxia didn't come, I'll go with Mengqin to see her. Mengqin, can't you get through to her? Lan Mengqin nodded, yeah. I just secretly called her, but I couldn't get through. I don't know what happened to her. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly. Yesterday she said she had a headache, but when she went back, she was still normal. Could it be deep meditation or something else? Do you want us to go to the academic affairs office and ask the teacher to open her dormitory? Lan Mengqin shook her head and said, the academy has regulations that we can't easily open the student dormitory because we are worried that the students are in a state of deep meditation. Moreover, the meditation room has an alarm system. If there is a life-threatening situation, the alarm system will alarm according to vital signs. She should be fine, but let's go and see. Okay. Then I'll go with you. Although Qianlei was anxious, he also knew that it would take some time to court death in the simulation cabin. Together, the three went straight to the Dong Qianqiu dormitory. When they arrived outside the dormitory, they knocked on the door, but there was no response. Lan Mengqin said, I'll go up and take a look. As she spoke, ice mist appeared around her body, and her delicate body slowly floated up. She didn't have the ability to fly, but it was brought about by her soul skill. Seeing her floating up, Qianlei couldn't help but say with some envy, when can we fly? It feels great to be able to fly. Lan Xuanyu said, two-word battle armor masters seem to be able to fly with their battle armor, and mechas can do the same. Recently, our mecha basic class is almost done. According to the teacher, the next thing should be for us to start practicing mecha control in the Douluo world. When the time comes, you will be able to fly. Lan Mengqin flew to the meditation room on the second floor of the dormitory and looked inside. The interior of the meditation room was isolated by different colored glass, so the situation inside couldn't be seen clearly from the outside, and only some shadows could be seen. A moment later, Lan Mengqin descended from the sky. How is it? Lan Xuanyu hurriedly asked. Lan Mengqin frowned slightly and said, I can't see clearly. However, he seemed to be cultivating. There were faint flashes of light and shadow, but he couldn't sense any energy fluctuations from the outside. But I guess she's in some kind of deep meditation? Lan Xuanyu said, it's good that you're fine. Come back at night and let us know if anything happens. Lan Mengqin looked him up and down a few times and said, why do I feel that there's something wrong with you? Shouldn't you be burning with anxiety right now? Lan Xuanyu stared blankly. Isn't it normal for there to be changes in cultivation, similar to deep meditation? And didn't you repeatedly remind me that Chiaki only sees me as a friend? You told me not to get too close to her. Why are you saying that now? Lan Mengqin said angrily, are you stupid? After that, she turned around and left. Lan Xuanyu was at a loss, what's going on with her? Qianlei was also dumbfounded, I don't know. Women are really magical creatures. Lan Mengqin, who was walking in front, muttered to herself, men are all big pig trotters. When the three of them returned to the class, they were shocked by the lineup in front of them. Ying Luohong came, not only her, but also more than a dozen teachers, including Lan Xuanyu's teacher, Tang Zhenhua, and the school doctor, Zhang Qingyu, whom Lan Xuanyu had seen before. There were also some teachers he didn't know. Xianyu. Lu Feng quickly came to his side. Lan Xuanyu suddenly understood what was going on, and couldn't help but smile bitterly, did you say it? Lu Feng scratched his head, the teacher asked me, and I said that I had a second awakening in excitement, and then I said everything. I'm sorry. Shouldn't I have said it? Lan Xuanyu said somewhat helplessly, it's okay, I've already said it. Sooner or later, the teachers will know. I was about to call you and ask you to come back. Come with us. Tang Zhenhua came over and put his arm around Lan Xuanyu's shoulder, then turned and walked out. Xiaoqi said to the students in the class, the next class is self-study. Lu Feng, you come with us. Oh. Ying Luohong suddenly said, Qianlei is coming too. You guys are so worrisome. Humph. Although she said so, her somewhat excited eyes betrayed her. The news that Xiaoqi just reported was really too explosive. If this was true, then the existence of Lan Xuanyu was really of great significance to the academy, not just the students. Would the teachers also have a second awakening of their martial soul under his stimulation? One must know that the change in a soul master's bloodline was also a change in their potential. If their potential was enhanced because of this, it meant that they were one step closer to the great Tao. How many soul masters were unable to take that step because they were affected by their own potential? If Lan Xuanyu was really so miraculous that he could stimulate a person's martial soul a second awakening, then that would be really amazing. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng were taken away, and the students in the class were also at a loss. What kind of situation was this? Why did the class suddenly stop? Did Lan Xuanyu cause trouble or something? Originally, this two-ringed class leader made them feel very strange, but the problem was that the strongest students in the class seemed to have a good relationship with him, especially Yuan and Hui Hui, who called Xianyu Gij, made the other students not dare to provoke him even if they wanted to. Everyone was busy cultivating every day and didn't have much time to communicate with each other, but Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, Qian Lei, Lan Mengqin, Dong Qianqiu, and Yuan and Hui Hui were obviously a small group. What had happened this time? Lan Xuanyu once again came to Ying Luohong's office, and the teachers also came together. Of course, Lu Feng was also brought along. Ying Luohong glanced at Xiaoqi, and Xiaoqi said, "Lu Feng, release your martial soul for the teachers to see." "Oh, okay." Lu Feng glanced at Lan Xuanyu, and raised his right hand to grab the air. Suddenly, a melodious dragon's roar sounded from his body, and then, a layer of fine semicircular white scales appeared on his palm, and the white dragon spear quietly appeared in his hand. There was also a layer of scales on the white dragon spear, making the spear body look faintly discernible. Not only that, the spear seemed to be trembling slightly, as if it was alive. A pair of dragon eyes shot out light in all directions. Lu Feng took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly turned silver. His pupils instantly became vertical, and the white dragon spear in his hand suddenly broke free from his palm. With a flash of light, it actually turned into a small white dragon in the air and counterattacked his body. At the moment of contact with his body, Lu Feng's whole body suddenly emitted a white light, and white scales drilled out from under his skin at a speed visible to the naked eye, covering his whole body, including his face. The scales that appeared on his face only didn't cover his eyes. While his whole body's aura skyrocketed, 3 soul rings also rose from under his feet, especially the last soul ring, which was directly black at the 10,000-year level. Bursts of dragon's roars constantly bloomed from his body, and the scales on his body made him look like he was constantly changing between illusion and reality. When his white dragon spear fused with his body, Lan Xuanyu clearly felt the colorful crystal on his chest throbbing slightly, and his bloodline vortex also sped up a little because of the dragon's roar coming from Lu Feng's body. Qian Lei was dumbfounded at the side. Was this still a madman? His whole body was covered with scales. This martial soul was completely different. He looked at Lan Xuanyu with eyes full of eagerness. Zhang Qingyu had already pulled up all the records about Lu Feng at this time, and whispered in Ying Luohong's ear. Xiaoqi's eyes congealed, and he said solemnly, "Punch me." "Yes." Lu Feng agreed, and in the next moment, he suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, his right fist was already in front of Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi raised his hand and blocked his fist. With a muffled bang, Xiaoqi's body lit up with a white light, absorbing all the aftermath of the collision. Lan Xuanyu had been carefully observing Lu Feng's changes. Just now, Lu Feng didn't actually disappear, but because his speed was extremely fast, and the scales on his body seemed to have the property of refracting light, it looked like he suddenly disappeared. Lu Feng's speed had probably more than doubled from before. It must be known that he was originally good at speed, and now that it had more than doubled, his speed was really a bit exaggerated. Xiaoqi turned his head to look at Ying Luohong. "My strength has improved a lot." Ying Luohong nodded, and said to Lu Feng, "Tell me about the whole process of your evolution, don't leave anything out." Lan Xuanyu, if he doesn't say it clearly, you can fill in the gaps. "Oh." Lan Xuanyu agreed. At this time, he was already considering, if his group's second awakening ability could be sustained, then, could he issue an exchange program to earn emblems? The improvement brought by this awakening was so great, at least he could exchange it for a purple emblem, right? If this was really possible, then he would be rich. He would no longer have to worry about cultivation resources. What he didn't know was that he still underestimated this ability. If it really did happen, then he would immediately become a national treasure, and perhaps he wouldn't be able to continue studying in the outer court. Lu Feng had already told Xiaoqi once before, and now he once again talked about the idea he had after seeing the evolution of Yuan and Hui Hui's bloodline, as well as how he found Lan Xuanyu to implement his idea, and how he finally achieved the second awakening under his inner struggle and stimulation. The teachers listened to his narration, and their expressions became more and more wonderful. They only had one thought at this time: this is also possible? Isn't this too easy? Whether it was the second awakening of the martial soul or the second awakening of the bloodline, even in the Shrek Academy, such a situation was extremely rare. Among the freshmen who had been in the academy for less than a month, there were already 2 of them. Moreover, it seemed that there was a possibility of mass production. If that was the case, it would really overturn the past. How about this? Let's try again. Xianlei, you try. They went to the simulation classroom and everyone entered the simulation pod. Qingyu, you are responsible for recording the detailed data changes. Ying Luohong made a prompt decision. Reality was the best proof of everything. If the experiment was successful, then it would really be amazing. Okay. Xianlei happily agreed. If not, he would have asked Lan Xuanyu to give it a try tonight no matter what. Everyone arrived at the simulation classroom and entered the simulation pod. Tang Zhenhua looked at his disciple with a complicated expression. He felt more and more that he couldn't see through this precious disciple of his. Her ability to stir up trouble was too strong. The matter with the life school hadn't been resolved yet, and in the blink of an eye, she showed an even more terrifying ability. Lan Xuanyu was only a touring soul master and could already stir up trouble. If he became stronger, wouldn't he be even more terrifying? After Lan Xuanyu saw the changes in Lu Feng, he also wanted to know if his ability would always be effective. It would be good to try it. The ability was on him. If it was effective, then he would really be rich. Which soul master didn't want their martial soul to undergo a second awakening? Not to mention other places, just the Shrek Academy alone had so many soul masters. Light flickered, and everyone entered the Douluo world. The Douluo world here was the exclusive area of the Shrek Academy. Ying Luohong opened her authority and took everyone directly to a trial field. You can recover here. If Qianlei explodes, he will also recover here. We will also watch over him. So don't worry, just go all out. Ying Luohong said to Lan Xuanyu. Yes. The 2 came to the center of the field. Lan Xuanyu's eyes flashed, and the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and silver-patterned blue-silver grass were released. Fatty, get ready, I'm going to start. Lan Xuanyu nodded to Qianlei. Yesterday, the pain Lu Feng suffered every time his body exploded was not something an ordinary person could bear. In terms of willpower, there was a big gap between Qianlei and Lu Feng. Qianlei looked excited. Come on, let me evolve too. Okay. 2 strands of blue-silver grass were thrown at Qianlei at the same time, wrapping around his waist. Lan Xuanyu's bloodline power was released, giving a double boost. Qianlei took a deep breath. Although he was very excited, he was also very nervous. The feeling of his body exploding was definitely not good. However, something unexpected happened. When the 2 strands of blue-silver grass wrapped around his body, he only felt his waist tighten, and then, there was no then. He didn't feel anything. Even the previous boost from the silver-patterned blue-silver grass didn't appear. There was no boost at all, let alone stimulating his bloodline and causing his body to explode. All the teachers were watching from the side. Lan Xuanyu was also somewhat sluggish. What's going on? Did Fatty's resistance become stronger? After a full 10 seconds, everyone felt that something was wrong. Because there was no boost, Qianlei just stood there foolishly. The data also showed no change. What's going on? Ying Luohong asked doubtfully. Lan Xuanyu was also at a loss. I don't know. Let me try again. He immediately urged his soul power and bloodline power, pouring it into Qianlei. Still no change. Lan Xuanyu removed the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and only used the silver-patterned blue-silver grass. Qianlei's body shook, and the soul power in his body suddenly increased, and his bloodline fluctuations became stronger. He casually threw out the summoning coin, and the summoning gate opened, summoning an earth dragon. Zhang Qingyu immediately reported the data, and the boost was effective. Lan Xuanyu waved the golden-patterned blue-silver grass again to wrap around Qianlei, but a strange scene appeared. When the golden-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around Qianlei, not only did his body not explode, but even the previous boost from the silver-patterned blue-silver grass disappeared in an instant. This change was too obvious, and everyone could clearly feel it. That's not right. It wasn't like this before. I can't stand the boost from two types of blue-silver grass at the same time, and my body will explode. Lu Feng said. Go and try. Xiaoqi said to him. Lu Feng came to Lan Xuanyu's side. The double boost landed on Lu Feng's body. It was exactly the same as Qianlei's situation. Lu Feng didn't change at all, and his body didn't explode like yesterday. He tried the single boost again, and the single boost was still effective on Lu Feng after his martial soul second awakening. But what was extremely strange was that the double boost was gone, and his body couldn't explode anymore, and there was no martial soul fusion skill. That's not right. It's really not like this. It was still fine yesterday. Lu Feng was puzzled. Lan Xuanyu's expression also became very strange, and only he could vaguely guess it. Because when Lu Feng and Qianlei performed the double boost, he realized that the instantaneous explosion from his bloodline vortex was gone. The bloodline vortex only rotated peacefully, and the gold and silver bloodline powers complemented each other. That was all, and there weren't any fluctuations. Could it be that yesterday's bloodline evolution caused the double boost to fail? Was it caused by the rainbow-colored gem? In other words, after his two bloodlines truly merged, there was no martial soul fusion skill or body explosion caused by the bloodline conflict? Then could he still use martial soul fusion skill with Dong Qianqiu? What's the matter? Ying Luohong frowned and looked at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu pondered for a moment, and said, Dean, it may be because of the changes in my body. Yesterday, I bought a colorful gem at our Shrek auction house. At that time, I felt that the gem seemed to have something to do with me. After I brought it back and wore it to cultivate, some changes seemed to have occurred in my bloodline. It didn't reach the level of a second awakening, but the two bloodlines fused better, complementing each other even more. It gave me a lot of improvement, but there was less conflict within the bloodlines. Could it be because of this? He couldn't hide the fact that he bought the colorful gem. Not to mention the records at the auction house, Ling Yi was also the auctioneer, but he didn't say everything he saw in that dream, because the speculation about the dragon god's bloodline was really too shocking. He didn't want to be dissected for research. Regarding Lan Xuanyu's two bloodlines, the academy had already used his blood for research, but they hadn't been able to find anything. At this time, hearing him talk about bloodline fusion, Zhang Chenyu suddenly looked curious. Can I draw a little more of your blood? Zhang Chenyu couldn't help but ask. Lan Xuanyu looked at Ying Luohong, then looked at the teachers around him, nodded, and said, okay. Ying Luohong and the teachers' expressions were not without disappointment. No one expected such a dramatic change. Why? Why did I miss it again? Qianlei suddenly screamed, grabbed Lu Feng's neck, and shook him hard. Lu Feng also looked helpless. Wasn't that right? They were earning Douluo coins in the Douluo world, and Qianlei missed it. His martial soul's second awakening, and Qianlei missed it again. Lan Xuanyu was also very depressed. There was no doubt that the fusion of the gold and silver bloodlines allowed him to cultivate without any worries, but cut off such a big way for him to make a fortune. This was really a gain and a loss. There was often only a fine line between good and bad things. Next, Lan Xuanyu spent the rest of the morning in various tests. Not only him, but Lu Feng was also arranged for various tests. Reality proved that Lu Feng's martial soul had indeed evolved, or rather, his bloodline had evolved. His martial soul was no longer the White Dragon Spear, but the White Dragon King. The changes and benefits brought to him by this evolution were only beginning to appear. Later on, as his strength increased and his ability to control his bloodline improved, the benefits would undoubtedly be huge. The biggest problem of Lu Feng's weak martial soul was instantly solved. Xiaoqi's mood was also complicated. He accepted Lu Feng as his disciple because Lu Feng was like him. He was congenitally deficient, but his willpower was firm and indomitable. But why did he have such a teammate? It had only been a few days. Congenital deficiency? What innate deficiency? After his martial soul mutated, his innate deficiency was completely made up for. Now, even if it was a martial soul competition among the entire grade, he wouldn't be weaker than anyone. The strengthening of his bloodline would undoubtedly increase his cultivation speed. This time, he really had no more problems. This made Xiaoqi couldn't help but sigh. God was really unfair. Moreover, Lan Xuanyu's ability to mutate people was gone. It couldn't be replicated even if he wanted to. After tossing and turning all morning, even with Lan Xuanyu's physique, when he returned to the dormitory at noon, he was exhausted. Qianlei was so sad that he didn't even eat lunch. He could only hope that the little ape would be very strong after it woke up and recognized him as its master. The only one in a good mood was Lu Feng. He was also tossed and turned all morning, but he was always in high spirits. As soon as he returned at noon, he locked himself in the meditation room to cultivate. Lan Xuanyu slept for a while before his spirit recovered. In the afternoon, it was Tang Zhenhua's class. He still had to learn how to pilot a fighter. Coming to the empty interstellar center, as soon as he entered the door, Lan Xuanyu saw Tang Zhenhua standing in front of the mech in the hall, looking at the mech with his back to him. Teacher. Lan Xuanyu came to Tang Zhenhua's back and called out respectfully. Tang Zhenhua didn't turn around, but said in a calm voice, "Do you know that today's matter is actually a good thing for you?" Lan Xuanyu froze for a moment. Huh? Tang Zhenhua turned around. In fact, I'm sweating for you today. You haven't been in school for long, but you've shown a lot of abilities, and the abilities you've shown have such a great impact on others. And a person's talent is too good, many times, it's not a good thing. If your ability to help people awaken a second time is realized today, then you will immediately be sent to the inner court for special protection and special training. But, in my opinion, this isn't a good thing for you. It takes time for a person to grow up. You have to go through the whole process of growing up. After entering the inner court, you are more likely to become the object of research. And excessive protection for you will make it impossible for you to integrate into this society. You are destined to stay in Shrek Academy forever. This isn't the Academy's demand, but the entire Federation's demand. So, today you lost the ability to help people awaken a second time, but in fact, you protected yourself. At least you won't lose your freedom. Lan Xuanyu was shocked. Teacher, is it that serious? Tang Zhenhua couldn't help but laugh. It's that serious. Think about it, if you can awaken a person's martial soul and evolve their bloodline, what does that mean? It means that you can turn an ordinary soul master into a genius soul master, into a powerhouse, and even artificially create a group of powerhouses. If this kind of ability isn't controlled by the Federation, once it's used by criminals, then it's very likely that it will lead to a crisis in the Federation. It's an extremely unstable factor. After all, it's not like there aren't any opposing forces. There are still fallen soul masters and forces. So, once your ability is confirmed, the Federation will definitely not allow you to be used by criminals. Naturally, they will be overly protective of you, which will cause you to lose your most important freedom. So I'm also sweating for you today. Your ability has already been noticed by the School of Life. Your affinity with life energy has already made the Academy pay a lot of attention to you. Previously, you were able to make other soul masters use martial soul fusion skills. If you also have the ability to help people awaken a second time, then your ability will be beyond the control of the Academy. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Do you understand what I mean? Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment. I think I understand a little. It's good that you understand. For the next period of time, you have to pay attention to keeping a low profile. Even if you have made great progress, don't make it too obvious. Don't let your presence be too strong. However, if you have any other changes in the future, remember to tell me first. Yes, teacher. Tang Zhenhua smiled and said, let's go, let's start today's lesson. Since your bloodline fusion has improved your overall body functions, then I feel that your training intensity should be increased correspondingly. Teacher, it can't be, Tang Zhenhua said indifferently, I'm just too kind to you. You actually still have the strength to mess around. In the future, I will be a serious and responsible teacher. Your lesson today is to be hunted down by me. Your pain level will be increased to 50%. You can do as you see fit. The following afternoon was definitely a devil's afternoon for Lan Xuanyu. This was the first time Tang Zhenhua had a space warship battle with him face to face. In the complicated terrain, there were only the two of them, one-on-one. And the result? Sorrow flowed like a river. Lan Xuanyu deeply experienced how powerful Tang Zhenhua was, and how cruel he was. Under Tang Zhenhua's control, the attacks launched against him were as easy as a butcher dismembering an ox. Under Tang Zhenhua's control, the soul rays dismembered Lan Xuanyu's warship again and again like a butcher dismembering an ox. One wing was shot off, and the warship fell, but the adjusted soul rays hit it again and again, not destroying it. But the pain could be imagined. By the time he crawled out of the simulation cabin, he lay on the ground and vomited for 10 minutes. This afternoon really left an indelible deep impression and shadow on him. It was also the first time he saw that a space warship could be piloted like that. Lan Xuanyu almost crawled back to the dormitory. Originally, he had planned to go to see God Lake to cultivate tonight, but now he really couldn't move. He barely supported himself to sit in the meditation room, and soon entered meditation. He was so tired that he couldn't even get rid of his distracting thoughts. And at this time, Qianlei had been sent to Eternal Sky City by Ying Luohong. Qianlei was blindfolded, and was taken to that mysterious place by Ying Luohong. When his vision became clear again, he was already in a huge room. This room was very strange, surrounded by green. As soon as Ying Luohong removed the soul power shield to protect him, Qianlei suddenly felt a strong sense of suffocation. The life energy here was really too rich, to the extent that it was difficult for him to breathe. At this time, he was in a circular space about 10 meters high and about 30 meters in diameter. The ground and walls were covered with all kinds of vines, and the vines emitted a faint fluorescence. Master Shu was looking at him with a smile. "You little fatty look quite cute. Unfortunately, your affinity with life energy isn't high." Ying Luohong coughed. Master Shu said, "Don't worry, I won't steal your disciple. To be honest, if it weren't for the roots of the ivy of life being too precious to us, that little guy really doesn't want to give it to you. That little fellow's life energy is extremely dense, and its life core is something I've never seen before. He should have a bright future after being nurtured. Little fatty, you have to feed it well in the future." "Yes, yes. That's for sure," Qianlei vowed. The more Master Shu praised his little ape, the more excited he became. Master Shu smiled and said, "Then let's begin. You sit down in the middle. After that, no matter what happens, don't move." "All right." Qianlei impatiently ran to the center of the room, where there was a wooden futon. He sat down on it. Ying Luohong took the initiative to retreat to the side. She had no intention of leaving, and just watched from the side. Master Shu did not care about her. If not for the importance of the ivy of life, in fact, Qianlei would not have been qualified to come to Eternal Sky City. The life energy here was extremely rich, but it was also extremely precious. Only the true core members of the Shrek Academy could come here. Even the disciples of the inner court could not cultivate here at any time. It also needed to be exchanged with emblems. Therefore, most of the disciples of the inner court performed tasks outside in exchange for time to cultivate in Eternal Sky City. This was also the reason why Qianlei had to be blindfolded to come here before. Master Shu shook his wrist, and a mass of dark green light suddenly appeared under his palm. It was the Ivy of Life bag that he had previously obtained from the storage coin. Strangely enough, this bag seemed to have become completely different in Master Shu's hands. The original dark green woven appearance of the vines became more and more crystal clear, and the whole bag seemed to be transparent. Master Shu touched it somewhat fondly, and his body also rippled with a green halo. Suddenly, the surrounding dark green vines spread in the direction of Master Shu. Master Shu opened the bag, revealing the little gorilla that had been sleeping inside. The vines wrapped around it, and immediately wrapped around it. Its limbs and torso were entangled by the vines, making it suspended in the air. The vines moved slowly, and the little gorilla was sent in front of Qianlei. At this time, its body was completely unfolded, and Qianlei could see clearly that this little gorilla was about 1 meter tall, with sparse pale golden hair, and a little wrinkled face. It really did not look very good. Its head was tilted, and it seemed to be sleeping very deeply. Master Shu's face became serious, and he walked to the side, slowly raised his right hand, and pointed his finger at the little gorilla's forehead. Gradually, Master Shu's body began to tremble slightly, and his whole body began to emit a rich dark green color, and dark green vines kept drilling out of his back, dancing in the air. Seeing this scene, Ying Luohong could not help but be moved. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she held back. Master Shu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes suddenly turned into an incomparably clear dark green color, as if they were carved out of jade. On his slightly trembling right index finger, a drop of dark green liquid suddenly appeared slowly. Master Shu! Ying Luohong finally couldn't help but cry out. Master Shu turned his head to look at her, and a smile appeared on his old face. Little girl, can I really take advantage of you juniors? What's more, if not, how can I guarantee that this little thing will survive? Could it be that this old man's words don't count? As he said, he flicked his finger, and the drop of dark green liquid suddenly disappeared into the little gorilla's forehead. Suddenly, the little gorilla's whole body trembled, and its original brown-yellow body suddenly turned into a dark green color, which was extremely strange. Master Shu's face turned pale after the drop of dark green liquid was ejected. He took a deep breath, and muttered to himself, what a loss, what a loss. Pity my old bones. Qianlei looked at everything that happened in front of him in a daze. He could only vaguely guess that the drop of dark green liquid that Master Shu had just ejected seemed to be something very extraordinary. At the same time, a dark green light began to surge from the vines wrapped around the little gorilla's body to the little gorilla's body. Suddenly, the little gorilla's body trembled more and more violently. Master Shu took a deep breath, and seemed to have recovered a little, and said to Qianlei, this little guy has been sleeping for too long, so much so that its source has been affected and is almost exhausted. If it weren't for the fact that its own life core and life energy were strong enough, coupled with the protection of the ivy of life, it would have died long ago. Therefore, if you want to revive it, you need to wake up its whole life function, and at the same time, replenish it with the purest life source power. This old man's drop of life source is enough to ensure that not only can it recover its life, but also that its foundation will not be damaged. Oh, thank you, Master Shu. Qianlei hurriedly thanked him. Master Shu said with a smile, this little thing is very special. I also want to see what it will become when it grows up in the future. When this old man prompts you later, you have to bite your finger and imprint your blood on its forehead. Combined with the life source I just integrated into it, it will brand your life imprint on its body. When it wakes up, the first thing it sees is you, and it will inevitably recognize you as its master. Do you understand? Ah? I have to bite my finger. It hurts. Qianlei's face suddenly became bitter. Master Shu said with a smile, afraid of pain? Then you don't have to do it. It's okay. Don't talk nonsense, listen to Master Shu. Ying Luohong's reprimanding voice sounded. That was exchanged with a drop of Master Shu's life essence. One must know that in Shrek Academy, there were some things that were particularly precious. They required the highest level of red emblem to exchange. This kind of super heaven and earth treasure was rare. But Master Shu's life essence was one of them. Ying Luohong didn't expect that Master Shu would actually use his own life essence. With this, even if this little ape was an ordinary beast, it would inevitably evolve into an extremely powerful life form. One must know, that was something that Master Shu obtained after cultivating in human form for 1,000 years. Master Shu himself couldn't squeeze out a few drops, and doing so would hurt his source. At this time Ying Luohong's mood was a bit complicated. She was in awe of Master Shu, but at the same time, she felt a little incredulous. The little ape's body continued to tremble. Qianlei was the closest, and he found that more hair grew on the surface of the little ape's body. The originally dry and sparse hair gradually became thicker, and its shriveled body gradually swelled. To be precise, it became fat. The green light on the little ape's body gradually converged, and it looked a little better after becoming fat. The wrinkles formed by the dry skin were stretched open, and the color of the hair became darker. Qianlei clenched his fists. He was really a little nervous at this time. It must be very strong. He muttered silently in his heart. Okay, bite it. Master Shu suddenly said. Qianlei hurriedly put his finger to his mouth, but he still hesitated when it reached his mouth. It would hurt. Hurry up. Ying Luohong urged. Qianlei hardened his heart and bit his index finger fiercely. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, and a sharp pain suddenly came, followed by a salty taste in his mouth. Master Shu threw out a vine, pulled Qianlei's hand, and quickly pressed it on the little ape's face. Qianlei endured the pain and hurriedly pointed his index finger between its eyebrows. A strange scene appeared. Qianlei only felt a suction coming in an instant, and the little ape's forehead sucked his index finger. The little ape's body trembled violently again, and the next moment, its eyes suddenly opened. Its brown-yellow eyes were crystal clear, like gems. What was strange was that its pupils were actually golden. It looked a little sluggish and confused. When it saw the Qianlei in front of it, it blinked subconsciously. Master Shu had already retreated to the side. At this time, it was very important for the little ape to only see Qianlei. Right at this moment, Qianlei felt his body tremble violently. Following this, intense soul force undulations began to emanate from his body. There seemed to be a mysterious force pushing his soul force to circulate. With a crisp clang, the coin of summoning appeared, and 2 soul rings appeared on Qianlei's body. Qianlei was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he saw the little ape's body light up, turning into a ball of bright golden light. Then, a strong aura of life hit him in the face. He couldn't tell whether it was brought by Master Shu's life essence or the little ape's own. The golden light suddenly rushed over and enveloped him. Master Shu. Ying Luohong arrived at Master Shu's side in a flash. Master Shu raised his hand to stop her, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, "It's okay. This change is a bit interesting. That little ape is by no means an ordinary animal. It seems to have felt something when it was stimulated by my life essence, and evolved as soon as it woke up. The little fatty should be connected to it because of its life imprint, and was enveloped in it along with its evolution. Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. The little fatty's life source is improving. That little guy is delirious. This is not caused by it, so it won't be harmful. What's more, the little fatty is connected to its life imprint. If it hurts the little fatty, it will hurt itself." Ying Luohong nodded. Although her impression of Master Shu had never been very good before, Master Shu was the leader of the school of life, and no one in the entire Federation could match his perception of life. If he said it was okay, then it was definitely okay. The golden light blended with Qianlei's body, and the little ape could no longer be seen. Only the rich golden light enveloping Qianlei could be seen. Under the attraction of the golden light, the surrounding life energy continued to pour into Qianlei's body. Ying Luohong also gradually felt that Qianlei's soul power was slowly increasing under the nourishment of this life energy. Ying Luohong vaguely saw that some pale golden hair began to drill out of Qianlei's body, and he became fatter. Was this a fusion? That little ape actually fused with Qianlei? This was beyond the scope of Soul Master's knowledge. Even Master Shu was seeing such a situation for the first time. Suddenly, the golden light suddenly converged inward, and in the next moment, Qianlei's body shook violently, and a halo was released from his body. When this halo appeared, Ying Luohong and Master Shu were both taken aback. It was a dark golden halo, and at the same time, Qianlei's 2 original purple soul rings appeared. Multicolored soul ring? Ying Luohong exclaimed. A Soul Master's soul ring usually only had those few colors. White represented 10 years, yellow represented 100 years, purple represented 1,000 years, black represented 10,000 years, and red represented 100,000 years. But these were not all of them. In the history of Soul Masters, there were also some multicolored soul rings. For example, there was a platinum soul ring representing 1,000,000 years, an orange gold soul ring representing a fierce beast, and a green gold soul ring representing life energy. But no matter what kind of multicolored soul ring it was, they were all quite powerful. Ying Luohong was completely sure that at least in the history of Shrek Academy, there had never been a dark golden soul ring. What did such a multicolored soul ring represent? The little beast from tens of thousands of years ago plus Master Shu's life essence actually gave Qianlei a special multicolored soul ring, and that dark golden soul ring looked very powerful. Did they pick up a treasure? Qianlei's cultivation was not far from 3 rings, so Ying Luohong was not surprised that he broke through to 3 rings, but the appearance of this multicolored soul ring was too magical. Even she couldn't help but feel a little envious. Gradually, the light on Qianlei's body converged, and the absorption of life energy from the outside world was not so strong. The layer of pale golden hair on his body slowly retracted, but his fat body did not return to its original size. He was already quite fat, but now he looked even fatter. And he grew a little taller and more burly. Master Shu and Ing Luohong looked at each other. They didn't know what kind of changes had happened to Qianlei. At this time, Qianlei slowly opened his eyes a little confused. He looked at his hands and didn't feel any changes. "What about the little ape?" he asked subconsciously. Master Shu pointed to Qianlei. "It seems to have fused with you, can't you feel it?" Qianlei was stunned, subconsciously. Tilted his head to think, and then suddenly jumped up. I seem to have broken through to 3 rings? Did it bring it to me?" Ing Luohong said, "Release your third soul skill and see what it is." "Oh." Qianlei hurriedly released his martial soul, and the coin of summoning instantly appeared in his hand. When he saw the dark golden soul ring on his body, he was startled and then overjoyed. "Wow, dark golden, so cool." "Teacher, what level is this soul ring?" Ing Luohong wanted to say, "How would I know?" But for the sake of face, she just said, "Release your soul skill and take a look." "Okay." Qianlei happily released his third soul skill. In an instant, the coin of summoning in his hand turned dark golden, and with a flash of light, a figure appeared in front of him. Its whole body was covered with thick golden hair, and the roots of the hair had a dark golden luster. It was about 1 meter tall and was fat. It squatted there, looking at Qianlei in front of it with a confused look. Qianlei rubbed his eyes. How did the little ape become a fat ape? What appeared in front of him was undoubtedly the little guy from before, but it had obviously become a lot fatter, looking like a golden sphere. The fat ape was also looking up at him, and suddenly jumped onto Qianlei, hugging his neck directly with both arms, and then plunging its head into his arms. Qianlei was relatively burly among the 12-year-old teenagers, with a height of more than 1.6 meters, but the weight of this little ape was really not light. When it jumped on him, it immediately knocked him down. The little ape hugged his head, kissed his face with its big mouth, and arched its body against him. "Don't resist, release your closeness to it, just like your own family. This little beast is really in its infancy, so now that you are close to it, and it has your life imprint on it, it will inevitably follow you for the rest of its life." Master Shu's voice sounded. Qianlei was helpless, and could only hug the little ape. For a while, he didn't know what to do. "The third soul ring, what's going on, Master Shu?" Ing Luohong looked at Master Shu blankly. Master Shu said with a strange expression, "I don't know. After all, no one has seen this creature before. Its life core is very strong, at least it means that its vitality is very vigorous. As for its fusion with the little fatty, this may be because of the integration of the life imprint. In addition, the little fatty just broke through to 3 ring, so it naturally completed a fit and fusion with him, becoming a part of him. This is a bit like absorbing a spirit soul, but spirit souls are generally abandoned by soul beasts. I don't know why this little thing even fused with the little fatty's body. It's really weird, and worth studying." Qianlei listened and felt that something was wrong. Ing Luohong also frowned. It was hard to tell whether this was good or bad. To a soul master, the third soul skill was extremely important. It was often the most important soul skill for a soul master in the initial stages. The strength of the soul skill would definitely affect a soul master's overall strength, and even affect their future potential. It shouldn't be a bad thing. Although I don't know what this dark golden soul ring represents, it seems to be of a high rank. Master Shu said solemnly. "Well, I'll take my leave first. After consuming my life source, I need to go back and have a good rest. You can take him away later." After saying this, Master Shu did not give Ing Luohong another chance to speak, and with a whoosh, turned into a green light and disappeared. Ing Luohong looked at the place where Master Shu disappeared, and was speechless for a while. At this time, Qianlei had already sat up with the little ape, the fat ape in his arms. He was a little confused. His face was covered with the saliva of the fat gorilla. Teacher. He looked at Ing Luohong for help. Ing Luohong asked, "You released it, is there any change in your body?" Qianlei, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, said, It seems that there is no change." Yes, at least he didn't feel any change in himself, and no soul skill followed. Even the summoning coin didn't move, as if the fat ape's third soul skill had nothing to do with it at all. Put it away first, and come back with me, Luohong said angrily. Urging his spirit, Qianlei tried to take back the fat ape. The fat ape licked him again with some reluctance, and then turned into a golden light, directly entering between his eyebrows and disappearing. During this hour, Qianlei felt a change. His expression changed instantly, and he cried out, "Teacher, teacher, it seems to be absorbing my life force." Huh? Luohong flashed to Qianlei's side and grabbed his wrist. Sure enough, she immediately felt that Qianlei's life force was fluctuating very unsteadily, and there were signs of consumption. It must be known that they were in Eternal Sky City, where the life energy was very rich, and even under such circumstances, the fat ape was still consuming his life force. It could be seen how powerful its absorption of life energy was. Its life core is very powerful. It needs a lot of life energy for its initial recovery, and the same is true for its future growth. It must absorb life energy, and can also be supplemented by eating. It's just that eating is relatively slow, and it needs to eat heaven and earth treasures. The best way is to try to feed it with the water of Sea God Lake. Otherwise, it can only absorb your life force. Maybe it will suck you dry. Master Shu's voice came unhurriedly. If it hadn't just absorbed this old man's life source, according to the strength of its life core, it wouldn't have been able to survive if it had to absorb so much life energy in this recovery, because very few life energy can meet its needs in a short period of time. So, this deal is not a loss for you, it's just that this old man doesn't know what use this little thing has. Qianlei suddenly had the urge to cry, because he suddenly understood one thing. At least so far, they didn't know what use this little ape had, but what was certain was that it must have brought him a great deal of consumption. If he remembered correctly, the water of Sea God Lake was a white emblem for 1 liter. How long could his savings last if he used this to feed the fat ape? A dark golden light flashed, and Qianlei hurriedly summoned the fat ape again. The only thing that comforted him was that this guy didn't seem to consume his soul power when he summoned it. With just a thought, the fat ape appeared in front of him. The fat gorilla with golden fur all over its body looked at Qianlei with a puzzled expression. Qianlei said with a sad face, "Don't suck my life force first, I'll find you something to eat when we go back, I can't stand it if you suck it again." What he didn't notice was that in such a short time, the golden appearance of the fat ape seemed to have become thicker. As if it could understand his words, the fat ape nodded to him, but its expression looked a little aggrieved. Taking it back again, Qianlei looked a little lost. He really didn't feel that summoning this guy had any use, and it seemed that this round little thing didn't seem to have any fighting power. Luohong also let out a long breath. It didn't seem very good. Even if it was useless, the key was that it occupied the position of Qianlei's third soul ring, which undoubtedly had a great impact on Qianlei's growth. If a soul master didn't become a god, they only had a total of 9 soul rings. If he wanted to have a 4th soul ring, he needed to be at rank 40. Qianlei was undoubtedly still far from rank 40. Lan Xuanyu didn't know what his good brother was experiencing at this time. At this time, he was meditating in exhaustion. What he also didn't notice was that the colorful crystal on his chest was slightly fluctuating, and with the recovery of his own bloodline aura, the crystal also became more and more crystal clear. Early the next morning, Lan Xuanyu washed up and went to the cafeteria to eat. They could order food in the dormitory, but there was also a public cafeteria. The food in the public cafeteria would be cheaper, after all, there was less delivery fee. Qianlei left a message for him early in the morning, asking him to go to the cafeteria. When Lan Xuanyu came to the cafeteria, he saw a surprising scene. Qianlei was sitting listlessly in the cafeteria, not eating, but beside him, a chubby little ape covered with golden fluff was sitting next to him, eating happily. This little guy didn't care whether it was raw or cold, it ate everything, grabbing it with both hands, and for a while, it was dripping with juice. Resurrected? Lan Xuanyu came to Qianlei's side with some surprise, looking at the fat ape in surprise. For some reason, the fat ape, who was eating happily, seemed to feel something. When it looked up and saw Lan Xuanyu, it was stunned at first, and then suddenly bared its teeth at him. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly. At this moment, he could clearly feel the malice coming from the fat ape. It doesn't like me? At the same time, the colorful crystal on his chest also emitted a heat, and a majesty with a bit of anger and coldness was released. The fat ape shuddered and immediately became submissive. It looked at Lan Xuanyu with a bit of fear in its eyes, as if it felt something. Xianyu, I'm finished. I'm so pitiful. Qianlei looked at him with a sad face. What's the matter with you? Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully. Qianlei's eyes were red. Tell me, why am I so unlucky? I didn't catch up with you guys to earn Douluo coins, and I didn't catch up with you guys to help Frenzy and Hui Hui awaken their bloodlines. It wasn't easy for me to find a treasure. I guess I picked up a bargain, but now I've encountered something even worse. Immediately, he recounted what happened last night in detail. After they returned from Eternal Sky City, Ying Luohong specially took him to the training room and carried out a series of tests on the fat ape. The results showed that this fat ape did not seem to be good at fighting, or rather, it was not good at it in its infancy. As for when it could grow up, and what it would become after it grew up, who could say? In other words, Qianlei's little guy was basically useless, at least for now. However, this little fat ape really occupied his third soul ring. As long as he released the ability of this soul ring, he could summon it without consuming any soul power. It did not consume soul power, but it would always absorb Qianlei's vitality. Even after Qianlei reminded him to restrain it, it would still slowly absorb a little bit. Of course, there would be no problem in a short time, but if it continued to absorb like this for a long time, Qianlei would not even be able to leave the Shrek Academy, otherwise it would age faster due to the loss of vitality. It was useless, it even absorbed life energy and occupied the third soul ring. After listening to Qianlei's explanation, even Lan Xuanyu felt that he was possessed by the god of misfortune. Speaking of the painful part, Qianlei couldn't help but burst into tears. The fat ape beside him didn't understand what was going on, and raised its hand to touch his head and patted his back. It looked quite considerate. Lan Xuanyu said with a wry smile, Qianlei, don't cry, what's the use of crying? When I came here just now, I seemed to have sensed something from it. I felt that this little guy should be quite extraordinary. Maybe when it grows up, it to grow to become stronger. If you feed it well now, maybe it will give you a miracle in the future. Qianlei raised his head and looked at Lan Xuanyu with teary eyes. Will that really happen? Lan Xuanyu looked at him, then looked at the fat gorilla next to him with a harmless look, coughed, and said, I think so. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from not far away, Lan Xuanyu. When Lan Xuanyu turned his head, he saw two beautiful girls in school uniforms walking in from the entrance of the cafeteria. It was Lan Mengqin and Dong Qianqiu. I called them. I also called Frenzy and Hui Hui to help me think of a way. Frenzy didn't answer the call, and neither did Hui Hui. Maybe they are still cultivating or sleeping. Qianlei said. When Lan Xuanyu saw Dong Qianqiu again, he suddenly felt that she seemed to have changed a little. Not only did her temperament seem to be a little more otherworldly, but her appearance also seemed to be more beautiful. The most important thing was that the way she looked at him seemed to have changed a lot. The original Dong Qianqiu, when looking at him, was calm with a faint smile, which was normal. When she was angry, it was another story. But at this time, the way she looked at him was full of complicated emotions, and there was even a hint of inexplicable feeling. It was Dong Qianqiu who called him. Lan Xuanyu got up and greeted her, Are you okay? You didn't come to class yesterday. Dong Qianqiu shook her head silently, Come out with me. Oh. Lan Xuanyu followed Dong Qianqiu, but Lan Mengqin saw the fat gorilla sitting next to Qianlei and began to eat and drink again. She couldn't help but walk over with a curious face. What's wrong with you? Where did you get such a meatball? Hey, why do you seem to be fat yourself? How much have you eaten? Lan Mengqin was surprised to find that Qianlei, who was originally slightly fat, seemed to be really fat now. Qianlei said with tears streaming down her face, Help me think of a way. Lan Xuanyu followed Dong Qianqiu to the outside of the cafeteria, What's wrong with you? His perception was very sharp, and he felt that there seemed to be something wrong with Dong Qianqiu. Dong Qianqiu turned around, looked at him, and said, Is your surname really Lan? Is your father or mother also surnamed Lan? Can you tell me how you sensed that crystal? Lan Xuanyu was taken aback, and asked tentatively, "You can also sense the difference in that crystal?" Dong Qianxiu nodded silently. "I didn't see it at first, but I sensed it later, especially when there were changes in your body." Lan Xuanyu looked at her meaningfully and said, "Of course my father's surname is Lan, and my mother's surname is Nan. There is no doubt about it. As for why I can sense the changes in that crystal, to be honest, I really don't know. In fact, I also want to know. It seems to be related to my own bloodline. I can only tell you that it seems to be related to the dragon bloodline. In my own bloodline, there seems to be a dragon's aura, and so is that crystal, so there is a resonance between the two." As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu raised his hands, and golden and silver scales appeared on his palms. "Also, something strange happened yesterday. Before I got that crystal, Frenzy and I also tried to use 2 types of blue-silver grass to assist us. I didn't expect that after his body exploded many times, his martial soul would awaken for the second time the next morning. His bloodline power awakened, and it seemed to be the White Dragon King's bloodline, which became a lot stronger. But that night, under the influence of the crystal, my bloodline seemed to have changed as well, and the 2 bloodlines became a lot more harmonious. But I can no longer use 2 attributes at the same time. I can't help others mutate. I was just about to look for you. I don't know if our deep blue gaze can still be used. I wanted to try it with you. Let's go back to the simulation pod. It's not safe to test it in the real world." Dong Qianxiu quietly listened to his narration, and said with a bitter smile, "My bloodline seems to have awakened." "Ah?" Lan Xuanyu was stunned. That's right. If he had to talk about the person who had assisted him the most, it should be Dong Qianxiu. Yuan and Hui Hui had changed before, and Lu Feng had evolved yesterday. How could Dong Qianxiu not have any changes? "You didn't come to class yesterday because of this?" Lan Xuanyu asked, dumbfounded. N. Dong Qianxiu nodded silently. "No wonder you would ask me these strange questions. Did your bloodline awaken? Or did your martial soul awaken?" Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Dong Qianxiu said, "It should be both. You'll know in the future. You really aren't surnamed Tang? But your bloodline." The memory fragments from that night made her recall a lot of things, especially that golden figure. "You're asking a strange question. Why do I have to be surnamed Tang?" Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Dong Qianxiu muttered to himself, "Isn't it? No, it must be. The aura is similar, and that crystal, I've seen it before." "You've seen it before? Where have you seen it before?" Lan Xuanyu quickly asked. He also wanted to know the origin of that colored crystal. Dong Qianxiu shook her head vigorously. I don't remember, maybe I saw it in some picture scroll." She lowered her head, her eyes flickering a little. "Oh. Did you call me out just to say this? You have also awakened a second time. This is a great thing. Unfortunately, I can't help others anymore. Fatty is in pain right now. He's really been possessed by bad luck these past few days." Dong Qianxiu looked up at Lan Xuanyu, and at this moment, her eyes suddenly became firm. Looking at Lan Xuanyu's beautiful face and clear eyes, she slowly took a deep breath. Yes, he must be that person's descendant, at least he has that person's bloodline. That person, I'm afraid I'll never find him. Then, what I owe him, I'll repay this guy in front of me. Lan Xuanyu didn't notice the change in Dong Qianxiu's mentality, and told Dong Qianxiu about what happened to Qian Lei in the past 2 days. After listening to Lan Xuanyu's story, Dong Qianxiu's expression became strange. The relationship between Qian Lei and Lan Xuanyu was closer than the relationship between Lu Feng and Lan Xuanyu, because Qian Lei spent the most time with Lan Xuanyu, but he didn't expect that among the people around him, he was the only one who couldn't evolve because of Lan Xuanyu's assistance, and even wasted his 3rd soul ring. Maybe that fat gorilla is not useless, let's go and take a look. With that, Dong Qianxiu naturally took Lan Xuanyu's hand and walked into the cafeteria. Her hand was a little cold and very smooth, and the skin contact made Lan Xuanyu feel an electric shock all over his body. Is this a sister holding her brother's hand? It should be. Lan Xuanyu thought so, but his heart was still beating a little fast. The two returned to the cafeteria, and Dong Qianxiu generously pulled Lan Xuanyu to Lan Mengqin and Qianlei. At this time, Lan Mengqin was looking at Qianlei, and Qianlei looked depressed. He didn't see Dong Qianxiu holding Lan Xuanyu's hand. Seeing them, Dong Qianxiu blushed, and then quietly let go of Lan Xuanyu's hand. "What do you think I should do?" Qianlei cried bitterly. "I brought it here to save some money, at least I can save some transportation fees." Lan Xuanyu said, "Don't worry, it may be a blessing in disguise. Moreover, according to the history of the Federation's history, all soul ring. We can't figure out this little guy's ability now, but it doesn't mean we can't figure it out in the future. I think that since Master Shu said that its life core is very strong, maybe it will be especially strong when it grows up. Since things can't be reversed, you should accept it calmly." Qianlei said with a sad face, "How can I accept it?" Lan Xuanyu said, "Continue to feed it. Anyway, it is already a part of you, you can't ignore it. Moreover, its life imprint is connected to you. If something goes wrong with it, you will also have problems. After all, in a sense, you are now sharing life. Since you are already one, you should try to feed it with good things. Didn't Master Shu say that he would give it water from Sea God Lake? Then let's go back and feed it water from Sea God Lake to see if there will be any changes. There's more." Speaking of this, Lan Xuanyu glanced at the fat gorilla who was eating and drinking. "You should have a better attitude towards it, don't be full of disdain in your heart, maybe it can sense it." Qianlei looked at the fat gorilla beside him with a sad face. "Pfft," Lan Mengqin suddenly laughed, "at least it helped you gain some weight. Look, you've gained a lot of weight. I think the most important thing is to give it a name, otherwise we won't know what to call your good brother." Qianlei rolled his eyes, "You're gloating. What's its name, help me think. It's so fat, how about we call it Little Fatty? In the future, you will be Big Fatty, it will be Little Fatty, or Second Fatty. Good brothers." Qianlei said angrily, "You are Big Fatty. Do you have any culture? You look pretty good, that's all." Lan Mengqin suddenly laughed, "Then what should we call it? Think about it yourself." "Fat gorilla?" The fat gorilla seemed a little dissatisfied, raised its head and bared its teeth at Lan Mengqin. "Oh, it's not happy. It seems that it's really smart." Lan Mengqin was a little surprised. Qianlei looked at Lan Xuanyu for help, and said, "Xianyu, help me give it a name, I'm very confused now." Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched, and said, "The word fat is actually quite affectionate. Don't you see that we all call you Fatty Qian? Don't you love money the most? Your martial soul is also the summoning coin, and this little guy is covered in golden fluff. If you are called Fatty Qian, it's better to call it Fatty Jean. The two of you together just happen to be the word money." Qianlei was taken aback, "This seems to make a bit of sense. Do you agree?" Qianlei touched the fat gorilla beside him. The fat gorilla looked at him, then looked at Lan Xuanyu, suddenly shrank its head, and then nodded. "It seems to be a little afraid of you, it doesn't dare to refute your words." Dong Qianxiu looked at Lan Xuanyu in surprise. Lan Xuanyu scratched his head, he didn't know why this little thing was a little afraid of him. "Okay, then it's settled. I am Fatty Qian, and you will be Fatty Jean from now on." Fatty Jean, not bad, it's quite affectionate. Qianlei's mood finally improved. He put his arm around Fatty Jin's shoulder. "In the future, we will be good brothers who depend on each other. You have to become stronger as soon as possible." Fatty Jean glanced at him blankly, then lowered its head and continued to eat and drink. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and said, "Fatty, I'll give you a suggestion." When he shouted Fatty, not only did Qianlei raise his head, but Fatty Jean, who had just been named, also raised its head. It was really smart. Lan Xuanyu was a little surprised. After all, this little guy was still a young beast. What suggestion? Qianlei didn't notice this and only stared at Lan Xuanyu, waiting for his suggestion. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and said, "Didn't Master Shu say that we can give this little guy water from Sea God Lake? Sea God Lake's water is so expensive, then I have a good idea. Fatty Jean can eat so much, and you said that when it absorbs life energy, its stomach is like a bottomless pit. That is to say, the amount of Sea God Lake water it needs at one time is probably not a small amount. Then, we might as well try it once and directly take it to See God Lake to see how much it can drink. Firstly, we can test the total amount it absorbs and determine how much life energy it needs. Secondly, if it can drink more than 30 liters of See God Lake water, we will make a profit. Spend 3 yellow emblems to cultivate at See God Lake? Qianlei immediately understood what he meant. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Qianlei hesitated, but 30 liters, can it drink that much? Its stomach capacity is always limited, right? Lan Xuanyu said in annoyance, it ate so much in such a short time, can a normal stomach hold it? At this time, there were more than a dozen basins on the table in front of Qianlei. Those were basins. Fatty Jean, who was only about 1 meter tall, shouldn't be able to eat a basin if it was only calculated according to the size of its stomach. Qianlei said with a distressed expression, that's 3 yellow emblems. I'm a little reluctant. Lan Xuanyu said, you can't catch the wolf without risking the child. If it can drink a lot of See God Lake water, we will make a profit. If this can cause its body to evolve and let it at least have a certain ability to help you, we will make even more. We have already invested so much, and the Ivy of Life bag is gone, so what's the point? I'll give you the emblems. It just so happens that I'm going there to cultivate today, so you can come with me. Fatty Jean is one with you, so when you reach See God Lake, you can summon it again. Besides, don't forget, didn't you lose a lot of life force? Is there anything better than cultivating in See God Lake? Not only can it drink the lake water, but you can also absorb life energy. In my opinion, it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Even if it's a loss, it won't be too much. After Lan Xuanyu calculated for Qianlei, Qianlei suddenly felt relieved and gritted his teeth. Okay, let's do it. You don't have to give me the emblems. Isn't that storage gold coin worth 5 million Federation coins? 3 yellow emblems are 600,000 Federation coins, I can still afford it. Fatty Jean, you have to drink as much as you can when the time comes. Isn't your stomach a bottomless pit? Don't embarrass yourself then. Fatty Jean leaned his head close to him and rubbed it against his face. Although this guy occupied one of Qianlei's soul rings, he was indeed very close to Qianlei. Hearing this, Qianlei's mood improved a lot when it stepped on the ground. Alright, let's go eat something, and then it's time to go to class. Lan Mengqin stood up to get food. Of course. As for Fatty Jean, she was more curious about him. As for Qianlei, she was a little gloating. She didn't know why, but she just didn't like Qianlei. She had also heard about Lu Feng's martial soul second evolution, but she wasn't jealous. She had twin martial souls, and both of them were top-notch. As long as she could cultivate her 2 martial souls well, she would definitely be a top-notch soul master with her own martial soul fusion technique. After breakfast, Qianlei recalled Fatty Jean, and the 4 of them went to class together. Today, everyone in their team was finally here, and Lu Feng came a little later than them. It was very different from yesterday. Today, Lu Feng looked energetic and excited. It was obvious that last night's cultivation had quite good results. Fatty, why are your eyes swollen? Lu Feng saw Qianlei's red eyes and asked doubtfully. Beer. Qianlei turned his head and ignored him. Lu Feng said earnestly, don't think so much. Sometimes, fate can't be explained. Yes. Moreover, your summoning coin has much more potential than my original white dragon spear. Can't you fuse with your own summoned beast and have some of its abilities? You will definitely be stronger than me in the future. Hurry up and work hard to fix it. Break through to 3 rings and try to get a stronger 3rd soul skill. When the time comes, your strength will definitely take a qualitative leap. Lu Feng was indeed advising him, but when he heard him mention a 3rd soul skill, Qianlei couldn't help but feel sad and almost cried. Go away. Lu Feng said angrily, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. Lan Xuanyu tried hard not to laugh out loud. Suddenly, he had an idea. Fatty Qian, what Madman said makes sense. Fatty Jean should be considered your summoned beast, right? When it first awakened, it fused with your body. Go back and try to summon it. Then, take the initiative to fuse with it. Maybe after the fusion, you will have the ability to appear. Qianlei was stunned. Can I? Lan Xuanyu said, what's the harm in trying? Xianlei held back his grief. Okay, I'll try it later. Lu Feng was a little confused. What fatty gene? Lan Xuanyu saw that Xiaoqi had already entered the classroom and said, I'll tell you later. Get ready for class. Before class starts today, I'll assign you some tasks. It's been a few days since school started, so I'm sure you've already thought about what you're good at and what you want to do in the future. Making your battle armor can't be delayed, you must start early. So, I'll give you 3 more days to choose the secondary profession you want to learn, and then you will start learning and practicing secondary professions to prepare for making your one-word battle armor. Xiaoqi said in a deep voice on the podium. Listening to his words, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but frown. Yes, it's time to choose a secondary profession. At the beginning of school. After that, because of the increase in vitality, plus the cultivation in the sea god lake, and so many things happened, he really didn't care about this aspect. He hadn't tried various secondary professions at all, let alone know what he should do. What should he choose? Have you tried it? Lan Xuanyu asked Qianlei beside him. Qianlei nodded and said, I've tried it. I choose design. My spiritual power is high. It should be okay. Madman chose to inscribe the core array. He has patience and is also interested in this aspect. The array hand is stable and fast. What about you, boss? Lan Xuanyu said with a wry smile, I haven't chosen yet. I haven't even tried it yet. Qianlei lowered his voice and said, the 3 of us are the closest. In the future, it's best not to ask others for help when making battle armors. Even Dong Qianqiu and Lan Mengqin are the same. These girls have a lot of thoughts. Who knows who will control us in the future, so it's best for the 3 of us to choose one of the 3 secondary professions. Now we only lack forging. Well, since you don't have any direction, why don't you choose forging? I remember that your strength is good, and your comprehension is not bad. I heard from the teacher that forging requires enough strength and patience, but the most important thing is comprehension. Therefore, your divine power can't be weak. I think you can do it. Lan Xuanyu was speechless for a while. So you guys are helping me choose? Qianlei chuckled and said, aren't we thinking that we can't do forging? Boss, you can do it. Capable people do more work. Forging is the most basic of the secondary professions, but it is also the most difficult. It is not something that can be made into a master through boring practice. Ordinary forging is not difficult, but it is not easy to become a blacksmith who can forge the materials needed to make powerful battle armors. Okay, then I'll choose this one. Lan Xuanyu was too lazy to choose again. Moreover, Qianlei's words made sense. The 3 of them were the closest. If the 3 of them each chose a direction, it would be the easiest for them to make battle armors in the future. Forging, it's settled, the silver-white spaceship flew at a steady speed in space. In the luxurious first-class cabin, Prince Yu stood in front of the window habitually, holding a glass of mineral water in his hand and sipping it. He drank it in small sips. You're really boring. Yu Qingling stood beside him with a glass of champagne. What's wrong? Prince Yu looked at her with some confusion. Yu Qingling said, isn't it boring to only drink plain water? It's better to drink some wine. Maybe he will spit out the truth after drinking. Yu Qingling naturally said the last sentence in her heart. She had accepted her fate now. She did not deny that she liked this guy in front of her, but this family water always gave people a sense of distance. It was like this to everyone, including her. The only time she saw this guy smile knowingly, it seemed that the sense of distance disappeared. It was that moment when he held the child and sang. At that time, she felt his heartfelt happiness. I'd better drink water. It's good to drink water. Prince Yu said with a smile. Yu Qingling snorted. Up to you. By the way, you have never thought of coming to the mother planet before. Why did you come to the mother planet this time? The company has long wanted you to perform in Mingdu. Mingdu's dath officials and dignitaries are the most, and the appearance fees are astronomical. By the way, do you know how much money you have now? Prince Yu laughed and said, what does it matter if I know or not? Don't you know how to manage it well? Yu Qingling was a little angry. Am I your mother? You throw everything to me. Aren't you afraid that I will die of exhaustion? Will you be afraid that I will take away all your money one day? Prince Yu shook his head. I'm not afraid. You saved me. Without you, I wouldn't have walked on this path. To me, money is useless. It was originally yours, so you can use it as you wish. Since it's all yours, why do you want to take it away? Why don't you continue to help me? That way, you can have more money. Yu Qingling stared at him blankly. What he said seemed to make sense. He was like this, always like this. Other than that sense of distance, he was indeed the best to her. He had never doubted her. Other than a few rare times, he would do whatever she asked him to do. Even the work was arranged by her. Usually, as long as she did not say anything, he would not even ask for a rest or a vacation. This time, it was rare that he took the initiative to come to the mother planet to perform. Speaking of which, this guy was really quite obedient. Because of this, Yu Qingling did not know how many times she wanted to flare up at him. However, every time she saw his sapphire eyes and his smile, she could not get angry. Forget it, forget it. Even if I waste all my youth on him, it's worth it. Furthermore, as long as one has money, living for 300 to 500 years isn't a big problem. I'm still young. I'll spend all my time with him. I don't believe that he won't be tempted. Speaking of which, does this guy have some kind of hidden illness? Kiki. Tang Lu, I have a question for you. Prince Yu looked at her suspiciously. What question? Yu Qingling blushed. Have you ever had a girlfriend? Prince Yu was stunned by her question. Girlfriend? Have I ever had a girlfriend? His eyes suddenly became perplexed. Suddenly, a painful expression flashed across his eyes. At that moment, a memory fragment flashed across his mind. He seemed to have seen a flash of silver. Yes, it was a silvery white figure. The next moment, his head suddenly started to hurt. His body became restless, as if a strange aura was about to burst out. His body swayed, and he raised his hand to support himself on the wall in front of him. Tang Lu, what's wrong? Yu Qingling was shocked and quickly supported him. Prince Yu's face was pale. He stood there, and a faint halo flashed in his eyes. After a while, he gradually returned to normal. He stood up straight and sighed. I'm fine. It's an old problem. He had always had a headache. This secret was only known to Yu Qingling. Yu Qingling quickly took the cup in his hand. I'll get you another cup of hot water. Your question just now, Prince Yu looked at her back and muttered. I remember a little. I think I have a girlfriend. Yu Qingling's body stiffened, and the cup in her hand almost slipped. She suddenly turned around. You have a girlfriend? Where is she? I don't know. I can't remember. Prince Yu smiled bitterly. Yu Qingling didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness. He has a girlfriend? Where is that woman? Heaven Do Star. Nana habitually strolled along the lakeside of the academy. Back then, Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu had fought here. Her long silver hair was draped behind her head, swaying gently with the breeze. After so many years, she was still as beautiful as ever. Her appearance had not changed in the slightest, which made all the females in the academy envious. But for some reason, no matter who it was, they couldn't feel jealous of her. She lived a peaceful and repetitive life every day. She went to class, took a walk, and ate only a little bit of food. The rest of the time, she stayed in her residence and rarely went out. Teacher Xingyonan had confessed to her. The Federation's people in charge of monitoring her didn't stop him. It was not a bad thing for such a special person to truly integrate into society. However, Nana kept her distance from the male teachers and did not give anyone a chance. Once, a male teacher's pursuit was a little extreme. He gave her the latest limited edition Soul Guidance sports car. This sports car could even fly in space for a short period of time. Nana declined, but the male teacher insisted that she accept it and pestered her in every possible way. In the end, Nana was helpless. She waved her hand and that Soul Guidance sports car turned into a cloud of powder under the stupefied gaze of the male teacher, which scattered with the wind. The Federation's monitoring personnel immediately appeared and took the male teacher away. They also secretly warned in the academy that no one was allowed to get too close to Nana. Only then was the incident resolved. From then on, Nana's life became even more peaceful, or rather, even more lonely. I wonder how Xianyu and Xianxia are doing. Nana muttered to herself. She looked at the lake in front of her and a trace of emotion finally appeared in her beautiful purple eyes. Yes, I haven't seen them for a long time. I want to see them, but I can't just leave this place. She could obviously feel that someone was watching her from not far away. If she didn't have any scruples in her heart, if she wasn't worried that Xianyu would be implicated by her, perhaps she would have left this place long ago. However, even if she left, she didn't know where to go. They were at Shrek Academy. She didn't know why, but every time she thought of this name, her emotions would fluctuate a little. When she had the chance in the future, she should really go there and take a look. Maybe she would be able to remember something. It didn't matter. What was the point of remembering something? She should ask Xianyu when they would be on vacation. When they were on vacation, they might be able to come back and take a look. Thinking of this, Nana's face unconsciously revealed a faint smile. Shrek Academy. After a morning of classes, Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng were pulled back to the dormitory by Qianlei. The purpose of going back was very simple. Qianlei wanted to try if he could fuse with Fatty Jean and see if new abilities would appear. Lan Mengqin and Dong Qianxia were also very interested and followed along. Everyone went directly to the cultivation room of Qianlei's dormitory, and Qianlei released Fatty Jean again. After eating and drinking this morning, Qianlei found that Fatty Jin's absorption of his vitality had obviously decreased after eating and drinking to its heart's content. This meant that if it wasn't at Shrek Academy but somewhere else, as long as it was given enough food, it could offset most of its consumption of vitality. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Fatty Jean looked up at Fatty Qian. It was very cute. Can the two of us fuse? Fatty Jean, let's give it a try. Qianlei asked tentatively. Fatty Jean was a little dazed. Qianlei looked at Lan Xuanyu and said, "It doesn't seem to understand what I mean by fuse." Lan Xuanyu said, "Then show it. Let it see it once and it should understand. This little guy is quite smart." Lu Feng had already heard about Qianlei's tragic experience on the way back. At this moment, he also said sympathetically, "Yes, show it how you do it first." Qianlei said, "Okay. Xianyu, help me. If the summoned beast is too weak, it doesn't seem to be able to fuse." Qianlei flicked his finger and a coin of summoning appeared. His first soul skill was released, and the gate of summoning opened not far from Fatty Jean. Lan Xuanyu threw out a silver-patterned blue-silver grass and wrapped it around the gate of summoning. Immediately, a layer of silver light appeared on the gate of summoning. Fatty Jean stared at the gate of summoning with wide eyes, and even covered its mouth with its front paws like a human. It subconsciously took a few steps back, seemingly a little afraid. With a low roar, a 100-year velociraptor rushed out of the gate of summoning. Qianlei's current spiritual power was much stronger than before, and his control over 100-year soul beasts was also much stronger. He immediately communicated with the 100-year velociraptor through his spiritual power and prepared to fuse with it. Fusing with the velociraptor could greatly increase his speed and give him some of the velociraptor's innate abilities. But at this moment, a scene that they never expected appeared. The moment the velociraptor appeared, the previously timid Fatty Jean suddenly widened its eyes. Then, in the center of its brown eyes, the golden pupils changed. Lan Xuanyu had been watching Fatty Jean the whole time. He originally wanted to see how good Fatty Jean's learning ability was, but what he saw was a scene that he didn't expect at all. Fatty Jean's golden pupils instantly turned blood red, and a strong tyrannical aura was released from its body. For the first time, Lan Xuanyu knew what it meant to fill the pupils with blood. Fatty Jean suddenly leaped forward and pounced directly at the velociraptor. The golden fur on Fatty Jean's body was dyed with a touch of light red. Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt the colorful gem on his chest heat up, and the anger that had appeared before reappeared. What surprised Lan Xuanyu even more was that the velociraptor also felt the aura from Fatty Jean at this time. The moment it turned its head and saw Fatty Jean, It seemed to be unable to display its best speed. Its legs went soft, and with a plop, it fell directly to the ground. Fatty Jean pounced forward with a leap, opened its mouth and bit at the velociraptor's neck. Although this velociraptor was not very strong among the earth dragons, it was more than 3 meters long, slender, and had tough skin. Fatty Jean's not too long fangs couldn't break its skin and were bounced off. Fatty Jean was obviously stunned for a moment, and its blood-red pupils instantly turned back to gold, but soon blood filled its pupils again, and it opened its mouth to bite. Strangely enough, the velociraptor didn't resist at all. Instead, it lay there trembling, letting Fatty Jean bite it. Fatty Jean bit, without the slightest intention of dodging or running away. This scene stunned Lan Xuanyu and the others. What's going on? Fatty Jean didn't have the slightest soul power, nor did it have any powerful innate ability. They were completely sure of it. But why did the velociraptor have such a reaction when it saw Fatty Jean? Dragon-type soul beasts were also afraid of Lan Xuanyu, but it was a respectful fear because their bloodline would be suppressed by Lan Xuanyu. Being suppressed by Lan Xuanyu didn't seem like the situation in front of them. Seeing Fatty Jean, the velociraptor seemed to have lost its soul, allowing Fatty Jean to rampage on its body. It didn't dare to dodge at all. What's going on? Lu Feng looked at Qianlei in surprise. I don't know either. Qiando was also stunned, he really didn't know. Why did Fatty Jean suddenly change his appearance? It can intimidate the dragon race. There should be a dragon bloodline in my bloodline, so I felt it when I saw it in the morning, but the feeling wasn't too strong. This velociraptor's bloodline should be relatively weak, but it was actually frightened to this extent. It seems that Fatty Jean is really extraordinary, Lan Xuanyu said sincerely. If it wasn't extraordinary, how could it frighten a 100-year velociraptor that wasn't weak? What should we do? Qianlei asked in a panic. Lan Xuanyu said, try to communicate with Fatty Jean and make it stop. The experiment still had to be done. Now we can at least be sure that Fatty Jean has a suppressive effect on dragon-type soul beasts, but we don't know if this suppression comes from his bloodline or something else. If you're able to fuse with it later, then feel it well. Well. Okay. Qianlei glared. Fatty Jean, stop messing around. As he spoke, he stepped forward, grabbed the back of Fatty Jean's neck, and pulled it up. Fatty Jean only struggled for a moment. When he raised his head to look at Qianlei, the blood-red color in his eyes suddenly faded and returned to gold. Lan Xuanyu had been staring at it carefully, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the scene. No matter how great Fatty Jean's potential was, if it didn't listen to Qianlei's orders, it would lose control at any time. Then it would be impossible for it to become Qianlei's help. He really had to find a way to solve it. Otherwise, would it be an unstable factor? If it was really strong, what would happen if it turned on its master? When Fatty Jean turned his head to look at the velociraptor again, he was still a little unwilling, and struggled a few times in Qianlei's arms. Stop messing around. Boss, help me hold it first. With that, Qianlei stuffed Fatty Jean into Lan Xuanyu's arms. When Fatty Jean reached Lan Xuanyu's arms, Lan Xuanyu clearly felt that his colorful gem had become hot, and then Fatty Jean's body trembled. It turned its head to look at Lan Xuanyu, and there was obviously some fear in its golden pupils, and then it stopped struggling. Qianlei walked in front of the velociraptor and kicked it. After Fatty Jean removed the blood-filled pupil state, the velociraptor was already a little better, and Qianlei didn't need to spend too much effort to quickly complete the fusion with it. Qianlei's body quickly became a little slender, and the sharp and thin scales belonging to the velociraptor appeared on the surface of his skin. His whole body seemed to have become lighter. Fatty Jean, did you see that? I can fuse with other soul beasts like this, can I do it with you? Qianlei asked Fatty Jean while fusing with the velociraptor. Fatty Jean looked at him in a daze, and then waved its claws, showing a disgusted expression. Qianlei's body flashed, and he separated from the velociraptor. The velociraptor didn't look back, and disappeared into the gate of summoning. Qianlei withdrew the gate of summoning, looked at Fatty Jean, who had returned to his cute appearance, and asked again, can you do it? If you can't, there will be no food for you tonight. Fatty Jean curled its lips in grievance, looking like it was about to cry. I'll give you food, don't cry. I'm just asking you if you can do it. Qianlei suddenly felt a little distressed. No. He didn't know why, but when Fatty Jean wanted to cry, he also had the urge to cry. Fatty Jean opened its arms, as if wanting a hug. Qianlei walked helplessly to Lan Xuanyu and hugged it. Fatty Jean hugged Qianlei's neck with all its strength, and the moment it hugged him, suddenly, a golden light lit up on Fatty Jean and Qianlei's bodies at the same time. In the next moment, the two changed together. Fatty Jean turned into a ray of light and quietly merged into Qianlei's body. At this time, Qianlei's body was in the shaking shadow. There were changes. Out. First of all, he grew a full head taller, and his body changed again like a balloon. The second layer of golden fur came out. Even his eyes had become exactly the same as Fatty Jin's from before. In this state, golden light flickered in his pupils. The result of the fusion of the two fatties is. Lu Feng was dumbfounded, and said, becoming a big fat man? Lan Xuanyu added, Fatty Jean plus Fatty Qian equals Fatty Qian. Yes, at this time, Qianlei had become a big fat man, and his height was almost the same as an adult. With his golden fur, he looked like a fat barbarian. Lan Xuanyu noticed that his palms had become a little bigger. Fatty, what's the change? Lan Xuanyu asked. Qianlei said in a muffled voice, the fusion time seems to be much longer than the usual fusion with other soul beasts. I think it's not a problem to last for 3 to 5 minutes. Also, my strength seems to have become a little stronger. Do you want to try? Okay. Lan Xuanyu agreed, took a step forward, and punched Qianlei. Among the three of them, he was the strongest, and this came from his bloodline and physique. Qianlei's right hand slapped out and collided with Lan Xuanyu's fist. With a bang, Lan Xuanyu took 2 steps back. He only felt a strong vibration coming from Qianlei's right palm, which was covered with golden fur. One had to know that when he was in the elite junior class, his strength was one of the best in class. After the fusion of the two bloodlines, his strength had improved greatly. Qianlei looked at his palm. My strength has increased by a lot. Somewhat interesting. Let's try the others. Do you feel anything else? Lan Xuanyu asked. It feels wronged. After the fusion, I can understand its intentions. It told me that its food ran away, and it wants to eat that velociraptor just now. Qianlei said with a strange expression. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up, that's why practice is the only standard to test the truth. If we don't try it, we will know its characteristics now. Its future is definitely promising. If the subdragon feels fear towards it, then it must be afraid of its aura. Is there anything else? It just said that it was hungry and wanted to eat. There's nothing else. Qianlei was a little helpless, and then he also moved his body. He found that not only had he become stronger, but his jumping ability had also increased, and his whole body was full of power. It was just that he still needed to go through detailed tests to know how much he had improved. At least, Fatty Jean was not completely useless. His mood was finally a little better. Boss, let's go tonight and cultivate at Sea God Lake. I've made up my mind. Anyway, I've already paid so much for it, so it doesn't matter if I get the last 3 yellow emblems. Last? Lan Xuanyu took a deep look at him. If it had any effect, this would not be the last. He had a hunch that this Fatty Jean was definitely a big money grubber. Fatty Jean would have to worry about it in the future. After removing the fusion state with Fatty Jean, Qianlei clearly felt that he didn't consume much energy. Gold. Fatty Jean was the same, but he was hungrier. This guy can eat when he's hungry, and can also devour vitality. In the afternoon, I asked for leave from my teacher, and I plan to try forging to see if it suits me. What about you guys? Lan Xuanyu asked. Qianlei said with a wry smile, I'll take Fatty Jean to eat again later, so that it won't suck my life away. Strength. Then I'll go to my teacher to cultivate my spiritual power and report about Fatty Jean. Lan Mengqin said, I'm going back to meditate. Lu Feng said, I'm going to find my teacher to learn in the afternoon, mainly to adapt to my new martial soul. Dong Qianqiu looked at Lan Mengqin, then shifted his gaze to Lan Xuanyu. I'm also interested in forging, I'll go with you. Huh? Lan Xuanyu looked at Dong Qianqiu in surprise. Lan Mengqin and Qian Lei's gazes also became a little strange. They looked at Dong Qianqiu and then at Lan Xuanyu. After coming to Shrek Academy, Lan Xuanyu had always felt that Dong Qianqiu was more or less alienated from him, especially when Lan Mengqin teased them. She was always very shy and not as comfortable as when they first met. He did not expect that she would suddenly want to try forging with him. That sense of alienation seemed to disappear at this moment. Lan Mengqin said, "Do you want to learn forging? It's not suitable for us girls to learn this, right?" Dong Qianqiu said, "I'm just going to take a look, I don't have to learn." "Xianyu, why don't we go to the cafeteria to eat first, and then we'll go directly after?" "All right." Lan Xuanyu directly agreed. Qian Lei smiled and said, "Let's go together, let's go to the cafeteria together. Anyway, we have to eat, and the food in the cafeteria is cheap." The five of them went to the cafeteria together, and Fatty Jean once again showed his great appetite. Qian Lei felt that he didn't need to eat, just watching him eat made him feel full. After lunch, Qian Lei, Lu Feng, and Lan Mengqin left separately. Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianqiu went together. "Where should we go to try forging?" Dong Qianqiu asked Lan Xuanyu. "I think we should go to the Academy's forging club. All the secondary professions are learned in the form of clubs. Yes, we need to pay badges. But if we try, it seems to be free." Lan Xianyu had already inquired before, whether it was the design, forging, or inscription of the core array of battle armors. There was a special club for all of them. The academy would only teach the theory of battle armors. The students needed to learn the secondary professions themselves, and after mastering the secondary professions, they needed to help each other make the battle mirror. If it was in the other academies, under normal circumstances, they would ask a professional teacher to help make it. The price was high. But Shrek Academy didn't have this rule. The teachers would never help the students make the battle mirror. Only the students could help each other. The two walked side by side on the road of the academy. The sun was very good today. When the sun was full, the life energy from the direction of the eternal tree was naturally abundant. Although the two were young, their appearances were extremely outstanding. The students who passed by them would unconsciously look back and pay attention to them. "Why do you want to watch the forging with me? I remember that you seem to like designing." Lan Xuanyu asked Dong Qianqiu. Dong Qianqiu glanced at him. At this age, they were about the same height. "I just want to take a look, can't I? Or you don't want me to go with you?" Her beautiful eyes rolled and she glared at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was stunned and quickly shook his head, "No." "Then let's go quickly." With that said, Dong Qianqiu grabbed Lan Xuanyu's hand and sped up, striding towards their destination. Her hand was a bit cold, and her palm was slightly sweaty. She held it tightly and walked very fast. In a short time, she overtook Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was led forward by her, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. She took the initiative to pull my hand? What's going on? From the side, he could see that Dong Qianqiu's fair ears were already red, and her skin was tender. Her tender skin was shining under the sunlight, and her red ears were slightly transparent. Lan Xuanyu didn't speed up, but he was pulled forward by Dong Qianqiu, one in front and one behind. Shrek Academy was really too big. After walking for 5 minutes, they were still very far from their destination. "I'm sorry." Suddenly, Dong Qianqiu slowed down, and her ears weren't red. "Why are you sorry?" Lan Xuanyu asked. Dong Qianqiu didn't look at him, and only said, "When we first arrived at the academy, Sister Mengqin always teased me. I was a bit shy, so I deliberately kept a distance from you. I don't like other people talking about us." "I'm sorry." "You didn't do anything wrong." Lan Xuanyu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, but he could clearly feel that the thin barrier that had previously risen in his heart silently disappeared because of these 3 simple words. "You're right, I didn't do anything wrong in the first place." Dong Qianqiu suddenly turned around and looked at him with a sweet smile. Her eyes clearly carried a bit of playfulness. Then, she suddenly flung his hand away, let out a bell-like laugh, and turned to run. Lan Xuanyu was stunned, and immediately laughed. "That's right. This was Dong Xianxia, a little proud, cold, but somewhat close friend. And, at their age, they could only be good friends. Where are you running to? Lan Xuanyu quickened his pace and chased after her. Dong Qianxiu also quickly sped up, using the footwork that Nana taught her, and ran forward with large strides. Although Lan Xuanyu's physical fitness was far superior to his peers, there was indeed a gap between his cultivation and Dong Qianxiu's. Moreover, he could clearly feel that Dong Qianxiu's speed was faster than before. While running, her long dark blue hair fluttered behind her head, becoming more and more moving, like a dancing fairy. The two of them, one running and one chasing, seemed to shorten the distance. Not long after, they saw a pointed building. The scale of this building was not small, and was not much smaller than the outer court's main teaching building. A hammer was hanging at the door, and next to it were the words Shrek Blacksmiths Association. They had arrived at their destination. Dong Qianxiu stopped in her tracks, and turned to look at Lan Xuanyu. At this time, Lan Xuanyu had already rushed in front of her. He quickly braked, and almost bumped into her. Looking at his somewhat flustered appearance, Dong Qianxiu couldn't help but laugh. Are you stupid or not? It was hard for Dong Qianxiu to equate the somewhat embarrassed youth in front of him with the guy who was as intelligent as a demon in battle, but at this time, he seemed to be more adorable. It's because you're running so fast. How come you're so fast now? Are you infected by that lunatic? Lan Xuanyu said with some shame and annoyance. Dong Qianxiu snorted, and said, who needs to be infected by him? I have 4 rings. Lan Xuanyu was stunned, you have 4 rings already? He had finally gotten close to the 3rd ring with great difficulty. He originally thought that he would be able to catch up to Dong Qianxiu, but he didn't expect that after not seeing him for a day, he would already have 4 rings. Qian Lei and Lu Feng were now also 3 rings, but he was still the one with the worst soul power. Looking at his somewhat helpless expression, Dong Qianxiu suddenly said softly, it's okay, don't worry. Your talent is very good. You'll catch up soon. Of course. Lan Xuanyu straightened his chest. He had no doubt about his talent now. He was a man favored by the dragon gods and had dragon scales on his body. So what if he had 2 rings? If he released the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, even if he met Tang Yuga again, he would still be able to fight head-on, right? Dong Qianxiu curled his lips, arrogant guy. Okay, I'm leaving. You can go and learn forging by yourself. Didn't you want to come with me to take a look? Lan Xuanyu looked at her with some surprise. Who's going with you? Forging is such a rough thing, how can it be suitable for us girls? And I'll definitely sweat, I'll dislike you. I'm leaving. With that, she suddenly kicked Lan Xuanyu, then turned around and ran away with a smile. Although Lan Xuanyu reacted immediately and raised his hand to catch her, he still caught empty air. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and shouted, if you have the ability, then keep leading. Wait for me to catch up with you, humph. Dong Qianxiu turned back and made a face at him as he ran. Then, he sped up and ran away. Looking at her back as she left, Lan Xuanyu suddenly realized one thing. She came here just to accompany him. She even apologized to him and explained the distance between them earlier. His heart couldn't help but feel warm, and he was in a good mood. He was in a good mood, and his entire person seemed to have become somewhat transparent. Walking into the Shrek Blacksmiths Association, the place looked very simple and crude, but as soon as Lan Xuanyu entered the door, he felt a kind of rigid style. On the wall on the left, which was about 10 meters tall, there were pictures of various types of metals. There were annotations below each piece. The name, place of origin, and characteristics of the metal were annotated. On this wall, there were probably thousands of descriptions of rare metals. As expected of the Blacksmiths Association, familiarizing oneself with the characteristics of various rare metals was definitely the first thing a blacksmith had to face. Just like learning battle armor design, one had to memorize the patterns of various soul arrays. This was the foundation. The entire hall of the Blacksmiths Association was made of metal at a glance. On one side was a reception counter, and there were some young men who looked to be 17 or 18 years old sitting inside. They should also be students. Junior, are you here to learn forging? a tall and strong young man greeted him. "Hello, senior. I'm Lan Xuanyu, a first-year student. I want to try forging and see if I'm suitable." Lan Xuanyu immediately explained his purpose for coming. "All right. Then follow me." The young man chuckled and patted Lan Xuanyu's shoulder. His palm was strong, at least that was what Lan Xuanyu felt. It hurt him, but fortunately, his bones were still strong. Seeing the young man walk straight in, Lan Xuanyu hurriedly followed. "Senior, don't we need to register or something?" "No need. Your school uniform and soul communicator can prove that you are indeed from our academy. Aren't you just going to give it a try? You might not even join us, so registering is a waste of time. It won't be too late to register when you're sure you want to join." "What you said makes sense, it's really efficient." Lan Xuanyu realized that he seemed to like the style here. "That's right, why waste time? It was best to go straight to the point." As the young man walked, he didn't forget to teach earnestly, "Junior. Our academy's time is tight and our missions are urgent. Unless you've already entered the inner court in advance, every minute needs to be cherished. I'm also helping you save time. Of course, it's also for myself." After going upstairs, the young man led Lan Xuanyu directly to a room on the second floor. The door was also made of metal, and what shocked Lan Xuanyu was that the door was very thick, more than half a foot. The room wasn't big, only about 20 square meters. A forging table was placed in the center, occupying 10 square meters. On the other side was a shelf with more than a dozen kinds of metals, each about 1/8 of a cubic foot. It wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either. Different rare metals emitted different lusters. This was Lan Xuanyu's first time seeing rare metals up close, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. The young man said, "Choose one that you like, and then try it out. Forging is actually nothing, it's just forging." Lan Xuanyu thought to himself, it's really simple and crude. However, it was his first time trying to forge, and he really wanted to find his own feeling. He suddenly felt that this was quite good. The senior didn't explain too much, so it wouldn't interfere with his judgment. Whether he liked it or not, it would depend on his own attempts. While thinking, he also browsed through the metals in front of him. There were more than a dozen pieces of metal with different colors. Some were silver, some were dark gold, some were black, and some were crimson. Some had faint cloud patterns on them, some had specks of light on them, and some had nothing on them. They just looked simple. After just glancing around, Lan Xuanyu's gaze fell on a piece of silver-white metal. This piece of metal seemed to have many silver reflections on it. Although it didn't have a strong luster, for some reason, Lan Xuanyu was immediately attracted to it at first glance. It was as if there was a voice in the dark telling him to choose this piece of metal. Subconsciously, he picked up this piece of metal. It was very heavy. Compared to its size, it was really heavy. Heavy silver. It's a good choice, the young senior said with a smile. This piece of metal is called heavy silver. Lan Xuanyu didn't know anything about rare metals. He just looked at the small but heavy thing in his hand curiously. "Give it to me, I'll teach you." The senior waved to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly took the heavy silver and walked over. Taking the heavy silver in his hand, the young senior stuck it in a slot on the forging table. "There's a button here, see? Before forging, you need to heat the metal so that it has better ductility and plasticity. The process of forging, especially during the elementary forging, is mainly to remove the impurities in the metal. To purify the metal. We usually say that it's 100 refined to purify and 1000 refined to temper the soul. In other words, at least 100 times of folding and forging are needed to make a piece of metal have enough purity. After the 1000 refinements, the metal will undergo a qualitative change, and there's even a possibility that it has its own soul. Of course, this is all far away from you. You don't have to think too much about it for the first time. After the metal is heated, you can try striking it yourself and see if you like it or if you have any insights." Lan Xuanyu nodded silently. Under the senior's guidance, he pressed the button. Suddenly, a hole appeared on the forging table, and the piece of heavy silver slowly sank. A blazing aura also rushed over. Below the forging table was the furnace, which was indeed very convenient. Our forging tables are very intelligent. They will calcine different metals according to their melting points. They will smelt them to the most suitable temperature for forging, and then they will automatically rise. You can start forging. Here, take it. As he spoke, the senior took a forging hammer and handed it to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu took the forging hammer, and the expression on his face suddenly became serious. When he held the forging hammer, the patterns on the handle fit his fingers. To him, the forging hammer was a little big. After all, he was still young and his body had not fully developed. The forging hammer was also heavy, but with Lan Xuanyu's strength, it was naturally not a problem for him to control it. The young man no longer spoke and retreated to the side, ready to watch him forge. Whether or not a soul master had a talent for forging could often be seen from the first time they forged something. People with talent would naturally show differences from ordinary people. Not long after the smelting, the forging table cracked again, and the red-hot heavy silver slowly rose and was pushed to the forging table by the sliding rails. Suddenly, the temperature of the entire room rose. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and looked at the heavy silver with rapt attention. Although it was his first time forging, he had heard that one had to concentrate and use one's mental power to feel the changes in the metal during the forging process. This change often determined the success rate of the forging, and also determined the methods used in the subsequent forging. He could feel that the originally hard heavy silver had softened. As soon as this thought appeared, Lan Xuanyu moved. He raised the hammer in his hand and smashed it down, hitting the heavy silver in front of him. In the eyes of the young man next to him, there was no pattern to his hammer, not even the way he used force. Wrong. However, he swung the hammer very decisively, obviously using all his strength. With a loud dang, Lan Xuanyu only felt a strong force coming, shaking his palm until it was hot. The web between his thumb and forefinger went numb. But the bloodline power in his body operated on its own, dissolving this rebound force in a flash. Bang! And the heavy silver in front of him caved in under his full-strength hammer. Your strength is not bad. The young man praised. Lan Xuanyu used the rebound force to raise the forging hammer in his hand again, and then smashed it down again. With another loud dang, the heavy silver was hammered into sparks. Vaguely, Lan Xuanyu seemed to feel that some changes had occurred inside the heavy silver. He couldn't tell what this change was, but he was sure that this change was good. The forging hammer was raised and smashed again. Again and again, firm and determined. Lan Xuanyu didn't know how to forge, but anyone could do simple hammering. Lan Xuanyu hammered down again and again, watching the heavy silver gradually being smashed flat. He silently felt the changes in the heavy silver in front of him. Yes, it changes all the time. The young man behind him crossed his arms in front of his chest and watched silently. Lan Xuanyu was the same as the majority of people who had never forged before. He simply used the forging hammer to smash. However, after looking at it for a while, he began to be moved. Lan Xuanyu was indeed simply hammering, but every time his forging hammer fell, the strength was actually about the same. One had to know that not everyone could keep hammering at full strength. The recoil of a forging hammer, it was very easy to injure one's muscles and bones. Although it was much better for a soul master to have the protection of his soul power, strength was not so easy to control. Shui had clearly used the power of metal every single time, but he was still able to keep it. What he wanted was his bet. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word. He kept staring at the heavy silver and hammered it. The cube of metal was gradually hammered into pieces by him, but he was still hammering. As the temperature of the heavy silver continued to drop, its hardness increased. The crimson color gradually disappeared. Lan Xuanyu discovered. He found that the heavy silver had become a little brighter after being hammered by him. He finally stopped and turned to look at the surprised young man. Senior, the heavy silver has changed. Does it mean that my forging is effective? The young man nodded silently. That's right, this means that the heavy silver's quality has increased under your forging. It has increased. The impurities have decreased. The process just now can be considered as a first forging. How is it? How does it feel to try it? Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment and said, I seem to be able to feel that it has been changing during the forging process, but I can't tell what the change is. Perhaps it's the reduction of impurities that you mentioned. In other words, if I 100 refined, I need to fold it and hammer it again, right? Until I complete it 100 times. The young man said, the so-called 100 refinement doesn't have to be forged 100 times, but to increase its purity to a certain extent. The meaning of 100 refinement is to reduce the impurities within it as much as possible. A piece of metal with almost no impurities can be considered 100 refined. That's why it's called 100 refined. Lan Xuanyu suddenly understood. Then I understand. Thank you, senior. I think I quite like forging. I like the feeling of focusing on it. It feels wonderful to focus on the changes in the metal. The young man gave him a thumbs up and said, not bad, not bad. Looking at your previous focused appearance, I think you are a good seedling to learn forging. Welcome to the Blacksmiths Association. As he spoke, he extended his wide palm to Lan Xuanyu. I can join just like that? Lan Xuanyu looked at him in surprise. The young man chuckled. Of course. What's so difficult about this? Let's get to know each other. My name is Yang Yingming. Everyone calls me Brother Yingming. You can call me that too. Hello, Brother Yingming. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly called out. Yang Yingming said, everyone joins the association because they like forging. So, if you want to join, there is only one standard, and that is to love forging. Since you think you like it, then you can join directly. But, what kind of blacksmith you can become depends on how much you put in for forging. Forging is battle armor. It is the most fundamental part. If the metal you forge is not good enough, it is useless no matter how good it is. So, we are battle armor. The root of it. You work hard. If the metal you forge in the future is good enough, you can sell it for money. It can be considered a way to make money. Listening to his explanation, forging seemed to have 100 benefits and no harm, but Lan Xuanyu still felt that something was wrong. He tentatively asked, Senior, then the metal we use when forging, especially the metal we use when practicing, is it provided by the association? Yang Yingming's face changed. How is that possible? The academy encourages self-reliance, so naturally you have to find your own way. You can use emblems to exchange for metals at the exchange office. I suggest you start forging with cheap metals. Then you have to hire a teacher to teach you. For a beginner like you, it is most cost-effective to hire seniors like us. I am already a third-rank blacksmith and can perform 1,000 refinements. It is enough to teach you, and the price is cheap. If you spend a white emblem, I can give you 3 lessons, and I guarantee that each lesson will be more than an hour. What do you think, Junior? Lan Xuanyu was dumbfounded. He looked at him and said, not only do you have to pay for metals, but you also have to pay to learn forging. Yang Yingming snorted. Of course, what do you think? All secondary professions require money to learn. Our Blacksmiths Association's tuition is still considered cheap. Designing and inscribing core arrays are more expensive, but the cost of their materials is relatively low. The materials used for designing are only for drawing blueprints, so the material cost is the lowest. For inscribing core arrays, you can use ordinary metals to practice. We are more miserable. We can only use rare metals to practice forging. Otherwise, we will never be able to grasp the characteristics of rare metals. The corner of Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. No wonder this person let him join the Blacksmiths Association without hesitation. Yes, it seemed that the association was a bit of a scam. In Shrek Academy, it was indeed difficult to move an inch without emblems. Senior, can I go back and think about it? Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. Yang Yingming said, of course you can. However, Junior, judging from your performance just now, you are indeed very suitable for forging. We can also save a bit and try a few more times for a piece of metal. Heavy silver is a good choice, the price is relatively cheap. Such a big piece of heavy silver, a white badge can be exchanged for 2 pieces, enough for you to practice for half a month. I'll teach you 3 classes, you can practice by yourself for a month, and then by my classes. Let me tell you, I'm about to reach the 4th rank. After I become a 4th rank blacksmith, the cost will definitely be higher. Understood. Lan Xuanyu nodded quickly. However, what he had to consider now was whether he really wanted to learn forging. After leaving the Shrek Blacksmith Association, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel helpless. He thought he had earned a lot of emblems, but he spent some on colorful gems, and he still needed 3 yellow emblems to go to Sea God Lake to cultivate later. If he learned forging again, he could hold on for a while, but there weren't many opportunities to earn emblems as smoothly as before. What should he do? Should he learn forging or not? He decided to ask Tang Zhenhua. He went straight to the Interstellar Center to explain his intentions. Tang Zhenhua said without hesitation, just forge. Although forging costs a lot of money, what your senior said is right. If you really have talent in this area, and if you have a high enough success rate, then you can still be self-sufficient in the future. When you become a 5th-rank blacksmith, in the future, the metal you forge will be in short supply, and can even be used as a stable source of income. As for the early stage, if that was the case, it would definitely take a period of time. This will depend on you to find a way to earn emblems. Xianxia now fully understood why Fatty Qian chose design. Design was the least expensive. Really? Those 2 brothers were really biased towards him, giving him the most expensive one. Lan Xuanyu sighed helplessly, then I'll give it a try. Teacher, I plan to go to Sea God Lake to cultivate tonight. Will you come with me? The corner of Tang Zhenhua's mouth twitched, and he said without hesitation, no, how can a mentor always follow his students? You can go by yourself. As long as no one is rushing you, you can cultivate in there for a while. Oh, okay. Seeing that Tang Zhenhua's expression didn't look right, and considering how Tang Zhenhua had ravaged him yesterday, Lan Xuanyu wisely chose to run away, saying that he was going back to adjust his condition and prepare for tonight's cultivation. After he left, Tang Zhenhua snorted. The place where he was beaten last time still hurt a little. However, this brat had absorbed quite a bit of life energy last time. Had he already digested it all? No wonder the life school of thought said that his affinity with life energy was high. After returning to his dormitory, Lan Xuanyu silently recalled his smithing process today, and more or less, he had some feelings in his heart. It's not bad. I do like the feeling of concentration. During that process, it seems that even my spiritual power is being forged. It should be helpful in improving my spiritual power. But it's really expensive. The first attempt was free, but after that, they would have to buy their own rare metals. He had to invite a teacher. Night fell. Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei, who had made an appointment, left the dormitory and walked towards the place where Lan Xuanyu had been last time. Guarding Sea God Lake was still Tang Yu, who Lan Xuanyu had seen last time. Seeing that he had come again, and even brought someone with him, Tang Yu immediately greeted him with a smile. Hello, Teacher Tang. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly said. You're welcome. Did you come to Sea God Lake to cultivate again? Have you completely absorbed the life energy you absorbed last time? Tang Yu asked with a smile. Yes, I've absorbed it all. Lan Xuanyu said. Tang Yu gave him a thumbs up. Great. Not bad, you really deserve to have a high affinity with life energy. You even brought a classmate with you this time? Yes, this is my classmate, Qianlei. He also wants to try cultivating in Sea God Lake. Lan Xuanyu said. Qianlei nodded repeatedly. Hello, Teacher Tang. Tang Yu smiled and said, okay, go ahead. However, the cost is set by the academy. There will be a record when you enter, so. Understood. Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei each took out 3 yellow emblems and handed them over. Tang Yu took the emblems and accepted them. Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei both felt distressed. Cultivating in Sea God Lake was really too expensive. This was definitely the most luxurious cultivation method in the outer court. Usually, very few people would come directly to Sea God Lake to cultivate. In Shrek Academy, 3 yellow emblems could do a lot of things. Even if it was used to learn forging, it was enough to last for several months. But here, they could only cultivate for an hour. Passing through the door guarded by Tang Yu, Qianlei's eyes suddenly widened. The extremely rich life energy here was definitely enough to shock him. Even when he was in Eternal Sky City before, he didn't feel this way. It seemed that Eternal Sky City deliberately controlled the concentration of life energy. But the life energy here was not controlled in any way. It was so rich that Qianlei felt as if he was soaking in a liquid, and the surface of his skin seemed to be moist. "Let's go, we can't waste a second." Lan Xuanyu pulled Qianlei and ran, and came to the place where he cultivated last time. Then he quickly took off his clothes and jumped onto a water lily as a demonstration. As soon as his body came into contact with the water of Sea God Lake, he almost moaned out of comfort. The feeling of being wrapped in life energy was really wonderful. There was no need for him to activate it at all. The vortex instantly accelerated and began to frantically absorb the life energy in the lake. Qianlei followed suit. His obsession with money was even higher than Lan Xuanyu's, so naturally he was even more unwilling to waste it. Fei quickly took off his clothes and jumped into the Sea God Lake. Under the scouring of the rich life energy, he suddenly felt his body relax. The life energy swallowed by Fatty Jean yesterday was quickly replenished. Qianlei was not polite and immediately opened his mouth to drink. This thing cost a white emblem per liter, so he had to drink as much as he could. At the same time, he quietly let Fatty Jean out. When Fatty Jean was just released, its body was underwater, and it suddenly felt a little suffocated. It was startled and began to struggle. However, in just a moment, it felt the beauty of Sea God Lake's water. Its eyes suddenly widened, and the hair all over its body seemed to become brighter under the scouring of the water of Sea God Lake. "Drink, drink, drink as much as you can. This is precious." Qianlei pulled it out of the water to let it catch its breath, and then whispered. Fatty Jean blinked and immediately understood. Its small eyes lit up, and it lowered its head and opened its big mouth. Qianlei only felt that his body seemed to sway forward, and in front of him, it was as if a small vortex had suddenly appeared. The water of Sea God Lake poured into Fatty Jean's body and was crazily swallowed by it. Its drinking speed was many times faster than his. While the two brothers were drinking water, Lan Xuanyu was already immersed in the perception of the changes in his bloodline. Unlike last time, after the reconciliation of the colorful gem, his two bloodlines merged into one, and this fusion also made them no longer conflict with each other. At this time, the rich life energy was injected into his body, and the first thing it replenished was his bloodline vortex. He only felt that his bloodline vortex was immediately filled up, and the colorful gem on his chest emitted a faint light. A warm feeling was injected into his body, and the life energy gathered in his bloodline vortex like rivers returning to the sea. The vortex rotated peacefully, and the speed of absorbing life energy seemed to be faster than last time. A faint rainbow-colored halo spread from his chest, and Lan Xuanyu could feel that his whole body was gradually becoming fuller under the infusion of life energy. Previously, under the influence of the rainbow-colored gem, when the two bloodlines fused, he immediately mobilized the fusion power through spiritual stimulation, causing the rainbow-colored scales to bloom, which exhausted the bloodline power in an instant. At that time, he didn't have a deep feeling of the bloodline fusion. But now, the feeling was completely different. He clearly felt that with the infusion of life energy, it was quickly transformed into his bloodline power, and these fused bloodline powers began to feed back and nourish his entire body. Every meridian and every bone was filled with a comfortable feeling under the nourishment of such energy. In the past, because the two bloodline powers collided with each other, Lan Xuanyu didn't dare to spread them all over his body. Instead, he unified them in the bloodline vortex in his chest, relying on the ingenious centrifugal force that Nana helped him to establish, so that these bloodline powers wouldn't interfere with each other and coexist peacefully. And now that the two were fusing with each other, there was no longer any conflict. Naturally, along with the circulation of his soul power, the nourishment effect of this bloodline power on the body was extremely strong. Almost in an instant, Lan Xuanyu felt that his body seemed to have completely turned into gold and silver. Even the rainbow-colored energy in the core of his bloodline was fluctuating between strong and weak as he breathed, and it seemed to be slowly strengthening under the circulation of his bloodline power. Although this process was extremely slow, it was better than when he could only release his own martial soul fusion. Lan Xuanyu had actually tried it himself. Along with the fact that he couldn't dual support at the same time to cause explosive changes to his teammates, he couldn't use the previous martial soul fusion skill by holding his hands. Instead, it should be the changes caused by the rainbow-colored scales. This was also considered a martial soul fusion skill. At present, although it didn't seem to be the kind of energy explosion, it was very likely to be stronger. What he needed to do now was to continuously strengthen his bloodline power so that he could gradually control this power and maintain it for a longer period of time. For example, he wanted to try how long he could maintain that state in the battle without using that power to mobilize the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. This required continuous trial and error. Through experiments, he would be one step closer to mastering his own abilities in that state. On his side, he was exuding a faint rainbow-colored halo, while on the other side, Fatty Qian's body was covered in golden light. Fatty Jean gulped down the water of the sea god's lake in large mouthfuls. Its small eyes became bright and golden light flowed on its body. Its stomach was like a bottomless pit. In just a short while, it had already drunk an unknown amount of sea god's lake water. And, at the same time, he was paying attention to how much Fatty Jin's Fatty Qian. And he was relieved. Although there was no way to calculate it specifically, in just a short while, Fatty Jean had already drunk more than 3 yellow emblems worth of wine. A yellow emblem could normally be exchanged for about 15 white emblems. If converted into federal coins, it was even equivalent to 20 white emblems. But after really coming here, Qianlei understood that his simple calculation was not right at all. Sea God Lake water and cultivating in it were two completely different concepts. There was definitely a reason why the difference between the two was so big. Being in Sea God Lake, he felt the vast and majestic life energy of the entire Sea God Lake. How could this be brought about by simply drinking water? The feeling of life energy squeezing into his body was something that simply drinking water couldn't produce. Therefore, cultivating here should be the most suitable for soul masters with powerful bloodlines or who focused on cultivating their bodies. The increase in physical strength often made it easy to get injured or the body's recovery ability couldn't keep up. Soaking in this Sea God Lake could not only greatly replenish one's life force, but also produce a powerful healing power. In just a short while, Qianlei had clearly felt that the life force he had lost before had been replenished, and his own life force had even become stronger. There was no doubt that if he could soak in this Sea God Lake often, he would definitely be able to prolong his life. The most important thing was that Fatty Jin's stomach was much bigger than he had imagined. It had probably drunk more than 60 liters now, right? Therefore, whatever he drank and absorbed after that were all profited from him. Finally, it didn't cheat him anymore. Was his luck going to change? Moreover, Qianlei felt it at this time. As Fatty Jean drank a large amount of Sea God Lake water, there was a faint aura gushing out of his body, quietly nourishing his body. His limbs and bones were incomparably smooth, and it was indescribably comfortable. He clearly felt that the functions of his whole body were quietly improving. This was completely opposite to Fatty Jin's previous absorption of his life force. In other words, Fatty Jean was feeding back to him while absorbing a large amount of life energy. This was undoubtedly a great thing. This Fatty Jean was really not a waste. It should be a little useful. Summoning Fatty Jean was different from summoning spirit souls, and the soul beasts summoned by his own summoning coin were also different. As long as it didn't fight, it would consume almost nothing. In other words, Fatty Jean could even follow him all the time. Maybe this was a life-bound summon beast? Fatty Jean, you have to grow up quickly. Tangyu leaned leisurely on his sofa, reading a book in his hand. This was an introduction to the latest alien discovery. He usually liked to read these things to pass the time. Although Lan Xuanyu's life affinity was extremely strong, he was still a freshman after all, and it would still take time for him to grow. He had sensed the little fatty just now, and it didn't seem to have a strong life affinity, so he didn't pay much attention to it. What Tangyu was thinking about now was when someone could replace him so that he could leave the academy to carry out missions. Staying here every day was really too boring. Closing the book, he stood up and stretched. Since his cultivation broke through rank 90 and he became a titled Douluo, his speed of improvement had obviously slowed down. Now he was working hard to improve his spirit soul, trying to promote all his soul rings to the 10,000-year black level. If he wanted to achieve more in the future, he needed to improve all aspects, especially the strength of his soul rings. All black soul rings could support him to cultivate to the rank 95 Hyper Douluo level, but if he wanted to reach the rank 99 limit Douluo level, he would probably have to cultivate at least 2 or 3 red 100,000-year soul rings. This process had already happened in the Shrek Academy, so he wasn't in a hurry. As long as he patiently polished himself, he still had a chance to reach the limit Douluo level in this life. As for the higher god rank, it would probably be too difficult. That wasn't something that could be achieved through pure cultivation, but also through great luck. However, his teacher said that the eternal tree had recovered, and its life energy had become stronger. It was the life core of the entire Douluo planet, and the life core would inevitably improve with its recovery, thus feeding the entire planet. And as a cultivator of the life school, they would definitely be able to obtain more benefits. Maybe, he really had the possibility of becoming a god. Thinking of this, Tang Yu couldn't help but feel a burst of heat in his heart. He turned and walked to the window, looking at the huge tree trunk in the sea god lake. The eternal tree, that was the supreme god in their hearts. Huh? Looking in the direction of the eternal tree, suddenly, Tang Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. What's with the colorful and golden colors on the lake? Not far outside the window, a faint multicolored light and a golden light shone together. That seems to be the place where Sea God Lake cultivates. Tang Yu hurriedly walked out of the room in surprise and came to the shore of Sea God Lake. Soon, he saw Lan Xuanyu, who was cultivating, and a combination of Fatty Qian and Fatty Jin beside him. Lan Xuanyu had a necklace hanging on his chest, exuding a faint 7-colored halo, which was where the multicolored light came from. With Tang Yu's cultivation, he could see at a glance that Lan Xuanyu today was different from the last time he came. Not only did the speed of absorbing life energy become faster than last time, but more importantly, he seemed to have a sense of harmony at this time. This was the sign of his qi, blood, and soul power becoming one. One must know that under normal circumstances, a soul master must at least cultivate to the 7-ring realm and have their own soul core before this kind of situation would occur. He hasn't got 3 rings yet, right? It is said that he is the one with the lowest soul power among the freshmen. This kid evolved again in just a few days? That multicolored gem is an extraordinary treasure at first glance. Where did he get it? If Lan Xuanyu's situation surprised him, it was still within his control. Then, when he saw Fatty Qian and Fatty Jin, he couldn't help but get angry. Fatty Jin was still drinking the water of Sea God Lake in big mouthfuls, as if there was no one else around. Although his small eyes saw Tang Yu, that was all he saw. Qian Lei was immersed in the refreshing baptism of life energy on his body at this moment, closing his eyes and looking like he was enjoying it. Oh, there's someone who was smuggled in? After so many years, you are the first one. Little fatty. Tang Yu ridiculed in an ambiguous tone. Qian Lei was startled, opened his eyes, and saw Tang Yu in front of him, then looked at Fatty Jin in front of him, and suddenly showed a bit of embarrassment. He raised his hand and pressed Fatty Jin's head down to the water, and said with a smile, "Teacher, this is my spirit soul, it is one with me. Do you think I'm stupid? Spirit souls are energy bodies, you think I can't see that you have a physical body? Have you ever heard of a spirit soul being able to drink water from the sea god's lake? How dare you? Don't you know that you will be severely punished for this? It's not impossible to expel you from the academy." Tang Yu said snappily. "Don't, teacher. This is really a spirit soul. It's a part of me. If you don't believe me, take a look." As he spoke, Qian Lei's mind moved, and Fatty Jin immediately turned into a golden light and disappeared into his glabella. What's going on? Tang Yu was dumbfounded. He was considered experienced and knowledgeable, but this was the first time he had seen such a situation. At least in the history of the Shrek Academy, there didn't seem to be such a case. Physical fusion? What the hell was that little ape? Teacher Tang, don't be angry. Master Shu also knows about Fatty Jin's matter. Lan Xuanyu was also awakened at this moment and hurriedly said. Teacher knows about it too? Tang Yu looked at Lan Xuanyu in confusion. Lan Xuanyu looked at him, then looked at Qian Lei. He didn't hide anything and told him how they got Fatty Jin and asked Master Shu to help revive him. After Tang Yu listened, he suddenly realized, no wonder teacher went into seclusion, he consumed his life source. The ivy of life. So that's how it is. It fused with you? Interesting, really interesting. Little fatty, are you interested in joining our school of life? You can be considered a very special life form. Qianlei asked doubtfully, what is the school of life? Tang Yu smiled and said, the master Shi you met, who is my teacher, is the leader of the school of life. He is one of the most powerful existences in our academy. Qianlei said, I have to ask my teacher about this. Tang Yu said, you already have a teacher? Who is it? Lan Xuanyu interjected from the side, it's the dean of our outer court. The corner of Tang Yu's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously blurted out, it's actually that crazy woman's disciple, pretend I didn't say anything. He clearly remembered the tragic scene of Tang Zhenhua being beaten by a certain big shot that day. That was Ying Luohong's teacher. He couldn't afford to offend him. However, little fatty, you're still considered a stowaway. You came in alone, but brought another one. I saw it just now, it drank a lot of Sea God Lake's water. This consumption is huge for Sea God Lake. The life energy of Sea God Lake is limited. It's not good for you to spend one to absorb two. Add 3 more yellow emblems, or go out now. Tang Yu's face immediately changed. Teacher, don't. It's only been a quarter of an hour. 3 yellow emblems. Qianlei screamed, his body shrinking into the water of Sea God Lake. Humph. Rules are rules. Since I'm the caretaker here, I naturally have the right to judge. Hurry up, go out or pay up. Tang Yu said angrily. He was naturally very familiar with Sea God Lake. He naturally saw Fatty Jean gulping down Sea God Lake's water just now. How could he not tell that this guy drank a lot? Qianlei looked at Lan Xuanyu for help. He really couldn't bear to give up 3 more yellow emblems. Teacher Tang, the ignorant are not guilty. We didn't know the situation would turn out like this. The academy's rule is that we students can come to cultivate if we pay. Although Qianlei absorbed a little more, he didn't really violate the school's rules. It's just because his own situation is special. What's more, Master Shu got a whole bag of ivy of life from us. Look, can you make an exception? At least let us finish cultivating this time, okay? Lan Xuanyu said pitifully. Tang Yu looked at Qianlei, and then at him, this is your good friend? Lan Xuanyu said, yes. We are good brothers and teammates. We came to Shrek Academy together from Heaven Luo planet. Tang Yu nodded, okay, for your sake, I'll let it go this time. As for next time, I will ask the Academy's higher-ups for instructions on what to do in your situation. You guys continue to cultivate, I'll see how much this little fatty can consume. Thank you, teacher. Qianlei was overjoyed. He would talk about the next time, he had to use this one first. Without hesitation, he released Fatty Jean again. Tang Yu looked at Fatty Jean carefully. Fatty Jean didn't care so much, as if he didn't put him in his eyes at all. As soon as he entered the lake, he immediately began to gulp down. The corner of Tang Yu's mouth twitched. This gorilla could drink too much. A dozen mouthfuls was 1 liter, and this wasn't including the fact that his body was also absorbing the life energy in Sea God Lake. This consumption was not something an ordinary soul master could compare to. Even with his current cultivation, he didn't seem to be able to absorb as fast as this little thing. In terms of value, 3 yellow emblems was definitely a big loss. He really had to ask the higher-ups for instructions on this matter. Although the life energy in Sea God Lake was vast, the Academy had always cherished and protected it very much. It must be known that it was precisely because of the evolution of the life core that the entire mother planet evolved and could directly give birth to God-rank powerhouses. In a sense, the mother planet could now be regarded as half a divine realm. This was the difference in the level of life. Therefore, the Federation government also took great care of the mother planet and would never allow the mother planet's life energy to be overly consumed. This was why a large number of people were moved out. The Shrek Academy monopolized Sea God Lake and was also the guardian of Sea God Lake and the Eternal Tree. With it, the entire Sea God Lake would be very stable. Lan Xuanyu stopped talking and continued to absorb the life energy. This time was indeed different from the last time. In fact, he didn't absorb as much as last time because his own life energy was much more abundant than last time. But after his bloodline vortex was completely fused, the speed of life energy transformation had also greatly increased. This allowed Lan Xuanyu to obtain greater benefits in the process of cultivation. Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei were doing the same thing now, which was to absorb as much life energy as possible. It didn't matter if they couldn't digest it, they could digest it when they got back. If they spent money, they would absorb more. 3 yellow emblems. Too expensive. If they couldn't digest what they absorbed this time, they wouldn't have enough money to come again. Learning a secondary profession also required emblems. Where would he have so much money now? Not long after, the colorful light on Lan Xuanyu's chest suddenly converged. Tang Yu immediately looked at him and was surprised to see that the necklace on Lan Xuanyu's neck disappeared and was replaced by a colorful scale. Although it was also emitting a faint light, it wasn't as strong as the previous colorful light. There was such a change. With the appearance of the colorful scale, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that the rotation speed of his bloodline vortex had reached the extreme, and the power of his bloodline flowed through his whole body, tempering his body more intensely than before. He suddenly realized that if he wanted to strengthen himself, he had to ensure that his bloodline vortex was full as much as possible, so that he could subtly temper his body. On the other side, Fatty Jean was finally almost done drinking. He staggered and gradually closed his mouth. His golden fur became much better looking, and his stomach bulged out like a big ball. Qianlei knocked on his head, "Drink more, drink more." Looking at his greedy look, Tang Yu was speechless. "Little fatty, that's enough, you drank too much. You'll die." Qianlei looked at Fatty Jean helplessly. With a flash of golden light, Fatty Jean returned to his body. Then Qianlei felt that Fatty Jean had fallen asleep. At this time, it was no longer absorbing his own life force. Obviously, the replenishment this time was quite enough for it. Qianlei gritted his teeth, suddenly opened his mouth, and drank himself. This little fatty, Tang Yu was really speechless. Were the children nowadays also vicious? Although we would try our best to make the best use of everything, we weren't as crazy as them, right? Then, he watched helplessly as Qianlei's stomach swelled up, and his face turned red. Tang Yu wanted to give Qianlei a thumbs up. This little fatty was really good. An hour wasn't too long. Qianlei almost rolled ashore. He drank too much, groaning and lying on the shore, even walking was strenuous. His whole body emitted a green light, which was a sign that his life energy was too rich. "Little fatty, you will definitely be listed as the most unpopular person here." Tang Yu kicked him. Qianlei's mouth suddenly overflowed a mouthful of sea god lake water, and he didn't dare to say anything. Lan Xuanyu also walked out of the sea god lake at this time. His body was also full of life energy. But different. He shut his mouth, for fear he would vomit. Fortunately, his own life energy affinity is extremely high, so the effect of his direct absorption of life energy is far more effective than in fact, Lan Xuanyu absorbed more life energy than Qianlei, but in Tang Yu's eyes, the two of them were different. Drinking water was strong. Of course, it was different. Lan Xuanyu's life energy affinity was even higher than Master Shu's. He believed that his teacher would definitely not let go of the physique of the life school. No matter what method he used, he would definitely let him join the life school and become his junior brother. Therefore, his attitude towards Lan Xuanyu was naturally completely different. What's more, Lan Xuanyu had the foundation to cultivate to a higher level. Like Tang Yu himself, the reason why he had no confidence in cultivating to that level was because his life energy affinity was not enough. Even if he cultivated on the shore of Sea God Lake and Eternal Sky City, it would be difficult to break through that barrier. Lan Xuanyu borrowed a small cart from Tang Yu and pushed Qianlei back to the dormitory. This fatty really drank too much. Until he returned to the dormitory, he was still groaning and couldn't speak. Lan Xuanyu threw him directly into the meditation room and let him lie there before returning to his dormitory. Whether the fatty could go to class tomorrow was a problem. It would take a lot of time for him to digest the Sea God Lake water. In terms of willpower under normal circumstances, Qianlei was inferior to Lu Feng in any case, but in the face of money, Qianlei's willpower was absolutely superior. Just as Lan Xuanyu returned to his dormitory and began to cultivate in the meditation room, trying to convert life energy into soul power and continue to improve himself, outside Shrek City, a person sat quietly on the roof of a tall building. This was the edge of Shrek City. From anywhere in Shrek City, the eternal tree could be seen. The roof of the building he was on was 100 meters from the ground. He sat on the edge of the building, his feet dangling there, swaying gently. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been scared to death. But at this time, he had a confused look. The person sitting here was Tang Lu. He had been on the mother planet for a few days. First, he finished his performance in Mingdu City, then decided to rest on the mother planet for a few days. Yu Qingling also wanted to go home and take a look. At first, Yu Qingling picked him up on the mother planet. Returning here again, Tang Lu always had a sense of familiarity. More importantly, he would dream every night, having the same dream. In the dream, a big tree was calling him. He couldn't hear what it was, but there was a particularly strong sense of intimacy. And here, there was actually a big tree that connected the sky and the earth. When he came here and saw the big tree from afar, he felt as if he was about to remember something. But when he thought about it carefully, his head hurt again. He even had a feeling that there seemed to be a voice calling him, but when he started to have a headache, the voice calling him disappeared. The source of the voice seemed to be this big tree. Can it awaken my memory? But why didn't it do that again? Tang Lu could clearly feel that this big tree in the distance had an extremely high level of life. It was a level of life that he was very familiar with. Should I go and take a look? He asked himself in his heart. More importantly, just now, he felt an aura that he felt was extremely familiar with. Yes, he came here because he felt the familiar call from the mother planet, and also because of this mark that made him feel a sense of familiarity. He could feel it even on another planet, let alone now that he was so close. That mark seemed to have become different, clearer than before. And compared to before, there was a feeling that made him feel at peace. Compared to looking at the big tree, he wanted to look at that mark more. It was a feeling of joy from the bottom of his heart. As this thought appeared, a faint golden light appeared. A faint golden light quietly circulated, and in the next moment, Tang Lu disappeared from the rooftop. Wang Tianyu sat upright in his quiet room, his body emitting a blue halo like water waves. Eternal Sky City. There was a pool of water in his quiet room, a blue pool, and he was in the middle of the pool. Everything around him seemed to have merged with him long ago. The blue liquid in the pool was of course not water, it was extremely concentrated thunder elements. But here, the lightning element was so peaceful, just like a real liquid. Only occasionally would faint ripples appear. Wang Tianyu had cultivated to this realm, and he had long been able to turn something rotten into something magical. In the extreme calmness, there was an extreme terror hidden. Suddenly, Wang Tianyu, who was silently meditating, opened his eyes. Immediately, the entire quiet room, including the thunder pool beside him, lit up, emitting a dazzling blue light. Lightning appeared out of thin air. Wang Tianyu narrowed his eyes and his body floated up on its own. In the next moment, a bluish-purple light flashed on his body and he disappeared. Tang Lu floated quietly in midair. There was no light emitted from his body at all. Even the surrounding light was automatically absorbed by his body when it came into contact with him. Therefore, even if someone was beside him at this time, they couldn't see him. This could be considered as a form of invisibility. In front of him was a window. Inside the room, a person was sitting cross-legged quietly with a green rui in front of him. As he breathed, life energy flowed and gradually transformed into soul power. Tang Lu stared at him blankly. The curtains couldn't block his line of sight at all. He has grown up a lot. Is he already so big? Moreover, he already has his own power. It's him. Tang Lu looked at him silently. He was already a little dazed. He didn't know why, but, even if he was under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, being chanted by countless fans, even if he was in the hearts of countless people, looking at him, Tang Lu felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. But in the depths of his heart, there was almost no happiness, and more peace. It seemed that he had to remain calm at all times. Otherwise, once the peace was broken, something extraordinary would happen. Therefore, he had to be calm, and his emotions naturally rarely fluctuated. However, when he saw the little guy in front of him, there was an indescribable comfort in his heart. The tyrannical emotions that had appeared because of the two headaches disappeared silently. Tang Lu subconsciously raised his hand. Although he was outside the window, Tang Lu wanted to touch his head or even hug him. An indescribable emotion filled Tang Li's heart. Why do I have such a fate with this little guy? Why do I feel this way about him? As he grew older, his eyebrows and eyes grew a little and he became even more handsome. And this kind of handsomeness filled Tang Li's heart with a sense of familiarity. At this moment, a low voice suddenly sounded in his ear. It should be a blessing to have friends coming from afar, but it seems impolite to come uninvited. Tang Li's eyes moved slightly, and he turned around to look behind him. A person floated quietly in the air, similarly absorbing the surrounding light. However, they were still able to see each other, not visually, but through the perception of their divine senses. Wang Tianyu looked coldly at the person in front of him, his heart filled with vigilance. The person in front of him had a slender figure. His long blue hair draped over his back, reaching his calves. Not a single strand of hair was out of place. He was wearing a tailored white suit, a white shirt with silver stripes, and a white bow tie. More importantly, his sapphire-like eyes were emitting a gentle glow. Even though they were both men, when Wang Tianyu saw him for the first time, he couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. How could a man look like this? As he floated there, he fit in perfectly with his surroundings. There was not the slightest bit of disharmony. Hello, Tang Lu nodded slightly. I don't mean any harm. His voice was pleasing to the ear, and it even had a special magnetism to it. Wang Tianyu narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, but you, who suddenly appeared, has great uncertainty. If you don't have any ill intentions, please follow me. As he spoke, Wang Tianyu turned around, and in an instant, he was already 1,000 meters high in the sky. Tang Lu sighed softly. He really just wanted to stay here and look at the people in the room. He didn't want to do anything else. His body also swayed, and his long blue hair fluttered behind his head. In the next moment, he was also high in the sky. At this moment, in the center of Sea God Lake, beside the trunk of the eternal tree, a faint colorful halo fluctuated, and a huge vortex slowly appeared. Within the vortex, voices sounded one after another. Oh my God! Am I seeing things? He's back? A shocked voice was the first to sound. That's right. That's right, it's him. His appearance has changed a little, and he has become more good-looking than before. His aura has also changed a little. It's just that he's back. Why does it seem a little different? Another female voice sounded. He's still alive, he's actually still alive. In that case, was that person still alive? So many years, they actually didn't die? I told you, they wouldn't die so easily. It's just that at that time, the eternal tree was asleep and couldn't sense where they were, so it couldn't save them. But I didn't expect that after so many years, he actually came back alive. Be quiet, the eternal tree is calling me. A low voice sounded. A moment later, the low voice was a little surprised. Go back. The eternal tree said, we can't recognize him now, and we can't let him wake up. Otherwise, it might bring disaster. Don't ask. The eternal tree wouldn't shoot without thinking. Moreover, no one wanted it more than the eternal tree. Why? He's not. He's back. There must be a reason why the eternal tree doesn't want us to recognize him. We just have to do it. How could this be? How could this be? In the sky, Wang Tianyu was quietly floating there. Behind him, in the distant sky, under the soft halo, a city was on the tree crown. It was the Eternal Sky City. At this moment, the Eternal Sky City was like Wang Tianyu's back, and also like his support. Tang Lu nodded slightly at him. Hello, I'm Tang Lu. Tang Lu? Wang Tianyu was undoubtedly unfamiliar with this name. In his memory, there had never been such a powerhouse in the Federation. I'm the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion of the Shrek Academy, Wang Tianyu. What brings you to Shrek Academy this time? Wang Tianyu said in a deep voice. Tang Lu said, I'm just here to see a familiar friend. I don't have any other intentions. Lan Xuanyu? Wang Tianyu said in a deep voice. Tang Lu could see the person in the room, so he could naturally see it too. If it were any other first-year student from the outer court, he might not know them, but he remembered Lan Xuanyu. That little guy even caused Master Shu to fight over him. He didn't expect that such a powerhouse would be attracted. The reason why Wang Tianyu was so wary of Tang Lu was because he couldn't clearly feel what level this person in front of him was at. He felt somewhat unfathomable, but he was at least a powerhouse on the same level as him. Yes. Tang Lu frowned slightly. He suddenly thought that his arrival would bring trouble to Lan Xuanyu. Wang Tianyu asked in a deep voice, "What's your relationship with him?" Tang Lu said, "We can be considered friends despite our age difference." Wang Tianyu was stunned. Friends despite their age difference? What was this? If Tang Lu was Lan Xuanyu's elder, he could understand. But if he was really an elder, he could have come to visit normally and not run to Lan Xuanyu's room to take a look at him in the middle of the night. This was somewhat abnormal. I wonder where Brother Tang's friendship came from? How did you get to know Lan Xuanyu? He had to ask clearly. He had heard a little about Lan Xuanyu's situation from Ying Luohong. This child had many peculiarities, especially his extremely high affinity with life energy, and his bloodline was very unusual. Tang Lu smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, in a sense, I should be considered a singer. I saw him at the venue of the concert and felt that we hit it off very well. That's how we got to know each other. This time, I came to the mother planet to perform and learned that he was here, so I specially came to take a look. But I didn't expect to offend him. I wanted to just take a look and leave." Singer? Singer? Wang Tianyu was stunned. A god-level singer? His expression immediately became interesting. He didn't know how many years it had been since he was so surprised. When did the Federation have a god-level singer? Of course, he didn't listen to songs, so he naturally didn't know which popular singers were now. But looking at Tang Li's current attire, temperament, and appearance, it seemed that there was really such a possibility. With his looks, it wouldn't be easy for him to not become popular, right? The temperament given by a god level was something that ordinary people couldn't compare to. However, this answer made Wang Tianyu even more vigilant. A god-level powerhouse was a singer in the Federation? Who would believe that he had no purpose? Did he come from that place? Thinking of this, Wang Tianyu's face darkened slightly, and he said coldly, "Since you're here, I'm itching for a fight. How about I spar with Brother Tang?" Tang Lu was taken aback. He had already explained his intentions as gently as possible. Firstly, he didn't want to cause trouble, and secondly, he didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble to Lan Xuanyu. However, he didn't expect Wang Tianyu to be so persistent. How could he know that Wang Tianyu was guessing his identity? There's no need for that, right? Tang Lu frowned slightly. Since you're here at the Shrek Academy, let's follow the rules of the Shrek Academy. As he spoke, Wang Tianyu's fists suddenly lit up, and a brilliant blue light instantly erupted. Tang Lu frowned slightly, raised his right hand, and pressed it in the air. A low rumble suddenly sounded in the air, and a blue fist stopped in his palm. Wang Tianyu's body also appeared at this moment, and his expression changed drastically. Tang Lu didn't seem to have changed at all, and he blocked his fist with just a light palm. Although Wang Tianyu didn't use his full strength, one had to know that at his level, his control of his own strength had already reached the extreme, and he could completely control the output of his strength in an instant. Therefore, although it was just a test, he could adjust his attack power at any time. However, when Tang Lu blocked his fist with his palm, he only felt that the lightning contained in his fist was fading away like ice and snow. What was even more frightening was that a kind of trembling that came from the depths of his heart quietly appeared, greatly reducing his fighting spirit. After breaking through, he had never felt such a feeling before. How was this possible? Could it be that the person in front of him was at a higher level than him? While he was shocked, Wang Tianyu's vigilance and emotions erupted. Dazzling blue light's body was instantly. At the core of the blue light, there was a faint purple lights. His shoulder, he collided with Tang's, he's SSSSSS returning to simplicity S. When he saw the dark purple color, Tang Lu frowned slightly. The power of destruction? T's, AS, his S's. TSS's S, Wang Tianyu's shoulder instantly collided with Tang Li's fist, and the entire sky trembled. Tang Lu floated in the distance without moving, but Wang Tianyu flew hundreds of meters backward before barely stabilizing himself. His entire body and shoulders trembled violently. A large amount of blue halos surged to his shoulders like water waves. However, the layer of gold attached to his shoulders kept dispelling the blue light. At this moment, Wang Tianyu's expression had become abnormally solemn. Without a doubt, he had already fallen into an absolute disadvantage after 2 collisions. This person was actually so powerful. At this moment, a cluster of crystal clear green quietly appeared beside Wang Tianyu. Gold and green blended with each other before disappearing silently. A figure appeared beside Wang Tianyu. His hair and beard were all white. It was Master Shu. At this moment, the skin on Master Shu's face was as tender as a baby's. He appeared to be in high spirits, without the slightest bit of dejection from consuming his life essence. At this moment, he looked at Tang Lu with a complicated expression. "Attack together!" Wang Tianyu shouted in a deep voice. He was about to rush forward again, but his arm was grabbed by Master Shu. "Stop fighting, he's not an enemy." Wang Tianyu suffered a series of losses, and the flames of war in his heart were burning fiercely. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised and turned to look at Master Shu. "No wonder the disciples you taught are so crazy. You're already so old, but you still can't change your reckless character." "This is not an enemy, the eternal tree said so," Master Shu said snappily. After being mocked by him, Wang Tianyu was originally furious, but when he heard Master Shu say that it was the eternal tree who said so, his anger dissipated by more than half. "The eternal tree? You know him?" Master Shu said, "I don't know about that. The eternal tree only sent me a voice transmission, telling me that this person is not an enemy. If he wants to stay, he can naturally stay. If he wants to leave, he can leave at any time. He won't threaten the safety of the academy. Whatever he wants to do, just let him do it. Don't worry about it." "But..." Wang Tianyu looked at Tang Lu. "This person was so powerful, what if something happened? Don't you believe in the eternal tree's judgment?" Master Shu said solemnly. As the leader of the School of Life, he was also the spokesperson of the eternal tree. His status in the academy was extraordinary. He might have other thoughts on other things, but when it came to the eternal tree, he definitely wouldn't. Wang Tianyu frowned. He looked at Master Shu, then looked at Tang Lu. In the end, he put down his arm and looked at Tang Lu. He wasn't careless at all. Master Shu turned to Tang Lu and smiled. "Welcome to Shrek Academy." Lu nodded. Looking at Tang Lu, he was also very surprised because he realized that he couldn't feel Tang Li's aura. The life fluctuations on his body. In other words, he couldn't detect Tang Li's life force clearly. In addition, Wang Tianyu had suffered a loss at the hands of this person earlier, so one could imagine his strength. Tang Lu also nodded slightly. "The eternal tree you mentioned, is it this big tree?" "It knows me." Master Shu said, "I'm not sure about that, but the eternal tree told me that you are not an enemy and can be free to move around in the area of our Shrek Academy. No one will disturb you again. When you are about to leave, thank you very much." Tang Lu frowned slightly. He could feel that the eternal tree mentioned by the old man in front of him could leave on his own. Tang Lu wasn't keen on recovering his memories. This was because every time he recalled, he would have a headache. The eternal tree should know him. It was painful, and bad emotions appeared. Compared to this, he preferred his daily calmness. He nodded to Wang Tianyu and Master Shu, then disappeared silently. Wang Tianyu looked carefully and saw that he had returned to his previous place, still outside the window, looking at Lan Xian who was cultivating in the meditation room. After a night of cultivation, Lan Xuanyu clearly felt that his spirit power had increased again, and he was very close to rank 30. Early morning. He was one step closer. He clenched his fists and worked hard. He must strive to break through to rank 30 through the life energy he absorbed from the sea god lake this time. He touched the rainbow-colored scales on his chest and smiled. He could try again. However, now, there was no hurry. After digesting all the life energy, he would try again before going to the sea god lake next time. This way, he could maximize the growth of his body under the nourishment of his bloodline power. Through yesterday's absorption, Lan Xuanyu already understood that he was using the Dragon God scale to change. After that, the best way to recover was to go to the Sea God Lake and quickly recover by replenishing his life energy. Cultivating in the Sea God's Lake once should be enough. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have money, he really wanted to absorb life energy in the Sea God Lake every day. After breakfast, he went to class. This morning was all about learning about battle armors. Lan Xuanyu thought in his heart as he studied. He chose forging as his secondary profession. After school at noon, Lan Xuanyu dialed Tang Zhenhua's number. "Teacher, I want to try forging again in the afternoon. If it feels good, then I will choose forging as my secondary profession." I understand. Then I won't go to your place in the afternoon." After saying the last sentence, Lan Xuanyu quickly hung up the communication. After being tortured by Tang Zhenhua that day, he really had a lingering fear. It just so happened that in the name of forging, he didn't go to practice first. The others were busy with their own studies and cultivation. Everyone had different classes in the afternoon because of their different choices. Lan Xuanyu went back to the dormitory and ordered a simple lunch, then meditated for an hour. After he was done, he went to the Academy's Blacksmiths Association again. As soon as he entered, he saw Yang Yingming. Yang Yingming looked a little tired and was sitting on a chair to rest. "Senior." Lan Xuanyu walked over with a smile. Yang Yingming glanced at him and said, "Junior, have you thought it through? Are you going to officially learn today?" Lan Xuanyu said, "Senior, can I learn by myself? I see that we have forging books here. I want to fumble around by myself and see if I can do it. If that's the case, when I have questions, I will ask Senior. If you teach, learning should be more efficient." He had already calculated that if he let Yang Yingming teach him from the beginning, it would definitely be better for him to learn by himself first and find a problem to ask for advice. This way, he could learn more things, and the key was that he could save emblems. "Okay." Yang Yingming took a deep look at this smart junior. "Junior, you have a future. I will give you a book called Basic Forging Foundation. Take a good look and fumble around by yourself. Although your method saves money, your learning speed will definitely not be as fast as me teaching you." Lan Xuanyu said with a wry smile, "Senior, the problem is that I don't have enough emblems." Among the freshmen, he already had a lot of emblems, but the cost of cultivating in Sea God Lake was too high, so he should save as much as he could. Moreover, he wasn't completely sure whether he was suitable for forging or not, so he still had to try again. In that case, it was still not too late to change. If he invested too much in the beginning, then he could only work on forging. "Okay, I understand. I will take you to the forging room. You can read the book and fumble around by yourself. At the beginning, I suggest that you don't buy rare metals, and practice with ordinary iron ingots first. After you can temper into steel, you can start forging with rare metals, which is the most economical way." Alas, we all suffered a lot in the beginning. For Jinja it's still not easy to forge. Looking at the careful Lan Xuanyu, Yang Yingming couldn't help but recall his past self. Under Yang Yingming's lead, Lan Xuanyu came to a forging room. Unlike last time, this one was fine. "Alright, thank you, Senior." There were no rare metals in the forging room. The shelves were filled with iron ingots. Ordinary iron ingots were free of charge. Of course, there was naturally nothing good for free. The forging table was the same, but the forging hammer was ordinary. Yang Yingming threw a book of Basic Forging Foundation to Lan Xuanyu, and said, "Junior brother, then work hard." "Good. You want something good? Okay, buy it yourself. Call me if you have anything. However, if you want to learn knowledge, you have to pay. Find me first." "Okay, thank you, Senior." After Yang Yingming left, the forging room suddenly quieted down. Lan Xuanyu decided to read the book first. He immediately opened the Basic Forging Foundation and started reading. Time passed unknowingly. His spiritual force was strong, so his reading speed was naturally very fast. As he read, he muttered to himself, "Alas, it's a pity that I can only practice with ordinary iron ingots first." Right. The energy changes of ordinary iron ingots are definitely not as strong as the energy changes of rare metals. It's really half the result with twice the effort. That's not necessarily true. To be able to forge ordinary iron into a divine weapon, that is a true divine blacksmith. A voice suddenly sounded, scaring Lan Xuanyu so much that he immediately jumped up. When he turned around to look, he found that there was an extra person behind him. He had long blue hair, a white suit, and was smiling gently. "Oh, right, by the way, at the request of the majority of readers, I was thinking about how to write the 5th book of the Douluo continent series in the future, and I really thought of a particularly good way. What I can reveal to everyone now is that it might be related to my Wondrous Divine Billow Domain series. If everyone is interested, you can take a look at the 1st book of the Wondrous Divine Billow Domain series, Wondrous Divine Billow Domain, Unparalleled Pearl. There will be more in this series, and it can be considered as paving the way for the 5th book of the Douluo continent series." Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be stunned when he suddenly saw another person behind him. That incomparably handsome face, long blue hair, and white suit all made people's eyes light up. More importantly, that indescribable kindness and warmth seemed to be released from his smile and enveloped him, giving him an indescribable sense of security. "Uncle Yu." Lan Xuanyu recognized Tang Lu at a glance. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, how could he forget Prince Yu's appearance? Tang Lu smiled and nodded. He raised his hand and patted Lan Xuanyu's head. "You've grown up." His palm was very warm, and a faint warmth seemed to be transmitted into Lan Xuanyu's body, filling his heart with warmth. Tang Lu had a different feeling. He only felt that Lan Xuanyu seemed to give him a very peaceful feeling. It was peaceful, warm, relaxed, and cordial. Some of the negative emotions that sometimes loomed in his heart completely disappeared at this moment. Lan Xuanyu said excitedly, "Uncle Yu, why are you here?" He would never forget the scene in space when he saw Tang Lu destroy a battleship with his bare hands. That scene really left a deep impression on him. It even almost made him change his mind and not want to study interstellar command anymore. Tang Lu smiled and said, "I came to the mother planet to perform and accidentally sensed your aura, so I came to see you. You've been admitted to the Shrek Academy. I've heard of this place. It's the best academy in the Federation. You're really great." Lan Xuanyu's face was slightly red. "How could I have your help? I saw it. That time in space. You're so amazing, so amazing." Tang Lu patted his head again and said, "Study hard and cultivate well. You can do the same in the future." "Why? Are you going to learn forging?" Lan Xuanyu suddenly remembered what he said just now. "Uncle Yu, you just said that a real divine blacksmith can forge ordinary iron into a divine weapon. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that this ordinary iron ingot could also be forged into a divine weapon? How was this possible? Also, can you forge?" Confusion flashed in Tang Li's eyes. He shook his head and answered, "I don't know if I can smith, but I think I can. But I'm not sure. Just now, I just subconsciously expressed my feelings. Can I try?" Lan Xuanyu hurriedly nodded and said, "Of course." As he spoke, he picked up the ordinary forging hammer beside him and handed it to Tang Lu. It was just a hammer. However, the moment Tang Lu held the hammer in his hand, his whole body trembled slightly. There was a strange glow in his eyes. What a familiar feeling. It was a feeling that both his body and mind had been awakened. Lan Xuanyu placed the iron ingot into the slot on the forging table, pressed a button, and let it sink into the furnace for calcining. Then, he turned his head to look at Tang Lu. He was surprised to find that Tang Lu was standing there, silently looking at the forging hammer. His whole body seemed to be filled with a special feeling. Even the ordinary forging hammer seemed to have completely integrated with him at this moment. Tang Lu felt his gaze. He looked up at him and said seriously, "I should be able to forge. At least, I should have been able to in the past. I've forgotten many things, but many things are my own instincts. Let me try. If it's possible, I should be able to remember some things." Okay. You can try first." Lan Xuanyu was also very curious. "Did Uncle Yu come for me? He can feel my aura from far away? He can also forge?" This was really a fun thing to do. Uncle Yu even came to see me. He's a big star. If Mom knew, she would be very happy. Mom is his loyal fan. The calcining of the iron ingot was much faster than that of rare metals. Not long after, the iron ingot slowly rose from the forging table. It was already red from the heat. Tang Li's eyes were slightly raised as he stared at the iron ingot. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was silently feeling something. Metal, calcined metal, all of this was so familiar. Everything in this iron ingot seemed to be impure and was the most common metal. However, he held the forging hammer in his hand and the forging table in front of him. This feeling was really too familiar, too familiar. It was as if he had faced this situation countless times. He even remembered the painful memory of his palm rubbing against the handle of the forging hammer. Lan Xuanyu took 2 steps back slightly and looked at Tang Lu curiously. In the next moment, Tang Lu moved. Without any posture, the heavy forging hammer in his hand was like a leaf of grass. The hammer smashed down and went straight for the iron ingot. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu, who was carefully observing him, felt that Uncle Yu seemed to have become transparent the moment he picked up the hammer. Yes, it was a transparent feeling. It was unclear, but it was just like that. Clang! The forging hammer fell. The moment the hammer touched the iron ingot, Lan Xuanyu felt his eyes light up. The iron ingot, which was originally dark red from the heat, suddenly turned golden red in an instant. The blazing golden red exploded and countless sparks splashed. The iron ingot suddenly shrank in the violent vibration and became less than 1/10 of its original size. At this moment, a dazzling brilliance gushed out and went straight into the air. It actually rose several meters high. A feeling of joy instantly filled the entire forging room, swaying in the wind. It was a feeling of incomparable joy, and this feeling constantly danced around Tang Li's body. The iron ingot trembled slightly as it slowly vibrated, maintaining the same rhythm as the joyous mood. What's going on? Lan Xuanyu looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. He had just read the basic forging book and had a little understanding of forging, but the scene in front of him was completely not recorded in the basic forging book. Emotions? Senior Yang Yingming once said that it seemed that rare metals would only have emotions when forging to a high degree. With emotions, it was given life. But, it was just one strike. Could it be that this ordinary iron ingot had already been bestowed with life after being hammered down? Lan Xuanyu didn't understand, he really didn't understand. However, the truth was in front of him. And Tang Lu only made one strike. After that, he stood there silently, looking at the iron ingot that he had forged, as if he had found something. He put down the forging hammer in his hand and casually waved, and the hot iron ingot flew directly into his palm. Tang Lu just pinched the iron ingot, and the iron ingot suddenly became soft, covering his palm, exuding cheers and joy. Vaguely, there began to be a low rumble of thunder in the air. A mass of air began to swirl in the room. Tang Lu frowned slightly, raised his hand and waved, and a golden light enveloped Lan Xuanyu, isolating him from the outside world. The iron ingot in his hand was thrown, and it turned into a mass of golden red. Suddenly, the air swirling in the air suddenly stagnated, and a low dragon roar sounded. Tang Li's eyes suddenly turned golden, and the whole room was covered in the same brilliance. Lan Xuanyu only felt that the bloodline vortex in his chest suddenly fluctuated violently, and his whole body had an indescribable throbbing feeling. In particular, the colorful scales on his chest suddenly became particularly hot, so hot that he almost wanted to cry out. At this moment, a 4-colored lightning suddenly appeared out of nowhere and fell on the iron ingot. A golden light bloomed from the iron ingot, colliding with the 4-colored lightning. In an instant, strange colors spread, and the iron ingot's volume shrank by more than half. The air in the room finally calmed down. The iron ingot fell from the sky, and the reddish-golden color on its surface gradually dissipated. However, an indescribable spiritual nature lingered on its surface, and a small golden dragon projection floated up, circling around the iron ingot. It wasn't until it fell on the forging table that the Jinlong quietly disappeared. The iron ingot that landed on the forging table was completely black and had a special texture. There was a faint dark red light circulating on it, and a faint golden dragon pattern was faintly discernible. The shrunken iron ingot was only the size of a fist. Was this still the same piece of ordinary iron from before? It was completely different. Lan Xuanyu stared blankly at this scene. This was simply too unbelievable. This was Uncle Yu's creation. Tang Lu was also silently looking at this piece of metal. He clearly felt that this was not the best state he could achieve because it was only an ordinary piece of iron after all. However, even if it was ordinary iron, it seemed to have entered a special realm in his hands. For him, the forging hammer was just a medium. His forging was the result of the fusion of his strength, divine sense, and will. That hammer gave life to that iron ingot. Lan Xuanyu withdrew the golden patterns on his body. He looked at Iron Rao, then looked at Tang Lu, and said, "Uncle Yu, you're so amazing." Although he still did not understand what it meant for Tang Lu to forge an iron ingot like this, no matter how he looked at it, this was not an ordinary existence. Moreover, Lan Xuanyu had a bit of blind worship for Tang Lu in his heart. This was a powerhouse who could destroy a battleship in space with his bare hands. His combat strength was so strong, so he should be equally strong in other aspects. Tang Lu smiled slightly. I seem to have really recalled something. After coming to Shrek Academy this time, there are traces of Xia Su in my memories. Everything here seems very familiar to me, and I feel very close to it. I seem to know how to forge. My ability should be okay. Uncle Yu, can you teach me? I want to learn how to forge. Lan Xuanyu looked very expectant. There was no doubt that Senior Yang Yingming could not compare to Uncle Yu in terms of knowledge. If Uncle Yu was willing to teach him, that would be great. Tang Lu smiled and nodded. Okay. Then I'll come and teach you every day. No matter when you come here, I'll come and find you. He agreed naturally. Thank you, Uncle Yu. That's great. Lan Xuanyu grabbed Tang Li's hand and jumped up excitedly with a happy smile on his face. Even he himself did not know whether he was so happy because he could learn forging or because he could be with Tang Lu. Tang Lu said, then let's start now. The forging method I just used is something you can't learn yet. Let's start with the basics. If you want to have a strong forging ability, you have to at least familiarize yourself with your forging hammer. At the same time, you have to build a good foundation. Hammering techniques are very important. Uncle will teach you a hammering technique first. This will help you to bring out your strength. With that, Tang Lu waved his hand and pulled another iron ingot over. The iron ingot fell on the forging table in front of Lan Xuanyu. There's no need to burn it. Just use it as your target and practice your hammering technique first. When using a forging hammer, the first thing you have to pay attention to is how to exert your strength. Everyone's strength has a limit. The limit of strength refers to the strength of the whole body that an individual can exert. When forging, you also have to practice controlling your strength. If you want to exert your full strength, then what you need to mobilize is not only the strength of your arms. You should start to exert your strength from the soles of your feet, then your calves, then your waist, back, shoulders, arms, and finally your wrists and your forging hammer. This process of exerting strength is very important. Uncle will let you feel it. Watch. With that, Tang Lu held the forging hammer in his hand, turned his body halfway, and swung the forging hammer. In an instant, a gentle thought poured into Lan Xuanyu's mind. He clearly felt the process of Tang Lu exerting his strength. This feeling was so clear that he did not need to do it a second time. He firmly remembered the process of Tang Lu exerting his strength. You try. Tang Lu handed the forging hammer to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu imitated him. He turned his body halfway, supported his body with his left leg, and kicked the ground with his right leg. He swung the forging hammer. A faint warmth began to spread up from his calves. When there was a deviation in the way he exerted his strength, this warmth naturally helped him correct it, allowing him to perfectly swing the hammer. Dang! The forging hammer fell on the iron ingot, making a loud noise. At the same time, the forging hammer also bounced up high. Lan Xuanyu's strength was already quite good. Even so, the reaction force still made his palm slightly numb. Just now, the strength was so great. Was this the strength of the whole body exerting his strength? Moreover, that warmth made his memory even more profound. There was no doubt that this was Uncle Yu giving him the correct method of exerting his strength. This kind of guidance was too magical. He did not need to fumble around at all, and could directly learn the most correct method. Again. Tang Li nodded to him. Okay. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and swung the hammer again. In the following time, Lan Xuanyu had been practicing the simplest forging hammer. Every time there was a deviation in the way he exerted his strength, that warmth would appear and help him adjust, letting him understand what the correct method of exerting his strength was. In this way, Lan Xuanyu improved very quickly, and he became more and more proficient in using the forging hammer. He could even feel that. Practicing this type of hammering technique not only helped him learn how to forge, but it also had considerable benefits for him to circulate his soul power and use his strength. Tang Lu was by his side, guiding him tirelessly, and telling him the importance of the foundation. Whether it was soul power cultivation or forging, a solid foundation was the most important. Tall buildings started from the ground. Without a solid foundation, it was impossible to reach a higher level. Lan Xuanyu spent the whole afternoon practicing the forging hammer, but he did not feel tired at all. Although his hands were a little numb and painful, after an afternoon of practice, he clearly felt that his use of strength was much stronger than before. Later on, he did not need Tang Li's help to swing his hammer with his greatest strength. Tang Lu began to raise the requirements for him, such as how much strength he used to swing the hammer. He only used half of his strength, 1/3 of his strength, 1/4 of his strength, and so on. This was the practice of controlling his strength. Uncle Yu, why do we have to practice this? Isn't it best to use all my strength? Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully. Tang Li shook his head and said, in many cases, using all your strength will not produce the best results. Sometimes, if you control your strength well, the effect will be even greater. For example, if you pull out an immortal herb, if you use too much strength, it is very likely that you will destroy the immortal herb, so it is very important to use an appropriate amount of strength. When you control your strength well, you will be able to strike the hammer according to your feelings towards the metal during the forging process, and not just blindly strike it. Every metal has its own characteristics. I just looked at your book, and there are many records about the characteristics of common metals. Actually, you don't need to memorize these. If you want to understand the situation of the metal, you don't need to memorize the relevant knowledge, but use your body and mind to feel it. Are those data wrong? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Tang Li said seriously, you have to remember that nothing is exactly the same in this world. Memorizing those data is useful, but if you only rely on those data to do things, you will never be able to do it meticulously. When it comes to metals, even if they are the same type of metal, every piece is different because they are born under different conditions and have different experiences. Some have experienced high temperatures, some have experienced freezing, some have been hit by collisions, and some have been worn down. Their internal composition is indeed similar, but how can they be exactly the same? Therefore, only by using our mental power to feel the subtle changes in metals and judge their state can we understand their mysteries and characteristics. Only then can you awaken them through your forging, help them, improve them, and even give them life. Listening to Tang Li's explanation, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt enlightened. What he didn't know was that Tang Li's theory also existed in the Shrek Academy and the blacksmith's world, but it was something that only blacksmiths above the 6th rank would consider. For beginner blacksmiths, how could they have so much mental power to feel metals, and their teachers wouldn't lead them to feel? However, other teachers wouldn't, but Tang Li could. When the afternoon practice was about to end, Tang Li took Lan Xuanyu to feel the internal structure of the iron ingot. The iron ingot was right in front of them. Tang Li said in a deep voice, focus your mind and completely focus your attention on this iron ingot. Don't just look at its appearance, you have to feel its internal structure. Although your mental power isn't strong enough, you should still be able to feel metals like ordinary iron. No one can help you in this aspect, you can only rely on yourself. Lan Xuanyu followed Tang Li's instructions and focused his mind. He cast his gaze on the iron ingot and silently felt the changes in this ordinary iron. The scene of Tang Li smashing the iron ingot with his hammer appeared in Lan Xuanyu's mind. He could vaguely guess the reason why the iron ingot shrank. It should be because the impurities in the iron ingot had been removed. Not only that, but the hammer also gave the iron ingot life, which was why it had such a big change. Then, the iron ingot itself should have a lot of impurities. This kind of ordinary iron. Its own energy was extremely small, but it was definitely not zero. Gradually, Lan Xuanyu was immersed in the perception of the iron ingot, and the veil of the iron ingot seemed to be being lifted by him layer by layer. Tang Li stood beside Lan Xuanyu and silently felt the changes that occurred after Lan Xuanyu's mental power came into contact with the iron ingot. He couldn't help but show a gratified expression on his face. This child was really smart. She understood a lot of things with just a hint. Although the guidance he gave was the most effective, Lan Xuanyu had to be able to comprehend it. Facts had proven that Lan Xuanyu's comprehension ability was extremely high. This afternoon's learning was absolutely twice the result with half the effort. If Yu Qingling were here, she would definitely be jealous of Lan Xuanyu, because in this afternoon, Tang Lu had spoken more than he usually did in a week, and all of his words were directed at Lan Xuanyu alone. Tang Lu himself didn't notice this at all. He just felt very comfortable when he was with Lan Xuanyu and was in a particularly good mood. Lan Xuanyu didn't close his eyes until he was mentally exhausted. "How do you feel?" Tang Lu asked. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly, and said, "Very dirty, its body is very dirty, there are so many impurities. Even I feel sad for it." "Uncle Yu, forging is also to make it cleaner, right? The reason why those rare metals are so precious is because they are cleaner and can better display their own characteristics, right?" Tang Lu laughed. "Yes, your initial feeling is very correct, you didn't take any detours. If you consume too much of your spiritual power, you have to rest. Don't overdraw. Continue to feel it tomorrow. What you need to do now is to make sure that every day's feeling is different from the day before. You need to feel it more clearly than before. This way, the purpose of the practice will be achieved." "I understand." Tang Lu said, "It's getting late, you should go eat too, right? Come back tomorrow." Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes. His big eyes were a little tired, but also full of excitement. "Uncle Yu, you must come tomorrow." Looking at the desire in his eyes, Tang Li nodded, "I will come. I happen to be on vacation recently, so I'll come and accompany you." Lan Xuanyu said, "Do I need to be your disciple?" Tang Li shook his head, "No need. You are my friend, you don't need to be my disciple." "Okay, I'll go first." Before leaving, he couldn't help but go in front of Lan Xuanyu and touch his head. Then his body shook, turned into a golden light, and quietly disappeared. The thick metal walls of the forging room that could even isolate sound couldn't stop him at all. Watching him leave, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel a little envious. When could he become as strong as Uncle Yu? Uncle Yu is really good-looking. After returning to the dormitory, he ate, meditated, and reflected on what he had learned this afternoon. Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt that his life had become rich. Sure enough, as Lan Xuanyu had predicted, Qianlei didn't come to class the next morning. He had drunk too much water from Sea God Lake and needed time to digest it. Lan Xuanyu called him and he said that he was fine, but he needed more time to digest it. Fatty Jean was also fine and seemed to be asleep. After Fatty Jean drank a large amount of water from Sea God Lake, it no longer devoured his vitality, which was a good thing. Everyone became very busy. They were all busy cultivating and improving themselves. Shrek Academy's teaching seemed relaxed, but in fact, it filled every student with a sense of urgency. Lan Xuanyu himself was the same. He went to class in the morning and learned 2 hours of space fighter piloting from Tang Zhenhua in the afternoon. Then, he went to the Blacksmiths Association. He didn't know where Tang Lu usually was, but every time he came to the forging room, Tang Lu would definitely appear after a while. Tang Lu didn't ask Lan Xuanyu to look for rare metals. He only used the most ordinary iron ingot to teach him the hammering technique, the method of exerting force, and the method of feeling the metal. That was all. In Tang Li's words, these were the basics of forging, and the most important thing was to master these basics well. And to master these, it didn't matter if you used rare metals or not. After mastering ordinary iron ingots, the principle would be the same when forging other metals in the future. Lan Xuanyu completely trusted Tang Lu and didn't doubt anything at all. He would learn whatever Tang Lu taught him. Every time he came to learn forging, he was already very tired from Tang Zhenhua's torment. But for some reason, whenever he saw Tang Lu, he would become full of energy. The days passed in this intense and fulfilling learning, and in the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. Tang Lu, if you don't come back, I'll quit. Is there anyone like you? You said you were going out to relax for 3 days, but you were gone for 2 weeks. Do you know how many jobs I've rejected for you and how much compensation I've paid? I'm at my wit's end, I can't help you. I want to resign. Just from the roar coming from the soul communicator, Tang Lu could hear how angry Yu Qingling was at this time. He was also very helpless. Yes, he really just wanted to rest for a few days and planned to leave after visiting Lan Xuanyu. But who knew that Lan Xuanyu had just started to learn forging, so he stayed. The process of teaching Lan Xuanyu made him very happy. These days, not only was Lan Xuanyu improving, but his spirit was also much better than before. He even felt that something in his body had become stable. Okay, stop messing around, I'll go back. Tang Lu said helplessly. Yu Qingling didn't relax and said, immediately, now, right now. Today, if I don't see you before dark, I'll pack up and leave. Do whatever you want. Tang Lu, you're too irresponsible, I have to clean up your mess every time. Tang Lu sighed, okay, I'll go back now. Humph. Yu Qingling snorted with satisfaction and hung up the call. Tang Lu rubbed his ears that were trembling from the noise and felt very helpless. From the 3rd day onwards, Yu Qingling received several soul communicators every day. At first, he didn't pick up, but later, Yu Qingling began to bombard him with messages and all kinds of threats, asking him to hurry back. At this time, Yu Qingling was sitting in her room, sulking. This guy finally agreed to come back. 2 weeks. He'll be away for 2 weeks this time. She didn't know why, but at this time, she suddenly felt a sense of panic in her heart. There were too many things that could be done in 2 weeks. And what could attract a man to not show up for 2 weeks, especially when there was a lot of work to do? Could it be that he fell in love with someone else? Went to accompany someone else? That's why he stood me up. Although Prince Yu was occasionally unreliable, it was unprecedented for him to disappear for 2 weeks like this. One had to know that although he didn't have a concert recently, he had a lot of work to do, especially the shooting of several big advertisers, which were all imminent. If it weren't for the fact that Prince Yu was at the peak of his career and the advertisers didn't dare to offend him, they would probably have been heavily fined. Now, Tang Lu agreed to come back, but Yu Qingling wasn't happy at all. She was most worried about what Prince Yu had been doing for the past 2 weeks. Lan Xuanyu almost jogged all the way to the Blacksmith Association. As soon as he entered, he bumped into Yang Yingming, who he hadn't seen for a few days. Junior, you're here. How was it? Self-taught? Yang Yingming asked with a smile. He looked at the attendance sheet. Recently, Lan Xuanyu had been coming to the Blacksmith Association every day, which meant that this junior was completely ready to throw himself into the embrace of forging. However, he had only been self-teaching. How much progress could he make by self-teaching? At most, he would be familiar with some forging knowledge. One had to know that there were many skills in forging that couldn't be recorded. He needed someone to give him pointers. Only by constantly trying would he be able to improve by leaps and bounds. He felt that Lan Xuanyu had accumulated a lot of problems over the past 2 weeks. It was time for him to learn from him. It's all right, senior brother. I'll get going first. Lan Xuanyu hastened his footsteps as he spoke and ran straight to his smithing workshop. Shrek Academy students had the least number of secondary professions, but forging was also very important. The Blacksmiths Association had enough forging rooms for these students. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu's forging room was already exclusive to him. Shrek wasn't completely desperate for money. For example, the forging room was free for the students to use. If it was any other place, there wouldn't be many forging rooms of this level in the academy. It wasn't a matter of money, but rather a matter of whether or not one could snatch one to use. Yang Yingming saw Lan Xuanyu jogging away and couldn't help but be stunned. Why was he in such a hurry? I haven't even asked him how he's doing. And looking at his appearance, he doesn't seem to have any intention of learning from me. Could it be that he's looking for someone else to learn from? But there's no record of it. What a stingy little guy. However, he can't just be stingy in his studies. There won't be any progress. I'll have to remind him later. Or is my offer too expensive and should I lower it? Lan Xuanyu didn't know what Yang Yingming was thinking. At this time, he had already rushed into his forging room. He closed the door and let out a long breath. Just as he was trying hard to calm himself down. Suddenly, he found a piece of paper on the forging table. He subconsciously picked it up. There was beautiful handwriting on it. Xianyu, I have work to do, so I have to go first. I've been very happy with you these past 2 weeks. You're a very smart child, and you're also very talented in forging. Next, you just need to continue practicing according to what I've taught you. Don't rush to practice with rare metals. Instead, do the foundation that I've taught you. When you can practice the hammering technique to 36 consecutive hammers without stopping, and still have energy left, then you can try to forge with rare metals. I'll leave the piece of fine iron that I forged before to you. When you make your battle armor in the future, you can use it as a part of the breastplate. When I have time in the future, I'll come to see you again. Seeing words is like seeing a face, Tang Lu. Uncle Yu. Lan Xuanyu almost blurted out. However, there was no response this time. Tang Lu left? He actually left so quickly. And he didn't even see him for the last time. He just left this note. Suddenly, a huge sense of loss arose spontaneously. Lan Xuanyu sat down on the forging table and suddenly lost the mood to forge. Holding the paper in his hand, his heart was filled with reluctance. Eternal Sky City. He's gone. He's gone? He didn't say anything. It seems that he came specifically for that child. I don't know what kind of relationship he has with that child. Maybe it's fate. Is he really just a singer? Won't such an existence be a huge potential threat to the Federation? If a powerhouse of his level really wants to do evil, it will have the effect of destroying heaven and earth. We have to follow the Eternal Tree's wishes. It's better to keep it a secret. He has been a singer for many years. According to our investigation, there has never been any problems. The Eternal Tree naturally has its own intentions. Maybe he will come again in the future. And let's leave it at that. Pay more attention to that child. Night fell. Yu Qingling stood on the spacious terrace and stared into the distance. This was a high-rise building, and they lived on the top floor. The top 2 floors added up to more than 1,500 square meters, including the open-air swimming pool on the top floor, all of which belonged to them. This building had a total of 162 floors and was one of the most luxurious apartments in Mingdu. Yu Qingling had helped Tang Lu buy this place, and the property was registered under Tang Li's name. Over the years, Tang Li's income had risen along with his influence, but he had never managed his own money. All of his income had been controlled by Yu Qingling. Yu Qingling had only left him a small part of the money, but most of it had been bought into various assets to preserve and increase their value. Only she knew how much money Prince Yu had now. In a place like Mingdu, where the Federation's government was located, the value of real estate had always been very high. This apartment alone was worth more than 50 million Federation dollars. Moreover, there was a steady appreciation every year. Yu Qingling asked herself whether she had lived up to Tang Li's trust. Over the years, other than the agent's fees that she was supposed to receive, she had never taken any more of Tang Li's money. She had always dutifully helped him invest and sort out his assets. Moreover, she realized that she liked doing these things very much. Often, looking at Tang Li's asset list was one of the happiest things for her. Perhaps, this was the so-called mentality of a landlady. However, this time, Tang Lu had left for 2 weeks. She was not even in the mood to count his assets. Could it be that this guy really has someone outside? If that was the case, wouldn't everything that she had done be given to someone else? When that time comes, would she feel bad if she handed it over to someone else? No, she would not feel bad. She would only feel heartache. Aya, her heart hurts, it hurts so much. Yu Qingling thought of this and immediately fell onto the sofa and rolled around. She muttered to herself, Tang Lu, you bad guy, big pig trotter, all men are big pig trotters. I don't taste good, do I? Tang Li's somewhat helpless voice was heard. Yu Qingling immediately bounced up as if she had been electrocuted. She did not know when Tang Lu had sat on the sofa next to her and was looking at her helplessly. What are you looking at? Do you still think you're in the right? Tell me the truth. Where have you been for the past 2 weeks? Do you have any humanity? I work myself to death every day for you, but you're good. You don't even answer my letters. Are you annoyed with me? If you're annoyed, I'll leave. Can't I just quit? Why don't you find someone better? Yu Qingling stood up angrily, turned around, and walked out. Tang Lu looked at her with a slight frown. How could he not see that this girl had a sharp tongue but a soft heart? He knew her character too well. Yu Qingling saw that she was about to reach the door. She couldn't help but slow down. She thought to herself, is this bad guy really not going to chase me? Finally, the door was in front of her. Leave? How was she going to clean up the mess if she left? She couldn't bear to leave. She suddenly turned around and put her hands on her hips. Tang Lu, have you already found someone else outside? Are you going to chase me away? Recalling the anxiety of the past 2 weeks, Lu Qing's heart was filled with sorrow. Her eyes immediately turned red and tears flowed down her cheeks. What nonsense are you talking about? Where did you find someone? Tang Lu stood up, came in front of her, and handed her a tissue. Yu Qingling said angrily, you still say there's no one? If there's no one, why didn't you stop me from leaving? Without me, who will take care of your work? You must have found someone. Tang Lu picked up his hand and touched her forehead. You don't have a fever. Why are you so angry? Go away. Yu Qingling slapped his hand away. If you quit, I'll quit too, Tang Lu said helplessly. What does this have to do with me finding someone? Besides, who am I looking for? Who do I know? Haven't you always been in charge of external contact? Yu Qingling was stunned. You quit? Do you know how much you'll lose if you quit? You signed the contract. I'll pay for it. We should have enough money. It's you who quit, so I can't do it anymore. Then compensate him, Tang Lu said naturally. How can that be? It wasn't easy for me to save so much money. I can't bear to part with it. Yu Qingling immediately jumped up. You have to do it. You can't quit. It wasn't easy for me to calm down those advertisers so that they wouldn't dare to punish us. You really didn't find anyone else? What have you been doing for the past 2 weeks? Tang Lu said, do you still remember the child I met when we were performing in Heaven Luo Planet? At that time, he was still on the stage with me. I was singing Protecting Time, Protecting You. So what? Yu Qingling asked in confusion. I saw him. He got into Shrek Academy. I taught him forging for a few days, so it was delayed. We have to help him lay a good foundation. If the time is too short, we won't be able to teach well. Ah, Yu Qingling stared at him blankly. You went to teach him how to forge? You know how to forge? Tang Lu said, I don't know either. I just saw him holding a forging hammer and felt that it was very familiar, so I gave it a try. Then, I seemed to really know how to forge. My level should be okay, so I taught him. I also familiarized myself with it and recalled it. Yu Qingling's expression became strange. She confirmed again, you went missing for 2 weeks because... You went to Shrek Academy to teach someone forging? You weren't beaten up by them? Tang Lu shook his head. No. The people at Shrek Academy were very easy to talk to. They let me stay there. He was afraid that Yu Qingling would be worried, so he didn't say anything about him fighting with Wang Tianyu. Yu Qingling's expression changed again. Putting everything else aside, there was one thing she was sure of. Ever since she met Tang Lu had never lied. He had always been true to his words. He wouldn't say things that he didn't want to say, but what he said was definitely not a lie. So, what he said was true. She had been feeling so uncomfortable these days, but he was teaching someone forging. Tang Lu looked at Yu Qingling's uncertain expression and felt that something was wrong. Are you okay? The anger on Yu Qingling's face gradually disappeared. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. I'm fine. Are you hungry? I'll go get you something to eat. So you just went to teach forging. It's okay, I'll arrange the work. I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. With that, she turned around and walked out. That's it? There were still traces of tears on her face. Tang Lu was also a little confused. At this moment, Yu Qingling, who had already pushed the door open, suddenly poked her head back and said, "If you still want to forge or teach that child next time, just tell me. I'll help you arrange your working hours. As long as you don't arrange work during that time, it's fine. Also, I can go with you, right? After all, your identity is sensitive. We can do it in an open and aboveboard way. For example, hold a concert in Shrek City. There are a lot of big shots there, and it'll be good for increasing your fame." Okay. Tang Lu agreed. He felt that this was a good idea. He could also invite the people of Shrek Academy to listen to his singing. In that case, wouldn't it be better for Xianyu? And he could also see him again. Shrek Academy. Lan Xuanyu's state of forging in the afternoon was not very good. Compared to when Tang Lu was there, his efficiency was very low. Lan Xuanyu spent a lot of time adjusting his state of mind, and it was not easy for him to practice again. Uncle Yu did not leave his communication number. After returning to the meditation room and feeling the rich life energy, he felt a little better. The life energy he absorbed in Sea God Lake last time had been almost digested in 2 weeks. Moreover, he could clearly feel that he had reached a bottleneck. Once he broke through, he could reach level 30. Level 30 was finally in front of him. Since coming to Shrek Academy, his cultivation could be said to have progressed by leaps and bounds, and he was finally about to reach his goal. At the thought of this, Lan Xuanyu's mood naturally improved. After breaking through to level 30, it would be a new world. Now that he no longer had the threat of the conflict between the two bloodlines, there would no longer be any danger in breaking through. But why did he still feel that it was a little difficult? It seemed that there was a very strong barrier at level 30. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he decided to try again today. Concentrating, he operated his soul power, making it run in the body according to the mysterious heaven skill. The gentle soul power slowly ran along the meridians. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu mobilized his bloodline power, urging the life energy to gradually transform into soul power, making his soul power more abundant. In the past 2 weeks, he could feel that his strength was rapidly increasing through his forging practice. Of course, this was not only because of practicing the hammer technique, but also because of the nourishing effect of the bloodline on the body. His skin had become better than before, full of toughness, and his body was becoming stronger and stronger under the nourishment of the bloodline. This was one of the reasons why Tang Lu said that he had made great progress. He could also feel the benefits of forging more and more. His physical fitness had improved, and his strength had also increased, but he had to re-practice the control of his strength. And practicing the control of his strength while forging was undoubtedly the best way to practice. In just 2 weeks, he had become more and more accustomed to his improved strength, and he had become more and more proficient in the use of his strength. Although this kind of progress was not as explosive as the second awakening of the martial soul, it was very comprehensive. Lan Xuanyu could also feel that his overall strength was now increasing at a particularly stable speed. If he still couldn't break through to level 30, he should go to Sea God Lake to cultivate again. Although it was very expensive, as long as he did it again, he believed that he could break through to level 30 no matter what. Lan Xuanyu and the others had recently received the proceeds from the previous exchange program at the exchange center. Coupled with their previous earnings and the Federation coins that Qianlei had obtained from selling the storage gold coin, their small group savings were quite a lot. After Fatty Jean drank too much of the Sea God Lake's water and fell into a deep sleep, he still hadn't woken up. Qianlei couldn't summon him out. But at least he didn't devour Qianlei's life force, which wasn't a bad thing. Qianlei followed Luohong to cultivate his spiritual power every day and was always in a daze. But his spiritual power improved very quickly. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that Qianlei's spiritual power was now above his own. Lu Feng also trained very hard. He could only be seen in the morning every day and disappeared in the afternoon. He didn't slack off at all because of the second awakening of his martial soul. Instead, he thought that this was an opportunity given to him by the heavens, and he must grasp it well. Xiaoqi's original worries were naturally gone, and he was also nurturing him with all his might. Although there were more than 30 people in a class, in fact, these students rarely interacted with each other. Everyone had their own path to walk. Furthermore, as students of Shrek Academy, there were simply too many things that they had to learn. Lan Xuanyu even heard that some students in the class were already trying to make a one-word battle armor. Although the success rate of making it wasn't high, trying to make it could accumulate experience. The soul power in his body gradually became abundant, but when it came to the final step, his soul power was always blocked and he couldn't break through in one fell swoop. Lan Xuanyu's own meridians had clearly reached the limit, but for some reason, he was always a breath away from breaking through that barrier. But he felt that the soul power in his body could no longer increase. Life energy couldn't be converted into soul power now because there wasn't enough storage space in his body. The excess soul power would even automatically turn back into life energy. This seemed to have entered an endless cycle. This wasn't what Lan Xuanyu wanted to see. Once time passed, wouldn't he be unable to break through? What should he do? What method could he use to break through that barrier and enter the next realm? Soul power is no good, bloodline power is no good. Wait, bloodline power? All of a sudden, Lan Xuanyu had an idea. Ever since the last time the scales of the dragon gods appeared and he used the dragon god's transformation to activate the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, he had never used the dragon god's transformation again. Because using it once consumed almost all of his bloodline power, he would need a long time or go to the sea god's lake to absorb life energy to recover. Without bloodline power, one's body would not be nourished, and one's physique would not be able to continue improving. So for the past 2 weeks, he did not try to use the dragon god's transformation again. He had already digested most of the life energy he had absorbed, and he should have tried to use the dragon god's transformation before the next sea god tide. In that case, would the dragon god's transformation be able to aid his cultivation, or even help him break through bottlenecks? In any case, he couldn't break through now, and he was preparing to head to the sea god's lake, so why not give it a try? Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu's heart suddenly became hot. The changes that occurred when he used the dragon god's transformation last time left a very deep impression on him. At that moment, his whole person seemed to have evolved, and his strength became incomparably powerful. Then, could that kind of power be used to break through bottlenecks? In theory, it should be possible, right? Lan Xuanyu no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and adjusted his state. Then, he mobilized his spiritual power and allowed it to explore the rainbow-colored scale on his chest. The moment his mental power probed the scales, a strong sense of anger and coldness suddenly appeared in his spiritual sea. With the scales on Lan Xuanyu's chest as the center, a 7-colored light bloomed outwards, instantly covering his whole body. The bloodline vortex in his body was instantly dyed with 7 colors. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that the life energy in the meditation room was crazily gathering towards his body in an instant, being absorbed by his body, and being transformed at an astonishing speed. His body slowly floated up from the ground. What he couldn't see was that at this moment, his eyes were flashing with a 7-colored light. The moment after this change last time, the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was triggered. It was the same this time. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd on his thumb quickly trembled. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly controlled his mind, preventing the power generated by the dragon god's transformation from rushing towards the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, and at the same time, quickly observed his own state. He found that his skin had turned 7-colored at this moment, and the scales on his chest were even more dazzling. However, the scales didn't increase, and the rest of his body wasn't covered by scales either. The bloodline power and soul power in his body seemed to have completely merged into one. With the colorful light emitted from his chest, a strong sense of power spread throughout his body. He seemed to have a feeling that he had to vent it out. Lan Xuanyu looked inside and found that the bloodline vortex in his body had turned colorful, and a colorful energy had appeared in his body. He suddenly shouted, "Break!" Suddenly, the colorful energy rushed up along the path of the mysterious heaven method. The colorful energy flowed, and the previously incomparably solid barrier suddenly trembled, and a sharp aura appeared with Lan Xuanyu's mind. With a chi sound, it was as if something had broken at this moment. In the next moment, a seven-colored light bloomed, and Xianyu felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up, and the life energy suddenly rushed towards him even more rapidly. What he couldn't see was that at this moment, a light green vortex had appeared outside his meditation room, which was formed by the life energy in the air rapidly converging towards him. Breakthrough! Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed, and without hesitation, he drove the colorful energy to circulate in his body, and at the same time, he concentrated on feeling the energy. Suddenly, he found that as he drove the colorful energy to circulate, the colorful light at the core of the bloodline vortex in his body became dazzling. Unlike last time, when he used the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, he directly consumed the colorful energy. But this time, the colorful energy was retracted inward. During this process, the bloodline power and soul power were completely fused, and the circulation speed was several times faster than usual. This was especially so after his breakthrough. His soul power was circulating at least 3 times faster than when he was cultivating. The colorful energy made his entire body transparent, and the nourishment for his body was much stronger than usual. This process lasted for a full 5 minutes before the colorful energy gradually weakened, and finally returned to the bloodline vortex and converged into the core. With the colorful core as the center, there were some faint gold and silver bloodline powers. Although more than 90% of the bloodline power had been consumed, it was not completely consumed like last time. More importantly, as the effect of the dragon god's transformation disappeared, Lan Xuanyu's soul power rushed out and circulated 7 times in a row, and then gradually stabilized. 3 rings. Yes, from this moment on, Lan Xuanyu entered the realm of 3 rings. It was a feeling of being reborn. He didn't know if other people's breakthroughs would have such a big change, but he did. Now he only felt that his body seemed to have mutated, and there were dragon roars constantly coming from his body, as if something in his body was awakening. With a thought, 3 soul rings rose from under his feet, and just as he wanted to see, all 3 soul rings were purple. Purple represented 1,000-year soul rings, 3,000-year soul rings. Purple, it's really purple. An indescribable joy instantly filled Lan Xuanyu's heart. He worked so hard and cultivated so painstakingly, facing difficulties time and time again, racking his brains to find a cultivation method that was more suitable for him. From the beginning of his cultivation, his soul power cultivation was much more difficult than ordinary soul masters, but he was never discouraged. He gritted his teeth and continued to forge ahead. Finally, he had 3 rings. Most importantly, this was the 3 rings he wanted. From white when he had 1 ring to yellow when he had 2 rings, he had always been looking forward to it. Would his soul rings, which would mysteriously appear on their own, turn purple when he had 3 rings? He had never fused with a spirit soul before. That gold silk ape was not a spirit soul at all. He had even brought it out from the virtual world. However, his soul rings would appear on their own, and they would appear as his cultivation increased. Just now, he was really a little panicked in his heart. When Lu Feng and Qian Lei broke through to the 3-ring realm, they never said that breaking through to the 3-ring realm was difficult or that there was an insurmountable barrier. However, in the process of breaking through, it appeared. He was really afraid that he would not be able to surpass this barrier and that his cultivation would remain at the 2-ring realm. If that was the case, what was the point of having an affinity with life force and a strong bloodline? He had finally broken through. Perhaps the reason why there was a barrier was because his soul rings had appeared on their own. More importantly, his original 2 soul rings had also evolved along with his 3rd soul ring. This feeling was the most wonderful thing. The evolution of his soul rings meant that his cultivation had also evolved. His first soul skill was water element control, and his second soul skill was fire element control. He believed that he had reached a considerable level of control over these 2 elements. However, because his soul rings were not at a high enough level, coupled with his weak soul power cultivation, they were not of much use in Shrek. But now, it was different. Even in Shrek Academy, the most mainstream cultivations were those with 3 or 4 soul rings. All 3 rings were purple, which was the situation for most students. In other words, in terms of pure cultivation, he had caught up a little, and was no longer as far behind as before. In this way, coupled with his twin martial souls and the dragon god's bloodline, he finally had the qualifications to say that he could be considered an expert in the class. Who would want to rely on their brains when they could rely on their strength? Lan Xuanyu also wanted to act rashly when encountering difficulties. Unfortunately, his cultivation was not high enough in the past, so there was nothing he could do. Things were different now. It was truly different. He had 3 rings, 3,000-year soul rings, and each of his soul skills was a 1,000-year soul skill. This meant that the number of abilities he could use had increased, by a lot. 3 rings, in that case, what would his 3rd soul skill be? Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. In the past, Ji Hongbin had instructed him that if he could control multiple elements, he would be able to make use of the effects produced by the fusion of multiple elements and achieve the fusion of soul skills. He had already experienced the power of the fusion of elements in the ice and fire yin-yang explosion. It was only a small ball, but its power was comparable to a 1,000-year soul skill. Would his 3rd soul skill be the control of another element? Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. Ignoring the fact that his bloodline was weak, he concentrated and urged his soul power to release his 3rd soul skill. The moment his 3rd soul skill was released, he suddenly felt his body become light. Immediately after, there seemed to be countless light air currents around him. Or rather, his perception of the air currents around him had become stronger. The 3rd purple soul ring on his body shone, emitting a gentle halo. What Lan Xuanyu saw was a light cyan world. Those tiny elements were smaller than the fire and water elements, but they were also much more active. They danced in the air, emitting a carefree and free aura. This was wind element. Lan Xuanyu immediately understood what his 3rd soul skill was. After the fire and water elements, his 3rd soul skill was the control of the wind element. A 1,000-year soul skill, the control of the wind element. He slowly raised his left hand, and his spiritual intent connected with the wind element. Immediately, those free and active wind elements condensed at the center of his palm, forming a small whirlwind that swayed and danced. While controlling the wind, Lan Xuanyu also had a particularly clear feeling. He clearly felt that his perception of the elements had become stronger. From 2 rings to 3 rings, not only did he gain 1 more soul ring, the other 2 soul rings also underwent a qualitative change. He was suddenly enlightened. His cultivation was indeed more difficult than others, especially in the aspect of soul power. However, once he had a breakthrough, the instantaneous increase in soul power was far greater than others. When he went from 1 ring to 2 rings, it wasn't too obvious. After all, that was only the increase from a 10-year soul ring to a 100-year soul ring. However, when he went from 2 rings to 3 rings, this feeling was especially profound. This was because he discovered that his spiritual power seemed to have increased along with the increase in soul power. This was brought to him by the 3 purple 1,000-year soul rings. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu suddenly had a sense of urgency in his heart. Then, what about 4 rings? If he reached 4 rings, what would his soul rings be like? Black? One had to know that the reason why Lan Mengqin was able to rely on her 4-ring cultivation to not be inferior to the 5-ring Yuan and Hui Hui was because her second martial souls were all 10,000-year soul rings. For black 10,000-year soul rings. If he had 4 rings, would he be able to reach that level? If 4 rings were 10,000-year soul rings, then what about 5 rings? When he had 5 rings, would he have 500,000-year soul rings? Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu's breathing became a little hurried. This was simply unimaginable. But if his dream really came true, how strong would he be in the future? He didn't even dare to think about it. However, the bottleneck he encountered this time made him vaguely guess that the next time he broke through, the bottleneck would probably be even more difficult. Even if he had 4 black 10,000-year soul rings, the breakthrough would probably be even more difficult than this time. If not for the existence of the dragon scales, who knew how much effort he would have to put in this time to complete the breakthrough. But no matter what, he had finally broken through. I've finally become a 3-ringed soul master, and I can control 3 elements. It seemed that not only did he have to cultivate his soul power, but he also had to spare some time to practice his control of the elements. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. There really wasn't enough time, there were simply too many things to learn in Shrek Academy. Battle armor crafting, mecha piloting lessons that were about to start, cultivation of soul power, practicing soul skills, cooperating with his teammates, forging as a secondary profession, and space warship piloting from the Space Command Department. At least the Soul Masters who chose Duo Mecha Master didn't have to learn piloting. But the number of things he had to do was simply unimaginable. Although he had improved greatly after coming to Shrek Academy, the more it was like this, the more he felt that there wasn't enough time. It wasn't just him, almost all the students of Shrek Academy had the same idea. It was precisely because the opportunity here was too good that everyone was even more unwilling to give up on any aspect. Lan Xuanyu felt that he needed to plan his cultivation time properly. He couldn't cultivate as he pleased. Otherwise, his life would become chaotic and his efficiency would decrease if he cultivated without any pattern. Lan Xuanyu retracted his soul power and suddenly felt a little weak. He couldn't help but smile bitterly because he remembered that there was still one more important thing to do, and that was to earn emblems. Without emblems, it was difficult to move an inch. For example, he now needed to spend 3 yellow emblems to cultivate at Sea God Lake to restore his bloodline power. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and calmed himself down first. At this moment, his thoughts were really too chaotic, and he needed to sort out all his thoughts first. He focused his mind and calmed down, silently circulating his soul power and cultivating a cycle according to the mysterious heaven skill. His mind gradually calmed down. After advancing to 3 ring, his essence, energy, and spirit had improved. According to his own estimation, his spiritual power value should be close to 1,000. Even among the first years of Shrek Academy, he should be among the best. After sorting out his thoughts, he felt that he should first go to Sea God Lake to cultivate. This was because he needed abundant bloodline power to nourish his body and stabilize his 3-ring cultivation at the same time. The life energy he absorbed this time should be enough. And after this cultivation, he would be embarrassingly short of money. Although he still had some emblems, he still had to keep them for cultivation. In the future, he would need to buy some heaven and earth treasures that were suitable for him. Moreover, he still had the black emblems that his teacher lent him that could replenish life energy and the green rui that could absorb life energy. Although the effect of cultivating in the meditation room was not as good as cultivating in Sea God Lake, it was still much better than cultivating in the meditation room of ordinary students. Anyway, he was still far from reaching 4 ring, so he would cultivate first to save emblems. No matter what, it was still much faster than when he was cultivating in Heaven Luo planet. After this time, he would temporarily stop cultivating at Sea God Lake and wait until he urgently needed to improve or break through in the future. 3 yellow emblems, it was really too expensive. He also had to adjust other aspects. First of all, he had to learn space warship piloting from his teacher. The learning intensity now was a bit high. Once he finished learning space warship piloting in the afternoon, he would become listless, and nothing he did would be efficient. Since that was the case, he might as well take a few afternoons to practice space warship piloting. He would be more focused on this matter and reduce the number of times he practiced. 2 to 3 afternoons a week to practice space warship piloting should be enough. He still needed to practice forging properly. With Tang Li's guidance, Lan Xuanyu clearly felt that he had learned the basics. This time, his mental power had improved again. He felt that he could improve even more in terms of smithing, and his perception of metals would definitely increase. Therefore, he had to practice forging at least 3 times a week so that he could forge rare metals as soon as possible. Now, according to Professor Tang Li's method, he could only swing the hammer a dozen times in a row, which was still far from 36 times. However, Tang Lu also said that as his strength increased, the speed of his progress would also increase. This made Lan Xuanyu even more aware of the importance of raising his cultivation to 3 rings. An increase in cultivation and soul power would also be beneficial to his forging. With this arrangement, at least 5 afternoons a week had been arranged. Of course, he had to attend the morning class. If he practiced space warship piloting in the afternoon, then he could only meditate at night because it would be too tiring. However, after practicing smithing, the situation would be much better. The academy was about to start the mecha piloting course, so the mecha piloting practice could be done in the evening after smithing. He would practice for 2 to 3 hours each time before coming back to meditate and rest. In this way, everything was basically arranged. Then, he could set aside one afternoon or night every week as a flexible time, such as relaxing with his friends on the weekend. Otherwise, his mental power might not be able to withstand such intense cultivation. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel that his goal was clear. Yes, that would be the arrangement. He would report to the teacher later. As long as the teacher agreed, it should be fine. Next, he would cultivate. According to this order. After thinking everything through, he didn't continue to meditate. Instead, he went to see God Lake for the third time to recover his bloodline power as soon as possible so that he could use it to nourish his body. Level 31, what a wonderful feeling. The next day, after Tang Zhenhua heard Lan Xuanyu's plan, he didn't make things difficult for him and directly agreed and praised him. In order to be able to cultivate better and not waste time, the students of Shrek Academy would realize that they needed to adjust their cultivation plan and reallocate their cultivation time after cultivating to a certain extent. However, it was generally not until they started making battle armors that many students would realize this point. Lan Xuanyu had only been in the academy for a short period of time, but he was already able to think of all these. Furthermore, he had formulated a detailed study and cultivation plan for himself and arranged everything in an orderly manner. This had already made Tang Zhenhua have a whole new level of respect for him. Not only was Tang Zhenhua satisfied, but Xiaoqi was also very satisfied with Lan Xuanyu as the class monitor for the first month. Because on the last day as the class monitor, Lan Xuanyu announced his cultivation plan and shared his experience in allocating time and cultivation learning with all the students. In this regard, the teacher wouldn't directly teach the students. The students could better solve the problem if they were aware of the problem themselves. Xiaoqi didn't expect Lan Xuanyu to be so generous as to share his experience and methods. This was different from what the teacher had said because he had combined it with his own feelings. When most of the students heard Lan Xuanyu's words, they immediately realized their own problems and began to think of solutions. Following that, the first years started to develop a cultivation plan. Lan Xuanyu's close companions, Qianlei, Lu Feng, Yuan and Hui Hui, Dong Qianqiu, and Lan Mengqin, all made plans in this regard. With a plan, everyone became even busier. However, just as Lan Xuanyu had planned, every week they would leave themselves half a day or an evening to go out and eat, watch the auction, and relax in Shrek City. This day was also the school's weekly holiday and there were no classes. Time passed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. This month, it was Yuan and Hui Hui's turn to be the class monitor, but he was actually not interested in it. In fact, the role of the class monitor wasn't particularly important. As everyone cultivated deeply, the problem of not having enough emblems was placed in front of everyone again. Fatty Jean was still asleep, so most of Qianlei's emblems were used to buy fruits that could increase spiritual power. Although the sea god lake water he drank last time almost killed him, it was still very effective. His physical strength and spiritual power had improved very quickly. Lu Feng's emblems were used to buy heaven and earth treasures that could strengthen his physique. His martial soul had indeed awakened a second time, and his physical strength had improved, but it was still not enough. He needed more heaven and earth treasures to assist in his cultivation. Fortunately, he had eaten a small piece of strange velvet heaven-reaching chrysanthemum from his teacher, so his foundation was quite stable and there were no major problems. However, after cultivating like this, he didn't have enough emblems. The same was true for Lan Xuanyu. After all, it was his fourth time going to see God Lake. Without abundant life energy, it would indeed affect his cultivation speed. This would have been fine in the past, but now he was used to rapid improvement. Once he slowed down, he really couldn't adapt. The key was that he felt that it was a waste of time to slow down. Dong Qianqiu's cultivation was more comprehensive. She bought heaven and earth treasures to strengthen her physique and spiritual power. End of chapter 382. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.